Just last night, the Beast King of the Calamity Beasts launched a beast tide to ambush the border cities of our metropolis. Currently, 3 cities are on the brink of collapse, and high-ranking awakeners have already been dispatched to provide support. A newborn piglet defeated 4 adult tigers, being hailed as the reincarnation of Pig Hero. Sharp critique from netizens, but even Pig Hero couldn't beat 4 tigers. Wow, the campus goddess and wealthy beauty is actually dating a useless but handsome guy? Attached are videos of their romantic moments, in HD quality. A fruit knife as your spirit weapon? I can't stop laughing. Zhang Yi, how could you be this much of a loser? I really overestimated you. Did you seriously think Lu Ruyan would still care about you? There are plenty of people out there who adore me. What do I even gain from being with you? Besides having some money, a little money, and knowing how to cook, what else can you do? You're such a cold, unromantic man. You don't even provide any emotional value. When I make mistakes, instead of comforting me, you argue with me, laying out the facts and reasoning things through. What kind of attitude is that? Even if I'm wrong, so what? Comforting me isn't important to you, huh? Now I've awakened an A-grade snow icebox as my spirit weapon, and you, with your pathetic fruit knife spirit weapon, still dare stand next to me? Do you even deserve to? It's humiliating. Absolutely humiliating. The sharp ridicule pierced Zhang Yi's ears like steel needles. His heart felt as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer, filled with pain and fury. The icy aura emanating from Lu Ruyan seemed like it was freezing him completely. Lowering his head, he could feel countless gazes from the surrounding crowd. Those gazes shifted from disdain and mockery to shock, fear, and even a hint of frenzied anticipation. Zhang Yi clenched his teeth tightly, his nails digging into his palms until blood seeped out, bringing a brief moment of clarity. Among the crowd, the onlookers raised their phones eagerly, and the livestream chat was already exploding with comments. Holy crap! Holy crap! Did I just see what I think I saw? A beauty shaming a handsome guy? Is this guy really an F-class loser? Damn, is this some kind of joke? A top student from First High, and this is what we get? I even lost money betting on him. Look at this idiot, his face turning green with shame, ha. Honestly, though, he really doesn't deserve her. Zhang Yi, oh Zhang Yi, you are such a clown. Once the pride of Zhang City's first high school, he had become a laughingstock after being tested as an F-class talent during his awakening ceremony. Meanwhile, his former girlfriend, the school goddess Lu Ruyan, had awakened an A-class Icefox spirit weapon, catapulting her into success. She eventually ended up with Chu Feng, the school bully who wielded an S-class lightning spirit weapon, the Thunder Flash Lance. The air was soon filled with the faint scent of burning ozone, a residual charge from Chu Feng's S-class lightning abilities. Baby, don't waste your energy being mad at someone like this. Anger only harms your beauty. Chu Feng's voice, laced with mockery and pride, sounded like the whispers of a devil. A fruit knife? What use is it? An unsharpened weapon can't even scare people. He approached, radiating the arrogance and confidence born of his S-class spirit weapon. Chu Feng's words were like fuel to Zhang Yi's fiery rage. His eyes reignited with determination as he glared at Chu Feng. Oh, you're still not convinced? Chu Feng stepped closer, his eyes filled with amusement as lightning gathered in his palm. What right do you have to throw a tantrum? I don't even need to use my Thunder Lance to take your life. In a flash, a shadow darted forward. Chu Feng instinctively leaped back, narrowly dodging Zhang Yi's sudden attack. Zhang Yi, do you have a death wish? Lu Ruyan sneered, her contempt evident. The difference in spirit weapon grades left no room for competition. To Chu Feng, Zhang Yi's F-class fruit knife was nothing more than a child's toy. Ha! Chu Feng steadied himself, lightning blooming once more in his hand to form a long spear of pure electricity, its power capable of shattering metal and stone. Zhang Yi, just accept your loss. With his shout, the surrounding crowd quickly scattered, avoiding the fight. Livestream viewers flooded the chat once again. Oh my god. They're really fighting? Bring it on. This guy's got guts, I'll give him that, using spirit weapons for a fight in a crowded area. At that moment, Chu Feng's expression darkened. Zhang Yi's earlier strike, laced with killing intent, had forced him to take the situation seriously. In his mind, Chu Feng swore, Zhang Yi, you humiliated me in front of everyone. Today, you're dead meat. The lightning in his hands surged wildly, his aura climbing steadily as the Thunder Lance solidified into a weapon of terrifying might. With a sudden motion, Chu Feng hurled the lance. In the blink of an eye, it shot toward Zhang Yi. Instinctively, Zhang Yi tried to dodge, but he found himself frozen in place, unable to move. Despair welled up in his heart, but it was laced with an unwillingness to submit. The looming threat of death pressed down on him like a mountain. His palms, marked with self-inflicted wounds, bled as if heralding a transformation. As his blood soaked the handle of the rusty fruit knife, the weapon in his hand suddenly came alive, merging seamlessly with him. And then, something extraordinary happened. A translucent window, visible only to Jiang Yi, appeared before his eyes. Detected host's blood. Binding conditions met. Blood recognition successful. Asura armament system activating. Congratulations, host. Spirit weapon evolution triggered. SSS class Asura blade unlocked. The system's voice roared like thunder. Jiang Yi's heart, briefly suspended, began pounding wildly like a war drum. This wasn't an illusion. It was the golden cheat he had always longed for. Simultaneously, an icy killing intent erupted from his body, spreading through the area like an invisible chain, freezing everything within a 10-meter radius. Jiang Yi smirked faintly and murmured a single word. Break! At his command, the thunder lance, which had been mere inches away, shattered under the overwhelming killing intent, dissipating like a fragile bubble. The unleashed energy exploded outward, scattering dust and debris and leaving everyone in shock. Ordinary people couldn't withstand the force of the lightning. The onlookers closest to the scene were flung backward, landing awkwardly on the ground. Several live streaming devices froze mid-broadcast, and viewers erupted into chaos. What the hell just happened? Did I just see the thunder lance explode? Damn, I've seen interrupted skills before, but I've never seen an attack break mid-flight like this. Chu Feng staggered backward, his face pale. If not for grabbing onto Lu Ruyan, he might have fallen outright. But when he looked up, he saw Jiang Yi walk out of the dust unscathed, his handsome face wearing a smug, taunting expression. Once again, an indescribable killing intent radiated from Jiang Yi, thick and almost tangible as it enveloped the area. He stood there silently, a terrifying aura rising behind him. Faintly, a towering, indistinct Asura phantom emerged behind him, reaching several meters high, with 3 heads and 6 arms, exuding a terrifying and grotesque aura. In Chu Feng's eyes, it was as if a rift had been torn in midair, and a colossal, blood-red eye filled with chaos and brutality slowly opened, coldly and mercilessly staring at him. The blood-red eye appeared for merely an instant before fading away, and the Asura phantom dissipated along with it. Chu Feng's legs grew weak, nearly collapsing to the ground, but fortunately, Lu Ruyan held him up with all her strength. Hey! Chu Feng, what's wrong? What happened? Lu Ruyan asked nervously, her wrist aching from Chu Feng's panicked grip. The Chu Feng before her now had a pale complexion, as though he were a completely different person. The arrogance and swagger he previously displayed had utterly vanished. The faint arcs of electricity flickering around his palm no longer dared to be released even a fraction. The icy killing intent radiating from Jiang Yi, coupled with the fleeting glimpse of the Asura phantom and the blood-red eye, made Chu Feng tremble from the depths of his soul. This was not the suppression of abilities but a crushing dominance on the level of life itself. What kind of monster is this Jiang Yi? What exactly has he awakened? Was he feigning weakness earlier? Chu Feng's mind was filled with questions as his gaze darted uneasily between Jiang Yi and Lu Ruyan. Jiang Yi's eyes remained calm as he glanced at the pale-faced Lu Ruyan and the terrified Chu Feng, shaking his head faintly. The once arrogant Chu Feng, now confronted with such killing intent, instantly felt as though he had fallen into an icy abyss. His legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. What is happening? Chu Feng's face turned ashen, his voice trembling. A wave of fear surged within him, he was afraid of Jiang Yi. From this rival he had always regarded as a thorn in his side, he now felt a terror that shook his very soul. While everyone was still stunned by Chu Feng's breakdown, the fruit knife in Jiang Yi's palm began to tremble softly. Buzz, it slowly floated into the air, hovering before Jiang Yi, with its tip slightly lowered, like a primordial beast awakening, lowering its head to scrutinize its prey. The rust on its surface flaked off piece by piece, revealing the darkly glimmering metallic core beneath, a luster so deep it seemed to devour all light. Then, mysterious crimson patterns, like living entities, began to traverse and spread across the blade, from hilt to tip, ultimately forming a fierce and ancient Asura demon totem. The once 3-inch-long fruit knife, under everyone's stunned gaze, extended to over 7 feet in length. The blade grew longer and sharper, its edge glinting with an icy light, emitting a menacing and chilling aura of bloodlust. A piece of scrap metal transformed into an artifact of unparalleled power, a sight that overturned everyone's understanding of reality. Holy shit! What's happening here? Can anyone explain this to me? What a moment! Now that's a proper slap in the face. So satisfying, I bet right. To witness a second awakening of a spiritual weapon firsthand, this is unreal. Lu Ruyan's delicate face twitched, she couldn't accept this reality. The Jiang Yi whom she had once scorned and abandoned now possessed such terrifying power. Unable to hold up the weakened Chu Feng any longer, she instinctively stepped back, nearly stumbling. Her once proud A-rank spiritual weapon, her noble bloodline of the mystical fox, now trembled under the icy and murderous aura emanating from Jiang Yi. Even the cold energy she commanded seemed unable to coalesce. She recalled the cutting words she had once spoken to Jiang Yi, now they echoed back with cruel irony. "I won't accept this." "No," she cried out, her voice filled with defiance as she summoned her natal soul core. Her spiritual weapon, the frost mystical fox, materialized, bringing with it a bone-chilling cold as it lunged straight for Jiang Yi's chest. This was her final pride, her last support, her desperate struggle. "You foolish woman! Have you lost your mind? Stop now!" Chu Feng shouted in alarm, trying to stop her, but it was too late. A natal soul core was the foundation of a spiritual weapon. It would only be used in life-or-death situations or moments of utter despair. Once unleashed, any damage to it could result in a weakened foundation at best, or the complete destruction of the spiritual weapon at worst, reducing the wielder to nothing more than a cripple. Chu Feng could sense that the aura emanating from Jiang Yi's bizarre blood-patterned sword was far more ferocious and pure than his own lightning. Facing Lu Ruyan's ferocious attack, Jiang Yi's gaze remained calm, as deep and unfathomable as an icy abyss, tinged with a hint of indifference. He made no excessive movements, merely raising the blood-patterned sword in his hand and casually slashing forward. Swish! A crisp clash was followed by a heart-wrenching wail. Before everyone's disbelieving eyes, Lu Ruyan's proud A-rank spiritual weapon, the very symbol of her dignity and pride, began to fracture from the point of contact with the blood-patterned sword. With a shattering sound, it burst into countless crystalline ice fragments, scattering to the ground and glimmering faintly with a desolate gleam. Put! Lu Ruyan staggered as if struck by lightning, her mind reeling, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her aura instantly withered, her face as pale as paper, her eyes filled with shock, humiliation, and a faint trace of regret. The mocking laughter around her had long since vanished, replaced by an eerie silence where even the sound of breathing was audible. The livestream chat went blank in an instant, as if everyone watching had been rendered speechless by this scene beyond their comprehension. One slash, just a single slash, and the natal soul core of an A-rank spiritual weapon had been utterly destroyed. And Jiang Yi? He simply stood there in silence, indifferent to the chaos around him. In his hand, the blood-patterned sword gleamed in the sunlight, its scarlet pattern seemingly pulsating, exuding a faintly sweet, bloody scent, as though thirsting for more blood. "What's the matter? Still unconvinced?" Jiang Yi's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a cold, taunting edge that reached everyone's ears clearly. Chu Feng trembled violently, his teeth chattering as he tried to form a coherent sentence. I was wrong. I yield. I yield." A faint, cold smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Yi's lips. He no longer paid any attention to Chu Feng but shifted his gaze toward Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan's body stiffened, and upon meeting Jiang Yi's cold, detached eyes, a surge of inexplicable panic and overwhelming despair flooded her heart. Once, this young man's gaze toward her had been filled with fiery passion and admiration. Now, it was nothing but cold scrutiny, as if she were a stranger of no significance. "Lu Ruyan," Jiang Yi spoke slowly, "you once said we weren't from the same world. And you were right." Lu Ruyan's lips quivered as if she wanted to say something, but her throat was so parched that no words came out. Indeed, the power he had displayed had already far exceeded her understanding. Now, the roles had completely reversed, and her insignificance was laid bare. "You think I was interested in you just for your looks? Like I couldn't find someone 1,000 times better than you?" Chu Feng's eyes were bloodshot as he clambered to his feet, grabbing Lu Ruyan's hand. Disregarding any semblance of dignity, he slapped her hard across the face, roaring, "If it weren't for your spiritual weapon talent, I wouldn't even look at you. Idiot! How dare you gamble everything with just that?" No, it's not like that." Lu Ruyan suddenly screamed hysterically, tears streaming down her face. She couldn't believe that after giving everything, she had ended up as nothing more than a tool to be used. "Shut up, Chu Feng, you bastard," she cried out, her voice full of heartbreak and despair. "Get lost!" Chu Feng bellowed, showing no mercy. Ding! Detected that the host has initially intimidated the petty scoundrels, killing intent plus 100. Congratulations! Host's level has advanced to Bronze Tier 2. New function unlocked, Analysis Mode, capable of probing and analyzing others' attributes, stats, spirit weapons, and basic personal information. The Asura Sword in the host's possession is famished, please feed it promptly. The system's notification sounded again, causing Jiang Yi's heart to stir slightly. He no longer paid attention to the two clowns. At the moment, there were more pressing matters waiting for him. Time for a grand feast. Jiang Yi felt the surge of newfound power within him, and the hunger radiating from the blood-patterned longsword in his hand made his heart tremble with excitement. The killing intent he had earned earlier from his counterattack was far from enough to satisfy the Asura Sword's craving. "System, what level is my Asura Sword at now?" he asked. "Ding. Host, your current spirit weapon has undergone initial awakening. Soul weapon attributes, Soul Devourer, can absorb the essence of living beings in killing intent to enhance its grade and power, armor penetration, sharpness. Friendly reminder, your Asura Sword is starving, extremely starving. If you don't feed it soon, it may become increasingly uncontrollable and even affect your mental state. Please feed it promptly. It can grow further interesting." Zhang Yi murmured to himself. It seemed the potential of this sword was far greater than it appeared. For now, feeding the Asura Sword was the most urgent task at hand. The best place to acquire killing intent and the essence of living beings was undoubtedly the wildlands outside the city, where disaster beasts roamed freely. To enter these areas and achieve results, the safest way was through the Mercenary Guild. With that in mind, Zhang Yi turned and headed toward the largest mercenary guild in Zhang City, donning a brand new outfit along the way. The guild's hall was bustling with activity, filled with the mingled smells of sweat, blood, and cheap alcohol. The walls were plastered with all sorts of bounty missions, ranging from herb collection to tracking and hunting disaster beasts. Mercenaries of all kinds gathered in groups of 3 or 5. Some were loudly boasting about their exploits, while others whispered over mission plans. Zhang Ye's arrival didn't draw much attention. After all, newcomers registered here every day. He walked straight to the front desk, where a scruffy, sharp-eyed middle-aged man was impatiently dealing with paperwork. "I want to register as a mercenary," Zhang Yi said calmly, his voice carrying an undeniable air of authority. The middle-aged man didn't even look up. Name, age, spirit weapon, level. Zhang Yi, 18, spirit weapon, sword, level, bronze tier 2. The man finally looked up, glancing at Zhang Yi before his eyes settled on the uniquely designed blood-patterned longsword on Zhang Yi's back. A fleeting look of intrigue crossed his face before he resumed his indifferent demeanor. "Fill out this form, and complete a strength and reaction speed test." As Zhang Yi began filling out the form, mocking laughter erupted from nearby. "Well, if it isn't the loser from that livestream earlier. What's the matter? Got dumped by your girlfriend and decided to come here to die as a mercenary?" A burly bald man with a scarred face and bulging muscles swaggered over, flanked by 3 or 4 equally menacing companions. It was clear they had watched the earlier livestream, but since the broadcast was cut off midway, they had only seen the part where Zhang Yi was humiliated by Lu Ruyan and Chu Feng. They were completely unaware of how things had turned out afterward. Zhang Yi frowned slightly. This group seemed to belong to a somewhat well-known mercenary team in the guild called the Rock Mercenary Corps. They were notorious for their arrogance and bullying ways, though their combat record was admittedly impressive. "What? Mercenaries with nothing better to do than pick fights?" Zhang Yi's tone was calm, but his gaze grew colder. He was in a good mood and didn't want to waste time on these pests. However, if they didn't know their place, he had no problem giving his Asura Sword a little appetizer. A younger man with dyed yellow hair beside the bald leader sneered. "Pick a fight? You wish. A loser with an F-rank fruit knife spirit weapon dares to show off on our turf?" Before he could finish, an icy, bone-chilling aura enveloped him. The killing intent was so tangible it seemed to press down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. The bald leader's expression also darkened. Though he was at silver tier 2, he was startled enough by the sudden surge of oppressive energy to take half a step back. He could sense that this seemingly ordinary young man in front of him was far more dangerous than he had anticipated. This was no F-rank loser's aura. "What? Thinking of making a move?" Zhang Yi stepped forward, the Asura Sword behind him emitting a faint hum as if eagerly urging him to act. The members of the Rock Mercenary Corps looked uneasy. Though they had the advantage in numbers, Zhang Yi's overwhelming aura made them feel as though they couldn't lift their heads. The bald leader, in particular, with his heightened perception as a silver-tier mercenary, felt a life-threatening danger emanating from Zhang Yi. This kid wasn't as simple as he seemed. Was the livestream an act? A setup? Or had he been hiding his true strength all along? Just as the tension reached a breaking point, with the atmosphere so heavy it seemed ready to snap, an elderly yet powerful voice broke the silence. "Ha, gentlemen, why such hostility? Harmony brings wealth, harmony brings wealth." Everyone turned toward the voice to see an old man in simple attire walking over, steady and full of vigor despite leaning on a dragon-headed cane. Beside him was a pale, frail-looking teenage girl with twin buns in her hair and large, glistening eyes. "It's Elder Gua. Elder Gua, what brings you here?" The nearby mercenaries all straightened up, showing respect to the old man. Even the bald leader's aggressive demeanor softened as he forced a grin. "Elder Gua, you're always so busy, what brings you here today?"
The old man waves dismissively, his gaze sweeping over Jiang Yi and the Rock Mercenary Corps before settling on Jiang Yi with a glint of approval.
I have a personal matter and need some skilled individuals to lend a hand. This young man here, and you gentlemen from the mercenary team, all seem to be capable fighters.
Would you do me the honor? As he spoke, the old man pulled out a golden-edged mission scroll and gently unfurled it. My granddaughter suffers from a rare ailment.
To cure her, we need a spirit herb called the Ice Crystal Orchid, which grows deep in the wild forest outside the city. The journey is perilous, fraught with disaster beasts. I'm willing to offer 5 million Huaxia coins and 5 bottles of Tier 4 potions as compensation for escorting us and assisting in harvesting the herb.
5 million Huaxia coins.
And 5 bottles of Tier 4 potions. The moment these words were spoken, the surrounding mercenaries fell silent for a moment before erupting in astonished murmurs.
Such a reward for an escort mission could already be considered astronomical.
One must know that a grade 6 potion can sell for hundreds of thousands of Huaxia currency on the black market, and even then, it is often unavailable regardless of the price.
The bald leader of the Rock Mercenary Group's eyes instantly lit up with fervor.
Good heavens, this was like a fortune falling right into their laps. He immediately cast aside his earlier grievances with Jiang Yi, rubbing his hands together as he said, "Old Gua, you're too kind.
Being able to serve you is an honor for our mercenary group.
We'll take this mission."
The elderly man smiled faintly and then looked toward Jiang Yi. "What about you, young man? What do you think?"
Jiang Yi glanced at the pale-faced girl, then at the deep affection revealed in Old Gua's eyes, and felt a slight stir in his heart. He had originally planned to head outside the city to hunt monsters and level up. Discovering this mission aligned perfectly with his route and came with lucrative rewards, he thought to himself, why not? The saying goes, a scholar struggles while a warrior thrives. As his cultivation level increased, the resources needed for further advancement would inevitably skyrocket. It was wise to save up early. Moreover, the more people there were in the group, the more beastly threats they would encounter, a perfect opportunity for his Asura sword to shine.
All right, Jiang Yi nodded calmly.
Great. Straightforward. Old Guo beamed, clapping his hands.
In that case, why don't we set off right away? The bald leader chuckled and cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Yi, pretending to be casual as he said to Old Guo, "This kid's skin is smooth and tender.
I'd bet he's just a pretty face with no real skills. Don't let him drag us down later."
Are you sure?
The wilderness forest isn't a safe place. His impression of Jiang Yi was poor, and he seized the chance to mock him. Old Guo, however, paid no mind and smiled.
Ha, an extra person means extra strength.
I sense that this young man is no ordinary individual. Jiang Yi couldn't be bothered to argue with someone like that. He sneered coldly, "Whether I'm useless or not, you'll find out soon enough." The blonde-haired youth wanted to make another sarcastic remark but was silenced by a glare from the bald leader. After all, with Old Guo present and the rewards so enticing, it was unwise to stir up unnecessary trouble. Still, the youth sneered inwardly, thinking, "Let's see how you fare once we reach the wilderness forest, kid." Before long, the group had made their preparations. Old Guo and his granddaughter rode in a heavily armored truck, driven by a mercenary, while Jiang Yi and 4 other mercenary members sat in the back, heading toward the wilderness outside the city. A tense atmosphere filled the truck bed, seemingly foretelling the challenges and opportunities that lay ahead. The vehicle gradually left Jang City and entered the perilous wilderness. The air was thick with the stench of blood and decay. Beyond the safety of the city, the true nature of the group began to reveal itself. The blonde-haired youth and 2 other mercenaries, with sharp, rat-like features, cast lecherous glances at the young girl seated in the back of the truck.
Their vulgar jokes and filthy comments were nauseating.
Despite the truck's high speed and the howling wind, their obscene words still reached everyone's ears. The girl's face grew increasingly pale, her body trembling slightly as she clung tightly to Old Guo's sleeve. Old Guo's face darkened with anger, but he restrained himself, knowing that the mission was not yet complete and his granddaughter's illness still required the assistance of these men.
Jiang Yi's brow furrowed deeper and deeper.
He had intended to stay out of it, but their behavior was utterly repulsive. Even the Asura sword seemed to sense his anger, its blade faintly glowing with blood-red patterns, emitting an icy, murderous aura.
"Shut up!"
Jiang Yi's voice was cold, not loud, but carried a palpable sense of threat.
Ding! Detected that the host's sense of justice is overflowing, though not entirely genuine.
The Asura sword is very interested in the souls of such scum.
Killing intent +5. Even this can increase killing intent? Jiang Yi thought.
It seemed the Asura sword was indeed indiscriminate in its appetite. The blonde-haired youth froze for a moment when Jiang Yi shouted, then flew into a rage.
Along with his 2 companions, he glared menacingly at Jiang Yi. To them, Jiang Yi was just an overconfident rookie. Back at the guild, they had tolerated him out of respect for their leader, but now, in the wilderness, why should they hold back? The bald leader frowned slightly but didn't intervene, clearly allowing the situation to play out. He wanted to see what Jiang Yi was made of. If the kid turned out to be a pushover, he wouldn't hesitate to deal with him harshly. Ha! The blonde-haired youth and his two cronies surrounded Jiang Yi, their faces twisted with malicious grins. Hey, kid, weren't you acting all tough back at the guild? Why so quiet now? The blonde-haired youth jabbed a finger into Jiang Yi's chest, his tone mocking and provocative. Jiang Yi's gaze was calm, even tinged with a hint of pity. He could sense the bloodlust lingering around these men. They had clearly chosen the wrong target. There won't be a second warning. Take responsibility for the consequences, Jiang Yi said flatly. Consequences? Ha ha ha. I'd like to see what consequences you're talking about. The blonde-haired youth let out a strange laugh and swung his fist, the size of a sandbag, straight at Jiang Yi's face. The punch carried a sharp whistle, showing he wasn't holding back. However, the fist froze 3 inches from Jiang Yi's face, unable to move any closer. A strange, slender tendril extended from the tip of Jiang Yi's blade, effortlessly gripping the youth's wrist with an iron grip, as if it were a scalding hot vice. The blonde-haired youth's face twisted in shock. A searing pain shot through his wrist as he tried to pull back, but the strength of his opponent was overwhelming. He couldn't budge an inch. You! He looked at Jiang Yi in terror, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, followed by the youth's agonized scream. His wrist had been forcibly twisted and broken. Ah, my hand! My hand! The blonde-haired youth clutched his fractured wrist, writhing on the ground in excruciating pain. The other two mercenaries, stunned and enraged, drew their weapons and prepared to charge at Jiang Yi. Stop! The bald leader finally spoke, his face dark with anger. He hadn't expected the kid to be so ruthless, and what's more, he hadn't even seen how Jiang Yi had acted. This immediately made him feel threatened. Kid, don't you think you went too far? The bald leader stared at Jiang Yi, his eyes glinting with a murderous light. Jiang Yi shrugged nonchalantly, as if the matter had nothing to do with him. Did you see me make a move? Besides, he attacked first. I was merely defending myself. Is that not allowed? We're outside the city now. He should be glad I didn't kill him outright. Humph. Sharp-tongued brat. The bald leader snorted coldly but refrained from acting. He wasn't confident he could take Jiang Yi down and decided to let it slide. For now. He handed over a healing potion and had his injured subordinate pulled aside for treatment. After all, delaying the mission would only hurt them all. Ding! Host has successfully intimidated the scoundrels. The Asura Sword is very pleased but still hungry. Killing intent plus 50. As night fell, the group finally reached the outskirts of the wilderness forest. Towering ancient trees blotted out the sky, casting the forest floor into shadow. The occasional roars of unknown beasts echoed through the woods, sending chills down their spines. The destination was still half a day's journey away. The truck likely couldn't travel deeper into the forest, which meant they'd need about a full day to reach it. On foot, Old Guo and his granddaughter stepped down from the vehicle. Seeing the tense state of the mercenary group, Old Guo sighed heavily, his expression grim. Everyone, why must it come to this? We haven't even reached the destination yet. If our hearts aren't aligned, perhaps it's better to turn back now. What do you say? There was a trace of frustration in Old Guo's voice, as if he were suppressing his own anger. Wait, Mr. Guo. It's nothing serious. Mercenaries are just like this, bickering over small things. The bald captain, sensing the tension rising, immediately stepped forward to mediate in hopes of easing the atmosphere. The blonde-haired youth, unwilling to show weakness, smiled and quickly assured everyone that he was fine. Young friend, it's normal for young people to be hot-headed, but when you're traveling, you must prioritize the situation. Mr. Guo's voice was deep and resonant, carrying a profound message to Jiang Yi. No need to worry, elder. I understand, Jiang Yi replied, his tone calm and resolute, a trace of determination flickering in his eyes. After this minor conflict, the atmosphere within the team grew increasingly tense, as if a storm was brewing. Although the members of the Rock Mercenary group refrained from further provocations, their gazes toward Jiang Yi were laced with undisguised hostility. Meanwhile, the young girl traveling with them occasionally stole glances at Jiang Yi through the truck window. Her wide eyes shimmered with a mix of curiosity and gratitude, as if she were anticipating something. Let's set up camp here for the night, Mr. Guo said, scanning the surroundings before choosing a relatively open patch of ground. The members of the Rock Mercenary group skillfully cleared an area, lit a bonfire, and began setting up. The bald captain, however, remained vigilant, his eyes darting around before assigning 2 men to take shifts on night watch. A palpable tension hung in the air. As night deepened, the forest grew eerily silent. Only the crackling of the bonfire and the occasional chirping of insects broke the stillness, their sounds unusually piercing. Jang sat cross-legged under a large tree, his eyes closed in meditation. The Asura sword rested horizontally on his knees, its blood-red patterns appearing to flow like liquid under the firelight. He could feel the dense aura of disaster beasts permeating the forest, which only seemed to excite the Asura sword further. Suddenly, faint rustling noises reached his ears, growing steadily closer. The tall, skinny mercenary on night watch sprang to his feet, alert. His vigilance was met with the eerie glow of numerous green eyes flickering in the darkness. Wolves! It's wind demon wolves, the mercenary cried out, his voice trembling with fear. His face turned ashen in an instant. A series of chilling howls echoed one after another, and dozens of wind demon wolves, their agile bodies covered in grayish-blue fur, burst out from the darkness, surrounding the camp in no time. Each of these wolves was the size of a young calf, with razor-sharp fangs and ferocious eyes, clearly the predators they had become after enduring a prolonged hunger. "Prepare for battle," the bald captain shouted, his face darkening as his voice thundered with determination and fiery resolve. He had not expected to encounter such a large wolf pack here, at least 20 or 30 of them, including several elite wolves exuding formidable auras. The threat was immense. The members of the Rock Mercenary group quickly summoned their spirit weapons, forming a defensive circle with their backs to one another, shielding Mr. Guo and the girl in the center. While Mr. Guo's expression was grave, he remained composed, a testament to his seasoned experience. The young girl, however, was visibly panicked, still grappling with the terrifying scene before her. These beasts. Good. I needed something to vent my anger on. The blonde-haired youth, whose wrist Zhang Yi had previously broken, now gripped a short blade, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust as he sought to unleash his fury on the wolves. At the captain's command, he charged at one of the larger wind demon wolves, his mountain-splitting blade glinting coldly. It was clearly a high-quality spirit weapon. Zhang Yi slowly rose to his feet, the Asura sword emitting a faint humming sound, its excitement palpable. Dinner time. The wind demon wolves were incredibly fast, capable of spitting powerful wind orbs from their mouths, and their claws carried a wind-based, tearing effect. Their pack tactics made them extremely dangerous, even high-level spirit warriors dared not provoke them lightly. Despite their rich combat experience, the mercenaries found themselves struggling under the relentless assault of the wolf pack. 1. Mercenary, unable to evade in time, was bitten on the thigh by a wolf, causing blood to gush out as his agonized screams filled the air. Third brother, the bald captain roared, slashing the wolf off with all his might. Yet more wolves surged forward, undeterred by fear or death. "Captain! There are too many. We can't hold them off much longer," another mercenary shouted, his arm slashed to the bone by a wolf's claws, blood streaming profusely. The bald captain's heart sank. He hadn't anticipated the wolf pack to be this relentless, and their numbers only seemed to grow. It was clear they would eventually be overwhelmed. Just then, his eyes flicked to Zhang Yi, and a sinister thought crossed his mind. Perfect opportunity, the captain cursed inwardly, hatching a plan. While fending off the wolves' attacks, he began to herd the pack toward Zhang Yi's direction. "Brothers, drive the wolves that way. Toward that guy." He calculated that dragging Zhang Yi into the chaos might distract the wolves, buying them some breathing room. If Zhang Yi were to be torn apart by the wolves, it would also serve as payback for their earlier humiliation. The other mercenaries quickly caught on and, with feigned moves, began guiding the wolves toward Zhang Yi. Several of the beasts, unable to break through the mercenaries' defenses, shifted their attention to Zhang Yi, who appeared to be a lower-level target, and charged at him with furious howls. The girl on the truck gasped in alarm at the sight. Mr. Guo also cursed the mercenaries' dishonorable tactics under his breath. Yet, faced with the oncoming wolves, Zhang Yi remained unflinching. He lowered his head, let out a cold snort, and curved his lips into an icy smirk. Warm up over. At last, he entered his true combat state. In a flash, his figure blurred, leaving only an afterimage behind as he appeared amidst the wolf pack. The Asura sword was already in his hand, moving like a phantom. There were no earth-shattering displays of power or dazzling techniques, only streaks of crimson blade light, impossibly fast. Swish! 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 The blade light flashed, and blood sprayed. The ferocious wind demon wolves, so terrifying to others, became helpless lambs before Zhang Yi. His strikes were so swift that the beasts couldn't even react. Some didn't even have time to howl before they were cut down in a single blow. Jiang Yi moved through the wolf pack as if strolling leisurely. Each swing of his blade felled a wolf. The killing intent emanating from him grew stronger with each passing moment, and the Asura sword hummed louder, its blood patterns glowing blindingly bright. Ding! Host has killed a wind wolf. Killing intent plus 20. Asura satisfaction plus 1%. Ding! Host has killed an elite wind demon wolf. Killing intent plus 50. Asura satisfaction plus 2%. Ding! Host has killed a wind howl wolf. Killing intent plus 30. Asura satisfaction plus 1%. The system notifications flooded Jiang Yi's mind as the Asura sword greedily absorbed the souls and killing intent escaping from the slain beasts, growing increasingly powerful and ecstatic. In just a matter of seconds, over half of the wolves that had encircled the camp had fallen. Everyone was left dumbfounded, staring in shock as if they had just witnessed a ghost. This can't be human, the blonde-haired youth stammered, clutching his injured wrist. He had been plotting to take revenge on Jiang Yi tonight, but now, that thought seemed utterly laughable. Jiang Yi hadn't even considered them worthy of his attention. The bald captain was utterly terrified in his heart. He prided himself on being not weak, but in the face of such a massive wolf pack, he could barely hold his own. Yet Jiang Yi cleaved through the wolves as if chopping vegetables, his movements flowing effortlessly like a painting. This guy's power had clearly surpassed the silver rank by far. Elder Guo and the young girl were equally shocked. Initially, they had only thought Jiang Yi had an extraordinary aura. They never imagined he was this strong. The girl's small lips parted slightly, her gaze toward Jiang Yi sparkling with awe. At this moment, an even sharper, more vicious wolf howl echoed from deep within the forest. With this howl came a wave of immense pressure that swept over the area. From the shadows emerged a massive wolf, nearly twice the size of an ordinary wind wolf. Its fur was a deep, ominous shade of dark green, and a single horn protruded from its forehead. Its eyes brimmed with intelligence and cruelty. It was unmistakably a leader-tier wind demon wolf king. The moment the wolf king appeared, the remaining wind wolves cowered on the ground, trembling in fear. Not good. It's the wolf king. The bald captain's face turned ashen. We're in big trouble now. Before his words even finished, the wolf king moved. Its speed was as fast as lightning, leaving a dark green blur in its wake as it pounced on an injured mercenary from the rock-solid mercenary group. The mercenary could only let out a short, pained scream before the wolf king's jaws clamped onto his throat, severing it in one bite. Blood sprayed everywhere. Immediately afterward, the wind blade wolf king, like a tiger leaping into a flock of sheep, lunged at another mercenary. The second mercenary, overwhelmed with terror, raised his blade to block, but his weapon snapped like paper under the wolf king's claws. The wolf king then opened its massive jaws and bit off half the mercenary's body, swallowing it whole. In the blink of an eye, all of the rock-solid mercenaries, save for the bald captain and the injured blonde-haired youth, had been slaughtered by the wolf king. The bald captain was completely panicked. He knew they had absolutely no chance against this leader-tier wolf king. Who would want to die for this job? Escape. He had to escape. But the money, he couldn't let it go. Even if he had to take less, he couldn't leave empty-handed. A crazed look flashed in his eyes as he suddenly turned, grabbed the young girl hiding in the vehicle, and drew his blade with a fierce shout. Old man! If you don't want your granddaughter to die, have that brat hold off this beast. Otherwise, I'll kill her first. You dare? Elder Guo, both terrified and enraged, struck the bald captain's arm with his cane. However, the cramped space inside the vehicle made it impossible for him to exert much force. Just as the bald captain was about to pull the girl out of the car, an invisible, almost tangible wave of terrifying killing intent crashed into his mental sea like a thunderclap. Ugh! The bald captain felt as if his head had been struck by an invisible giant hammer. His vision blackened, and a groan of agony escaped his lips. Blood began to flow from his 7 orifices as he staggered backward. This was all Jiang Yi's doing. At the critical moment, he unleashed a chilling killing intent condensed into a powerful mental assault, devastating the bald captain's psyche. In the instant the bald captain's mind faltered, Jiang Yi appeared before him like a ghost, wearing a fanatical and mocking smile. In the next moment, the Wind Wolf King lunged like a bolt of lightning. It didn't choose to attack Jiang Yi, who appeared stronger, but instead seized the opportunity to pounce on the bald captain. No! The bald captain let out a despairing scream, but it was already too late. The sickening sound of bones cracking echoed through the air. The silver-ranked Tier 3 captain of the rock-solid mercenary group was powerless to resist as the Wolf King snapped his neck, his body crumpling lifelessly to the ground, his eyes filled with indignation and terror. The Asura sword slowly floated back into Jang Ye's hand, the blood-red patterns on its blade glowing faintly, as if still hungry. The Wolf King licked its lips and turned to Jang Ye, its eyes shining with excitement. Looks like the real challenge has arrived. The Wind Wolf King, having effortlessly dispatched the bald captain, let a trace of bloodlust flicker through its dark green pupils. It twisted its body, arched its back, and its cold, savage beast eyes locked onto the last few living humans. The only surviving mercenary was the blonde-haired youth, who had already fainted on the ground, his lower body soaked in excrement and urine. The Wolf King evidently had no interest in such a coward. Letting out a low growl, it began pacing slowly, its full focus now on Jang Ye. It could sense an aura from Jang Ye that both intimidated and excited it. This human before it was the strongest prey it had encountered tonight. And it was this level of prey that made its beastly instincts even wilder. Elder Guo rolled up the car windows entirely, his face heavy with concern as he watched the standoff between man and wolf. His palms were already drenched in sweat. He knew that the battle to come would decide all of their fates. Still not satisfied, huh? Jang Ye sighed with a wry smile. The Asura sword in his hand trembled faintly, as if it too craved the Wolf King's purer essence and killing aura. The earlier slaughter of the ordinary wind wolves had somewhat sated the sword's hunger, but only just. Ding! Host's accumulated killing intent points have reached 1,500. Asura sword satisfaction, 15%. Would you like to consume 500 killing intent points to enhance the weapon? Enhance! Jang Ye decisively commanded in his mind. Ding! Spirit weapon enhancement in progress, enhancement successful. Asura sword grade upgraded. LV2. Attributes, Soul Devour, enhanced, Armor Piercing, enhanced, Razor Edge, enhanced. New attribute added, Blood Drain. Attacks that hit the target will siphon a small amount of vitality to heal the host and inflict a bleeding effect on the target. A surge of even greater power flowed from the Asura sword into Jang Ye's body. He could feel his connection with the sword growing deeper. The blood-red patterns on its blade darkened and became more sinister, exuding an even more menacing aura. Oh, the Windblade Wolf King seemed to sense the change in Jang Ye's energy. It let out a low, guttural roar and suddenly leapt forward with explosive force. Its body turned into a dark green blur, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle as it charged straight at Jang Ye. Its razor-sharp claws slashed through the air, leaving streaks of green light aimed directly at Jang Ye. Facing the Wolf King's ferocious assault, Jang Ye didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced, his footsteps flowing like water. His figure flickered like a phantom, effortlessly dodging the Wolf King's frontal attack. Too slow. Jang Ye chuckled mockingly. The Wolf King, missing its mark, showed a brief flash of confusion in its eyes. But as a leader-tier beast, it was experienced in battle. It quickly twisted its body, and its tail, bristling with spines, lashed out. Like a steel whip, aiming for Jang Ye's flank. However, Jang Ye was faster. With a flick of his wrist, the Asura sword traced an eerie arc, striking with precision toward the Wolf King's relatively vulnerable neck. Slash! This strike carried no earth-shattering force, but it was supremely fast and ruthlessly accurate. The sword's glimmer seemed to tear a faint crack in the space it passed through. Thud! The dull sound of blade meeting flesh echoed. The Windblade Wolf King's massive tail whip attack abruptly ceased. Its enormous body froze in place as a thin line of blood slowly emerged on its neck, rapidly widening. The Wolf King let out a few unintelligible gurgles, its dark green pupils filled with disbelief and terror. It couldn't comprehend how this human could be so fast, his sword so sharp, and his strikes so vicious. In the next instant, the massive wolf head soared into the air, blood gushing like a fountain from its neck, drenching the grass around it. One strike. Just one strike. The once mighty and fearsome Windblade Wolf King was decapitated by Jang Ye with a single sword stroke. Its colossal, headless body swayed for a moment before crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ding! The host successfully slew the leader-class Wind Wolf King. Killing aura plus 800. Asura sword satisfaction plus 10%. The Asura sword finally had a great feast. Host level breakthrough, bronze rank, tier 4. Ding! The Asura sword has devoured the Wolf King's essence and is evolving. Evolution successful. New trait acquired, Intimidation, creates a mental suppression effect on beings of lower rank than itself. The entire scene instantly plunged into a stunned silence. Elder Guo and the young girl stood there with their mouths agape, hardly daring to believe their eyes. They had anticipated that Jang Ye was strong, but they never imagined he was this strong. That was a leader-class Wind Wolf King. A creature comparable to a high-tier silver or even early-tier gold-level spirit warrior.
yet he had slain it with a single strike. Zhang Yi slowly sheathed his sword. The blood on the blade was absorbed into the weapon itself, and in an instant, it regained its crimson luster. A surge of exhilaration filled his heart, an uncontrollable fervor boiling within him. Tonight, he was not just a hunter, he was a god of war. He could feel it, the newly evolved Asura Sword's power had skyrocketed once again, seeming to brim with boundless energy. At the same time, the insatiable hunger within the blade had been immensely satisfied. The bronze-ranked tier 4 strength surging in his body brought him unparalleled joy, as though resonating with the fire in his soul. Phew! Zhang Yi exhaled a long breath of turbid air, savoring the newfound power coursing through him. He was utterly satisfied. This trip into the wilderness had been a jackpot, brimming with unexpected surprises. Turning around, he faced the shocked grandfather and granddaughter duo, as well as the yellow-haired youth who was nearly paralyzed with fear. A faint, amused smile tugged at his lips. The crisis has been resolved. Elder Gua snapped back to reality, taking a deep breath to steady his overwhelming emotions. He hurriedly got out of the vehicle and bowed deeply to Zhang Yi. Young friend, words cannot express my gratitude. Had you not intervened today, my granddaughter and I. It's truly too terrifying to even imagine. There's no need to be so formal, Elder Gua. I was just doing my job, Zhang Yi replied casually, waving his hand dismissively. His gaze then shifted to the yellow-haired youth, whose face was pale with terror. Sensing the gravity of the situation, the young man timidly got to his feet, his eyes filled with dread. "B-boss, please spare me. I didn't recognize who you were and acted foolishly. Please, have mercy and let me go." He scrambled to his knees, kowtowing desperately. Regret consumed him. If he had known Zhang Yi was this formidable, he wouldn't have dared provoke him even if given 100 chances. Zhang Yi glanced at the man's pitiful state, a flicker of disdain flashing through his eyes. He couldn't be bothered to deal with such a cowardly opportunist. Since the man's arm was already injured and his leg fractured, making escape impossible, Zhang Yi chose not to dirty his hands further. With a casual kick, he sent the coward tumbling into the depths of the forest, leaving him to the mercy of the few surviving wolf pups who would no doubt return to feast upon the offering. The young girl stared at Zhang Yi, her eyes sparkling with admiration as though he were a hero straight out of her fantasies. Seeing her expression, a warm feeling bloomed in Zhang Yi's heart. He gave a faint smile. Receiving this kind of admiration wasn't a bad feeling at all. Elder Gua's gaze at Zhang Yi was complex, filled with gratitude, awe, and deep appreciation. Over his long life, he had encountered countless individuals, but a young man like Zhang Yi, possessing such strength and composure at his age, was an absolute rarity. This youth was no ordinary talent, his future held limitless possibilities. After a moment of hesitation, Elder Gua solemnly retrieved a meticulously crafted black business card from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Yi. "Young friend, this is my card. I am Gua Huaid, Deputy Director of Administration for Jiang City's Spirit Martial Bureau. Today, my granddaughter and I owe you our lives. This is a debt I will never forget." The Deputy Director of the Spirit Martial Bureau? Zhang Yi was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected this seemingly unassuming elder to hold such a prestigious position. Though administrative roles weren't particularly high-ranking in this era of might makes right, the Spirit Martial Bureau was humanity's supreme governing alliance. Even their lowest-ranking clerks commanded respect, explaining why the mercenaries had treated him so deferentially. Zhang Yi accepted the card, noting the bold golden text, address, and contact number embossed on it. "This place isn't safe. We should locate the ice crystal orchid and return to Jiang City as soon as possible," Elder Gua suggested. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. Though the Wolf King was dead, the forest remained fraught with danger. Following Elder Gua's guidance, they soon discovered several plants emitting a faint blue glow, as if carved from ice crystal, nestled in a hidden crevice along a cliffside. They were indeed the ice crystal orchids they sought. The trio quickly harvested the spiritual herbs and, without lingering, began their journey back to Jiang City under the cover of night. As for everyone else beyond the city walls, their fate was their own to bear, none of Jiang Yi's concern. By the time dawn broke, the three had safely returned to Jiang City. This marked Zhang Yi's first commission, and it had been a major one. Though it had been perilous, they had managed to survive unscathed. Once in the city, the grandfather-granddaughter duo insisted on treating Zhang Yi to a hearty meal as thanks. Unable to refuse their hospitality, Zhang Yi agreed. After all, they had paid him for his services, and he had put in the effort, even saving their lives. A meal was hardly an unreasonable gesture. As steaming dishes began to fill the table, Zhang Yi dug in without hesitation.
Using the Asura sword had taken a significant toll on both his physical and mental energy, and now that he could relax, he didn't hold back. Elder Gua observed the young man with a faint smile, while the girl couldn't help but giggle at the stark contrast between his voracious eating and his earlier heroic demeanor. "Young friend, with your extraordinary strength, are you content to remain a mere mercenary?" Elder Gua inquired. Zhang Yi didn't answer immediately, instead savoring a mouthful of chicken fried rice. "Heh, when someone comes to you with a request, the key is to play it cool. The more eager you seem, the more leverage you lose. The best approach was to act oblivious. I have a rather bold request," Elder Gua continued, his tone carrying a hint of intrigue. "Would you be interested in visiting the Spirit Marshal Bureau tomorrow for a more in-depth discussion?" The girl quickly pulled out her phone, her fingers flying across the screen. Moments later, Zhang Yi's phone began buzzing incessantly with notifications, as though heralding some monumental event. Glancing at his account, Zhang Yi was stunned to see the numbers skyrocketing before his eyes. 5 million? No, it was a full 8 million. 8 million. The figure echoed in Zhang Yi's mind, leaving him in disbelief. His heart pounded as though it might leap out of his chest. Was this elderly man really just an administrative officer? How could he be so generous? Additional resource rewards will be deposited into your personal resource storage account. Consider the extra 3 million as a token of gratitude for saving our lives. Thank you, young friend, Elder Gua said warmly, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Staring at the astronomical sum in his account, Zhang Yi felt a whirlwind of emotions. Never in his life had he dared to dream of such wealth. This was a number he wouldn't even use in a cheat code in a video game. His voice trembled slightly as he responded, "Cough, cough. Just tell me what you need. I'll do my best." What was this old man's plan? Was he interested in Zhang Yi's potential, genuinely appreciative, or harboring ulterior motives? The truth remained uncertain, as did the future. For now, however, one thing was clear: the 8 million in his account was real. Zhang Yi wasn't about to feign ignorance. Whatever came his way, he'd face it head on. After expressing his gratitude once more, Elder Gua set a specific meeting time and hurried off to tend to his granddaughter's illness. Zhang Yi watched them depart, the black business card clutched in his hand. A subtle, enigmatic smile played on his lips. He silently vowed to push himself harder, to aim higher, and to step boldly toward greater ambitions. "Wow, it's time to go home and share the good news with Dad, Sis, and Little Sis," Zhang Yi exclaimed excitedly, his heart brimming with anticipation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden achievement. Grateful heart, not really. You have gained the recognition of mid and high-level personnel in the Lingwu division. Reward, killing intent points plus 500. The system's notification chimed, and Zhang Yi's eyes lit up. The boost in killing intent points filled him with immense exhilaration. System has unlocked a new module, Marketplace, where various intelligence and information can be bought or sold. Suddenly, the Marketplace feature was activated, which was absolutely fantastic news. Zhang Yi couldn't wait to open the Marketplace. Before his eyes appeared an array of potions, elixirs, and even special armor and protective gear, dazzling him with options. However, the prices were a bit steep. Zhang Yi decided to save up his killing intent points for now, realizing that spending them recklessly wouldn't be worth it. He thought to himself that the warm 8 million in his card was very real, and today, he would indulge himself thoroughly. Letting go of his concerns, he began his journey of luxury. Delicious food, fun toys, attractive items, and practical tools, he gathered them all, clearing out his shopping cart in no time. After a morning of frenzied shopping, Zhang Yi carried large bags and small packages as he walked into his neighborhood. Neighbors passing by immediately recognized him. Look, look! Isn't that the Jang family's boy? Yes, the one who's smart, handsome, but whose girlfriend was just awful. Hearing the neighbors' chatter, Zhang Yi felt a wave of warmth in his heart. He silently vowed to live a vibrant, outstanding life from now on. Humming a cheerful tune, Zhang Yi arrived at his doorstep and knocked lightly on the door. "Sis, little sis, Dad. I'm home." The door opened, but no one came out to greet him. Instead, a large doll came flying toward him. Zhang Yi dodged swiftly, and then a little girl with twin ponytails appeared in the doorway, her face full of anger. "Big brother, where were you all night? Did you go see that woman again?" His younger sister Jiang Jilian stormed forward, puffing her cheeks, and raised her small fists to punch his stomach. "Ow, ow, don't hit me. I've cut ties with that woman, it's over." Zhang Yi dodged while trying to reassure her. His sister's suspicion caught him off guard, but it also warmed his heart. "Here, this is a gift for you." He handed over a delicate teddy bear. Surprised and delighted, his sister hugged the teddy bear tightly, rubbing her cheek against it. "Big brother, did you strike it rich? This teddy bear must cost at least a few thousand. You really bought it for me?" Zhang Jilian's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Of course. It's in your hands, isn't it? If you want anything in the future, just tell me, and I'll get it for you right away." Zhang Yi's bold declaration left his sister feeling a mix of unfamiliarity, amusement, and curiosity. "Xiao Yi is back. Where were you all night yesterday? It's almost noon." At that moment, Zhang Yi's father stepped out, his face full of concern. Zhang Yi felt a surge of warmth in his heart. This was what home felt like. A gentle and graceful woman with delicate features peeked out from inside the house. Seeing Zhang Yi return, she immediately ran up to him, her face filled with worry. "You brat, are you okay? I saw the live stream about Lu Ruyan, I know everything." "I'm fine, sis. It's all in the past now. We need to look forward." Zhang Yi held his elder sister's hands, speaking patiently. Then, he pulled out a set of exquisite clothing and makeup from his bag, his gaze resolute. Their mother had passed away early due to complications during his younger sister's birth. As the eldest, Zhang Yunhua had taken on the role of mother, caring for her younger siblings. She sighed emotionally. "Xiao Yi, how much did all this cost?" "It's too expensive. Shouldn't we return it?" Looking at the dazzling array of cosmetics and high-end fabrics, even though they were gifts from her younger brother, she couldn't help but feel the pinch of their price. "Sis, trust me. You don't need to work so hard anymore. I'll earn the money and provide for you all. All you need to do is take care of little sis and dad." Zhang Yi's tone was firm, as if he had carefully planned everything. At that moment, their father, Zhang Haitian, who had been napping, was awakened by the commotion. Stretching lazily, he grumbled, "Oh, you noisy little brats. I just got off a night shift and was trying to catch up on sleep. Can't you keep it down?" Seeing his children holding gifts, Zhang Haitian's heart stirred. Could it be? "Brat, I saw the live stream yesterday, but after the signal cut off, I didn't know what happened." "What's the situation with that woman?" Zhang Yi smiled faintly, his gaze firm. He slowly walked toward his father and then dropped to his knees with a thud. The other three were instantly dumbfounded. "Dad! I'm sorry." Zhang Yi's voice was sonorous and powerful. "All these years, because of my romantic entanglements, I've made you, sis, and little sis unhappy. You tried to advise me, but I wouldn't listen. I thought my pure love could change her. You saw the livestream, right? I've come to realize that this kind of pitiful love is too cheap. Too pathetic. Now, I'm formally and earnestly telling you, I've broken up. It's over, and there's no going back." Zhang Yi's voice echoed in the room as if declaring a fresh start. "Ah!" Zhang Haitian was stunned. This was the first time his son had spoken to him so solemnly and seriously. "And one more thing." Zhang Yi's lips twitched, his emotions surging. He pulled out his phone, tapped a few times, and soon the other three received notifications on their own phones. "Ah!" his younger sister exclaimed. "No way, is this number right? My math isn't great, someone help me count." His elder sister was dumbfounded. Even if I were promoted to the director of a top research department, I couldn't earn this much in a year." Their father, on the other hand, was utterly shocked. "Honey, am I coming to join you? Or am I just dreaming?" Zhang Yi had transferred 2 million yuan to each of them. He also paid off all the family's mortgages, loans, and insurance premiums in one go. Now, the family could finally live comfortably and enjoy life. "Wait, breaking up can make you rich?" The three exclaimed in unison, shocked while also intrigued by this twist of fate. Zhang Yi chuckled and stood up, patting the dust off his knees. Looking at the black and white photo hanging in the center of the living room, he spoke with determination, "Mom, rest assured. From now on, this family has me." The next day, Zhang Yi followed the address on the business card and arrived at the Lingwu Division office building in Jang City. Unlike ordinary administrative offices, most of the people coming and going here had a composed demeanor and sharp eyes, clearly all skilled in spiritual martial arts. After passing identity verification and security checks at the entrance, Zhang Yi was courteously escorted by an office staff member to Guo Huaida's office. Guo's office exuded an air of scholarly elegance. The bookshelves were filled with various classics and documents, and the faint aromas of tea and ink lingered in the air. "Young friend, you're here. Please, have a seat," Elder Guo greeted warmly, rising from his desk where he had been reviewing documents. Seeing Zhang Yi enter, he immediately stood up to welcome him with a kind smile. Today, Elder Guo was dressed in a well-fitted Zhongshan suit. His spirits seemed high, exuding an aura of authority,
as if he had fully recovered from yesterday's disheveled state. Elder Gua, you're too polite. Zhang Yi nodded slightly, taking his seat on the guest sofa. His gaze was resolute. Thanks to your help in retrieving the ice crystal orchid in time, the situation has stabilized. Elder Gua personally poured Zhang Yi a cup of tea, his tone filled with gratitude. It was a trivial effort, there's no need to dwell on it, Elder Gua. May I ask why you've invited me here today? Zhang Yi got straight to the point, disliking unnecessary pleasantries. Elder Gua set down the teacup, his expression turning serious. To be honest, I do have something to discuss with you. Are you aware that the annual martial arts tournament is about to begin? Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. He had heard of the name before, but ever since awakening his fruit knife spirit weapon, he had paid little attention to such events, focusing entirely on cultural assessments. I've seen it mentioned online. It seems quite popular, I know a little about it. This tournament was the largest and most prestigious competition for young spirit weapon wielders in all of Huaxia, designed to select the most elite and outstanding talents from cities across the nation. Good, Elder Gui nodded, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. The martial arts tournament is not only a stage for young spirit weapon users to make their mark but also critical for another reason. During the tournament, the spirit weapon ranking is updated in real time. Anyone who breaks into the top ranks of the spirit weapon ranking will gain unimaginable status, power, wealth, and access to the nation's top-tier cultivation resources. Elder Gui's voice grew increasingly impassioned, as if painting a radiant picture of the future. Furthermore, those who perform exceptionally well will have the chance to be recruited into one of the two most elite spirit weapon special forces, Supreme Will and the Sweepers. These are honors and opportunities countless spirit weapon users dream of. Even the generous tournament prize money alone makes it worth competing. Zhang Yi's heart jolted at these words, his eyes lighting up instantly. The thought of the 8 million yuan bounty he had recently earned gave him a taste of financial freedom, slightly easing his feelings of guilt toward his family. Yet, the harrowing battle he had experienced and the evolution of the Asura Sword had ignited within him an unparalleled thirst for power. Originally, he had planned to score high on cultural exams, find an easy job, and live a quiet life taking care of his family. But now, with the system and the Asura Sword, what did he have to fear? Fear a pineapple? Absolutely not. The ambition to improve and the longing for victory burned fiercely in his heart. He no longer wished to remain unnoticed or to be looked down upon. Elder Gua, as the deputy director of the Spirit Weapon Bureau, I doubt you'd bring this up without a reason. Zhang Yi set down his teacup, his gaze sharp as a blade, piercing through Elder Gua. There must be more to your invitation today than just educating me about the martial arts tournament. A hint of admiration flickered in Elder Gua's eyes. He silently commended Zhang Yi. This young man is indeed extraordinary. After a brief pause, Elder Gua finally spoke. Straightforward and direct. Very well, I won't beat around the bush. Zhang City, and even the entirety of Huaxia and the World Federation, may appear peaceful on the surface, but beneath lies a current full of turbulence. While Huaxia's front lines are relatively stable, the situation in other nations grows increasingly dire. Mutated disaster beasts are becoming more frenzied and violent. They're evolving. No spirit weapon user can remain unaffected by these events. This concerns the fate of humanity, it's of utmost importance. Is that so? Zhang Yi's interest was piqued, a trace of vigilance flashing through his mind. However, Elder Gui's tone deepened, carrying a grave weight. The Spirit Weapon Bureau is not a monolithic entity. Some high-ranking officials have been corrupted by greed and have colluded with alien races. They seek to destabilize the nation, destroy the foundation of humanity, and drag the entire world into an abyss. Zhang Yi's pupils contracted. This news was so shocking that alarm bells rang loudly in his mind. The alien nether race must not be allowed to exist. They were undoubtedly humanity's mortal enemies. To think that traitors within the Bureau's upper ranks were colluding with them, it was utterly appalling. As the deputy director, I have been secretly investigating these traitors for years, but my authority is limited. I am powerless to turn the tide. Elder Gua's eyes reflected exhaustion and helplessness. Zhang City may not be a core metropolis, and our reserve of top-tier talent is relatively sparse. Many tasks are easier said than done. He turned to Zhang Yi, his gaze filled with expectation. You, young friend, are so young yet have already demonstrated such remarkable strength and character. You are truly a dragon among men. I hope you will participate in this martial arts tournament, showcase your brilliance, break into the spirit weapon rankings, and strive to join either Supreme Will or the Sweepers. Zhang Yi smiled faintly, now fully understanding Elder Gua's intentions. This old fox had seen his potential and wanted to groom him as a critical piece in the grand chess game. It would not only solve Elder Guo's own troubles but also pave a broader path for Zhang Yi.
And what's in it for me? Zhang Yi asked calmly.
Nice words alone weren't enough to tempt him. He wouldn't take the bait so easily.
Of course, aside from the fame and resources the martial arts tournament offers, I am willing to grant you a personal favor. If you're interested, I can use some of my authority to provide you with benefits.
For example, within the bounds of the rules, I can gift you property or allow you to purchase it at the steepest discounts. Elder Guo smiled knowingly, a glint of wisdom in his eyes.
What? Free property?
Zhang Yi nearly exclaimed aloud but managed to restrain himself, though his excited gaze betrayed him. Elder Guo seemed to pick up on Zhang Yi's desire and added, and I'm not just talking about one property.
There's no limit on quantity.
Whatever you like, feel free to choose.
What? Does that mean even an entire building is up for grabs? Property. And not just any property, this was property promised by the Spirit Weapon Bureau. Certainly not some shoddy, unfinished junk.
These would be prime location, high-end apartments or villas in bustling city centers, complete with excellent transportation, top-notch infrastructure, and impeccable property management. Even top-tier talents and high-ranking spirit weapon users had to enter lotteries or queue in line for such opportunities.
And now, Zhang Yi could choose freely, with no restrictions? Deputy Director, oh Deputy Director, you certainly wield quite some power. The terms Elder Guo offered were simply too tempting. How could anyone resist? After all, what Huaxia native didn't dream of owning their own home?
Beyond the ancestral house in their hometown, most parents had to scrimp and save for half their lives just to barely pay off a mortgage. It was a grueling ordeal. While Zhang Yi knew he could eventually save enough money, it would take time.
And 8 million yuan windfalls weren't an everyday occurrence.
Right now, after dividing his recent earnings, he had only 2 million left.
That was far from sufficient, and with future realm advancements, the resources required for cultivation would only increase. Even with the system, the basic consumption wouldn't be negligible.
He had previously dismissed the idea of participating in the martial arts tournament, but now he needed to reconsider carefully.
With the Deputy Director's covert support, things would undoubtedly go much smoother.
As for rooting out the mole, it aligned perfectly with his goals. He needed killing in 10 points, and those traitors and heretics of the Nether Clan were undoubtedly the best nourishment.
Ding!
Host has triggered a hidden storyline of the world's deeper secrets, the shadows of Lingwu Division.
Will you accept Guo Huaida's olive branch? Option 1, accept.
Reward, plus 1000 killing in 10 points, unlock Guo Huaida's favorability, friendly, and initiate the path of the hidden dragon.
Option 2, refuse. Reward, none. Guo Huaida's favorability, disappointed. Option 3, feign compliance, play for time, remain undecided. Reward, a small amount of killing in 10 points.
Guo Huaida's favorability, wary. Well, this choice is quite interesting. Zhang Yi chuckled to himself.
I accept.
Zhang Yi raised his head, his gaze firm. But let me make it clear, my agreement isn't solely because of what you're offering me. As a spiritual warrior of China's new era, I have the duty and responsibility to step up. I will participate in the martial arts tournament, and I will also do my best to assist you in uncovering the mole.
However, old Guo, you know my temperament. I stick to my word and don't tolerate nonsense. But let me put it out there first, I'm not used to anyone dictating my actions. Good.
Rest assured, this old man, will never interfere with your actions. Guo Huai laughed heartily, a great weight visibly lifted from his heart.
We can discuss the specifics in detail later. It's getting late today. How about coming over to my place for a meal? We can chat while we eat. My granddaughter was just talking about thanking you in person yesterday.
Zhang Yi was about to decline when the office door was gently pushed open.
A delicate figure peeked in. It was the young girl from the previous day.
She had changed into a light yellow long dress, which made her look even more youthful and lively.
Xiao's here. Let me introduce you, this is my granddaughter, Guo Xiao. You two met yesterday. Grandpa, are you done talking?
Guo Xiao blinked her big eyes, and when she saw Zhang Yi, a happy smile spread across her face.
Are you coming over to our house for dinner? My sister made a lot of delicious food, and she wants to meet you too.
Well, Zhang Yi hesitated, feeling a bit awkward at the girl's expectant gaze.
Then I'll take you up on the offer. Let's go.
The three of them left the Lingwu Division building together. Guo Huai was in an obviously good mood, chatting with Zhang Yi along the way about the quirks of Zhang City's spiritual martial arts circle and some hidden secrets.
Before long, they arrived at Guo Huaida's residential complex.
The residential complex, called Hanlin Elegant Garden, was quite renowned in Zhang City as a high-end villa district. The surroundings were serene, clean, and well-maintained, a testament to the excellent property management. However, as they approached the entrance of the complex, they found it blocked by a crowd of people, tightly packed. Many were holding up phones as if live streaming. Countless cameras were aimed at the commotion in the center, with a cacophony of chatter, accusations, and jeers blending into an ear-splitting noise. Faintly, amidst the chaos, angry shouts and cries could be heard. "What's going on?" Gua Huaid frowned, his expression darkening. The usual tranquil and harmonious atmosphere was completely shattered. At this moment, the entrance to the residential complex was a chaotic mess. "Gua Huaid, you old scoundrel! You've taken lives without a care. Give me back my brother's life." A piercing scream cut through the crowd, its clarity striking. Gua Huaid's face changed as he quickly stepped forward. Zhang Yi and Gua Xiaoxiao followed closely behind. Pushing through the crowd of onlookers, the scene before them made Gua Xiaoxiao gasp in shock. Unconsciously, she grabbed Zhang Yi's sleeve. At the security booth near the entrance, several security guards were desperately trying to maintain order, but they were clearly overwhelmed. In front of them, a delicate girl in pale blue pajamas, looking haggard, was surrounded by a group of burly men. The girl appeared to be about 18, her facial features bearing some resemblance to Gua Xiaoxiao's, but she seemed more fragile. She bit her lip, tears brimming in her eyes, yet she stubbornly stood her ground, blocking the burly men from entering the complex. Beside her, a few individuals who appeared to be Gua family guards were also grappling with the burly men, creating a tense standoff. "Stop!" Gua Huaid's deep voice rang out, not loud but carrying an undeniable authority. The chaotic crowd instantly quieted slightly, all eyes turning toward him. "Grandpa!" The frail girl, upon seeing Gua Huaid, seemed to have found her anchor. She couldn't hold back her tears anymore, and they streamed down her face. They're accusing you of causing the death of the Rock Mercenary group members and demanding your life in return." Zhang Ye's gaze swept over the scene, immediately recognizing the attire of the troublemaking burly men. They were members of the Rock Mercenary group. In the midst of their group lay a nearly mangled skeleton, its decayed face still twisted in a grotesque expression. Seeing the state of the corpse, Zhang Ye's mouth twitched slightly. Oh boy, wasn't that the yellow-haired mercenary he had kicked into the bushes, torn apart by wolves? And now they'd managed to retrieve it and bring it back to the city. Truly a bizarre stroke of luck. "Gua Huaid, you've finally shown yourself." A burly middle-aged man with a scarred face stepped out from the crowd, pointing at Gua Huaid and shouting angrily. "Yesterday, you hired my Rock Mercenary team to escort you into the wilderness forest, but you deliberately led the team into a wolf pack, causing my brothers to die tragically. And now you're even trying to withhold the payment. As the deputy director of the Lingwu division, is this how you oppress us grassroots mercenaries?" His words stirred a wave of uproar among the onlooking crowd. "What? The deputy director of the Lingwu division did something like this? I've heard of the Rock Mercenary group. Their reputation isn't great, but their combat record is solid. They wouldn't just accuse someone without cause, would they? Look at that skeleton. Barely any meat left on it, what a tragedy." TCH, officials protecting each other, pushing the people to revolt. Wu Xiaoxiao's face turned bright red with anger. "You're lying. It was you who left us to die and tried to use my grandfather as a scapegoat. Little girl, what do you know?" The scar-faced man glared fiercely at Gua Xiaoxiao. "We at the Rock Mercenary Group uphold the code of the martial world. If it weren't for your grandfather's malicious intent, how could we have suffered such heavy losses? That was our most skilled team leader, now dead in the wilderness." By the end of his sentence, he even squeezed out a few tears, accompanied by the indignant voices of his comrades, making him appear deeply mournful. "You're slandering us." Gua Huaid trembled with anger, pointing at the scar-faced man and roaring, "It was you who were cowardly and fled, even trying to take my granddaughter hostage. If not for Zhang Yi here, my granddaughter and I would already be dead." "Zhang Yi?" The scar-faced man's gaze shifted to Zhang Yi, a hint of suspicion and disdain flashing in his eyes. "This young pup? Old man Gua, if you're going to make up stories, at least make them believable. Look at him, soft and weak. Could he even take down a single wind wolf?" His comrades behind him burst into mocking laughter, their words dripping with contempt for Zhang Yi. "Yeah, probably just a hired actor, huh? Look at this kid, he'd get blown over by the wind. Soft and delicate, he'd die right after stepping out of the city. Probably can't even scream when he sees a disaster beast." The crowd, easily swayed, began to lean further toward the mercenaries' side after hearing their tearful accusations and their implications about Gua Huaid's abuse of power. Old Gua, as a member of the Lingwu division, your position is sensitive. It's best not to engage with them too much, lest they seize on it as leverage against you, Zhang Yi quietly advised, tugging at Gua Huaida's sleeve. He could tell these people had come prepared, clearly intending to escalate the situation and use public opinion to pressure Gua Huaid. If Gua Huaid resorted to official measures, it would only confirm their accusations of abusing authority. Elder Gu took a deep breath, understanding the reasoning. At this moment, he realized that the more he tried to explain, the more suspicious it would sound, as if his innocent defense was being perceived as sophistry by the ignorant crowd. Then what should we do? Are we just going to let them slander Grandpa? Gu Xiaoxiao was so anxious that she was on the verge of tears. Don't worry, leave it to me. Zhang Yi patted her shoulder, giving her a reassuring look. New feature alert, Asura Sword, LV2, added trait, resentment absorption. Can absorb intense negative emotions, such as hatred, anger, fear, etc., emitted by surrounding beings, converting them into pure killing intent value or using them to enhance the sword itself. Hungry, are you? Well then, have a little snack. The livestream cameras all focused on Elder Gu and the scar-faced man, with various inflammatory titles and comments beginning to ferment online. Corrupt official Gu Huaid schemes to betray Mercenary group for debts. Heartless deputy director treats lives like dirt. Demand the truth. Justice for the fallen Mercenary brothers. For a while, the crowd was outraged, and public opinion overwhelmingly condemned Elder Gu. Zhang Yi swept a cold gaze over the members of the Rock Mercenary group, took a step forward, and spoke with a calm tone. Enough shouting. If you want to file a lawsuit, take it to the guild arbitration court. Blocking the entrance to a residential area and bullying an old man and a young girl, what kind of capability is that? Brave kid. I've been itching for a fight, and here you come courting death. The scar-faced man's eyes glinted with malice as he saw Zhang Yi step forward. The Rock Mercenary group, despite its poor reputation, still had some influence in Zhang City. The mysterious disappearance of their bald captain and his team, who hadn't returned for a whole day and night, hinted at trouble. Surveillance. Footage and registration records pointed to none other than this old fox Gu Huaid and that rookie hunter who'd suddenly joined the group, Zhang Yi. Today, their primary goals were to extort money and destroy Gu Huaida's reputation. With their captain gone, this scar-faced man had nowhere to vent his anger, and now this kid had delivered himself on a platter. He wouldn't let this chance slip by. Ding! Detected a large concentration of negative energy. The Asura sword is thrilled, it's starving. Oh, really? Zhang Ye's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smirk. That's right, I am Zhang Yi himself. He smiled, his voice chillingly cold. What? You? You're that rookie mercenary, Zhang Yi? Yep, call my name, it's even more motivating than calling me dad. You brat. Don't get too cocky. The scar-faced leader of the Rock Mercenary group pushed through the crowd, shouting harshly. You wanna cause trouble? Fine, then. Let me tell you this. Your bald-headed captain had ill intentions, brought it upon himself, and died a miserable death in the wilderness. Serves him right. And another thing, have you noticed there's been fewer reports of wolf-related massacres recently? The Wind Demon Wolf King wandering the wild forest, I killed it. As soon as he said this, not only were the members of the Rock Mercenary group left stunned, but the surrounding onlookers also burst into an uproar. What? He killed the Wind Wolf King? This kid's boasting is off the charts. Didn't the Rock Mercenary group claim their captain died killing the Wolf King? How did it turn into this kid who killed it? No way, I've heard another version, their captain couldn't defeat it and got stabbed by his own teammates. Which story is true? The scar-faced man's expression changed, but he quickly regained composure, sneering, Kid, even if you are Zhang Yi, just a bronze-level rookie, you think you can kill the Wolf King? Bragging without a shred of evidence. I'm a gold-tier hunter, and even I wouldn't dare make such claims. Are you living in a dream? Brothers, seize this lying brat and then deal with that old fox Gu. Before his words could fully land, several impatient mercenaries behind him roared and charged at Zhang Yi. Most of them were at the bronze 6 or 7 tiers in strength, used to throwing their weight around in front of ordinary people, and didn't take Zhang Yi seriously at all. The frail girl gasped in alarm, and Elder Gu's expression tightened, about to intervene, only to be stopped by Zhang Yi's gaze. A bunch of weaklings. Asura, let's give you something to snack on. Zhang Yi shook his head, not even bothering to draw the Asura sword. Facing 3 rushing mercenaries, he didn't retreat but advanced. His figure blurred like a phantom, easily dodging their attacks. At the same time, his elbows, knees, and fists struck out like cannonballs, precisely and swiftly targeting their vulnerable areas, their soft joints and weak spots. Bang! Bang!
Bang! 3 dull thuds sounded almost simultaneously. The 3 aggressive mercenaries didn't even touch the hem of Jang's clothes before being sent flying, crashing to the ground with agonized moans, instantly losing their ability to fight. The entire scene fell silent. One move. Just one move, and 3 bronze-tier mercenaries were effortlessly taken down by Jang, left writhing in pain on the ground, unable to even crawl. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. The previously shouting members of the Rock mercenary group now resembled ducks with their throats clamped shut, their voices abruptly cut off. Their faces filled with incredulous disbelief. They couldn't fathom how this seemingly frail young man could possess such terrifying strength. What had actually happened to their squad? They had no idea. All the information they had was based on exaggerated accounts from a certain yellow-haired mercenary. The truth remained a mystery. The onlookers and the viewers in the livestream chat erupted in chaos. Holy crap! Is this guy a spirit warrior? Looks like he didn't even activate his abilities yet. Feeling the burn yet? Anyone else want to challenge him? This dude looks familiar, wasn't he in a stream yesterday? Isn't this the guy who broke up publicly yesterday? Then awakened his spirit powers and turned the tables. The stream cut out, though, so we never saw the end. Only snippets and short clips. Yeah, I was there. I know him, he's Jang from First High. The scar-faced man's expression became extremely grim as he stared at Jang, his eyes filled with suspicion and uncertainty. Given the current situation, could what he said be true? Did he really kill the Wolf King? Everyone, attack together. Cripple him for me, the scar-faced man roared in fury, his anger igniting with unrelenting frustration. He couldn't back down. If they were intimidated by a mere brat today, the Rock mercenary group would lose all standing in Jang City. The remaining 7 or 8 mercenaries exchanged glances, activating their spirit weapons as they roared and charged at Jang. Among them were 4 who had reached silver 3 or 4 tiers in strength, the backbone of the Rock mercenary group. Good timing. A glint of sharpness flashed in Jang's eyes. The Asura sword had somehow already appeared in his hand, its blood-red blade glowing eerily under the sunlight. Swish, swish, swish. There were no flashy techniques, only a speed so extreme that it seemed otherworldly. Jang's figure weaved through the crowd like a tiger amidst sheep. Each swing of the Asura sword was accompanied by a scream and a flash of blood. The weapons of the low-tier mercenaries were as fragile as paper before the Asura sword, shattering upon contact. Their protective spiritual energy was utterly ineffective against the sword's armor-piercing and soul-devouring effects. In just a matter of 10 seconds, every member of the Rock mercenary group who had surged forward, including the few silver-ranked mercenaries, was now lying on the ground, either dead or crippled, completely stripped of their combat ability. Ding! Host has defeated a bronze-ranked mercenary, absorbing negative emotions. Killing intent plus 15. Ding! Host has defeated a silver-ranked mercenary, absorbing negative emotions. Killing intent plus 30. Asura sword satisfaction plus 1%. The system's notifications sounded continuously. Jang could feel the Asura sword humming with delight, its blood-red patterns glowing ever brighter. Although these mercenaries weren't particularly strong, the resentment, anger, and fear emanating from their bodies served as excellent nourishment for the Asura sword. The entire scene fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the groans of the injured mercenaries. Scarface was utterly dumbfounded. Every single capable member of the group wiped out by this kid in just one exchange? What the hell was this? Was this guy even human? His strength was clearly far beyond the silver rank. The blonde youth was even more terrified, trembling on the stretcher. He had forgotten even to groan. Old Gua and the Gua sisters were equally stunned. Old Gua knew Jang was strong, but he hadn't expected him to become this powerful in just one night. For silver-ranked spirit warriors and a group of bronze-ranked mercenaries had joined forces in an assault, yet it had turned into a one-sided massacre. Just then, an authoritative shout came from outside the crowd. Spirit Martial Division. Nobody move. Everyone stand down. A voice filled with spiritual pressure rang out like a thunderclap, resounding at the entrance of the chaotic neighborhood. The previously noisy crowd instantly fell silent. Even the previously rowdy viewers in the livestream chat noticeably quieted down. Those who could silence such unruly netizens clearly weren't here to mess around. The camera lenses all turned toward the source of the voice, revealing several men and women in uniformed attire, each wearing a prominent badge on their chest, striding quickly toward the scene. At the forefront was a tall, imposing man with sharp, eagle-like eyes and a naturally authoritative presence. It's Captain M.O. of the Spirit Martial Division's inspection team. one of Jang City's finest and a golden-ranked powerhouse. Oh, this is going to be good. Someone's in big trouble now, they've messed with the wrong guy. Not necessarily. Didn't you see the earlier comments?
This might just turn into another case of officials covering for each other.
Captain MO is famously impartial. Let's wait and see. Heh, though I do love scenes like this, the more intense, the better.
The crowd buzzed with whispers, some curious, some skeptical, but most expressed a reverence for the arrival of official authority. The self-styled opportunistic livestreamers, who had hoped to stir things up, now kept their cameras respectfully focused on the scene, afraid of missing any critical moments. Scarface's eyes flickered with panic upon seeing the newcomers, but his expression quickly turned venomous. His frustration and fury erupted. Like a volcano as he crawled toward Captain Mo Tianha, his voice trembling with tears and anger. Captain Mo, you have to help us get justice. Our rock mercenary group came here in good faith to inquire about Deputy Director Guo's involvement in our captain's disappearance. But this old man abused his power and even allowed this brat to violently assault us. All we did was raise our voices a little, and he went so far as to cripple our brothers.
Captain Mo, where's the law in this?
As he spoke, he gestured for his men to show their injuries.
Their miserable appearances, paired with his tearful complaints, did indeed stir some sympathy among the onlookers. In the livestream chat, some uninformed viewers began swaying an opinion. What the hell is going on? Wasn't this guy acting super cocky just now? Mercenaries have no shame. Probably got paid by the old man's enemies. Big money must be involved. Didn't you see earlier?
It was the rock mercenaries who attacked first, 3 against 1, and they got wrecked.
Stop with the conspiracy theories. Let's see what the officials decide. Exactly. Scarface is a master at twisting the truth, though.
Zhang Yi watched coldly, not even raising an eyebrow. Scarface's shameless performance didn't provoke the slightest anger in him. Mo Tianha's gaze darkened as he glanced at the groaning members of the rock mercenary group on the ground, then at the pale-faced old Guo and the Guo sisters standing protectively by his side.
Finally, his eyes landed on Zhang Yi.
He ignored Scarface's lamentations for the moment and turned to his team, issuing orders in a steady, commanding voice. Li, Wang, take Old Guo and the 2 young ladies aside to rest and calm their nerves.
The rest of you, maintain order and disperse unrelated personnel.
Yes, Captain. 2 team members immediately stepped forward, politely inviting Old Guo and the Guo sisters to a quieter area.
Old Guo shot Mo Tianha a grateful glance, nodding in acknowledgement.
Internally, he sighed with relief. With Tianha here, the situation might actually be handled fairly. Only then did Mo Tianha turn to Scarface, his tone calm but undeniably authoritative. First of all, private fights within the city are strictly prohibited. I will investigate the details of what happened. For now, explain why you gathered here and why you clashed with this young man. His gaze lingered on Zhang Yi for a long moment before shifting back to Scarface. There was something unusual about this young man. Though he appeared to be merely a bronze-ranked spirit warrior, his composed demeanor and the faint, sharp aura he exuded piqued Mo Tianha's curiosity. Scarface cursed inwardly at Mo Tianha's lack of immediate favoritism but maintained a facade of grievance.
Captain Mo, we.
Before he could finish, Zhang Yi stepped forward, cutting him off coldly. Captain Mo, there's no need to listen to his nonsense.
It's
simple. They came here to cause trouble, slander Old Guo, and attempted violence. I merely defended myself and taught some trash a lesson. His tone was calm, as if recounting an insignificant matter.
Brat, you're talking nonsense.
Scarface roared, his face flushed with rage.
Silence. Mo Tianha's brows furrowed, and the atmosphere instantly grew heavy. An invisible pressure swept through the area like a tide. He turned to Zhang Yi, his eyes sharp and scrutinizing. Young man, I understand you may feel wronged, but you must back your words with evidence. This entire incident is being live-streamed.
Remember, in front of the Spirit Martial Division, every word you say carries weight.
Zhang Yi's lips curved slightly.
Far from being intimidated by Mo Tianha's presence, he seemed intrigued as he studied him.
Ding! Detected spiritual pressure from a golden-ranked powerhouse. Would the host like to release killing intent for a friendly interaction? Friendly interaction?
Zhang Yi chuckled inwardly.
This system was becoming more and more mischievous.
He didn't deliberately act, but the Asura sword within him quivered.
Slightly.
A thread of highly concentrated killing intent, mingled with his spiritual energy, silently pierced toward Mo Tianha's mental perception like an invisible needle.
Mo Tianha was intently observing Zhang Yi, attempting to detect any flaws from his micro-expressions or spiritual energy fluctuations.
Suddenly, an icy and bone-chilling killing intent surged. Fourth, even though he instinctively activated his protective spiritual energy, the sudden impact caused his mind to waver momentarily, forcing him to involuntarily take half a step back. Ha! Mo Tian's pupils constricted abruptly, and his heart was filled with shock. What level of killing intent is this? Refined, pure, carrying a brutal and domineering aura as if honed from countless battles in a sea of corpses and blood. He was a 7th-tier golden spirit warrior. Ordinary killing intent was like a breeze brushing past him. Yet, the fleeting aura emanating from this boy actually caused such a strong reaction in him. This was absolutely not something a mere bronze-tier spirit warrior could possess. The surrounding spectators and viewers in the livestream did not notice this invisible clash. They only saw Captain Mo seemingly freeze for a moment. At this point, his gaze toward Zhang Yi became even more solemn, tinged with a trace of doubt. Zhang Yi, however, acted as if nothing had happened. He spread his hands and said, "Captain Mo, what more do you want me to say? I'm telling the truth. You want evidence, right?" He paused, a playful smile curling on his lips. "I don't like trouble, but I'm not afraid of it either. At that time, when we went out of the city for the mission, we rented a truck equipped with the latest panoramic HD dashcam, 360-degree coverage, night vision, audio recording, and even dynamic life sign detection. From leaving the city to the wilderness forest, to the lair of the Wind Demon Wolf King, including how some people acted cowardly, fled in the face of danger, and brought disaster upon themselves, it's all recorded crystal clear. If the Spirit Marshal Division doesn't mind the hassle, you can go and retrieve it. A heavy-duty truck that's rented out for missions all the time? Those things already suffer high wear and tear. What mercenary would care about dashcam footage? If they did anything shady, wouldn't that leave behind incriminating evidence? Dashcams like that, without special requirements, aren't usually installed. Which brand makes such advanced dashcams? Hurry up and send over some advertising fees." Of course, it's the system's built-in recording function. With such a crafty tool in hand, what's there to fear? As soon as these words were spoken, Scarface and the yellow-haired youth lying on the stretcher, pretending to be dead, turned as pale as paper. Dashcam footage? And fully equipped, at that? How could they have forgotten about this? They had only checked the surveillance and records briefly before rushing over to make trouble, without thoroughly investigating the situation. Who could have thought of this? If what Zhang Yi said was true, then wouldn't the lies they fabricated earlier be exposed in front of everyone? Mo Tian's eyes lit up. If such evidence truly existed, then this matter would be much easier to handle. All right. We will immediately send someone to verify it. If everything is as you say, justice will prevail. He turned to Scarface, his tone growing colder. You'd better pray that the Rock Mercenary group didn't lie. Scarface shuddered violently and scrambled to his feet. His lackeys, who had been groaning in pain, also got up one after another. Cold sweat poured down their faces, their lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. This was bad, really bad. Ding! The host's words have successfully intimidated petty villains and steered public opinion. Killing intent plus 100. Asura appreciates this hands-off and showy method of handling things. Satisfaction plus 2%. Seeing the system notification, Zhang Yi let out a faint chuckle. He pulled a small USB drive from his pocket. Open your eyes wide and take a good look. Mo Tianha acted swiftly and immediately contacted the investigation department through his communicator, setting the operation into motion without delay. Require both online and offline real-time extraction and backup, he ordered decisively. At the same time, he summoned personnel to analyze the video content from the USB drive provided by Zhang Yi. He also pulled up the records of those who had left the city on the same vehicle as Guo Huaid for the mission. To prevent the Rock Mercenary group from acting out in desperation, he signaled his subordinates to temporarily detain them. The wait wasn't long. About 15 minutes later, the Spirit Marshal Division's technical team arrived with an encrypted data disk in hand. At Mo Tian's gesture, the technicians connected a portable projection device and displayed critical dashcam footage onto the white wall of a nearby building. To ensure fairness and transparency, Mo Tian had granted permission for a few reputable media outlets to livestream the process. The area outside the residential complex was crowded with people, all eyes fixed on the projected footage. Online viewership in the livestream soared to unprecedented heights. It's here, it's here. The moment of truth. Front row seats with sunflower seeds, peanuts, and bottled water. Let's see how the Rock Mercenary group digs their own grave. HD footage, this is thrilling. The footage began, first showing the scene of them leaving the city. Guo Huaid, Zhang Yi, and the bald captain of the Rock Mercenary group. appeared one by one, with the atmosphere in the vehicle seeming relatively normal. However, the vulgar insults coming from outside the vehicle made the mercenaries present visibly uncomfortable, all silently cursing the Rock Mercenary group for their lack of decency. Saying such crude things to women, this was a new low, even by mercenary standards. The livestream chat exploded with outrage. The camera angles were precise and clever, fully showcasing Jang's courage and fearlessness. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the Wind Demon Wolves' attacks escalated, and the disgraceful behavior of the Rock Mercenary group began to surface. Some hesitated to move forward, others screamed in fear, and the bald captain even tried to direct the wolves' aggression toward Zhang Yi, a despicable act that left everyone disgusted. Then came the most critical moment, the appearance of the Wind Demon Wolf King. Its terrifying presence was palpable, even through the screen, and the Rock Mercenary group crumbled almost instantly. What followed was a dramatic turn of events. The bald captain turned to grab a girl hiding in the vehicle, using her as leverage to threaten Elder Gua, even attempting to rob them of their commission. This scene elicited gasps from everyone watching, both online and offline, so that's what really happened. At this moment, the Zhang Yi in the footage finally made his move. Facing the overwhelming menace of the Wolf King, he didn't even flinch. A blood-red sword light slashed through the air with incredible speed and pinpoint precision, leaving everyone in awe. The footage captured Zhang Yi weaving through the wolves at an almost supernatural speed. When he confronted the Wind Demon Wolf King, the sheer intensity of the scene defied description. The splattering wolf blood, the towering body of the Wolf King collapsing unwillingly, and Zhang Yi standing resolutely with his sword, like an Asura descended upon the world. This image was indelibly etched into the minds of all who watched. The footage froze on the moment Zhang Yi's sword pierced through the Wolf King's skull. Ding! The host's heroic deeds have been publicly revealed through HD footage, earning widespread admiration. Killing intent plus 500. Asura is thoroughly enjoying this rise to fame. Satisfaction plus 5%. Achievement unlocked, renowned in Zhang City, beginner. The scene fell into dead silence. Zhang Yi quietly felt the joyful hum from his Asura sword. Everyone was stunned by the footage, especially the final scene of Zhang Yi slaying the Wolf King. It was an image too powerful to forget. Scarface let out a shrill scream, his face looking worse than if he had just lost his father. Zhang Yi had actually taken down the Wind Demon Wolf King single-handedly. And judging from the footage, it was clean, efficient, and as smooth as flowing water. The other mercenaries, seeing this, fell into utter despair. They scrambled to hide behind the crowd, only to be swiftly restrained by the sharp-eyed and quick-handed Lingwu division members. Meanwhile, the live broadcast erupted into chaos. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! He actually killed the Wolf King. That's insane. Bronze tier? You're calling this bronze tier? Then tell me, does that mean my house cat could solo a boss too? Rock Mercenary Corps, where's your face? Ha! Smacked so hard it's swollen, isn't it? Where are the ones who said Old Gua set this up? Come on, take a few steps forward if you're not sick. And those who said Zhang Yi was just bragging, speak up now. The tide of public opinion shifted completely. The voices of doubt and insults toward Zhang Yi and Old Gua vanished without a trace, replaced by overwhelming astonishment and praise. Mo Tianhe took a deep breath, his gaze at Zhang Yi filled with complexity. Finally, he understood why this young man radiated such terrifying killing intent. He had been too preoccupied with his official duties to pay much attention to live streams. It wasn't until recently that he learned about all of this from his younger colleagues. The second awakening of his Lingwu abilities, the public retaliation after being dumped, and now even single-handedly taking down the Wolf King, a notoriously difficult opponent. Zhang City was truly about to produce a dragon. Mo Tianhe suddenly waved his hand, his voice firm and resolute. The evidence is conclusive. Rock Mercenary Corps, what else is there to say? Scarface's face turned deathly pale as he collapsed to the ground. The other members of the Rock Mercenary Corps hung their heads low, their expressions a mix of shame and fear. They knew they were utterly done for this time. Trying to leave? Ha! Zhang's cold voice rang out as he silently stepped in front of the Rock Mercenary Corps members who had tried to slip away. This isn't over yet. You publicly defamed senior officials of the Lingwu division, incited a disturbance, attempted violence, and even tried to slander others to ruin their reputation. Do you think these crimes can just be brushed aside? Weren't you looking to cause trouble for me? Well, now it's my turn to cause trouble for you. Scarface was utterly intimidated by Zhang Yi's imposing aura and stumbled backward repeatedly. A man capable of single-handedly defeating the Wind Wolf King was not someone he could afford to look down upon. What do you want?
Captain Mo from the Lingwu division is right here. Do you dare act recklessly? Scarface asked in a trembling voice. Recklessly? Zhang Yi sneered. I'm merely protecting my lawful rights and defending Old Gua's honor. Captain Mo, for an organization as vile as this, I suggest we deal with them severely to set an example for others. Mo Tianhe nodded, a trace of admiration flickering in his eyes. Zhang Yi, my young friend, you're absolutely right. The Lingwu division will not let this matter slide. Rock Mercenary Corps, not only are you guilty of defamation and incitement to cause trouble, but you are also potentially involved in fraud, falsification, distortion of facts, and even attacking public officials. We will investigate thoroughly. Scarface fell into despair. He knew this was the end for himself and for the Rock Mercenary Corps. Their reputation was ruined, their business was gone, and now they faced severe punishment from the Lingwu division. He was consumed with regret. How could he have known that Zhang Yi was such a terrifying force to be reckoned with? He never wanted to get involved in this mess, but he couldn't just take this lying down. If he did, his entire life would be shrouded in humiliation. A surge of fury erupted from within, burning away his last shred of reason. Scarface lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes fixated on Zhang Yi, and roared, Zhang Yi, I refuse to accept this. If you've got the guts, face me one-on-one. Don't think having numbers or the backing of the Lingwu division makes you untouchable. In the mercenary world, we have rules. If you want me to sincerely admit my mistakes, then prove yourself. If you're a real man, let's settle this with a spiritual pressure duel. Captain Mo can bear witness. Life or death, no complaints. A spiritual pressure duel. This was a relatively civilized way for mercenaries to resolve personal grudges, conducted under the supervision of official personnel. In such a duel, the two parties would rely solely on their spiritual power cultivation and mental willpower to compete. The loser would often suffer spiritual power damage, or even mental collapse. Scarface, in his desperation, was attempting to claw back some dignity through this method. As a Tier 2 gold-ranked Lingwu practitioner, his spiritual power far surpassed the bronze Tier 4 level Zhang Yi had shown. He was fully confident that he could crush this young man in a pure contest of spiritual power. The atmosphere at the scene ignited once again. What the hell? He's actually doing this? Is Scarface insane? He's a Tier 2 gold, challenging a Tier 4 bronze? Where's the shame in that? As shameless as this is, it might actually be worth watching. Can the Night God pull off another miracle in a pure spiritual duel? This is blatant bullying. Lost face and now trying to save it? What a scumbag! Even Mo Tianhe furrowed his brows, glancing between Zhang Yi and the frantically gesturing Old Gua, who was shaking his head repeatedly. Rules were rules, even within the mercenary world. If both parties agreed and there was an official like him present to supervise, the challenge could proceed. Zhang Yi looked at Scarface's crazed expression, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his lips. A spiritual pressure duel? Fine. Let's see what you, a Tier 2 gold-ranked leader, are really capable of. He agreed. The Night God actually agreed. Ding! The host has shown courage in accepting the duel, unafraid of higher-ranked Lingwu practitioners. Respect from others plus 500 killing in 10 points. Asura expresses satisfaction with having such a fearless master who doesn't back down. Satisfaction plus 10%. Achievement unlocked, Heart of the Brave. Ding! Would you like to spend 1,500 killing in 10 points to enhance your weapon and activate the special spirit weapon state, Shadow of the Asura? While active, physical and mental attributes are enhanced fivefold. Ha! Bark all you want, let's do this. Come watch. Come watch. It's about to go down. This is madness. A Tier 4 bronze versus a Tier 2 gold? The disparity in spiritual power, it's suicidal. Sure, he's qualified to be confident after killing the Wolf King, but this gap? Is he getting too cocky? Hurry, hurry. I'm throwing a carnival plane. Someone get a rocket. I want to see blood spill. The crowd on site and the viewers in the livestream were utterly ecstatic. Just when everyone thought the Rock Mercenary Corps had become fish on the chopping block, ready to be sliced up, Scarface, in his final desperation, tried to drag Zhang Yi into the mud with him. And Zhang Yi, unexpectedly, had accepted without hesitation. Mo Tianhe gave Zhang Yi a deep look, sighing inwardly. This young man, who had single-handedly killed the Wolf King, was no arrogant fool. For now, all he could do was trust him. Mo Tianhe began organizing the crowd to clear some space, ensuring there was enough room. His voice was steady as he declared. Since both parties have agreed, I, as the captain of the Lingwu Division's patrol team in Zhang City,
will officiate your duel. Fight until the outcome is clear. The loser must unconditionally accept the winner's demands. Agreed. A sinister glint flashed in Scarface's eyes as if he could already see Jiang Yi being crushed by his spiritual power and begging for mercy. His sole intent was to humiliate Jiang Yi to the utmost and secretly unleash a high-pressure spiritual assault to cripple his foundation, salvaging what little dignity he had left. Let's begin. You arrogant brat. Let's see how long you can keep that smug attitude. Scarface bellowed, his spiritual energy surging wildly within him. A profound and overwhelming spiritual pressure belonging to a golden rank tier 2 warrior spread outward like a tidal wave, making the air itself feel viscous. Some ordinary people standing nearby even felt shortness of breath, their chests tight and stifled. The spiritual pressure of a golden rank warrior is truly extraordinary. This spells danger for Jiang Yi. Pure contests of spiritual strength leave no room to counteract the overwhelming rank disparity. Guo Xiaoxiao clenched her fists tightly, her palms drenched with sweat. Although Elder Guo's expression was grave, a faint and inexplicable trust in Jiang Yi glimmered deep in his eyes. Scarface elevated his spiritual pressure to its utmost, a pale golden aura circulating over his body as his entire figure seemed to swell larger. He fixated his gaze on Jiang Yi, trying desperately to catch a glimpse of panic or fear in his opponent's expression. However, he was left disappointed. Jiang Yi remained calm, as tranquil as a fathomless abyss. "Boy, are you ready to die?" Scarface roared, unleashing the entirety of his spiritual pressure like a floodgate bursting, surging toward Jiang Yi with unstoppable force. Ding! Golden rank tier 2 spiritual pressure detected. Strength evaluation, average. Asura comments, "Is that all?" Jiang Yi smirked inwardly. The system's snark never failed to entertain. Facing the overwhelming spiritual pressure bearing down on him, Jiang Yi stood motionless, arms crossed, quietly rooted in place. He didn't even bother to actively summon and circulate his spiritual energy as Scarface had done. Instead, with a mere thought, the intense killing intent within him melded silently with his spiritual energy. This was no simple fusion, it was a miraculous transformation. If ordinary spiritual energy was akin to water, then the energy tempered by killing intent became ice. No, it was a glacial frost imbued with a bone-chilling cold. An invisible, intangible aura began to rise from Jiang Yi's body, cold and piercing, domineering, and unparalleled. This aura lacked the overwhelming grandeur of Scarface's spiritual pressure, but its density and penetrative power far surpassed his. Buzz, the two intangible forces clashed fiercely in midair. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no dazzling display of light, but every spirit warrior present could distinctly feel the terrifying waves of energy emanating from the collision's center. Scarface's golden rank spiritual pressure began to melt and crumble like ice under the scorching sun the moment it came into contact with Jiang Yi's peculiar aura. What? Scarface's expression twisted in shock. He felt as though his spiritual pressure had collided with an invisible wall of steel. No, it wasn't even a wall, it was an endless, bottomless black hole, relentlessly devouring his strength. The golden rank spiritual pressure, which he had always taken pride in, was utterly powerless in the face of Jiang Yi. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Scarface's eyes widened in disbelief as he desperately channeled the remnants of his spiritual energy in an attempt to reverse the tide. His face flushed crimson from the strain, veins bulging like coiling dragons on his forehead and neck. "Break! Break for me!" He bellowed like a wild beast, his entire body trembling as his bones emitted sharp cracking noises. Yet, it was all in vain. Jiang Yi's gaze remained placid as he merely lifted his eyelids slightly. Asura's shadow activate. In the next instant, in Scarface's horrified eyes, a pair of eerie, blood-red pupils opened behind Jiang Yi. Ah! The spiritual pressure infused with killing intent surged forth like a breached dam, utterly annihilating Scarface's final vestiges of resistance. Pfft! Scarface spat out a mouthful of blood as if struck by lightning, his entire body collapsing to his knees. His knees slammed against the concrete ground with a resounding thud, leaving deep cracks in their wake. He struggled to get up but found himself utterly powerless, unable to so much as lift a finger. His eyes glimmered with despair and terror. A golden rank tier 2 warrior, completely defeated in a spiritual pressure duel against a mere bronze rank tier 4 youth. The result was both baffling and undeniable. The entire scene fell into a deathly silence once more, the air thick with tension. If Jiang Yi's earlier slaying of the Wind Demon Wolf King had showcased his strength and skill, then this spiritual pressure showdown was nothing short of an epic, earth-shaking spectacle. How could a youth who had only undergone a second spiritual awakening turn into such a monster?
Mo Tianhe's gaze fixed firmly on Zhang Yi, waves of disbelief surging in his heart.
His own rank was higher, his cultivation deeper, and he could see clearly Zhang Yi was not merely using spiritual energy.
The power he wielded was something entirely different, purer, more condensed, and terrifying in a way Mo Tianhe had never seen before.
This energy acted directly on the spiritual plane, leaving him deeply shaken.
This boy's spiritual strength. It's probably already on par with mine. Mo Tianhe arrived at a conclusion that left even himself astounded.
As a golden rank tier 7 enforcer, his spiritual strength far surpassed others in his tier.
Yet, this bronze rank tier 4 youth could rival him? What kind of prodigy, demon, or monster was this? Ding! Host has utterly crushed a golden rank tier 2 opponent. Killing intent plus 500.
Asura is highly satisfied with this crushing victory.
Satisfaction plus 5%. Ding! Asura's sword satisfaction level has reached 55%. Would you like to consume 2,000 points of killing intent to perform a spiritual weapon enhancement? Enhance it. Zhang Yi chose decisively without hesitation. Ding! Enhancing spiritual weapon. Asura's sword level increased to LV3. New traits: Soul Devour, enhanced plus 2, Armor Penetration, enhanced plus 2, Sharpness, enhanced plus 2, Bloodthirst, enhanced plus 2, Intimidation, enhanced plus 2. New trait unlocked, Sword Spirit. Asura can now detach and perform coordinated attacks autonomously, controlled by your will.
Zhang Yi walked slowly toward the collapsed Scarface, looking down at him with an icy gaze. His voice was as cold as frost.
Stand up.
Scarface's lips quivered, his eyes brimming with terror and humiliation, along with a deep, soul-crushing sense of helplessness.
Did winning or losing even matter anymore?
He had just witnessed a horrifying existence beyond comprehension.
He stammered, utterly at a loss.
It seems you still don't understand. Zhang Yi frowned slightly.
In that case, let me help you.
As he spoke, he grabbed Scarface by the collar and lightly pressed his finger against his temple.
A torrent of killing intent surged into him like a raging tide. Ah!
Scarface let out a blood-curdling scream, feeling as though thousands of steel needles were stabbing into his nerves.
The excruciating pain was enough to drive him to the brink of collapse. I yield. Please, no more.
Tears streamed down Scarface's face as he broke down completely.
Dignity? Pride?
In the face of such fear and unspeakable agony, they were utterly meaningless.
See? That wasn't so hard.
Now, fulfill your promise. Zhang Yi's lips curled into a dark, mischievous smile. Supported by the remaining mercenaries at his side, the utterly defeated Scarface staggered toward Elder Guo.
Looking at the serene Elder Guo and
the two girls beside him, then at the cold-eyed Zhang Yi and the indifferent Mo Tianhe, his heart filled with endless regret and humiliation. Thud! Scarface's knees buckled, and he fell heavily to the ground before Elder Guo.
Elder Guo, I'm sorry. It was us who failed to recognize greatness. It was our momentary lapse of judgment.
We should not have made baseless assumptions, should not have come here to cause trouble, and definitely should not have slandered you. Please, be magnanimous and forgive us this once, he pleaded while kowtowing incessantly. Soon, his forehead was bruised and swollen. Elder Guo shook his head and sighed. It is good that you know your mistake and are willing to change. Take care of yourselves from now on. Scarface acted as if he had been granted amnesty, bowing repeatedly and kowtowing so vigorously it sounded like a drumbeat.
Zhang Yi watched,
coldly, unmoving, until Scarface had kowtowed over a dozen times, with blood streaming from his forehead, before he finally relented.
Captain Mo, I've already disciplined them.
As for the remaining matters, let's proceed according to the rules.
Zhang Yi's tone was calm and indifferent. Mo Tianhe nodded, waved his hand, and ordered his subordinates to take all the members of the Rock Mercenary Group back to the Lingwu Division for strict interrogation.
At the same time, he instructed them to notify the Mercenary Guild to revoke the group's registration and blacklist them in Jang City.
Several Lingwu Division officers immediately stepped forward and took Scarface and his cohorts into custody. The Rock Mercenary Group, once a renowned mercenary organization in Jang City, was completely dismantled on this day.
The storm had finally subsided.
Mo Tianhe approached Elder Guo and Zhang Yi, bowing respectfully to the elder. Elder Guo, I apologize for disturbing you. Brother Zhang Yi, thank you for your cooperation. I will report today's events truthfully and petition for a commendation on your behalf. Captain Mo, you're too kind.
It was just a small effort, Zhang Yi replied with a faint smile, his eyes glinting with confidence.
After handling the situation at the scene, Mo Tianhe politely declined Elder Guo's invitation for tea and left in haste with his team. There was still much work for him to do. Elder Guo's gaze was warm, full of gratitude and appreciation as he looked at Zhang Yi, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Xiao Yi, today I really owe it all to you. Elder Guo, you flatter me. Zhang Yi supported the elder gently, speaking softly. The wind is strong outside. Let's head inside first. The Guo sisters' gazes toward Zhang Yi were filled with gratitude and admiration at this moment. Especially Guo Xiaoxiao, her eyes sparkled brightly, and she hardly left Zhang Yi's side. Brother Zhang Yi, you're amazing. You're practically my idol. Guo Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement. Her elder sister, Gui Yi, appeared more reserved, her gaze reflecting admiration along with a hint of unspoken emotion. After the commotion, they finally arrived at Elder Guo's home, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. Elder sister Gui Yi busied herself washing vegetables and preparing dinner, insisting that Zhang Yi had to eat to his heart's content tonight. Meanwhile, Guo Xiaoxiao chattered excitedly, asking Zhang Yi about the details of slaying the Wind Demon Wolf King and the spiritual pressure clash earlier. Zhang Yi patiently explained in brief, feeling a quiet sense of pride. At the same time, the internet was exploding with news about Zhang Yi. Jiang City youth Zhang Yi takes down Wind Demon Wolf King solo. Bronze defies gold. Breakup youth Zhang Yi overwhelms Rock Mercenary group leader in spiritual pressure duel. Post-breakup awakens SSS level spirit weapon. The legendary rise of Zhang Yi from Jiang City #1 high. From the dumped loser to trending star, he only needed one day. A stunning reversal. Eye-catching headlines surfaced one after another, and the footage of Zhang Yi's public breakup and subsequent second spiritual awakening at the school gate was unearthed in full. Opportunists and content creators began stirring the narrative, editing today's heroic deeds into dramatic and contrasting highlights. Guo Xiaoxiao scrolled through her phone excitedly and exclaimed to Zhang Yi, Brother Zhang Yi, you've gone viral. You're completely famous now. Not just in Jiang City, spiritual martial artists in other cities might know about you too. Look at these comments. So many experts from other places are saying they want to come meet you. Hearing this, Zhang Yi's lips curved into a faint smile as he thought to himself, fame is merely a byproduct of becoming stronger, but if it attracts more experienced packs to come knocking, that's not a bad thing at all. The Asura blade seemed to sense its master's thoughts, letting out a faint hum, as if thirsting for battle. Gui Yi's cooking skills were quite impressive. The simple home-cooked dishes were delicious and aromatic. Zhang Yi dined leisurely while discreetly observing the Gui sisters. Elder sister Gui Yi carried a gentle demeanor. Whenever their eyes met, she would lower her gaze slightly, her ears tinged with red, hiding what seemed to be unspoken feelings. Elder Guo, do you know the specific format of the upcoming martial arts tournament? Zhang Yi asked, ready to discuss serious matters after satisfying his appetite. Yes. This time, the martial arts tournament will begin with local city qualifiers, Elder Guo replied, nodding. Once again, he found himself admiring this young man's composure. It's being jointly hosted with nearby cities, like Linhai City and Nanshan City. The first event is aimed at selecting young spiritual martial artists under the age of 25. The purpose? First, to foster competition and mutual improvement. Second, to discover potential talents and provide resource incentives for their cultivation. Third, it serves as a subtle competition among cities, showcasing their heritage and the strength of their younger generation. This competition is an individual tournament, with generous rewards. The top 10 not only receive substantial monetary prizes but also gain priority recommendation opportunities from the Lingwu division. Additionally, it boosts the reputation of the local city. Guo Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up instantly. Brother Zhang Yi, you have to participate in the individual tournament. With your strength, you'll definitely win the championship. Then, let's see who dares to say Jiang City's younger generation has no talents. Zhang Yi chuckled, his heart brimming with confidence. A championship? Naturally, he was determined to win. But even more importantly, such a tournament would undoubtedly attract geniuses from all over, a treasure trove of experience and killing intent points. Ding! Host's overwhelming desire for battle detected. Asura declares, finally, another fight. I can't wait to drink blood. Bloodlust level, 50%. As the Asura blade's satisfaction increased, so did its thirst for killing intent. Subsequent enhancements and new trait unlocks would grow even more powerful. What about the strength of the tournament participants? Zhang Yi asked with some concern. Elder Guo pondered for a moment before replying. Based on previous years, most of Jiang City's younger generation hover between high-level bronze and mid-level silver.
Reaching high-level silver would already make them standouts. As for gold level, they're extremely rare, usually kept as secret weapons by major factions. However, in resource-rich cities like Linhai City, there might be a few young gold-level talents. Hearing this, Zhang Yi was deep in thought. Jang City's lack of resources made it difficult to compete with central cities in terms of strength development. Ding! Host's desire for both personal and collective honor detected. Unlocking reputation points. Reputation points can be converted into killing intent points. Reputation points are harder to gain. 1 reputation point equals 3 killing intent points. Current host reputation points, 100, slightly known. Oh. Although reputation points are difficult to accumulate, Zhang Yi understood that as long as he stood at the peak, the accumulated reputation could be converted into a massive amount of killing intent points, making it a surefire profit. He secretly vowed in his heart that he must not be confined to the small Jang City. He would make everyone aware of the strength of Jang City's people. Our Jang City is a small place, and the strength of the younger generation is far inferior to that of major cities. Every year at the martial arts tournament, conflicts and disputes are endless. Last year, I went to watch the competition, and those people from Linhai City were so arrogant. After winning, they kept mocking us, accusing Jang City of being unable to cultivate true powerhouses. Sigh. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, a faint, almost imperceptible smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Arrogance? Mockery? This is exactly the kind of killing intent delivered right to my doorstep. The registration starts in 3 days and lasts for a week. The venue is at the Lingwu Exhibition Center in the city center. Xiao Yi, you've been in the spotlight too much lately. You must be careful, especially with contestants from other cities who might target you. I understand. Zhang Yi nodded firmly. He was never afraid of trouble. In fact, he looked forward to it coming his way. Guo Yi added some broth for Zhang Yi and said softly, Zhang Yi, make sure to stay safe during the competition. Her concern warmed Zhang Yi's heart, and he responded with a smile, don't worry, Yi Jia, I know what I'm doing. Ah. I am about the same age as you. Oh. After bidding farewell to the enthusiastic Guo family, Zhang Yi returned home and began organizing today's gains and planning for what comes next. After the Asura Sword was upgraded to LV3, the newly added Sword Soul feature filled him with curiosity. This means he can control the Asura Sword as if it were an extension of his own arm, enabling coordinated attacks and even unexpected ambushes, truly a powerful trump card. The current killing intent value is just over 3,000. There's no rush to enhance it for now. I'll save it and see if there are more pressing needs later. Regarding the upcoming Jiangcheng Martial Arts Tournament, Zhang Yi already has a plan in mind. This is not only an opportunity to make a name for himself but also an excellent stage to harvest killing intent value and rapidly enhance his strength. Linhai City, Nanshan City, I hope you won't disappoint me, Zhang Yi said, a smile of anticipation curling at the corner of his mouth. In the following 2 days, Zhang Yi did not go out to hunt monsters and level up but chose to stay at home to settle and adapt to his surge in power, reaching the 9th rank of bronze. He carefully studied the control of the Sword Soul and discovered that this feature was more flexible than he had imagined. The Asura Sword seemed to have developed a consciousness of its own, capable of executing complex flight maneuvers and attack commands based on his thoughts, with spiritual energy consumption remaining within an acceptable range. At the same time, he also kept an eye on the online discussions about himself. The heat remained high, and various versions of the Zhang Yi legend were being spread. Some praised him as a once-in-a-century genius in Jiang City, while others questioned his strength, believing he was merely lucky. There were even conspiracy theorists speculating that he was backed by a mysterious force. Zhang Yi dismissed it all with a smile, knowing that at the martial arts tournament, all doubts would vanish like smoke. However, these ongoing discussions did not cause his reputation value to skyrocket. This 100 points could be extracted freely, but only 100 times. Clearly, it was a criterion-based entry, requiring opportunities to increase the count. And those potential opponents and challengers were precisely the nourishment he craved. Time flew by, and the first day of registration for the tournament arrived. Early in the morning, the Jiangcheng Spiritual Martial Arts Convention Center was bustling with activity and excitement. On the massive square, temporary registration booths and information desks had been set up, while several large electronic screens played promotional videos and important notices for the tournament on a loop. Young spiritual martial artists from Jiangcheng and nearby cities gathered here in groups of 3 or 5, their expressions filled with excitement as they eagerly prepared themselves. Zhang Yi, dressed in simple casual clothes, blended into the crowd inconspicuously, but his heart was filled with anticipation and determination.
However, when Jiang Yi walked to the registration channel for local contestants in Zhangcheng, he immediately caused a commotion. Look! It's Jiang Yi. It's really him. He looks even more handsome than in the videos. Shoo! Keep your voice down. He single-handedly defeated the Wolf King and crushed a golden tier level 2 powerhouse with his spiritual pressure. Night God! I'm your fan. Can you give me an autograph? In an instant, sweet and adorable little girls excitedly crowded around, holding their notebooks, eager to lift Jiang Yi to the skies. Jiang Yi was somewhat surprised but still graciously took the notebooks and signed his name, feeling secretly pleased. Student Jiang Yi, this way please. The staff responsible for registration was extremely polite, clearly aware of his recent glorious achievements. The registration process was smooth and quick, involving filling out forms, verifying identity, and confirming spiritual weapon level, all completed in just a few minutes. Alright, student Jiang Yi, this is your competition credential. Please keep it safe. Wishing you great success in the competition. Thank you. Jiang Yi took the credential, turned around, and prepared to leave, already filled with anticipation for the upcoming competition. At that moment, a slightly grating discussion could be heard from another registration channel nearby. Zhangcheng's hype this year is quite over the top. Bronze defeating gold? I bet it's mostly just publicity. A tall, thin young man wearing a team uniform with the words Linhai printed on it curled his lips into a disdainful smile, glancing at his companion beside him. His voice was perfectly pitched, just loud enough for those around to hear. Exactly, a beast of the Wolf King's caliber, how could a mere bronze rank take it down solo? Probably just picked off one that was already on its last legs. And that so-called spiritual pressure duel, are we really supposed to believe a bronze kid scared a gold-tier mercenary captain into submission? Who would buy that? Do they think we're 3-year-olds? In my opinion, Zhangcheng really has no promising newcomers to show off and can only rely on this kind of false advertising to grab attention. The voices of these people were filled with disdain and skepticism, their gazes occasionally glancing at Jiang Yi with a provocative intent. Jiang Yi was momentarily stunned, then sneered coldly as he turned around, his eyes sharp as knives, staring directly at the contestants from Linhai City, and shouted angrily, F*** your mother, you bunch of foul-mouthed dogs. This furious roar instantly plunged the entire venue into dead silence, with a tense atmosphere permeating the air. Hey! What the hell are you saying? I'm cursing you for your filthy mouth. Can't take being cursed for it, huh? So quick to talk back, why are you calling for your daddy now? You! Several contestants from Linhai City immediately rushed forward, surrounding Jiang Yi. The atmosphere was on the verge of exploding. What? Making a move inside the city? Come on, take a look, ask clearly, who started the trouble first. Do you even know whose territory this is? Jiang Yi's unyielding attitude made these bluffing guys hesitate to act rashly, knowing deep down that they were in the wrong. Originally, they came here for exchange and learning, but they didn't expect someone to dare to fight back so directly. Many young spiritual martial artists from Jang City nearby also heard the earlier mockery and gathered around. Hey! You people from Linhai City, watch your tone. We witnessed Jiang Yi's strength with our own eyes. Who are you to criticize here? Exactly. Sour grapes, huh? If you have the guts, why don't you go and solo a Wolf King yourself? Ignore them. All talk and no action. If they're so capable, they should go to the imperial capital for an exchange program. Young people are full of vigor, and someone like Jiang Yi standing out made it hard for them to tolerate such provocation, so they all spoke out in rebuttal. At this moment, Sun Hao, the tall and thin youth from Linhai City, became even more smug as he observed the scene, letting out a cold laugh. What? Speaking a few truths has hit a sore spot for you Zhangcheng people? Lacking strength, and yet you don't allow others to talk about it? A short and stout young man beside him chimed in, everyone we brought from Linhai City this time is at least Silver Tier 2, and our captain is even at the peak of Silver Tier 4. Unlike some places, where people can only rely on bragging to boost their courage. Well said. Sun Hao responded smugly, what second awakening of spiritual weapons after a breakup, what bronze turning the tables on gold? If you're going to make up stories, at least make them believable. If you're really that impressive, why are you still just bronze tier 4? In Linhai City, that level wouldn't even be enough to serve as my punching bag. As soon as the words were spoken, the atmosphere instantly grew tense with a strong sense of hostility. Several hot-tempered youths were about to rush forward to argue, but were held back by those beside them. Ding! Detected that the host is being subjected to low-level taunting, intensity assessment, feeble. Asura remarks, this kind of trash dares to make noise in front of me? Just chop them up and feed them to the dogs. Zhang Yi felt helpless in his heart. Hearing the system's sarcastic comment, he understood that the current Asura sword was indeed filled with hostility. He did not immediately react but instead looked calmly at Sun Hao and the others, as if watching a group of monkeys jumping around. A faint, disdainful sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. This silent contempt was even more unbearable than direct scolding. Sun Hao felt a bit uneasy under Jiang Ye's gaze, but his words remained defiant. What are you looking at? Don't think that having a bit of a reputation in Jiangcheng makes you something special. On the field, we'll show you what a real gap in strength looks like. Jiang Yi sneered coldly, his tone full of disdain. Have you ever played games? Do you know what kind of person is the worst? He stepped closer, his voice as chilling as a cold wind piercing through. The kind who pops champagne at halftime saying it's a sure win, but ends up with no kills, no good stats, and still blames their teammates for being trash. What did you say? Say that to me again. What are you doing, huh? Want to fight? Jiang Yi's verbal firepower remained undiminished, his sharp words cutting through the air like a blade, instantly thickening the tension around them. Sun Hao, however, was not angered by this. Instead, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a playful smile. Whether you're a noob or not, we'll know with a test. Unconvinced? Why don't we have a simple exchange here first? He waved his hand, his smile growing increasingly amicable. We civilized people naturally use civilized methods. I noticed that the registration area has a spiritual power testing device for preliminary screening of contestants' strength, correct? His gaze shifted to a nearby instrument with a metallic sheen, a standard spiritual power impact tester capable of roughly evaluating the instantaneous burst strength of a spiritual warrior. The instrument is primarily used for auxiliary judgment, not mandatory testing, and is usually for participants whose levels are in question or who wish to prove their strength. Sun Hao and the others also glanced at the instrument, their faces showing a mix of understanding and disdain. For contestants like them, at the mid to high silver level, such a tester was child's play. Alright, let's compete. Zhang Yi agreed without hesitation, his eyes gleaming with the fire of battle. Do you want to compete with us in this? Sun Hao sneered, you're just a bronze tier 4, and you want to compete with us in spiritual power impact? Are you sure your brain isn't broken? His companions behind him burst into laughter as well. Ha, this is killing me. A bronze tier dares to challenge the spiritual power intensity of a silver tier? Could this kid have been praised too much and now really thinks he's invincible? Stop wasting time, just kick him out already and save him from embarrassing himself. The young people on Jiang Cheng's side were also a bit worried. Although Jiang Yi had a record of using spiritual pressure to crush a gold tier 2, that was spiritual pressure, a confrontation on the mental level. When it comes to pure spiritual power impact, the gap in levels is still very obvious. A bronze tier 4 going up against a peak silver tier 4, this gap is no small matter. At this moment, Hua Xiaoxiao happened to arrive to join the commotion. Seeing this scene, she hurriedly squeezed her way over. Brother Zhang Yi, don't stoop to their level. They're deliberately provoking you. Zhang Yi gave her a reassuring look, then turned back to Sun Hao, his smile unchanged. Let's make an agreement to settle this. If you lose, you roll out of here. Physically roll. Zhang Yi stepped forward, exuding an oppressive aura that bore down on Sun Hao, his gaze as cold as frost. I dare. Do you? A simple provocation, but often effective. Sun Hao's face darkened. He had intended to continue mocking, but now Zhang Yi had stoked the flames. He had planned to casually pull a team member to take the hit, but now he was being labeled as afraid. If he refused or swapped someone else in for the test on the spot, wouldn't it make the people of Linhai City look like they were afraid of a mere bronze from Jiangcheng? Joke. Why would I not dare? Sun Hao let out a cold snort, secretly gritting his teeth. Since you insist on humiliating yourself, we'll grant your wish. Remember what you said. He gritted his teeth, a trace of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Then it's settled. Zhang Yi nodded, walking up to the spiritual power impact tester with an imposing aura, as if his courage was suffocating the entire space. The staff member hesitated, glancing at both sides. The event encouraged peaceful exchanges, but it seemed unavoidable now. Seeing Zhang Ye's resolute attitude and Sun Hao's group looking like they were ready for a show, the staff member had no choice but to proceed with the operation. Please place your palm on the sensing area and unleash your spiritual power with full force. The instrument will display the peak impact strength. The surrounding crowd quickly gathered, forming a large circle. Everyone's eyes were focused on Zhang Yi. Local contestants from Jiangcheng were both nervous and expectant. They hoped Zhang Yi could once again create a miracle. and fiercely humiliate these outsiders. Meanwhile, contestants from Linhai City and other regions mostly watched with a mix of amusement and schadenfreude. Kid, don't go breaking the instrument, alright? I heard that thing is pretty expensive. Don't worry, a bronze level guy breaking this kind of instrument? Even gold level might not be able to crash it. Hee hee, I want to see rivers of blood. Place your bets and see who wins and who loses. Jiang Yi took a deep breath and slowly placed his right palm on the cold sensing area. Unlike the others, he did not deliberately mobilize all his spiritual energy or make any grand preparatory gestures. He simply stood there quietly, as if sensing something. Ding! Asura reminder, host, spiritual energy infused with killing intent is enough to instantly destroy golden level protective spiritual energy and can instantly collapse this machine. Would you like to use a small dose to give these weaklings a little bronze level shock? Jiang Yi smiled inwardly, thinking to himself, the show is about to begin. In the next moment, his gaze slightly sharpened, and the special spiritual energy within him, refined to the extreme and fused with a chilling, killing intent, suddenly awakened like a dormant volcano. This was not a violent outburst but an instantaneous release after intense compression. Buzz. A faint dark red light, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, flashed across his palm, as if heralding the storm that was about to arrive. The numerical display on the testing instrument began to jump wildly. 1000 N. 2000 N. 3000 N. This value represents pure physical impact force, closely related to the level and quality of spiritual power. Generally speaking, a full-force strike from a Bronze Tier 4 spiritual warrior has a peak impact force of approximately 2500 N to 3500 N. As for Sun Hao and the others, being Silver Tier 4 contenders, their peak impact force typically reaches 6000 N to 8000 N, or even higher. Therefore, in their eyes, Jiang Yi achieving a value of around 3000 N already makes him an outstanding figure among the Bronze Tier, but compared to them, it is still insignificant. However, the numbers on the instrument showed no signs of stopping. 5000 N. 8000 N. 10,000 N. What? Sun Hao's mocking smile froze on his face, and the surrounding laughter came to an abrupt halt. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at the skyrocketing numbers. 10,000 N. This had already reached the level of an ordinary silver rank 7 spiritual warrior. A bronze rank 4 delivering a spiritual energy impact equivalent to silver rank 6 or 7? How is this possible? Guo Xiaoxiao excitedly covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The local contestants from Jiangcheng all wore expressions of ecstasy, as if they had achieved this result themselves. However, it wasn't over yet. 120,000 N. 140,000 N. The number broke through the 10,000 N threshold, a level only achievable by spirit practitioners around the 9th rank of silver. Sun Hao's expression had shifted from astonishment to sheer terror. His own full-strength strike was only about 8,000 N. Could it be that he's about to break through 150,000 N? Someone exclaimed in shock. 150,000 N, that was the hallmark threshold of silver rank 9, nearing the gold rank. Just as everyone's hearts were in their throats, Jiang Yi's palm trembled slightly, and an even more concentrated force burst forth from his body. The buzzing sound suddenly became piercingly sharp. The numbers on the instrument, after a brief pause, suddenly shot up crazily. Finally, they stabilized at a value that left everyone present dumbfounded, their breaths caught. 200,000 N. The entire venue fell into dead silence. 200,000 N. What did this value signify? It signified gold rank 1. The gold rank marked the first qualitative transformation of spiritual power. Even for a spirit warrior who had just entered the gold rank, their regular spiritual power impact peak value would typically range between 180,000 and 200,000. A bronze rank 4 unleashed a spiritual impact stronger than a gold rank 1? This is simply not human. This is a monster. A prodigy. No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The equipment is broken. The equipment must be broken. Sun Hao screamed in disbelief, unable to accept the result. This was even more unbearable than being slapped directly. The other contestants from Linhai City also turned ashen-faced, their eyes filled with fear and incredulity. Their proud silver rank cultivation was nothing but a joke in the face of Jiang Yi's terrifying performance. The staff member responsible for operating the equipment was equally stunned, his hands trembling as he repeatedly checked the parameters of the device. Finally, he uttered a few words. The equipment, everything is normal. The data is absolutely accurate. Zhang Yi slowly withdrew his palm, his face still carrying that calm and composed expression. Even with restrained power, he had achieved this result. Although he had not yet broken through to the silver rank, for him, smashing this equipment with one strike would be effortless. But directly shattering their confidence was meaningless. He wanted to completely grind down their fighting spirit, morale, and cultivation resolve. Sun Hao's lips trembled, unable to utter a single word. Zhang Ye's gaze swept across the room, and those out-of-town contestants who had previously questioned and mocked him now had only shock and awe written on their faces. Is there anyone else who refuses to accept this? Aren't we all civilized people? Come on, let's compete. Zhang Ye's voice was thunderous, striking straight to the heart. Is there anyone else who looks down on the people of Zhongcheng? Step forward and speak now. Silence fell. Ding! The host successfully humiliated the provocateurs, stunning the entire audience with absolute strength. Killing intent value plus 800. Asura comments, this kind of emotional manipulation is barely passable. Satisfaction plus 2%. Ding! The satisfaction level of the Asura sword has reached 69%. Sun Hao's face was as pale as a sheet of paper, his eyes flickering with fear and defeat. He stared blankly at Zhang Yi, his heart filled with endless doubt and shock. This terrifying number seemed like an invisible mountain, pressing heavily on him and all the contestants of Linhai City. Earlier, they were mocking Zhang Yi for being at bronze tier 4, but this guy casually tested and unleashed a spiritual energy impact comparable to gold tier 1. It was as if their faces were being ground into the dirt, along with their pitiful pride and confidence crushed to pieces. How could this happen? The short and stout youth beside Sun Hao was also stunned, muttering to himself with a face full of shock. The young spiritual martial artists of Jiang City around them, after a brief moment of daze, erupted into deafening cheers. Zhang Yi is awesome. Ha ha ha. This is the genius of Zhongcheng. 20,000 bulls. My god. Is this still bronze tier 4? The brats from Linhai City must be dumbfounded now, huh? Still dare to act arrogant? Guo Xiaoxiao's face flushed with excitement as she waved her little fists, her eyes sparkling like stars. She had always known that brother Zhang Yi was the best. Zhang Yi ignored the cheers around him, his gaze fixed on the pale-faced Sun Hao as he said calmly, "Get lost." Sun Hao's lips moved a few times, trying to salvage some dignity, but he found his throat dry and couldn't utter a single word. In the face of absolute strength, any argument appears weak and powerless, especially now under the watchful eyes of the crowd. He dared not refute. Just as he was about to take action, a furious shout interrupted his thoughts. Get up! Bullying the people of Linhai City, huh? Who exactly is it? Zhang Yi turned his head at the sound, and a sturdy man entered with several young coaches. Oh, the little snack is here again. Who dares to tell the people of Linhai City to get lost? Who is it? The crowd automatically parted, and a burly, dark-skinned middle-aged man with sharp, eagle-like eyes stepped forward. He was dressed in a deep blue combat outfit, with the emblem of Linhai City's Spirit Martial Division on his chest. A faint platinum-level aura emanated from him, causing the weaker young spirit martial artists around to feel a sense of dread. Captain Zhao. Sun Hao and the others, upon seeing the newcomer, had their previously bitter expressions instantly turned to joy. They hurriedly stepped forward, voicing their grievances. Captain Zhao, you're finally here. The people from Zhongcheng have gone too far. They're relying on their numbers and even using faulty equipment. Captain Zhao, it's him. This internet celebrity is bullying others. The man referred to as Captain Zhao was named Zhao Zhenhai, a powerhouse at the 9th rank of the gold level, and one of the top figures in Linhai City. As he listened to the complaints of his subordinate, his expression grew increasingly grim. His gaze, sharp as lightning, swept toward Zhang Yi and finally fixed on the spiritual power impact tester. Is there a problem with the device? Zhao Zhenhai said in a deep voice, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. He pushed through the crowd and personally inspected the equipment. There was no issue, but the test data left him astonished. The final level was determined to be bronze level 9, yet it registered a pressure of 20,000 newtons. Zhao Zhenhai pondered for a moment, then glared fiercely at a nearby staff member, scaring the person into silence. He then turned to Zhang Yi and said, "Young man, you do have some skill. It's good for the young to have pride. However, it seems you're deliberately targeting my team right now, which is hardly the demeanor of a Lingwu practitioner, don't you think? Moreover, how could a bronze level achieve such results? Whether the equipment is faulty can be judged with the naked eye, but the data speaks for itself. Who's to say he didn't use banned substances?" As soon as he said this, the surrounding out-of-town contestants, who were already skeptical of Jiang Ye's results, immediately began whispering among themselves. I knew it. How could a 4th-tier bronze possibly produce an impact force of 20,000 newtons? The equipment isn't the problem, it's probably the person. People from Jiangcheng would do anything for the sake of saving face. The young people from Jiangcheng immediately refused to accept it. Rubbish! You're really good at turning the tables. If you can't afford to lose, just say it. Don't make excuses. Why are people from Linhai City all like this? Losing and then acting shamelessly.
Zhang Yi coldly stared at Zhao Zhenhai in front of him, secretly sneering in his heart.
Ding! Asura friendly reminder, host, this person is burdened with countless blood debts, possesses high cultivation, and harbors intense resentment. It is recommended to keep him
under constant high pressure to extract killing intent points.
The system's voice chimed in at the right moment, carrying a hint of gleeful excitement as if enjoying the drama.
Zhang Yi ignored the system's teasing, his gaze remaining calmly fixed on Zhao Zhenhai.
Uncle, you can eat recklessly, but you can't speak recklessly. I'm standing right here. If you don't believe me, feel free to come and try it yourself. Zhang Ye's voice was firm and unyielding. If you can't do it, or if you want to send any expert from Linhai City to compete, go ahead. Of course, I never said the men of Linhai City are incapable. As long as you're willing to play, we'll accompany you to the end. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding onlookers couldn't help but chuckle, and the atmosphere became lively.
What? What do you mean, heh? You can say anything about a man, but you can't say he's incapable. This really hit the sore spot.
Let's see how this Zhang Yi gets out of this mess. Linhai City won't let them off now. Zhao Zhenhai's face turned ashen, and he remained silent, secretly calculating how to counterattack. He wanted to see what else this kid could possibly say. However, before that, shouldn't some people fulfill the promises they made earlier?
Zhang Ye's gaze swept over and landed on Sun Hao, a mocking smile playing at the corner of his lips.
We, civilized people, value integrity. If you agree to leave after losing, physically leave, then you can't possibly lack even the courage to follow through just because you can't accept defeat, right? Kid, you're being insolent.
Zhao Zhenhai roared in fury, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from him, pressing directly toward Zhang Yi.
Ding! High resentment detected from a single target, killing intent value plus 500. Zhang Ye's lips curled into a faint smile, showing no fear whatsoever.
At this moment, several coaches and staff members from Jiangcheng quickly stepped forward, standing in front of Zhang Yi and releasing their
spiritual power to counter Zhao Zhenhai's pressure. Team leader Zhao, this is Jiangcheng.
Please show some respect, the person in charge of this Jiangcheng Spiritual Martial Arts Conference said coldly.
The testing is open and transparent, and the results are witnessed by all. If
Linhai City has objections to the results, you can file an appeal through proper channels, rather than using force to intimidate people here. The atmosphere at the venue instantly became tense, and the live broadcast cameras locked firmly onto the conflict, causing the number of online viewers to surge, with the comment
section exploding. Great, great, great. Here we go again. Fight, place your bets now. This is getting a bit repetitive, but I love it. Chaos is what makes it interesting. Zhao Zhenhai's expression grew increasingly grim.
He hadn't expected Jiangcheng's side to take such a firm stance, nor had he anticipated that Zhang Yi would remain unfazed under his pressure. Originally, he had planned to use this opportunity to disrupt the situation and save face for his team, but now he found himself cornered by Zhang Yi with no way out.
Fine, very fine. Zhao Zhenhai laughed in anger. I have a problem, right? The equipment has a problem, right? Alright then. Let's see
whether you truly have the skills or if there really is a gap between people.
He turned to Sun Hao, his gaze carrying an undeniable command. Sun Hao, you, go test again. I refuse to believe that the elite of my Linhai City are inferior to those from Jiangcheng.
Before he could finish speaking, Sun Hao's face
instantly fell.
Having just been utterly crushed by Zhang Yi's 2,000 oxen figure, the thought of going up again to embarrass himself made him inwardly cry out in despair.
Leader Zhao,
Sun Hao tried to come up with an excuse, but under Zhao Zhenhai's icy gaze, he immediately froze, unable to utter another word.
What's the matter? Do you want your team member to perform another on-the-spot explosion? But let me remind you, the bet still stands. Zhang Ye's lips curled into an amused smile.
If he tests and loses, he still has to leave.
Leader Zhao, if you don't compete and end up losing, does that mean you'll have to leave together? You. Zhao Zhenhai was left speechless by Zhang Ye's sharp yet subtle words.
At this moment, there was no way he could step forward himself.
With so many people watching, where would he put his old face? Ding. Detected an individual with extremely high resentment, killing intent value plus 5,000. Jiang Yi secretly rejoiced, his heart ablaze. What's such a big temper? Jiang Yi looked at Zhao Zhenhai, took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and said coldly, "We people of Linhai City honor our bets. Sun Hao, since you made the wager, you should fulfill it yourself. Don't disgrace Linhai City." On the surface, these words seemed righteous and dignified, but in reality, they were a disguised way of backing down, merely shifting the responsibility to Sun Hao, leaving him to bear the humiliation alone. Sun Hao's face was ashen, and he understood in his heart that his reputation was utterly ruined today. He cast a venomous glance at Jiang Yi, then a fearful one at Zhao Zhenhai, and finally gritted his teeth. "Fine. I'll crawl." Closing his eyes and steeling his resolve, he prepared to lie down on the ground. Jiang Yi suddenly spoke up. "Wait." Instantly, all eyes focused on him. "This gentleman, you just said we used despicable means, questioned whether I took banned substances, falsified data, and now you want to use your power to suppress us." Jiang Yi said slowly, "Now, shouldn't you first apologize for your words? After all, we civilized people must take responsibility for what we say." Zhao Zhenhai's face instantly turned darker than the bottom of a pot. This kid actually dared to force him to apologize in public? The surrounding Jiangcheng citizens erupted into laughter and cheers. "That's right. Apologize. Can't handle losing and still slander others, you must apologize. People from Linhai City, apologize quickly and get lost." Zhao Zhenhai's fists clenched tightly, making cracking sounds, and the spiritual energy surging around him grew increasingly violent. Having dominated Linhai City for years, he had never suffered such humiliation, especially being forced into this situation by a mere youngster. With a wicked smile, he extended a single sword-like finger, channeling the high-pressure spiritual energy hidden behind him to his fingertip. The golden ninth-tier spiritual pressure locked onto Jiang Yi, ready to unleash a fatal strike at any moment. Ding! Detected an individual with extremely high resentment, killing intent value plus 15,000. Asura evaluation, the target intends to launch a sneak attack from behind, showing no martial ethics. Host, please be cautious and activate killing intent protection. Oh! Just as he was about to launch a sneak attack, a steady voice came from the entrance of the venue. "Captain Zhao, why such a fiery temper?" Everyone turned toward the voice and saw several people dressed in Jiangcheng Spirit Martial Division uniforms. Walking in. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a square face. It was Yun Feng, the deputy director of the Jiangcheng Spirit Martial Division. Behind Yun Feng followed an elderly man with a tall and upright posture and an extraordinary demeanor. Although the elder's aura was restrained and his eyes were half closed, the occasional glint in his gaze made it clear he was not to be underestimated. When Zhao Zhenhai saw Yun Feng, his expression changed drastically, and he immediately stopped his actions. He could afford to disregard Jiangcheng, but he could not afford to disrespect the Spirit Martial Division. Yun Feng walked into the center of the venue, his gaze sweeping over Jiang Yi and Zhao Zhenhai before finally settling on Zhao Zhenhai. His tone was calm yet carried an undeniable authority. "Captain Zhao, the testing equipment is guaranteed by Jiangcheng to be absolutely reliable, with precision beyond question. As for Jiang Yi's character, everyone here has witnessed it. Even if it comes to a drug test, I believe he has nothing to fear. As for the wager, since both parties agreed voluntarily, it should naturally be honored." These words not only affirmed the fairness of the test but also gave Zhao Zhenhai a way out, subtly hinting that he should stop dwelling on the apology and quickly have Sun Hao fulfill the bet to settle the matter. Zhao Zhenhai cast a deep glance at Jiang Yi, his eyes filled with venom and unwillingness. He knew that his reputation was already ruined today, and persisting further would only make things worse. With a cold snort, he barked at Sun Hao, "Hurry up and get lost." Sun Hao felt as if he had been granted amnesty. Ignoring any sense of dignity, he gritted his teeth, lay directly on the ground, and actually started rolling. His posture was utterly pathetic, drawing a wave of laughter from the surrounding crowd. The other team members from Linhai City all lowered their heads, their faces burning with shame. Jiang Yi glanced at the rolling Sun Hao on the ground, then at the livid Zhao Zhenhai, secretly amused in his heart. Ding! Asura states, making this self-righteous guy suffer a setback can be considered a small appetizer. Killing intent value plus 18,000, satisfaction plus 15%. Jiang Yi remained indifferent to the system's evaluation, but his gaze fell on the silent elder standing behind Deputy Director Yun Feng. Under the laughter and countless camera flashes, Sun Hao embarrassingly rolled out of the crowd's view. That scene was enough to become a hot topic in the Lingwu circle for the next few days. The other team members from Linhai City blushed with shame,
wishing they could find a hole to crawl into. Zhao Zhenhai's face was so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. He stared at Zhang Yi with an expression that seemed ready to devour him alive. However, he knew that in front of Yun Feng, the deputy director of Jiangqing's Lingwu Bureau, no matter how unwilling he was, he couldn't stir up any trouble. Deputy Director Yun Zhao will remember today's events. Zhao Zhenhai coldly threw out a parting remark and, with the remaining team members, prepared to leave this place of disgrace and utter defeat. Wait. Just as Zhao Zhenhai turned around, Zhang Yi's voice rang out again, clear and calm, as if dancing on the edge of a blade. Zhao Zhenhai whipped his head back, glaring at Zhang Yi. Kid, what else do you want? He was already on the verge of exploding. If Yun Feng weren't present, he would have rushed over to teach this cheeky brat a lesson long ago. Zhang Yi remained indifferent, his gaze fixed on the spiritual power testing device as he calmly said, "Someone just questioned the fairness of the device. Now, Sun Hao has already proven the accuracy of the device through his actions. However, to completely dispel certain people's doubts, I think it's still necessary to invite someone of significance to verify it once more." He turned to Zhao Zhenhai, a faint smile playing at the corner of his lips. "Captain Zhao, didn't you just say you didn't trust the data from this device? You even claimed I enhanced my abilities with drugs. Why don't you personally give it a try? Let us juniors from Jiangcheng witness the true strength of a senior from Linhai City. Of course, this time we won't bet on anything else, just on the integrity of this device. How about it?" As soon as these words were spoken, the entire audience was in an uproar. Damn! Zhang Yi is going all out. So bold. Is he planning to completely humiliate the leader of Linhai City? This is going to be good. If Leader Zhao backs down, Linhai City will truly become a laughingstock today. The live stream chat exploded instantly, with various gifs and cheers flooding the screen. Zhao Zhenhai trembled with anger, pointing at Zhang Yi, his lips quivering. You've gone too far. What was his status? The team leader of Linhai City, a formidable expert at the 9th rank of gold. Now, he was arguing with a junior at the bronze rank and even considering testing the device that had caused his team to lose face? If word got out, how could Zhao Zhenhai continue to hold his ground in the spiritual martial arts circle? However, Zhang Yi's words had put him on the spot, and now they were adding fuel to the fire. If he refused, it would be tantamount to admitting guilt, conceding that Linhai City couldn't afford to lose, and even acknowledging that his previous doubts about the device were baseless and purely an attempt to stir trouble. Yun Feng frowned slightly. He hadn't expected Zhang Yi to be so relentless, directly targeting Zhao Zhenhai. However, after a moment's thought, he realized that although this young man's actions were somewhat unconventional, every word he said made sense. Moreover, Jiangqing's dignity indeed could not be trampled on by outsiders at will. Thus, Yun Feng cleared his throat lightly and said, "Team Leader Zhao, since young friend Zhang Yi has made this suggestion to clear up any misunderstandings, why not?" He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. He was subtly supporting Zhang Yi and putting pressure on Zhao Zhenhai. Zhao Zhenhai's face alternated between green and white. Looking at Zhang Yi's calm and composed expression, he wished he could slap him to death. This young man, despite his age, had such cunning and shrewd methods, he was practically a little fox. At the moment when Zhao Zhenhai was caught in a dilemma, almost driven mad, a trace of viciousness suddenly flashed in his eyes. "Fine. Since you insist on seeing, I'll let you see for yourself." Zhao Zhenhai abruptly flung his sleeve and strode toward the spiritual power tester. Secretly calculating in his mind, he planned to use some subtle tricks during the test to interfere with the instrument's normal operation, or to unleash a mental force impact at the moment of exertion, making Zhang Yi suffer a hidden loss. By then, even if the instrument displayed inaccurate data, he could excuse it by claiming the instrument couldn't withstand the chaotic force. The surrounding crowd held their breath, their gazes all fixed on Zhao Zhenhai. Everyone wanted to see how high a score this leader of Linhai City could achieve, or whether something unexpected would really happen. The corners of Zhang Yi's mouth lifted slightly, as he naturally discerned the malice in Zhao Zhenhai's eyes. Ding! A Jura reminder, host, this old dog is about to go berserk. He plans to use mental power to launch a sneak attack on you while exerting force, and at the same time sabotage the equipment to frame you. Suggestion, before he exerts his strength, give him a little mental shock first, so he can experience what it means to lift a rock only to drop it on his own foot. Oh, there's such a move? Zhang Yi chuckled inwardly. System, your reminders are getting more and more considerate. Zhao Zhenhai stood in front of the equipment, took a deep breath, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. He began mobilizing all the spiritual energy in his body, and a powerful aura emanated from him, far surpassing the likes of Sun Hao.
Kid, watch closely, he shouted loudly, his right palm suddenly striking toward the sensing area. Just as his palm was about to touch the sensing area, a subtle wave of mental energy quietly locked onto Zhang Yi, preparing to launch a sneak attack. Zhao Zhenhai suddenly felt as if his head had been struck hard by an invisible hammer. His vision swam with golden stars, and a sharp pain emanated from the depths of his mind, causing the spiritual energy he was mobilizing to become instantly chaotic. His palm, aimed at the instrument, lost both its accuracy and strength. Poof! A faint muffled sound. Zhao Zhenhai's soft palm pressed against the sensing area. The numbers on the instrument's display screen flickered slowly and then froze. 8N. The entire place fell silent. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Pfft, ha ha ha. No one knew who couldn't hold it in first, erupting into a thunderous burst of laughter. Immediately, the entire venue was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. 8N? Was this achieved by a golden 9th rank? Am I seeing this right? Ha ha ha, this is killing me. This value is even worse than a bronze beginner rank. The senior experts of Linhai City truly possess extraordinary strength. This is indeed Jiangqing's machine, truly impressive, specialized in dealing with all kinds of defiance. Zhao Zhenhai felt as if the world was spinning. The sharp pain in his head had yet to subside when a wave of thunderous laughter reached his ears. He stared at the glaring 8N on the machine, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. No, impossible. This is impossible, he screamed, pointing at Zhang Yi. It's you. It must be your doing. Zhang Yi spread his hands, looking completely innocent. What did I do this time? I've been standing here the whole time without moving, and everyone can see that. What, so only people from Linhai City are allowed to question the instrument, but the instrument isn't allowed to accurately reflect your strength? You, put. Zhao Zhenhai was so enraged that his chest tightened, a sweetness rose in his throat, and he actually spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the front of his clothes red. He was actually humiliated in public by a junior at the bronze rank and ended up with such a disgraceful result. This was even more unbearable than being killed. The other team members from Linhai City hurriedly stepped forward to support the staggering Zhao Zhenhai, their faces pale as they looked at Zhang Yi with eyes full of fear. This Zhang Yi was simply a devil. Deputy Director Yun Feng was also stunned, not expecting such an outcome. He cast a deep glance at Zhang Yi, his eyes filled with curiosity and subtle admiration. This kid, not only is his strength mysterious, but his composure in the face of danger and ability to turn the tables far surpass his peers. He cleared his throat lightly, breaking the commotion at the scene. Alright, it seems that team leader Zhao is feeling unwell today. As for the test results, let's not overinterpret them. Harmony is the most important thing in an exchange meeting. Zhao Zhenhai, supported by his team members, fled the venue in a sorry state. The delegation from Linhai City came to Jiangcheng for an exchange and learning session, intending to show off, but ended up suffering a complete defeat and losing face entirely. Ding! The host successfully countered the sneak attack and used the enemy's own methods against them, achieving an ultimate face-slapping effect. Killing intent value plus 25,000. Asura states, these self-righteous fools must understand what true dimensional suppression is. Satisfaction plus 10%. Ding! The satisfaction level of the Asura sword has reached 85%. Host, keep up the good work and unlock more powerful features soon. Zhang Yi listened to the system's notification, feeling a wave of satisfaction in his heart. To deal with an old fox who likes to play dirty tricks, you have to use even dirtier tricks against him. As the embarrassed group from Linhai City left, the atmosphere in the venue gradually returned to normal. However, everyone's gaze toward Zhang Yi was filled with awe and curiosity. Brother Zhang Yi, awesome. Today was truly satisfying. The young spiritual martial artists from Jiangcheng gathered around, giving Zhang Yi a thumbs up. Deputy Director Yun Feng walked over with a smile, patted Zhang Yi on the shoulder, and said, young friend Zhang Yi, so outstanding in both strength and character at such a young age, truly a blessing for Jiangcheng. The elder who had been silent beside him was now also observing Zhang Yi with interest, his gaze carrying scrutiny and a hint of approval. Who might this be? Zhang Yi noticed the elder's gaze and asked politely. Yun Feng quickly introduced, oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is Advisor Zhou Tai, sent by the province to guide our Jiangcheng Spiritual Martial Conference. Elder Zhou. Elder Zhou is a genuine diamond-level powerhouse. Diamond level? Zhang Yi's heart tightened slightly. This was in existence 2 major ranks higher than the gold level. He never expected to encounter one here today. The surrounding people, upon hearing the words diamond level, were also in an uproar, their gazes toward Elder Zhou instantly filled with reverence. Zhou Tai nodded slightly, his voice gentle yet carrying an undeniable authority. Zhang Yi, is it? Not bad, very impressive. I saw your performance just now. A young man with courage and wisdom, it's a good thing. Zhou Tai's smile carried a hint of appreciation. He paused for a moment, then his tone shifted. However, real combat is far more than just a contest of spiritual power clashes. I heard you single-handedly defeated the mutant Wolf King and demonstrated extraordinary spiritual pressure in the previous tests. Zhou Tai's gaze sparkled with anticipation. I look forward to seeing you bring us even greater surprises in the upcoming official matches. Yun Feng chimed in from the side, a faint smile playing at the corner of his lips. Old Zhou thinks very highly of you. For this Jiangcheng spiritual martial tournament, Old Zhou will be watching closely, so you'd better perform well. The younger generation will do their utmost. Zhang Yi silently made up his mind, determined not to disappoint expectations. At that moment, Yun Feng's expression suddenly grew more serious. He scanned the surroundings and then gave Zhang Yi a look, signaling him to follow. Zhang Yi's heart tightened. It seemed the real matter was about to begin. Zhang Yi followed Deputy Director Yun Feng and the diamond-level Zhou Tai to a secluded reception room backstage at the venue. As soon as they entered, Yun Feng dismissed the attendants and personally poured tea for Zhang Yi and Elder Zhou. Zhang Yi, have a seat, don't be so formal. Yun Feng gestured for Zhang Yi to sit down, his smile fading slightly, revealing a sense of gravity. Zhou Tai, on the other hand, remained calm and composed, sipping his tea lightly while his gaze occasionally fell on Zhang Yi, carrying an air of probing curiosity. Yun Feng was the first to speak, his tone becoming much more formal. Today, you handled the provocation incident in Linhai City very well. Not only did you uphold Zhang City's reputation, but you also showcased the demeanor and strength of the younger generation in Zhang City. On this point, both Elder Zhou and I are very impressed. Zhou Tai nodded, his tone carrying a hint of affirmation. Zhang Yi said humbly, Director Yun, you flatter me. I merely did what I was supposed to do. Not arrogant or impetuous, very good, Zhou Tai said slowly, his voice steady. Your spiritual power impact of 20,000 oxen is indeed astonishing. What's even rarer is that I can sense you seem to have held back some strength. Moreover, the spiritual power within you is refined and pure, carrying a very unique sharp aura. This is not something an ordinary bronze-level spiritual warrior could possess. Zhang Yi's heart tightened. As expected, this diamond-level expert's perception was incredibly sharp, even detecting the killing intent fused within his spiritual energy. The system's voice echoed in his mind, ding. Asura reminder, host, this old man is quite capable, but your killing intent has already been refined and subdued through the power of Asura. At most, he can only sense a faint trace. Want to see through you? He's still far from it. Zhang Yi couldn't help but smile wryly. It seemed this old man was still a long way from truly understanding him. Senior Zhou, your insight is truly remarkable. Indeed, this junior has had some fortuitous encounters, which have allowed my spiritual energy to improve slightly. Zhang Yi replied briefly, avoiding further explanation. The more he explained, the more likely he was to slip up. Zhou Tai nodded and did not press further. In the world of spiritual martial arts, everyone has their own secrets and opportunities, which cannot be forced. He set down his teacup and said seriously, Zhang Yi, the reason I invited you here today, aside from acknowledging your progress, is because there is another, more important matter I wish to discuss with you. Yun Feng responded, to be honest, our Jiangcheng Lingwu division has recently encountered some tricky problems. Elder Zhou's visit to Jiangcheng this time is not only to guide the Lingwu conference but also to assist us in dealing with these issues. Zhang Yi's heart stirred. It seemed that the matter of the mole and the Nether Clan, which Elder Gua had mentioned earlier, was finally about to officially unfold. Recently, there have been frequent outbreaks of beast riots around Jiangcheng. At first, it didn't seem significant, but the frequency has been increasing and follows a very discernible pattern, Yun Feng continued, his tone growing more serious. Following that, a large batch of stimulant drugs has appeared on the market, forcibly enhancing spiritual power and cultivation. This has caused a major disruption to the authenticity and fairness of the Lingwu conference assessments. We suspect that there may be a mole within the Lingwu division, or even among some of the prominent families in Jiangcheng, colluding with these external forces, Zhou Tai added, his gaze sharp as a blade. These foreign forces act mysteriously and ruthlessly. We can't openly investigate them on the surface, lest we alert the enemy, Yun Feng said, his tone tinged with helplessness. Therefore, we need some trustworthy, capable individuals whose identities are relatively less sensitive to assist us in secret, Zhou Tai said, his gaze fixed on Zhang Yi, as if waiting for his response. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi already understood their intentions. They must be aware of Elder Gua's identity, though it was unclear whether the old man had informed these two high-ranking officials. Now, it all depended on the arrangements.
I understand.
Zhang Ye's gaze was resolute as he looked directly at them.
You want me to participate in this covert investigation?
Yunfeng and Zhou Tai exchanged a glance, as if they saw approval in each other's eyes. They thought to themselves, this kid is indeed smart and quick to grasp the point.
That's right, Yunfeng nodded and said. We've seen your strength and intelligence with our own eyes.
Moreover, you're young and a contestant, which makes it easier to attract those people's attention. Most importantly, your background is relatively simple and not tied to any major family, so there are fewer entanglements of interests, Zhou Tai said seriously.
Zhang Yi, this matter is of utmost importance and concerns the safety of the entire Jiang city. We won't force you. You can think it over carefully. If you're willing to accept, we will provide you with generous funding, cultivation resources, and intelligence support, he continued to emphasize. Of course, this matter is extremely risky. Once exposed, you may face unimaginable danger.
Zhang Yi remained silent for a moment.
Ding! Asura says, host, challenges bring progress. This kind of undercurrent-filled plot is perfect for Asura to shine. Go for it. Killing. Intent value and experience points are guaranteed to flow in abundance. The system's excitement almost resonated in Zhang Ye's heart.
Zhang Yi raised his head, his gaze resolute. Although I am just a humble spirit warrior, I understand the principle that no egg remains intact under a toppled nest.
Jiang City is my home, and naturally, I don't want anything to happen to it. I accept this mission. How about it, gentlemen? The young man I picked is pretty good, isn't he?
A familiar voice came from behind as Elder Gua entered the room, leaning on his cane, followed by Gua Yi supporting him.
Ha, indeed, he's quite good, Yunfeng said with a smile. Elder Gua, your judgment is truly remarkable.
Our Jiang city finally has some fresh blood.
Another elder chimed in.
Zhang Yi witnessed all of this and couldn't help but smile wryly, thinking to himself that this was clearly a deliberate setup to test him.
As soon as Elder Gui entered, Yunfeng dismissed the guards and personally prepared tea for them. Only then did Zhang Yi notice
that it wasn't just an old man and a young man who had entered, but also a stunningly curvaceous and coldly elegant mature woman.
She was curiously sizing up Zhang Yi, appearing to be around 23 or 24 years old.
Her short, wine-red hair framed her delicate features with a
sharp and capable look.
A tight black combat vest accentuated her figure perfectly, while her long legs, wrapped in dark combat pants, exuded a powerful aura.
Zhang Yi could sense that the spiritual energy fluctuations within this mature woman were far stronger than any peer he had encountered before.
They were even more refined than those of Zhao Zhenhai from Linhai City, marking her as undoubtedly a master. Yunfeng gestured for Zhang Yi to sit in the empty seat beside him, his smile fading slightly to reveal a more serious expression.
Meanwhile,
Zhou Tai maintained his usual calm demeanor, taking a light sip of tea as his gaze occasionally fell on Zhang Yi, as if probing his resolve. Yunfeng was the first to speak, his tone much more formal than before. I assume Elder Gua has already told you about the internal matters, so I won't say more.
You handled today's provocation from Linhai City very well.
Regardless of right or wrong, we all greatly appreciate it.
Elder Gua also nodded with a smile, and said, yes, Xiao Yi, you've really brought honor to Jiang City.
Yi and Xiao, those two girls, have mentioned you to me several times.
Gui Yi's face turned red, and she lowered her head, standing silently by the side.
He, you flatter me, seniors. I just did what needed to be done, Zhang Yi said, a little embarrassed. Yunfeng said solemnly, back to the main topic, this operation has two primary objectives. First, our goal is to find out whether the family is truly colluding with the Nether Clan and to gather evidence. Second, investigate the source, distribution, and specific effects of the forbidden drug. If we can uncover the production method or the mastermind behind it, even better. Recently, the actions of the Chu family's patriarch, Chu Xiong, have been rather unusual.
We've received some intelligence indicating that a
forbidden drug capable of temporarily unleashing potential has appeared on the black market, and the source seems to point to the Chu family. We are worried that someone might use this forbidden drug to cheat in the Spirit Martial Tournament, and even more concerned that there might be a larger conspiracy behind it.
Ding! Special mission activated, Dark Investigation.
Mission Objective 1, uncover the truth about the Chu family's collusion with the Nether Clan and gather key evidence.
Mission Objective 2, investigate the forbidden drug incident and destroy its distribution network in Jiang City.
Task rewards, depending on task completion, reward of 5,000 to 20,000 points of killing intent, Asura Sword Satisfaction plus 10% to 20%,
and acquisition of special skills or traits. Asura says, "Host, go get them." This sword has already sensed the aura of conspiracy and slaughter. The delicious killing intent is beckoning us. The system's prompt sounded at the right moment, and Zhang Yi's gaze flickered slightly. These rewards are truly generous. Zhang Yi looked at them calmly. "No problem, I'll take part in this investigation." Wei Huide and Zhou Tai exchanged a glance, a trace of approval and mutual understanding flashing in their eyes. "Zhang Yi, this matter is of utmost importance and concerns the safety of the entire Jiang city. We won't force you, so take your time to think it over," Hua Huide said solemnly, though his eyes carried a hint of expectation. "The payment and resources for this mission have already been transferred to your account in advance. The necessary intelligence and action plan are also included," Zhou Tai added meaningfully. "What's getting paid before doing the work? Is this a sign of complete trust in me, or are they afraid I'll bail halfway through?" Zhang Yi thought to himself. Yun Feng glanced at the silent red-haired lady beside him and said in a low voice, "This is Zi Xiaomu, an elite member of the Special Operations Team of the Lingwu Division, Platinum Rank 5. Her Lingwu is the blazing firelark, and she has extensive combat experience. To be on the safe side, this operation will be carried out jointly by the two of you, which will greatly increase the success rate," Yun Feng continued. "For precautionary reasons, she will serve as the team leader for this operation, responsible for the main assault and combat." After he finished speaking, Zi Xiaomu finally looked directly at Zhang Yi, her gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny and an almost imperceptible trace of disdain. A bronze rank? Although his earlier performance was somewhat interesting, executing such a dangerous mission is not something that can be accomplished with mere cleverness. She was clearly dissatisfied with this arrangement. Zhang Yi felt her gaze but didn't pay it any mind. What he cared about now was the task itself and the money on the books. Yun Feng noticed Zhang Yi's mood and added, "Xiao Zhang, I know there's some bad blood between you and Chu Feng from the Chu family. Consider this a kind of test. This mission is critically important, and I don't want your personal emotions to affect your judgment. Of course, if the Chu family truly has issues, we will never tolerate nurturing evil. We will uproot them completely, leaving no future troubles." These words were both a reminder and a hint. Zhang Yi was silent for a moment, then smiled faintly. "I have no problem with it, I can carry it out." His response was decisive and straightforward. Yun Feng and Zhou Tai both revealed gratified smiles, while Gui Zhenhua even clapped his hands on the table in applause, instantly enlivening the atmosphere. Zi Xiaomu raised her eyebrows slightly, her impression of Zhang Yi's decisiveness improving somewhat. Although sending a bronze-level individual to carry out such a dangerous mission was clearly inhumane, her concerns were not entirely dispelled. Zhou Tai stood up, his tone firm. "In that case, the specific action plan will be coordinated between you and Xiaomu. Remember, safety first. If you notice anything unusual, retreat immediately. We will provide support. The defense map of the Chu family, along with some clues we currently have, will be synchronized to you by Xiaomu later. The operation is scheduled for tonight." His tone carried a sense of urgency. Gui Yi whispered something to Zhang Yi on the side, seemingly moving her lips without making a sound. Zhang Yi could only smile and signal her to rest assured. Elder Zhou and President Gui left first, and Yun Feng gave a few more reminders about precautions before leaving the space to Zhang Yi and Zi Xiaomu. The atmosphere in the reception room was subtle and tense for a moment. Zi Xiaomu stood up, her tall figure appearing slightly petite in front of Zhang Yi. She crossed her arms, her scrutinizing gaze as sharp as a blade, directly piercing Zhang Yi. "Although Elder Zhou and Deputy Director Yun think highly of you, I hope you understand that this mission is no child's play. I don't want to bring along a burden." Her voice was icy, carrying an undeniable assertiveness. Zhang Yi touched his nose, thinking to himself, "This girl has quite a temper. Whether I'm a burden or not, won't we find out if we give it a try?" Zhang Yi's tone was calm and indifferent. Zi Xiaomu snorted coldly and chuckled lightly. "I hope you have some real skills and aren't just all talk. This is the structural map of the Chu family residence, the guard shift schedule for the perimeter, and several locations we currently suspect might be hiding illegal drugs and secret documents. You have 1 hour to come up with an infiltration plan. The operation starts promptly at midnight." After saying this, she tossed an encrypted tablet to Zhang Yi, walked to the window on her own, gazed into the distance, and ignored him. Zhang Yi caught the tablet, tapped it lightly with his fingertip, and as it unlocked, detailed maps and textual information appeared before his eyes. The corners of his lips lifted ever so slightly. "Oh, is this supposed to be a show of dominance?" Ding! Detected that the host is being underestimated. Asura says, "Oh, little girl, that's quite rude. Watch as I show off my skills tonight." New feature added, System Analysis Mode is now activated, capable of real-time analysis and calculation of optimal data values and solutions, providing reference for the host. Zhang Yi smiled without saying a word and began to seriously study the materials. The system simultaneously started analyzing, highlighting key information one by one. 1 hour later, when Zi Xiaomu turned around, ready to test Zhang Yi's memory and analytical skills, she found that Zhang Yi had already closed his eyes, seemingly dozing off. Her brows furrowed, and just as she was about to lose her temper, Zhang Yi opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and filled with unwavering determination. The Chu family residence, 24 visible sentries, 12 hidden sentries, shift changes every 2 hours, 3 patrol teams with 5 members each, patrolling in overlapping routes. Zhang Yi's voice was as calm and precise as a commanding officer, clear and unambiguous. The underground storage room in the southeast corner, the secret chamber in the northeast study, and the hidden compartment under the master bedroom. These 3 locations are the most suspicious. His eyes were piercing, as if he could already see the secrets concealed in the darkness. My suggestion is to feint to the east while striking the west. You distract the main force, and I'll take the opportunity to sneak in and investigate. Zhang Yi's plan was straightforward and decisive, without any unnecessary complications. Zi Xiaomu was momentarily at a loss for words, secretly thinking, he actually managed to memorize all the key information in such a short time and even came up with a, though simple and crude, yet feasible plan? She pursed her lips, looking at Zhang Yi with a complicated expression, silently pondering, distract the main force? You're asking me, a platinum tier 5, to act as bait, while you, a mere bronze tier, plan to infiltrate the core area? Zhang Yi spread his hands, his demeanor calm. What else? Do you expect me, a bronze tier, to take on the Chu family's platinum-level guards? Leave the professional tasks to the professionals. I'm only responsible for infiltration and gathering evidence. Fighting is your specialty. Her voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction, but she couldn't help feeling a trace of relief. Oof, at least you have some self-awareness. Zi Xiaomu suppressed the strange feeling in her heart and quickly adjusted her thoughts. The infiltration route is through the sewer entrance outside the west side wall. That's a blind spot for surveillance and avoids most of the visible guards. Once inside, I'll create some minor disturbances to divert part of the guards. You take the opportunity to investigate those 3 locations. Remember, you only have 10 minutes. Whether or not you find anything, you must retreat. Her tone was firm, carrying an undeniable authority. Zhang Yi nodded. Understood. He silently made up his mind. Although this was the initial plan, he knew there would be countless variables during the actual operation. He didn't want to waste any more time. In the early hours, in a secluded alleyway on the outskirts of the Chu family estate in the western district of Jiangchang, the night was as dark as ink, the surroundings silent, with only a few dim streetlights struggling to dispel the heavy darkness. 2 figures blended into the shadows like phantoms, Zhang Yi and Zi Xiaomu. Zi Xiaomu had changed into a black, tight-fitting combat suit that accentuated her curvaceous figure. She wore a specially designed night vision mask, her eyes sharp like a hawk's, exuding an aura of fearless determination. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, was still dressed in his usual casual attire, though the colors were darker. His face was covered with a simple black mask, making him look like a neighborhood teenager ready for an all-night gaming session at an internet cafe. Remember, follow my commands at all times. Do not act on your own. Zi Xiaomu lowered her voice once again to issue a stern warning, her tone carrying an undeniable authority. She still felt uneasy about this bronze rookie. Zhang Yi made an okay gesture, indicating that he understood. The night grew darker, and the Asura sword in his hand emitted a low resonance, as if anticipating the battle to come. The 2 arrived at an inconspicuous manhole cover by the sewer. Zi Xiaomu skillfully took out a specialized tool from her waist and quickly pried open the cover. A wave of foul, damp stench rushed out, making one feel nauseous. Zi Xiaomu was unfazed and jumped down without hesitation. Zhang Yi followed closely behind, secretly admiring her decisiveness. Inside the sewer, it was pitch black, so dark that one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. The air was foul and suffocating. Zi Xiaomu turned on a tactical flashlight, its faint beam just enough to illuminate the path beneath their feet. Stay close. It's a maze down here, don't get lost, she said, her voice sounding muffled yet resolute in the narrow space. Zhang Yi responded with a soft and silently followed behind her. He could feel the faint, warm aura emanating from Zi Xiaomu, a characteristic of her spirit weapon, the blazing fire skylark. It was like a small heater, dispelling the chill. After navigating through the maze-like sewer for about 10 minutes, Zi Xiaomu stopped in front of a moss-covered wall.
She carefully examined it, then reached out and pressed a few inconspicuous bricks. Click! A faint mechanical sound echoed as the wall slid inward, revealing a narrow passage just wide enough for one person to pass through. This is a secret escape route the Chu family built long ago. It was later abandoned, and the exit connects to a dried-up well in their backyard, Zishoumu explained confidently, her eyes gleaming with pride. Jiang Ye's heart stirred. The preparations were indeed thorough. Passing through the tunnel, the two of them arrived at the bottom of the dried-up well. Zishoumu, agile as a spirit cat, climbed up the well wall swiftly and soon poked her head out. Jiang Ye also easily leaped out of the dry well, and his view suddenly opened up. This was the backyard of the Chu family estate, lush with greenery, rock gardens, and ponds, exuding a refined elegance. It's around 12 o'clock now. We have 15 minutes. Zishoumu glanced at the tactical watch on her wrist and instantly became serious. I'll head east to create a distraction, and you circle around from the west. Go to the basement of the utility courtyard first. The defenses there are relatively weak. She quickly assigned tasks. Understood. Jiang Yi nodded, finding the plan very reasonable. Zishoumu gave him a deep look, as if she wanted to say something but held back. In the end, she turned into a wisp of light smoke, blending into the night as she stealthily moved eastward. Jiang Yi watched the direction she disappeared, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. He thought to himself, this girl is quite the tsundere. Without acting immediately, he closed his eyes, and the Asura I quietly activated. The spiritual energy fluctuations, personnel distribution, and energy nodes of the entire Chu family estate appeared vividly in his mind like a three-dimensional map. Asura prompt: in the southeast direction, underground in the miscellaneous courtyard, there is a faint abnormal energy reaction, suspected to be a restriction. Northeast study room, the strongest spiritual energy fluctuation, guarded by 2 mid-level platinum and 1 high-level platinum. Master bedroom, The master bedroom has a very chilling aura. Host, be careful. A chilling aura? Jiang Ye's heart stirred. Could it be related to the Nether Clan? Just then, a faint commotion suddenly came from the east, followed by a few suppressed exclamations and the light clash of weapons. An assassin! Over there! Quick, chase! The tranquility of the Chu family estate was instantly shattered as dozens of powerful auras emerged from various directions, converging toward the east. Zishoumu truly had some skill, managing to attract most of the Chu family's attention so quickly. Jiang Yi hesitated no longer. His figure flickered, moving silently like a falling leaf toward the west side's utility courtyard. His speed was astonishing, his silhouette almost transforming into an elusive shadow in the night. Following the map on the tablet, he quickly located the entrance to the basement, a hidden trapdoor beneath a pile of firewood. He didn't rush to descend but first used his spiritual power to carefully investigate the area. Asura prompt: there are 3 layers of spiritual power restrictions below. Forcibly breaking them will take time and is likely to expose you. Interesting. Jiang Ye's lips curved into a faint smile as he thought to himself, this is definitely a challenge. He chose not to break it by force. Instead, he retrieved a few oddly shaped metal pins from his storage space. These were items he had specifically exchanged for in the system store, designed to crack such spiritual power restrictions. With his fingers moving deftly, the metal pins seemed almost alive as they precisely pierced several concealed energy nodes around the hidden door. Jiang Yi gave a gentle push, and the hidden door silently opened. He slipped inside, and a strong herbal scent mixed with a faint smell of blood hit him in the face. The basement was small and dimly lit, filled with numerous bottles, jars, and some unknown utensils. Jiang Ye's gaze quickly locked onto a black safe in the corner. Asura prompt: the safe is made of special material and has multiple layers of protection inside. Forcing it open will definitely trigger an alarm. But its lock core structure, TSK, is too basic. The host can use the simulated key exchanged from the shop to unlock it in 3 seconds. Jiang Yi followed the instructions, inserting the simulated key into the lock cylinder and giving it a gentle twist. Click! Inside, there were no gold, silver, or jewels, only a few rows of dark brown small medicine bottles and several file folders with yellowed covers. Ding! Unknown illicit drug components detected, containing berserk psionic energy. Long-term use will deplete vitality, cause strong dependency, and have severe side effects. Jiang Ye's eyes turned cold as he unhesitatingly swept all the medicine bottles and booklets into his storage space. Just as he was about to leave, a sudden rush of hurried footsteps and shouting came from outside. The assassin on the east side was a feint. Quick! Search other areas, especially the Forbidden Zone. There seemed to be an energy fluctuation near the miscellaneous courtyard just now. Go check it out. Jiang Ye's heart tightened, the Chu family's reaction speed was much faster than expected. He immediately darted out of the basement, restored the secret door to its original state, and erased all traces he had left behind. Just as he finished all this, several Chu family guards wielding sharp blades had already rushed into the storage yard. No one? Search carefully. Don't even let a mouse hole slip by. At this moment, Zhang Yi clung to the shadow of the junkyard roof like a gecko, perfectly blending into the darkness. Although these guards were all high-ranking silver level, they couldn't detect his presence at all, relying entirely on the mimicry mask and killing intent shield exchanged from the system store for concealment. Only after they found nothing, cursed, and left did Zhang Yi silently slide down from the roof. He glanced at the time. 10 minutes had already passed. System, that chilling aura in the master bedroom, what exactly is it? Asura analyzing, preliminary judgment indicates it is related to a ritual of the Nether Clan. It seems a living being was used as a sacrifice, and the aura is weakening. Sacrifice? Zhang Yi frowned deeply. He no longer hesitated, his figure once again blending into the night as he stealthily moved toward the direction of the Chu family's master bedroom. He had a premonition that there might be an even more important discovery there. Meanwhile, on the eastern side of the Chu family estate, Zi Xiaomu wielded a flaming long whip, battling fiercely like a fire sprite against 7 or 8 Chu family guards. Her whip techniques were sharp and cunning, each strike carrying a wave of scorching heat, forcing the guards to retreat repeatedly. A platinum second-rank guard leader roared furiously, his long blade transforming into a streak of light, slashing straight at Zi Xiaomu's face. Zi Xiaomu snorted coldly, advancing instead of retreating. Her long whip, like a spirit snake emerging from its hole, coiled around the opponent's blade. With a fierce pull and tug, she simultaneously condensed a blazing fireball in her left hand and hurled it at the opponent's chest. The guard leader let out a miserable scream, flying backward, his chest scorched black. Zi Xiaomu swiftly and decisively dealt with a few minions and was about to escape according to plan when a sudden sense of danger surged in her heart. A powerful oppressive force descended from the sky, locking onto her. Daring to cause trouble in my Chu family, you've got quite the nerve. A hoarse and chilling voice rang out. Zi Xiaomu looked up and saw an elderly man in a brocade robe, his face gaunt, standing on a nearby rooftop at some unknown time, staring at her with hawk-like eyes. Platinum 9th tier. Perhaps even half-step diamond level. Zi Xiaomu's heart sank, realizing that trouble was imminent. The Chu family actually had experts of this caliber stationed here, and their response was so swift. She remained vigilant against the elder while secretly growing anxious. How is Zhang Yi doing over there? Did he get the item? The current situation is far more perilous than expected. She did not know that Zhang Yi was currently facing a difficult choice. Outside the Chu family master bedroom, Zhang Yi concealed himself behind a rockery, and the Asura's eye clearly observed the situation inside the bedroom. A person dressed in a black robe, with strange runes painted on their face, was kneeling before a small altar, muttering incantations. On the altar lay an unconscious young girl, who appeared to be quite young, her complexion pale as paper. The girl was emanating a faint, icy aura. Beside her, several black objects radiating an ominous energy were placed. A live sacrifice? Zhang Ye's pupils contracted sharply. Asura's hint, host, this is the soul-devouring ritual of the Nether Clan. Once completed, the girl's soul will be extracted by the Nether Clan, her body turned into a Nether slave, and her soul will become one of the ingredients for refining forbidden elixirs. Those black artifacts are Nether Clan's magical instruments, capable of enhancing the ritual's effects. The young girl kept moaning, her body continuously withering and drying up, her spirit gradually waning, quickly transforming into a mummified corpse. Zhang Ye's fist clenched instantly. Though he didn't consider himself a good person, he couldn't stand such heinous acts. At this moment, the defensive forces around the master bedroom suddenly multiplied several times, and several powerful presences completely surrounded the entire master bedroom area. Seal this place. Not even a fly is allowed to escape, an ominous voice commanded. Zhang Ye's heart tightened. Not good, it seemed he had been discovered. Or perhaps, this was a targeted trap. A cold glint flashed in Zhang Ye's eyes. He could sense that at least 4 platinum-level experts and dozens of silver-level guards were closing in from all directions. One of the auras was particularly strong, faintly reaching the high platinum level, and even approaching the threshold of the diamond level. This setup clearly indicated that the Chu family had detected his infiltration and turned the tables by laying this pocket formation. They couldn't have discovered me. It's likely they had premeditated plans and were prepared. Zhang Yi quickly reviewed the situation. The operation in the miscellaneous courtyard should have been flawless, but this time the action was leaked. in advance, revealing the exact location, and an immediate countermeasure was organized. At the slightest disturbance, they surrounded the area.
Ding! Asura alert, residual aura from the Nether realm detected.
The host has been contaminated with a trace while handling the packaging of forbidden drugs, allowing the opponent to pinpoint your approximate location.
Meanwhile, Xiaomu, who was feigning an attack on the east side, has been entangled by a Platinum 9th rank elder. The situation is dire. Zhang Ye's eyes turned cold as he thought to himself, why was the drug inexplicably placed in the safe? This highly addictive one should have been used long ago, but it was left there, waiting for the fish to bite the hook. Almost simultaneously with the system's alert, the master bedroom door creaked open. The black-robed man who had been presiding over the ceremony earlier walked out, the eerie runes on his face appearing even more sinister under the moonlight. Since you're here, why bother hiding?
The black-robed man's voice was hoarse, his gaze sweeping over the rockery where Zhang Yi was hiding, like a venomous snake.
To be able to sneak in here so silently, you must have some skills. Unfortunately, tonight you are destined to become yet another stepping stone in the grand plan of my Nether Clan.
As his words fell, 4 platinum-level experts of the Chu family instantly sprang into action, appearing from different directions to surround the entire area around the rockery, cutting off all escape routes. Leading them was Chu He, a trusted confidant of the Chu family's great elder, Chu Xion, and a platinum 8th tier expert.
Capture him. Dead or alive.
A trace of cruelty flashed in Chu He's eyes as he took the lead, his longsword transforming into a serpent-like cold gleam, striking directly at the rockery.
The other 3 platinum experts also attacked simultaneously, with blades and swords flashing, murderous intent filling the air, instantly enveloping the rockery.
Humph! Zhang Yi let out a cold snort, no longer concealing himself.
Asura, release!
A terrifying spiritual pressure far surpassing the bronze rank suddenly erupted, and blood-red killing intent gushed out from Zhang Yi's body as if it were tangible, forming a swirling blood-colored vortex around him. The Asura sword appeared out of thin air in his hand.
Its blade was dark red, engraved with mysterious runes, exuding a chilling and menacing aura. What?
Chu He and the others' expressions changed drastically.
This spiritual pressure, this killing intent, how could it possibly belong to the bronze rank? Could the intelligence provided by the insider be false?
Zhang Yi did not give them much time to be shocked. His figure flickered as he actively met Chu He's sword. The Asura sword collided with Chu He's long sword, producing a piercing clash of metal. Chu He felt a tremendous force surge through the blade, his hand trembling violently. The long sword nearly slipped from his grip, and he was forced to retreat repeatedly.
Chu He was horrified. The opponent's strength was actually far above his own.
Zhang Yi forced Chu He back with one sword strike, then swept horizontally with another. The blood-colored sword light, like a crescent moon, slashed toward the other 2 platinum-level guards.
Put! Put!
The 2 only had time to let out a scream before being sliced in half by the sword light, their blood and entrails spilling all over the ground.
Instant kill. 2 platinum-level guards couldn't even withstand a single move from Zhang Yi. The remaining mid-level platinum guard was scared out of his wits and turned to flee.
Zhang Yi's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The Asura sword flew from his hand, transforming into a streak of blood-red light that instantly pierced through the guard's back. The guard let out a heart-rending scream, collapsed to the ground, and lost all signs of life. In the blink of an eye, 3 platinum-level experts perished on the spot. The black-robed man presiding over the ceremony also looked horrified, never expecting that this seemingly unremarkable young man was hiding such terrifying power. He let out a strange cry, turned around, and tried to flee back into the house to initiate the final ceremony.
Zhang Yi's figure flickered, and he was already blocking his path. Trying to run? Did you ask for my permission? You? Who exactly are you?
The black-robed man's voice trembled. He could feel the pure killing intent emanating from Zhang Yi, an aura so intense that even he, a longtime envoy of the Nether Clan accustomed to dealing with sinister forces, felt his heart race with fear.
The one who will take your worthless life. Zhang Yi couldn't be bothered with idle talk.
The Asura sword, accompanied by the sound of piercing through the air, thrust straight toward the black-robed man's forehead. The black-robed man let out a scream, and a layer of black light appeared on his body, attempting to resist. However, that light shield shattered instantly before the Asura sword, as fragile as paper. The sword tip pierced through, and the black-robed man's eyes widened, his vitality quickly dissipating as he collapsed limply to the ground. After dealing with these people, Zhang Yi did not pause for a moment and turned his gaze to the east. Over on Xiaomu's side, the commotion was growing louder and louder, attracting more and more Chu family guards.
System, that platinum 9th rank elder, how strong is he? Asura analysis: this person's spiritual power is unstable, and their foundation is weak. It seems they forcibly enhanced their rank using drugs. Their actual combat strength is at most the peak of Platinum 8th rank. If the host goes all out, you can severely injure them within 10 moves. Excellent. A determined glint flashed in Jang Ye's eyes as his figure shot forward like a crimson lightning bolt, heading straight for the eastern battlefield. Zi Xiaomu's situation was extremely perilous at this moment. She was being firmly suppressed by the elder in the brocade robe. Her combat suit was in tatters, blood stained the corner of her mouth, and her breathing was rapid and heavy. Although the flaming whip in her hand remained fierce, its offensive power had clearly weakened. Considering your exceptional talent, if you are willing to submit to the Chu family and stay by my side, I can spare your life. The elder in the brocade robe, Chu Sanhai, easily deflected Zi Xiaomu's attacks while leeringly attempting to persuade her to surrender. Bah! Shameless! Keep dreaming! Zi Xiaomu burned with anger, her gaze stubborn. She forcibly activated the spiritual power within her, and the phantom of a blazing fire skylark appeared behind her, unleashing a torrent of violent flames. Blazing fury, she shouted crisply. Her long whip transformed into a massive flaming bird, charging straight at Chu Sanhai with an aura of incinerating everything in its path. Overestimating yourself. A trace of disdain flashed in Chu Sanghai's eyes as deep blue water element spiritual power surged around him, forming a massive water curtain to meet the flaming bird. Water and fire collided, producing a deafening explosion. The terrifying energy shockwave spread in all directions, destroying all the rockeries and trees in the courtyard. Zi Xiaomu let out a muffled groan as the force of the countershock sent her flying backward. She landed heavily on the ground, spitting out another mouthful of blood. She knew she had reached her limit. The opponent's high-level realm was absolutely not something her Platinum Tier 5 could contend with. Jiang Yi, you bastard, you wouldn't really run away, would you? A trace of despair flashed through Zi Xiaomu's mind. Although she had been quite critical of Jiang Yi before, at this moment, she actually hoped that unreliable Bronze Kid could perform a miracle. Just as Chu Sanghai was closing in step by step, a cold voice, like the chilling wind of the 9 netherworlds, rang out behind him. Old dog. Your opponent is me. Chu Sanghai's heart jolted in shock as he abruptly turned around, only to see a blood-red figure that had somehow appeared behind him. The coal-faced youth gripped a dark red longsword emanating an overwhelming aura of malice, his gaze fixed on him as if staring at a corpse. Chu Sanghai's pupils contracted. He could feel the unrestrained killing intent and the terrifying pressure far surpassing platinum level emanating from the other. You, how could you? Did you kill Chu He and the others? Very soon, you'll be going down to join them. Jiang Ye's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable resolve for slaughter. Arrogant brat. Seeking death. Chu Sanhai erupted in fury. As a dignified elder of the Chu family and a platinum 9th rank powerhouse, when had he ever been so belittled? He roared, and deep blue spiritual energy surged wildly from his body, transforming into several water dragons that roared and lunged at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi neither dodged nor retreated. The Asura sword in his hand radiated a brilliant blood-red glow. Slash! A blood-colored sword beam, condensed to the extreme, burst forth across the sky, carrying a terrifying force capable of severing everything. In an instant, it cleaved through the water dragons. The sword beam's momentum remained unabated, heading straight for Chu Sanghai's face. Chu Sanghai's expression changed drastically, never having witnessed such a domineering and fierce sword technique. The hastily erected water curtain defense was torn apart. Like thin paper before the blood-colored sword beam. The beam grazed his cheek as it passed, leaving a deep, bone-revealing wound, with blood splattering everywhere. If he hadn't reacted quickly and tilted his head in time, his skull would have been split in half. Even so, Chu Sanghai broke out in a cold sweat, the burning pain on his cheek and the violent killing intent invading his body left him terrified. Jiang Yi did not respond, closing in once more. The Asura sword transformed into a sky full of blood shadows, enveloping Chu Sanghai. Annihilate. Sword energy surged, and murderous intent filled the air. Although Chu Sanghai possessed the cultivation of Platinum 9th stage, under Jiang Ye's storm-like attacks, he was completely unable to counter. The more he fought, the more alarmed he became. Jiang Ye's swordsmanship was eerie and ruthless, with each strike carrying a killing intent that eroded the mind, causing the spiritual energy within his body to flow sluggishly. Within just a few breaths of swift exchanges, Chu Sanghai's left arm was severed by Jiang Ye's sword, blood gushing wildly. Fear finally gripped him, utter fear. This youth was nothing short of a demon crawling out from the depths of hell. With a hoarse, desperate roar, Chu Sanghai turned and fled without hesitation. He knew that if the battle continued, death was inevitable. Zhang Yi let out a cold sneer. The Asura sword in his hand twirled deathly, an aura of terror coalescing around him into an invisible yet suffocating pressure. Judgment! A thread-thin yet supremely condensed blood-colored sword energy instantly locked onto the fleeing Chu Sanhai, piercing straight through his back and out the front. Chu Sanhai's body stiffened abruptly. He lowered his head in disbelief, staring at the bright red streak protruding from his chest, his eyes filled with terror. He opened his mouth to say something, but only spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. Then, he collapsed rigidly, lifeless. Platinum 9th rank Elder, Chu Sanhai, has fallen. The entire process took only a few dozen seconds. Xiaomu lay on the ground, staring at everything in shock, her stunned expression almost frozen on her face. Zhang Yi actually, so effortlessly killed a Platinum 9th rank Elder? How is this possible? She felt as if her entire worldview had been overturned. After all, wasn't he just at the silver beginner level? Zhang Yi slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air and withdrew the Asura sword. After consecutive battles, his stamina was significantly depleted, but the joy brought by the system notification left him feeling refreshed. Ding! Successfully killed one outer member of the Nether Clan, 2 Platinum beginner levels, 1 Platinum intermediate level, 1 Platinum 8th level, and 1 Platinum 9th level, pseudo. Gained a total of 65,000 killing intent points. Ding! Asura says, awesome. So awesome. This feeling of slicing through like cutting melons and vegetables, it's been a long time. Satisfaction plus 5%. Ding! Asura Sword satisfaction has reached 95%. New feature unlocked, enhanced killing intent perception. Zhang Yi quickly walked to Xiaomu's side, looking at her pale face and the bloodstains at the corner of her mouth, his brows furrowed slightly. Can you still move? Xiaomu finally woke up as if from a dream, struggling to stand up, but felt her whole body weak and sore, with a sharp pain in her chest, and she fell back to the ground. Zhang Yi shook his head, bent down decisively, and lifted her up in a standard princess carry. Hey! You, what are you doing? Put me down! Xiaomu was both embarrassed and anxious, her cheeks instantly turning bright red, like a ripe apple. She had never been held by a man like this before, especially when the other party was a younger brother a few years her junior. Zhang Yi lowered his head and glanced at her, the corner of his mouth curving into a teasing smile. What's wrong? Feeling shy? Weren't you quite brave just now? Scared now? Who's scared? Xiaomu retorted stubbornly, but her voice was somewhat weak, and her heart betrayed her by pounding uncontrollably. She could clearly feel the warm breath and strong, powerful arms emanating from Zhang Yi, along with a faintly sweet and metallic scent. Zhang Yi stopped teasing her, and with a few leaps while holding her, disappeared into the night. Xiaomu nestled in Zhang Yi's arms, feeling the wind whistling past her ears and Zhang Yi's steady and powerful heartbeat. She secretly raised her eyes to observe Zhang Yi's chiseled profile. The light cast dappled shadows on his face, making her feel a little captivated. Who on earth is this guy? Clearly just a bronze rank, yet capable of unleashing such terrifying power. Moreover, the way he looked at her just now. Why did it make her feel so flustered and uneasy? Xiaomu prided herself on having encountered countless talented young men, having seen all kinds of handsome and strong types, but never had anyone like Zhang Yi given her such complex and unusual feelings. As proud as she was, at this moment, she was blushing and her heart was racing because of the embrace of a younger handsome guy. This was simply unbelievable. Had enough of staring? You're even blushing. Zhang Yi suddenly spoke, wearing a mischievous smile, breaking her train of thought. Xiaomu was startled and quickly averted her gaze, flustered. Who was looking at you? I was just thinking, you sure hide things deep. Zhang Yi chuckled softly, saying nothing more, simply holding her as he sped toward the safe location agreed upon with Yun Feng. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking a new achievement, Tsundere Elegance, Unyielding Tsundere version, successfully capturing the fiery Tsundere Xiaomu. Xiaomu's favorability, friendly. Asura says, playing hard to get is way too outdated, a straightforward rescue is much more thrilling. New feature unlocked, Killing Intent Accumulation. The Sword of Asura can stack layers of killing intent, up to 7 layers. These can be stacked and accumulated. Once fully stacked, attack power, burst power, multiplier, and killing intent potency instantly increase by 200%. Current killing intent is at 4 layers. Not bad. I won't bother with further investigation, it's time to start preparing for the Zhengcheng Martial Arts Tournament. Heaven's Pride, Killing Intent Value, Bonus, House, they're all beckoning to me. The night was as dark as ink. Zhang Yi, holding the severely injured Xiaomu in his arms,
darted through the city under the cover of darkness with the agility of a swallow. He was well aware that enemies might be tracking him, so he deliberately took a few detours before arriving at a secluded basement, the secret rendezvous point he had agreed upon with Yunfeng and the others. Creak, the door was pushed open. Yunfeng and Zhou Tai were already waiting inside, their expressions tense. Elder Gua held a cup of hot tea, his face grave, as if he had foreseen the impending crisis. When they saw Jiang Yi enter carrying the battered and bloodied Zi Xiaomu, the expressions of the three changed drastically. What happened? Yunfeng shouted angrily, instantly rushing to Jiang Yi's side, his concern evident. I'm fine, Captain Yun, it's just a minor injury. Zi Xiaomu struggled to get out of Jiang Yi's arms, but he held her firmly in place. Don't move. Your internal organs have been shaken, and your spiritual energy is overexerted. Jiang Yi's voice was low, carrying an unshakable determination. He carefully placed Zi Xiaomu on the sofa, a hint of protectiveness in his gaze. How did things escalate to this point? The Chu family actually possesses such formidable power. Elder Gua set down his teacup, his sharp eyes fixed on the two of them. Explain in detail. Jiang Yi concisely recounted the process of infiltrating the Chu family, discovering the live human sacrifices, encountering an ambush, and the intense battle that ensued, particularly emphasizing the existence of the Nether Clan and those forbidden drugs. He did not exaggerate his achievements, merely stating the facts calmly. Zi Xiaomu added details about her role in drawing fire on the eastern side, her encounter with Chu family elder Chu Sanghai, and how she was ultimately saved by Jiang Yi. When she mentioned Jiang Yi slaying Chu Sanghai, a platinum 9th rank, Yunfeng and Zhou Tai's expressions noticeably froze, and Elder Gua gave Jiang Yi a second glance, his eyes filled with both admiration and surprise. The Nether Clan live human sacrifices, forbidden drugs. Yunfeng's face turned ashen, and he slammed his fist angrily on the table. Zhou Tai was equally furious, gritting his teeth. The Chu family, truly despicable. Everyone, calm down. Elder Gua spoke in a deep voice, his tone as steady as a mountain, bringing the situation under control. The Chu family has entrenched itself in Zhang City for many years, with extensive connections. This matter is deeply entangled and may involve forces at a higher level. Acting rashly will only alert the enemy. Jiang Yi nodded, his eyes gleaming with a calm light. That's right. The Chu family suffered heavy losses tonight. They will restrain themselves for a while and won't act recklessly. Moreover, I suspect they have stronger forces from the Nether Clan supporting them from behind. I feel like they knew about our plan and deliberately set a trap. As Jiang Yi spoke, he retrieved the medicine bottles and document bags he had scavenged from the Chu family's basement from the system space and handed them over. What? The three elders were astonished, not expecting the situation to have infiltrated to such an extent. Their confidentiality measures had been so thorough that if there truly was an insider, it could only be one of their trusted confidants. The black-robed emissary I mentioned carried traces of another presence. The Chu family might just be a foothold for them to infiltrate Zhang City, seemingly just a minor player. We must keep a close watch moving forward. Jiang Yi's voice was firm and resolute. Elder Gu nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, not bad, so young yet so meticulous. Xiaomu, tonight's operation was risky, but it turned out to be an unexpected gain, working with Jiang Yi to uncover a corner of the Chu family's dark secrets. Next, you should focus on recovering from your injuries, especially Jiang Yi. You're about to participate in the annual assessment of Jiangqing's Lingwu division, and that is the most important thing. Yunfeng nodded and added. The Chu family matter will be handled by a special task force, and the division will conduct a unified investigation. The clues and evidence you provided this time are crucial. That batch of forbidden drugs and the documents will be analyzed immediately. Zhou Tai quickly flipped through the file bag, his expression growing increasingly grim. Zi Xiaomu leaned against the sofa, her face still pale, but her gaze toward Jiang Yi had grown much more complex. This guy, clearly just at the bronze level, at most early silver level, yet he could display such formidable strength. And, the feeling of being held by him. She shook her head, not daring to think further. Xiaomu, how are your injuries? I have some excellent healing pills here. Elder Gua took out a jade bottle, placed it on the table, and asked with concern. Thank you, Elder Gua, but my spiritual martial trait has a self-healing effect. A few days of rest will suffice. Zi Xiaomu politely declined. She was well aware that she was the main person responsible for this operation. Though guilt weighed on her heart, she did not show it. Elder Gua did not insist and turned to Jiang Yi, saying, Xiao Yi, you've made a significant contribution this time. We will immediately report the intelligence on the Chu family and the Nether Clan to headquarters. The most important thing right now is to fully prepare for the assessment. The Jang City Spiritual Martial Assessment gathers all the young talents from within and outside Jang City, including some local experts returning from training elsewhere. The competition will be exceptionally fierce. I understand.
Zhang Yi nodded in response, secretly calculating the generous reward and the killing intent value in his heart. His goal became increasingly clear, and he would not let it slip away. After explaining everything, Yun Feng and Zhou Tai hurriedly left with the evidence, preparing for an overnight deployment. Elder Guo also gave Zhang Yi a few reminders about the assessment before departing as well. Only Zhang Yi and Zi Xiaomu remained in the safe house, with an air of tension and anticipation lingering. The atmosphere was somewhat subtle for a moment. Thank you. Zi Xiaomu lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, and an unnatural blush appeared on her cheeks. For someone as proud and self-assured as her, taking the initiative to express gratitude was already her limit. Zhang Yi glanced at her, the corners of his mouth slightly raised.
Why are you blushing while saying thank you? You.
Zi Xiaomu suddenly looked up, her almond-shaped eyes wide open, but when she met Zhang Yi's teasing gaze, her momentum faltered. She huffed, turned her head away.
I get it, okay? I just don't want to owe you a favor. I'll repay you in the future. Oh, and how do you plan to repay me?
Zhang Yi asked with great interest, his eyes glinting with mischief.
Zi Xiaomu was momentarily at a loss for words. What could she do? Give him money? Too tacky.
But for this mission, he didn't earn any less than she did, and as for cultivation resources,
offer herself? Pa. What kind of nonsense is she thinking?
He's her younger brother by 3 years.
Ding. Ashura reminder, host, this little girl clearly has feelings for you.
A tsundere mature lady, if you're a man, you should have the mindset to conquer.
Win her over and make her your loyal, good partner?
Zhang Yi ignored Ashura's teasing and said calmly, alright, take care and recover well.
I'm leaving now. Where are you going? Zi Xiaomu asked instinctively. Training.
Zhang Yi dropped these 2 words and turned to leave. Watching Zhang Yi's departing figure, Zi Xiaomu bit her lip, her heart filled with mixed emotions. This guy, his personality and temper aren't the best, but somehow, his strength is ridiculously overwhelming, and sometimes he's even quite gentle. After leaving the basement, Zhang Yi stayed alert, patrolling the area to check for any suspicious individuals lurking or following him. Confirming there were no issues, he returned home in the latter half of the night. His father, elder sister, and younger sister were all asleep. Back in his room, he stretched, took a shower, and comfortably lay down on the bed. System, tally up tonight's gains.
Ding. Current killing intent balance, 65,000 points.
The satisfaction level of the Asura Sword has reached 95%. New function unlocked, Killing Intent Perception Enhancement, passive, greatly increases the range and precision of sensing killing intent, hostility, and danger. New trait unlocked, Killing Intent Accumulation. The Asura Sword can stack layers of killing intent, up to a maximum of 7 layers.
Each layer increases attack power by 5%.
When fully stacked at 7 layers, the next attack will trigger the Shura Slash, instantly boosting power by 200% and resetting the stack.
Current killing intent has stacked to 4 layers, accumulated from the Chu family battle. Not bad.
Zhang Yi was quite satisfied with these 2 new traits. Especially the accumulation of killing intent 200% burst after stacking 7 layers was definitely a weapon for surpassing levels.
System, upgrade. Use everything to raise the rank. Tonight, let's aim for a breakthrough. Ding.
Consumed 50,000 points of killing intent.
Host's rank has been upgraded to Silver Tier, 9th stage peak. Remaining killing aura value, 20,000 points. Let's begin.
A surge of immense spiritual energy coursed through Zhang Yi's body, filling every part of him with a sense of power. His meridians were being cleansed and reshaped. Overnight, he had reached the peak of the Silver 9th tier. Just 1 step away from the Gold tier. The remaining killing aura value was planned to be exchanged in the shop for cultivation resources and corresponding items to prepare for enhancing the base stats of the Asura Sword. The benefit of the system upgrade was a solid foundation, without the slightest sense of hollowness. Still not quite there, Zhang Yi muttered as he felt the power within him, unsatisfied. In Zhangqing's assessment, experts are as numerous as clouds.
The gold level is just the entry threshold, platinum level is probably not uncommon, and there might even be hidden monsters.
To ensure a guaranteed victory, I must break through to the platinum level as soon as possible, or even higher.
Ding ding.
The phone notification sound came through, the screen lit up, and countless text messages kept popping up.
Oh. Zhang Yi immediately opened the bank account interface.
This was the final payment for the mission, combined with the previous deposit, a simple and unadorned figure, pure numbers.
20 million.
Plus a 10% discount voucher for a property purchase.
Oh, awesome.
The turmoil in the Chu family temporarily came to an end, and the special investigation team from the Lingwu division took over.
The follow-up investigation.
Zhang Yi, on the other hand, devoted all his energy to cultivation and preparing for the assessment. In the following days, apart from consolidating his cultivation level, Zhang Yi spent his time honing his combat skills at the Lingwu divisions, training grounds and various martial arts halls scattered across the city, while also familiarizing himself with the new features of the Asura Sword. The accumulation of killing intent required continuous battles to stack up. He found several sparring partners, all of whom were skilled fighters at the mid to high silver rank, but after a few matches, these sparring partners were left complaining bitterly.
Even with high pay offered, they couldn't last long before giving up.
Some even posted warning threads online, advising others to beware of a certain humanoid beast, lest they earn some money only to end up crippled by their opponent. The killing intent value is still too low, and the upgrade is too slow.
Zhang Yi was dissatisfied.
The current cultivation speed felt like a snail's pace to him.
Asura, recommend a place where I can quickly accumulate killing intent value.
Asura's suggestion: in the wilderness outside the city, there have been several disaster beast outbreaks recently, with a slightly higher frequency. It's the perfect place for the host to showcase their skills and harvest killing intent. Combat in the wilderness can better stimulate the host's potential. A sharp glint flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. Although the wilderness was fraught with dangers, it was also full of endless opportunities. There, he could not only find precious herbs and minerals but also face powerful disaster beasts waiting for him to challenge. The Jang City assessment was approaching, and he urgently needed a large-scale accumulation of killing intent value, striving to break through once more before the assessment.
Having made up his mind, Zhang Yi wasted no time.
He quickly packed his belongings, bid farewell to his family, and headed swiftly to the wilderness outside the city. Beyond Jiang City lay a vast and boundless wilderness, rarely ventured into by ordinary people unless in teams or by high-level spirit warriors.
The terrain here was complex, with forests, mountains, and swamps interwoven.
It was a paradise for disaster beasts and a testing ground for human adventurers. Zhang Yi, alone, relied on his enhanced sense of killing intent to easily avoid overly powerful groups of disaster beasts and accurately locate prey suitable for himself.
The Asura sword in his hand seemed to come alive.
With every swing, it brought forth a blood-colored cold gleam, efficiently and precisely harvesting the lives of disaster beasts.
Ding! Killed 3 Tier 2 wind wolves, gained 300 points of killing intent value.
Ding! Killed 1 Tier 3 iron-armored rhino, gained 500 points of killing intent value.
Ding!
The killing intent of the Asura sword has reached 5 layers. During several days of hunting, Zhang Yi's killing intent value grew like a snowball, and his swordsmanship became increasingly refined and fierce. He became more adept at utilizing the accumulation of killing intent. On this day, Zhang Yi ventured deep into the southwestern region of Black Mountain Ridge, where the terrain was treacherous and high-level disaster beasts frequently appeared. He had just dealt with a peak 4th-tier earth-splitting bear and was about to collect materials when his brow suddenly furrowed.
Ha!
His killing intent perception quickly captured intense spiritual energy fluctuations mixed with killing intent coming from several miles ahead.
Someone's fighting? And it's not a small-scale battle.
Among them, there seems to be platinum-level, no, diamond-level presence. Zhang Yi's heart stirred. In Jiang City, diamond-level experts were extremely rare, often serving as the trump cards of major forces and families. Even the expert dispatched by the Chu Feng family last time was only half-step diamond level.
Asura, can you analyze the specific situation?
Asura analyzing, the target area contains multiple mixed auras, one of which is the strongest, preliminarily identified as Diamond Tier 2. Additionally, there are 5 platinum mid to high tier auras and dozens of silver tier auras.
Intense combat is underway, with one side outnumbered and its aura weakening, seemingly under siege. Diamond Tier 2, ha!
Zhang Yi stroked his chin.
Interesting, let's take a look. This is not meddling in others' affairs, but rather seizing an opportunity. With the system in hand, why hesitate? If he can take advantage of the
situation, such as gaining a large amount of killing intent points, he wouldn't mind stepping in to assist and playing the role of a righteous mediator. With a flicker of his figure, Zhang Yi darted like a slingshot toward the direction of the battle. Deep within Black Wind Ridge, in a narrow mountain valley, a brutal siege was unfolding. In the center of the valley, two young women dressed in light purple combat attire stood back to back, struggling to fend off attacks from all directions. Their beauty is stunning, and their figures are impeccable. One exudes heroic charm, while the other is gentle and reserved. The younger one wields a sharp green sword, her sword technique's fierce, surrounded by faint green wind blades. The elder holds a jade green flute, its melody sometimes urgent like a sudden downpour, transforming into invisible sound blades that form a resilient sonic shield. Both possess silver tier level 8 cultivation, working in perfect harmony with impressive combat strength. But their opponent is simply too powerful. Outside the encirclement, two middle-aged men with an aura as deep as the sea stood with their hands behind their backs, coldly observing. Around them, spiritual energy surged, revealing them to be two diamond second-tier powerhouses. Behind them, 5 platinum-level experts with arrogant expressions, along with dozens of silver-level enforcers clad in uniform black armor, blocked the valley's exit completely. Young miss, second miss, why resist stubbornly? One of the diamond-level middle-aged men with a hooked nose sneered wickedly. Hand over the purple vein dragon Emperor Ginseng. I, Zhao, can make the decision to spare you sisters' lives. Another burly man with a face full of scars, a diamond-level brute, chimed in with a gruff laugh. Brother Zhao is absolutely right. The two young ladies are as beautiful as flowers. Wouldn't it be a pity if they were to perish? The woman holding a long sword, exuding heroic spirit, was none other than Miss Wenqing, the eldest daughter of the Wen family. Upon hearing this, her brows furrowed sharply, and she shouted sternly, "You shameless scoundrels! Colluding with the Mo family to ambush us, and you still dare to spout such nonsense here. I will never coexist with the likes of you." Standing behind Wen Chang was her younger sister, Miss Wen Yu. Her face was pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, but her gaze remained resolute. My sister is right. If you want the Wen family's purple vein dragon Emperor Ginseng, you'll have to step over the corpses of us sisters. The purple vein dragon Emperor Ginseng was one of the Wen family's ancestral treasures, a rare and extraordinary natural treasure. It could greatly enhance the cultivation aptitude of those who consumed it, as well as cleanse and refine their meridians, offering boundless benefits. This item had long been coveted by various factions, and this time, a trap had been set in collaboration with the Mo family, who also desired the treasure, in an attempt to seize it. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. The burly man's face darkened, exuding a murderous aura. In that case, don't blame us for being ruthless. Get them. Dead or alive. His thunderous voice sent a shiver through everyone present. But that purple essence dragon Emperor Ginseng must be ours. Another burly man added with a cold sneer. Kill. At the command, dozens of silver-rank thugs charged forward like wolves and tigers, their blades and swords flashing with lethal intent. 5 platinum-level experts each locked onto their targets, ready to unleash a thunderous strike at any moment. The sisters Wen Chang and Wen Yu instantly felt the pressure surge. Although they were prodigies, 2 fists could hardly fend off 4 hands, especially when the opponents included a platinum-level expert overseeing the battle and 2 diamond-level powerhouses eyeing them menacingly. Put. At this moment, Wen Yu, caught off guard, was struck by a sharp palm strike from an enemy at the platinum beginner level. The blow landed on her shoulder, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood as her delicate body swayed unsteadily. Xiao Yu! Wen Chang exclaimed in alarm. Her sword moves became even fiercer, forcing back several enemies in front of her as she turned to shield her younger sister. However, this left her exposed, and another enemy at the platinum intermediate level slashed her arm with a blade, staining her sleeve red with blood. Ha ha ha! A futile struggle. The 2 diamond-level enemies stared coldly, their expressions growing greedier. They were already losing patience and prepared to take action themselves to end the fight quickly. At this critical moment, a slightly playful voice suddenly echoed from the cliffside of the valley. TSK, so many people bullying 2 young girls, have you no shame? The voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. All were startled and simultaneously looked up. On the cliff, a young man in black had appeared at some unknown time. The corners of his mouth held a faint, ambiguous smile, and in his hand was a uniquely shaped dark red longsword, its blade faintly shimmering with a blood-like glow. It was none other than Zhang Yi, who had arrived silently. Purple vein dragon Emperor Ginseng, huh? I suddenly find myself a bit interested. Could I take a look? His words exploded like spring thunder, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The atmosphere immediately became tense and confrontational. Zhang Ye's appearance was undoubtedly a glimmer of hope in this perilous situation. His gaze exuded fearlessness and confidence, as if he had already taken control of the impending battle.
Zhang Yi looked down at the battle in the valley, his gaze lingering on the Wen sisters for a moment. The pure spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from them, likely due to consuming rare treasures, and the potential spiritual energy leakage from the so-called Purple Vein Dragon Emperor Ginseng. Who are you? How dare you meddle in our affairs? The hook-nosed spiritual warrior frowned, a trace of wariness flashing in his eyes. This young man had appeared far too mysteriously, without any prior notice. The burly man squinted his eyes, sizing up Zhang Yi. Kid, you're young, but you sure talk big. This has nothing to do with you. If you know what's good for you, get lost quickly. Otherwise, if you lose your life here, don't blame us for not warning you. One of the senior stewards of the Wang family, a platinum high rank, even directly scolded, "Where did this wild brat come from? If you don't leave now, don't blame us for being ruthless." He thought Zhang Yi was just a curious passerby and wanted to scare him off. When Cheng and Wen Yu, the sisters, also looked at the suddenly appearing Zhang Yi with astonishment. They had never seen this person before and couldn't tell if he was friend or foe. However, judging from his words, he didn't seem like an easy character to deal with. It's just that this young man appeared to be even younger than them, and judging by his cultivation level, he seemed about the same as them. But he was alone. How could he possibly contend with 2 diamond-level experts and so many platinum and silver-level masters? Zhang Yi ignored the clamoring, his gaze shifting to the hook-nosed man and the burly man, and said calmly, "I was just passing by and happened to witness an exciting scene, the strong bullying the weak, the many oppressing the few. By the way, I wanted to ask, after you're done robbing others, shouldn't you be careful? You might get robbed yourselves." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place fell silent. The hook-nosed man, the burly man, and their platinum-ranked subordinates were momentarily stunned, then burst into uproarious laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. Did I hear that right? What did this kid just say? He wants to rob us?" The burly man laughed so hard that tears were nearly streaming from his eyes, as though he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. The hook-nosed man sneered as well, his face full of mockery. "Kid, did you forget to take your medicine before coming out? Just you? Foolish brat. You must be tired of living. Take him down for me." Hearing this, several thugs at the peak of the silver rank grinned wickedly, drew their weapons, and charged toward Zhang Yi on the cliff. Warm Cheng and Warm Yu, the sisters, exchanged a glance and saw worry and a trace of inexplicable anticipation in each other's eyes. Although this young man spoke arrogantly, his calm and composed demeanor did not resemble that of a fool. Zhang Yi looked at the few silver-rank thugs rushing toward him, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold arc. Annoying. He didn't even draw his sword, merely waved his hand casually. Buzz, an invisible surge of force swept out. Puff! 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 The few silver-ranked enforcers at the very front didn't even have time to scream before they were struck as if by an invisible heavy hammer. Their chests caved in instantly, blood spewing from their mouths as they were sent flying backward. By the time they hit the ground, they were already lifeless. Instant kill. The laughter throughout the valley came to an abrupt halt, and everyone looked as if they were ducks with their necks suddenly grabbed, faces full of disbelief. The smiles on the faces of the hook-nosed man and the burly man also froze, replaced by a hint of seriousness. Interesting. The hook-nosed man's eyes narrowed slightly as he reassessed Zhang Yi. Who exactly are you? What do you want? Zhang Yi leapt down from the cliff, landing lightly not far in front of the Wen sisters, blocking the menacing enemies. I said, just passing by. Zhang Yi shrugged. However, now I'm quite interested in the thing you're after. Ding. Asura reminder, host, the moment to show off has arrived. Opposite you are 2 diamond level, 5 platinum level, and dozens of silver level opponents. The accumulated killing intent is quite significant. The Asura sword is already itching for action. The killing intent of the Asura sword has stacked to 6 layers. Zhang Yi could feel the excited hum emanating from the Asura sword in his hand. When Cheng and Wen Yu, the sisters, looked at Zhang Yi's tall and upright figure, and an unusual feeling surged in their hearts. This young man, could it really be possible that he? Arrogant! The burly man roared furiously. As a diamond-level powerhouse, when had he ever been so belittled by someone? Enough with the nonsense. Let's strike together. We'll kill this boy first, then deal with those 2 girls. The hook-nosed man nodded, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Before the words had even fully left his mouth, 2 terrifying waves of diamond-level pressure surged into the sky, crashing down toward Zhang Yi like 2 towering mountains. The 5 platinum-level experts also spread out simultaneously, vaguely forming an encirclement to block all possible escape routes for Zhang Yi. Facing the terrifying pressure of 2 second-tier diamond-level powerhouses, as well as the menacing gazes of 5 platinum-level experts, Zhang Yi's expression remained calm, not even furrowing his brows. The pressure, as tangible as it seemed, fell upon him but was like a gentle breeze brushing over a hill, causing not the slightest ripple. Both the hook-nosed man and the burly man felt a chill in their hearts at the same time. Their diamond-level pressure was enough to make an ordinary high-level platinum lose their composure, yet this young man seemed completely unfazed. Diamond second tier, barely enough to warm me up. Zhang Ye's lips curved slightly, his eyes gleaming with a thirst for battle. Courting death. The burly man, with a fiery temper, was the first to lose his patience. He let out a furious roar, his massive body suddenly swelling, muscles bulging, and his skin taking on a bronze sheen, clearly activating some kind of body-refining spiritual martial technique. He took a step forward, the ground cracked beneath him, carrying the force of 10,000 pounds, and punched straight at Zhang Ye's face. Before the fist even landed, the violent gust from the punch already stung the cheeks, as if it could tear everything apart. The furious strike of a diamond-level expert, how terrifying it was. The hearts of the sisters went cheeing and when you leapt to their throats, instinctively wanting to warn Zhang Yi to be careful. However, Zhang Yi neither dodged nor retreated. He didn't even unsheath the Asura sword. He merely raised his right hand casually, meeting the massive fist of the burly man head-on. An ant trying to stop a chariot. A trace of cruelty flashed in the burly man's eyes, as if he had already envisioned the tragic scene of Zhang Ye's arm snapping, bones and flesh flying apart. Bang! Fists and palms collided, producing a thunderous sound like a drumbeat, shaking the entire valley. A visible wave of energy spread wildly from the two as the center, as if the heavens and earth were trembling. The burly man's ferocious grin froze instantly, replaced by shock and pain. He felt as though his fist had struck a piece of ancient black iron, and the immense counterforce caused the bones in his entire arm to emit a cracking sound under the unbearable strain. Ah! The burly man let out a miserable scream as his massive body was sent flying backward like a kite with its string cut. He crashed heavily against a mountainside. Over 10 meters away, creating a human-shaped dent in the rock. Blood spurted out wildly, and his arm was twisted beyond recognition, clearly crippled. One move. Just one move. The burly head of the Li family, a diamond second-rank expert, was severely injured by this mysterious young man with ease. The entire valley fell into a deathly silence. Everyone, whether preparing to attack or already launching their offensive, was utterly stunned, as if petrified. How is this possible? The hawk-nosed man's pupils contracted sharply, and a storm surged in his heart. He considered his strength to be on par with the burly man. The burly man was severely injured in one move. If it had been him, he probably wouldn't have fared much better. What kind of monster is this boy? Diamond tier 2, and that's all you've got? Zhang Yi shook his hand, as if he had just swatted away a fly, his tone carrying a faint trace of disappointment. Too weak. Ding! The killing intent of the Asura sword has reached 7 layers. The Asura attribute has been activated. Zhang Yi could feel the intense desire of the Asura sword in his hand had reached its peak, the fervor of battle burning within him. Next, Zhang Yi's gaze shifted to the hook-nosed man whose face had turned deathly pale. The hook-nosed man trembled all over, a chill surging from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head, his heart sinking into despair. He had no doubt that if he faced this young man alone, it would undoubtedly mean certain death. Attack together. Kill him. At all costs. The hook-nosed man let out a hoarse and desperate roar, his voice filled with fear and madness. He knew that if they couldn't take this person down today, all of them would meet their end here. 5 platinum-level experts, though terrified at heart, had no way out. They roared in fury, channeling all their spiritual power and brandishing their respective weapons, attacking Zhang Yi from different directions. Dozens of silver-level thugs, their eyes bloodshot, charged forward fearlessly, unafraid of death. Good timing. Battle intent surged in Zhang Yi's eyes, his blood boiling. Buzz. The sword of Asura is finally unsheathed. A dark red sword light, like a death flower blooming in hell, instantly illuminated the entire valley. Asura slash. Zhang Yi let out a low shout, and the 7 layers of accumulated killing intent suddenly erupted. The mysterious runes on the sword of Asura all lit up, the blade extended several feet, and its ferocious aura became several times more terrifying, sweeping outward. A blood-colored sword light, condensed to the extreme, carried the terrifying power to sever the heavens and tear the earth, sweeping across. Splat! 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 The 5 platinum-level experts at the forefront didn't even have time to react. Their protective spiritual energy, spiritual artifacts, and proud defenses were as fragile as paper before this blood-colored sword light. As the sword light flashed, 5 heads soared into the sky, and blood gushed out like a fountain, staining the ground of the valley red. 5 platinum-tier experts, instantly slain. The residual force of the sword gleam showed no signs of diminishing, continuing to sweep toward the silver-tier henchmen. Screams erupted one after another as the silver-tier henchmen, in the face of this overwhelming power, were like ants, falling in droves. Severed limbs and shattered bodies flew through the air, transforming the entire valley into a slaughterhouse of carnage. The power of a single sword, terrifying beyond measure. The hook-nosed man was scared out of his wits. He wanted to flee, but found his legs as heavy as if filled with lead, unable to take a single step. That chilling sword intent, like the scythe of death, had already locked firmly onto the hook-nosed man.
Jiang Yi's figure flickered and instantly appeared before the hook-nosed man, like a ghost descending. "Why you? Who exactly are you?"
The hook-nosed man's voice trembled, despair spreading in his eyes. He had never imagined that he, a dignified diamond-level powerhouse, would be defeated so thoroughly, without the slightest ability to fight back.
"A passerby." Jiang Yi's tone was indifferent as the Asura sword mercilessly thrust forward. "No."
The hook nose let out one final unwilling roar, attempting to resist, but in the face of absolute power, all was in vain. The sword tip pierced precisely into his glabella, his eyes widened in shock, and his vitality dissipated instantly.
Ding! Successfully killed Diamond Tier 2x2, Platinum High Tier x1, Platinum Mid Tier x2, Platinum Low Tier x2, and several silver-level thugs. Gained a total of 80,000 points of killing intent. Ding! Asura says, satisfying. So satisfying. Taking down this level of trash is just exhilarating. Satisfaction plus 3%. Ding!
Satisfaction level of the Asura sword has reached 98%. Jiang Yi slowly sheathed his sword, the blood-red glow on the blade gradually fading, as if everything that had just happened was merely a dream. The entire valley, apart from him and the One Sisters, was devoid of any other living soul.
The thick stench of blood permeated the air, nauseating and oppressive.
When Shang and Wenyu stood frozen, staring blankly at the scene before them. Their hearts were filled with shock, their minds completely blank. From Jiang Yi's appearance to the end of the battle, it took only a few short minutes, yet 2 diamond-level powerhouses, 5 platinum-level experts, and dozens of silver-level henchmen were all gone?
Is this young man a god or a demon? Who?
Jiang Yi let out a long breath of turbid air. The killing intent tempered his body, especially with that final Asura slash, where the sword intent continued to rise. His heart brimming with an immense amount of killing intent, his mood reached an extreme state of joy. He turned around and looked at the One Sisters, who were still in shock. His gaze was sharp as lightning, exuding authority.
Thank you, young master, for saving our lives.
Wen Shang was the first to react. She endured the pain in her arm and bowed deeply, her heart filled with awe and gratitude.
Wenyu quickly followed suit, her voice trembling. "I am Wenyu. Thank you, young master, for your great kindness. May I ask for your esteemed name?"
"Jiang Yi," he replied indifferently, his gaze carefully examining the two of them.
"Are your injuries serious?" "It's nothing serious, just some superficial wounds and excessive spiritual energy depletion."
When Xing shook her head, quickly took out an exquisite jade box from her bosom, and offered it with both hands, her expression respectful.
"Young Master Jang, this is the Wen family's treasured purple vein dragon Emperor Ginseng.
If not for your timely rescue today, not only would my sister and I have lost our lives, but this treasure would have surely fallen into the hands of thieves."
"Great kindness needs no words of thanks. This item is gifted to you, and I hope you won't refuse."
Jiang Yi glanced at the jade box, inside which lay a ginseng shaped like a flood dragon, entirely purple gold in color, exuding an enchanting fragrance and a rich wave of spiritual energy.
"Directly giving it to me."
Apart from gaining killing intent points, one of his potential goals for this trip, a rare treasure capable of enhancing the Asura sword, had conveniently fallen into his hands.
"In that case, I won't stand on ceremony."
He reached out and took it without hesitation, secretly pleased in his heart.
A good thing delivered right to his door, why not take advantage of it?
Seeing Jiang Yi accept it, Wen Xing and Wenyu both breathed a sigh of relief, showing sincere smiles on their faces and feeling even more grateful to this benefactor of unfathomable strength. "Young Master Jang, although these assassins were hired, many of them are also scouts from various families. Now that their elites have perished here, there might be considerable trouble to follow.
If you don't mind, young master, you could return with us to the Wen family in Yun City.
This would allow us to extend our hospitality and discuss strategies for dealing with the aftermath," Wen Qing sincerely invited.
"No need, I have other pressing matters.
As for the rest, if they dare to seek revenge, let them come," Jiang Yi responded arrogantly, completely unconcerned.
"Avoid its edge?
What does Jiang Yi have to fear?" Seeing the other party refuse, Wen Shang and Wenyu's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment, but they dared not insist.
"By the way,
Jiang Yi suddenly remembered something and turned to ask, "Do you know if there are any major events happening in Jiangcheng recently?" Wen Yu's eyes lit up with excitement and said, "Could young Master Jiang be referring to the upcoming martial arts tournament assessment in Jiangcheng? It's a grand event in the surrounding areas of Jiangcheng, gathering outstanding young talents from all sides. Many people from Yun City will also participate. My sister and I originally planned to set off for Jiang City to observe and train ourselves after handling family affairs." "Oh, you're going to Jiang City too?" Jiang Ye's lips curved into a slight smile, secretly anticipating, "That's perfect. Perhaps we'll meet again in Jiang City." Upon hearing this, Wen Qing's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of brilliance. "Young Master Jiang is also participating in the Jiang City assessment? With your strength, you will surely make a stunning impression and claim the top spot." She now had a vague yet extremely terrifying understanding of Jiang Ye's strength. Jiang Yi smiled faintly, thinking to himself that his reputation seemed to be limited to Jiang City for now. But it didn't matter, just wait and see. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Jiang Yi bid farewell to the Wen family sisters. When Shang and Wen Yu watched Jiang Yi's figure disappear into the depths of the forest, their gazes lingering for a long time. "Sister, this young man is truly incredible," Wen Yu murmured in admiration, her tone filled with reverence. When Sheng nodded, her eyes complex, "Indeed, to possess such extraordinary cultivation at such a young age, I wonder who he truly is." "Jiangcheng, it seems this assessment will be exceptionally exciting." She had a faint premonition in her heart that this young man would undoubtedly stir up a tremendous storm in Jiangcheng. "Let's quickly handle things here and then head to Jiangcheng as soon as possible. I still want to see young Master Jiang again," Wen Yu said with some excitement, seemingly having already forgotten the life and death crisis they had just experienced. Wen Cheng smiled gently and nodded. This mysterious and powerful young Master Jiang had indeed left a profound impression on them. On the other side, after leaving the valley, Jiang Yi found a secluded spot and began to tally up his gains from this time. 80,000 points of killing intent, plus the remaining and accumulated points from before, a total of 100,000 points. "Enough for me to break through to the platinum rank." A sharp gleam flashed in Jiang Yi's eyes as he decisively commanded the system, upgrade me. Skip gold, target platinum rank. A vast and pure torrent of energy instantly surged from the system space into Jiang Yi's entire body. His body seemed to transform into a bottomless black hole, frantically devouring this energy. His meridians were widened, his bones trembled, and his flesh was reshaped and strengthened in a mysterious manner. The spiritual energy vortex within his dantian spun rapidly, its color gradually shifting from a pale golden hue to a brilliant platinum shade. Crack! Crack! A series of dense popping sounds came from within Jiang Yi's body, signaling the breakthrough of physical constraints and the leap in the level of life. He could clearly feel his strength, speed, perception, and even the intensity of his soul surging at an astonishing rate. This feeling was like rain after a long drought, or like breaking free from heavy shackles and gaining a new life. Ding! Consumed 100,000 points of killing intent value. Current remaining killing intent value, 12,350 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to Platinum Tier 2. Platinum Tier exclusive skill slot unlocked. Ding! Asura reminder, host, how do you feel? Is your whole body brimming with power, itching to find some clueless guy to practice on? Jiang Yi slowly opened his eyes, a brilliant platinum light flashing briefly in his gaze. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curved into a confident smile. Platinum rank, truly extraordinary. Skipping the transition of the gold rank, he had directly stepped into the platinum rank. He could feel that his spiritual power at this moment was several times stronger. If he were to face that hook-nosed man and the burly fellow now, he probably wouldn't even need to unsheath the Asura sword. With sheer physical strength alone, he could easily crush them. However, just as Jiang Yi was immersed in the joy of his skyrocketing power, a sudden and terrifying pressure descended upon the forest like dark clouds covering the sky. Roar! A deafening roar echoed from the depths of the forest, its sound waves rolling forth, shaking the entire cave to the point of trembling, with loose stones falling to the ground. The roar was filled with ferocity and bloodlust, as if an unparalleled beast had awakened. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. When he advanced to the platinum rank, although the energy fluctuations were significant, he had deliberately chosen a remote location, and had the system's assistance to conceal most of the aura. Logically, it shouldn't have attracted such a powerful presence. This oppressive force far surpassed the combined strength of the hook-nosed man and the burly man he had encountered earlier. It was at least mid-level diamond rank,
possibly even a terrifying high-level diamond rank existence. Ding! Asura reminder, host, a big deal is here. Based on energy fluctuation analysis, this is a Crimson Flame Demon Ape, at least at Diamond Tier 4. Judging by its furious appearance, it seems to have been disturbed by the energy shockwave from your recent advancement. Its killing intent is absolutely off the charts. Crimson Flame Demon Ape? Diamond Tier 4? Zhang Yi was not alarmed but delighted, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Perfect, I'll use you to test my Platinum Tier strength. His figure flickered, darting out of the cave like a phantom. With a few leaps, he arrived at a spacious valley. In the center of the valley stood a giant ape, towering over 10 zhang high, its entire body engulfed in blazing crimson flames, roaring towards the sky. Its eyes were blood-red, fangs-bared, and with every breath, it spewed scorching waves of fire, charring the surrounding trees into blackened ruins. That terrifying pressure was emanating from its very being. Human! You have disturbed this king's slumber. The Crimson Flame Demon Ape spoke in human tongue, its scarlet giant eyes fixed fiercely on Zhang Yi, as a tide of violent killing intent surged forth. It is the king of this mountain range. After years of slumber and cultivation, it was awakened today by a surge of unfamiliar and powerful energy, burning with rage. Oh, you can talk. Zhang Yi's lips curled into a playful smile. Disturbed? Sorry, you'll forget about that soon enough. Die. The Crimson Flame Demon Ape flew into a towering rage. When had it ever been provoked by such an insignificant human? Its massive palm suddenly lifted, condensing a basketball-sized crimson fireball in its center. With a destructive aura, it hurled it fiercely at Zhang Yi. The air twisted and burned wherever the fireball passed, emitting a sizzling sound. Faced with this terrifying fireball capable of leveling a small mountain, Zhang Yi's expression remained unchanged, and he didn't even draw the Asura sword. He took a deep breath, Platinum Tier spiritual energy surged within his body, and dazzling platinum light radiated from his right fist. Let me show you what true power is. Zhang Yi advanced instead of retreating, stomping fiercely on the ground, causing the hard rock to instantly crack into spiderweb-like fissures. He shot into the sky like a cannonball, heading straight for the massive fireball, and unleashed a simple punch. No fancy moves, just pure, ultimate power. Boom! The fist collided fiercely with the fireball. The anticipated scene of Zhang Yi being blown to ashes did not occur. The crimson fireball, brimming with terrifying energy, shattered like fragile glass the moment it touched Zhang Yi's fist. The violent flames swept outward, igniting all the trees within a 100-meter radius, transforming the area into a sea of fire. Yet Zhang Yi stood unharmed at the center of the fiery storm, his robes fluttering, resembling an invincible war god. What? The giant pupils of the Crimson Flame Demon Ape suddenly contracted, filled with disbelief. Its full-force flame burst, unexpectedly, was shattered with a single punch by this seemingly unremarkable human boy? How is that possible? Not bad strength, but still not enough, Zhang Yi commented casually, shaking his fist. After advancing to the platinum rank, his physical strength had undergone a qualitative leap. Coupled with the attribute points granted by the system, ordinary early diamond rank attacks could no longer pose a threat to him. Roar! The Crimson Flame Demon Ape was utterly enraged, its Beast King's dignity severely provoked. It pounded its solid chest with both fists, producing a thunderous sound like the beating of war drums. In the next moment, its massive body suddenly arched, charging toward Zhang Yi like a mountain. With every step it took, the ground trembled. Good timing! Zhang Yi's eyes gleamed with sharp light. Without a hint of retreat, he charged forward to meet it head-on. One man and one ape, engaging in a primitive and violent melee. Bang! 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 The dull, thunderous sounds of impact echoed endlessly, with each collision stirring up clouds of dust and shattered rocks. The Crimson Flame Demon Ape, relying on its massive physique and immense strength, delivered each punch and kick with the power to split mountains and shatter stones. And Zhang Yi relied on the Platinum Tier spiritual power enhancement and a physical strength surpassing those of the same tier to fiercely battle this Diamond Tier Level 3 Beast King, holding his ground. This kid is truly a monster. The Scarlet Flame Demon Ape grew increasingly shocked as the fight went on, realizing that the strength of this human boy was in no way inferior to its own. Moreover, the opponent's combat skills were far superior to its instinct-driven fighting style, nearly causing it to suffer severe losses several times. It's about time to end this. Zhang Yi's lips curved into a cold smile. Having finished warming up, he now had a clearer understanding of the Platinum Tier power. Buzz! The sword of Asura suddenly unsheathed. A streak of dark red sword light, like lightning tearing through the night sky, carrying an endless aura of slaughter, instantly illuminated the entire valley. Slash! Zhang Yi shouted in a low voice, as platinum spiritual energy surged madly into the sword of Asura. The mysterious runes on the sword's blade all lit up, and the terrifying power of the seven-layered killing intent erupted completely at this moment. A blood-red sword light, condensed to the extreme, was even sharper and more terrifying than when it had previously slain the hook-nosed man and others, as if it were about to cleave this world apart. No! The crimson flame demon ape, sensing an unprecedented crisis of death, let out a terrified roar, attempting to use its burning crimson flames to resist this fatal strike. However, in the face of the Asura sword's sharpness, all efforts were in vain. Squelch! A blood-red sword light flashed like lightning, and the massive body of the crimson flame demon ape instantly froze. It lowered its head. In disbelief, seeing the terrifying sword wound on its chest, so deep that the bone was visible, with scalding blood gushing out wildly. How is this possible? It struggled to utter a few words, its enormous eyes filled with despair and unwillingness as its vitality rapidly faded. With a thunderous crash, the massive body collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Ding! Successfully killed a Diamond Tier 4 Crimson Flame Demon Ape. Gained 150,000 killing aura points. Ding! Asura says, awesome. Diamond Tier magical beasts are so satisfying to slash. Satisfaction plus 5%. Ding! Asura Sword satisfaction has reached 103%. New feature unlocked, killing aura feedback, slightly enhances all host attributes. 150,000 killing aura points, not bad, not bad. Zhang Yi nodded in satisfaction and sheathed the Asura sword. At this moment, several streaks of light rapidly approached from the distant sky. Clearly, his battle with the Crimson Flame Demon Ape had alarmed the experts of Jang City. Zhang Yi did not want to reveal his identity, so he swiftly disappeared from the devastated valley. Moments later, several experts dressed in Jang City garrison uniforms arrived at the scene. When they saw the lifeless Crimson Flame Demon Ape in the valley and the surroundings that looked as if they had been ravaged by meteor strikes, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. Ah! This is the Crimson Flame Demon Ape King? Look at this wound, a single fatal strike. What terrifying sword energy! Who on earth could it be, capable of so easily slaying the Beast King? Quick! Report this to the City Lord's mansion. A powerful figure has appeared near Jang City, we must identify them. Soon, the news of a Beast King-level disaster beast being instantly killed by a mysterious expert in the mountains near Jang City spread like wildfire, reaching the entire Jang City and even affecting surrounding cities. For a moment, all major forces were shaken, and countless martial artists were abuzz with discussion. Have you heard? The Crimson Flame Demon Ape King, which has wreaked havoc outside the city for years, was actually slain. Really? That's a Diamond Tier 4 Beast King. Even ordinary high-tier diamond experts might not stand a chance against it. Whoa! That's insane. Who on earth did it? Could it be a reclusive master making an appearance? Unlikely. In any era, actions require justification, and any move would be made with great fanfare, not so quietly. Then who could it be? Could it be a reclusive master passing by? The martial artist forums and social networks in Jiangcheng instantly exploded with activity, with all kinds of speculations emerging one after another. Some said it was an old monster from a hidden family, others claimed it was an elder from a top sect, and some even speculated it was the ace assassin of a mysterious organization. For a time, titles like Mysterious Sword Immortal, One Punch Man, and Beast King Terminator were all attributed to this unknown powerhouse. At this moment, Zhang Yi, the instigator of the incident, had already quietly returned to his home in Jiangcheng. He leisurely scrolled through his phone, reading all kinds of outrageous speculations about the matter, while calculating his next move. The Jiangcheng Martial Arts Tournament assessment should be starting soon, Zhang Yi said, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his lips. Hopefully this time, there'll be a few more durable ones. Otherwise, Asura will complain about the poor quality of the meal again. He glanced at the online posts praising the mysterious expert to the skies, but merely smiled without saying a word. Experiencing the feeling of hiding one's achievements and reputation occasionally had its own unique charm. However, what he looked forward to even more was making those so-called prodigies at the martial arts tournament experience the fear of being dominated by Asura. 7 days later, the Jang City Martial Arts Tournament assessment finally commenced. The entire Jang City seemed to be enveloped in a festive atmosphere. At the largest martial arts square in the city center, crowds had already gathered, and banners fluttered in the wind. Young talents from the major martial arts families, sects of Jang City, and surrounding cities all gathered together, eager to showcase their skills and make a name for themselves at this grand event. The audience seats were packed, with countless martial artists and ordinary citizens eagerly anticipating a series of spectacular duels. Major media outlets had already set up their cameras and equipment, ready to broadcast this annual grand event in the Jiangcheng region live. Zhang Yi mingled in the crowd, observing the lively scene with a hint of interest in his eyes. He had already passed the preliminary qualification review and successfully registered for the competition. With his Platinum Tier 2 cultivation, although he wasn't the most outstanding among the many contestants, he was certainly above average. After all, those who could participate in this martial arts tournament were at least at the high silver tier in cultivation, with some reaching mid-gold, platinum, and even a few exceptional individuals at Platinum Tier 4 or 5. Distinguished guests, esteemed contestants, welcome to the annual Jiangcheng Martial Arts Tournament assessment. On the high platform, an energetic elder dressed in a brocade robe spoke loudly, his voice amplified through speakers to echo across the entire square. He was the lord of Jiang City, Yi Tianhao, a true diamond-level powerhouse. After a passionate and stirring opening speech, Yi Tianhao announced the competition rules. This martial arts tournament assessment adopts a single elimination format, consisting of 7 rounds. In each round, participants will be randomly matched with opponents, the winner advances, while the loser is eliminated. Very good, simple and straightforward, I like it. Zhang Ye's lips curved slightly upward, secretly anticipating in his heart. Before long, the matchup list for the first round was displayed on the giant screen in the center of the square. Zhang Ye's name was prominently listed, and his opponent was Lei Ao, a direct descendant of the Lei family, a second-rate martial arts clan from Jiangcheng. Lei Ao? Platinum Tier 3, family-inherited lightning-based spiritual martial arts and techniques, and his Thunder Fist is said to be quite skilled. Zhang Yi recalled the information he had seen during registration, forming a plan in his mind. First match, Arena 1, Zhang Yi vs Lei Ao. As the referee's loud voice rang out, Zhang Yi and Lei Ao simultaneously walked toward Arena 1. Lei Ao had a burly figure, an arrogant expression, and was dressed in a blue combat outfit, with faint electric sparks flickering around him. He glanced at Zhang Yi, seeing that the opponent was the local internet sensation everyone was talking about, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. This kid is nothing but a facade. Even if he can single-handedly defeat the Wolf King, so what? I have the strength and confidence to do the same. Lei Ao thought to himself. Although the opponent's cultivation seemed somewhat inconsistent, a platinum second tier still shouldn't be underestimated. Zhang Yi calmly walked onto the stage, secretly laughing to himself. Starting off with such a high-level opponent? Heh, I like it. So, you're Zhang Yi? A pleasure to meet you. Lei Ao crossed his arms, his gaze arrogant, as if looking down from above. I heard you've undergone a second awakening of your spiritual martial arts. Very good. I like strong opponents. But remember, fists and feet have no eyes. If you get hurt later, don't blame me for being ruthless. Oh? So confident? It seems you have great faith in your own strength. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, his tone relaxed. Of course. Lei Ao replied with a confident smile. The wild thunder Vajra fist of my Lei family is not something that mere nobodies can withstand. If you know what's good for you, kneel and admit defeat now while there's still time. That way, you can leave the stage with some dignity. Laughter erupted from the audience below. Lei Ao is still so arrogant. But he does have the capital to be arrogant. Platinum Tier 3 cultivation, the ferocious and domineering Thunder Vajra Fist Zhang Yi is probably in trouble. Isn't this the internet celebrity Zhang Yi? Second awakening of spiritual power, single-handedly killed the Wind Wolf King, his strength is not to be underestimated. To the one upstairs, are you looking down on the Lei family of Jiangcheng? Zhang Yi is just an internet celebrity, killing the Wolf King might have been staged. He's just good-looking, nothing more than a pretty face. Whether it's a dud or the real deal, we'll see the truth on the battlefield. In the audience, many local martial artists from Jiangcheng began to jeer, their words filled with disdain for Zhang Yi and praise for Lei Ao. In the online livestream chat, the comments were flying fast. Young Master Lei is mighty. Knock that kid out with one punch. Isn't this internet celebrity that so-called night god, named Zhang Yi? They say he soloed the Wind Wolf King. That's just nonsense. Soloed? It's all staged. This internet celebrity has way too many fanboys. Just waiting for young Master Lei to finish the fight within 3 moves. Facing Lei Ao's provocation and the crowd's ridicule, Zhang Yi remained calm, even having the leisure to dig his ear. Finished talking? If so, let's begin. I'm in a hurry, Zhang Yi said indifferently, his eyes flashing with a hint of disdain. Arrogant. Lei Ao's gaze was as sharp as lightning, his fury erupting uncontrollably. Without saying another word, he let out a
Low roar, his entire body crackling with electric light as a violent aura surged forth, like a ferocious beast about to charge. Thunder Fist. He stepped forward, causing the arena floor to tremble. Blue electric arcs intertwined on his right fist, carrying a world-destroying momentum as it aimed straight for Jang Ye's face. This punch was powerful and swift as lightning. An ordinary platinum tier level 1 martial artist wouldn't even have the chance to react before being severely injured on the spot. The crowd below gasped in shock, as if they could already foresee Jiang Yi being blasted away by the punch. However, facing this overwhelming strike, Jiang Yi showed no fear, not even changing his posture much. Just as Lei Ao's fist was about to land, Jiang Yi moved. His movements were not fast, even appearing somewhat casual. He simply raised his right hand, spread his fingers, and reached out to meet Lei Ao's iron fist, which was crackling with electricity. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Overestimating yourself. A trace of cruel delight flashed in Lei Ao's eyes. Bang! Fist and palm collided, producing a deafening roar. The anticipated scene of Jiang Yi being blasted away did not occur. Jiang Yi's right hand, like an iron clamp, firmly gripped Lei Ao's fist. Lei Ao's violent thunderous power, upon touching Jiang Yi's palm, vanished without a trace as if sinking into the sea. What? Lei Ao's sinister grin froze instantly, replaced by endless shock and disbelief. He felt as though his fist was trapped by an immovable mountain, unable to break free no matter how much spiritual energy he exerted. What terrified him even more was that his proud thunder fist force had no effect on the opponent. Decent speed, but unfortunately, the strength is lacking. Jiang Yi's lips curled into a mocking smile. In the next moment, he suddenly exerted force with the hand gripping Lei Ao's fist. Crack! A bone-breaking sound that made one's teeth ache rang out. Lei Ao let out a piercing scream as his right arm twisted at an unnatural angle, the bones in his hand crushed by Jiang Yi's sheer force. The excruciating pain contorted his face, and cold sweat instantly soaked through his clothes. Jiang Yi did not stop there. Grabbing Lei Ao's arm, he casually flung him aside. Whoosh! Lei Ao's burly figure flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily beneath the arena and stirring up a cloud of dust. With a thud, Lei Ao landed in a disoriented heap, blood gushing from his mouth. After a few feeble struggles, he completely lost consciousness. One move. Just one move. Lei Ao, the platinum tier 3 genius who had been favored by everyone, was effortlessly defeated by this obscure young man in an instant. The entire martial arts square fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the calm and composed figure on the stage, their minds utterly blank, as if they were ducks with their necks clamped. How is this possible? The previously boisterous audience seats were now dead silent. The barrage of comments in the livestream chat froze for a moment before erupting like a volcanic explosion. 1. Move KO? Lei Ao's just gone like that? This has to be fake. Did Lei Ao throw the match? Throw your sister's match. Didn't you see Lei Ao's arm was broken? This is like shooting fish in a barrel. On the high platform, Jiangqing City Lord Yi Tianhao and the other bigwigs were equally stunned. Seeing is believing. This young man is extraordinary. A sharp glint flashed in Yi Tianhao's eyes as he reassessed Jiang Yi on the arena. The referee was dazed for a moment before snapping back to his senses and hurriedly announcing, Arena number 1, Jiang Yi wins. Jiang Yi shook his hand lightly, as if he had merely swatted away a fly. The shock and chatter around him seemed to fall on deaf ears. Ding! A sure reminder. Host, what a great start. That Lei family kid, considered a prodigy in terms of strength, is barely worth mentioning. Still, seeing his arrogant demeanor get slapped down was quite satisfying. Killing in 10 points plus 1500. He stood quietly at the center of the arena, leaving behind a solitary and enigmatic figure. Next, with a single punch, he instantly defeated a platinum tier 3 prodigy, stunning the entire audience. Jiang Ye's reputation level rose to a new tier, emerging talent. Many contestants turned their eyes toward him, their gazes filled with caution and curiosity. The battle just now had already made everyone dare not underestimate this seemingly ordinary young man. The first round of the competition ended in the blink of an eye, and Jiang Yi advanced without suspense. In the following rounds, the opponents he faced grew progressively stronger, ranging from high-level silver to high-level gold. Yet without exception, all of them were cleanly and decisively defeated by him with overwhelming force. Often, the outcome was decided in just one encounter, within a single round. His seemingly casual yet overwhelmingly domineering attack style, coupled with his unfathomable strength, left all the spectators in awe. Who exactly is this Jiang Yi? He's way too fierce. 3 consecutive wins, all instant kills. Is he even human? He hasn't even used his full strength. Every move is so effortless. Dark horse. An absolute dark horse. This year's martial arts tournament is probably going to be turned upside down by this kid. With each of Jang Ye's victories, his fame among the audience and online grew larger and larger. Those who had once mocked him were now completely silent, their faces burning as if an invisible hand had slapped them hard. Meanwhile, Jang Ye's supporters were ecstatic, their cheers growing louder and louder with each passing moment. Jang Ye's name rose like a comet, becoming the brightest new star of this martial arts tournament. Of course, there were also many who felt jealous and dissatisfied. Humph. He's just relying on his strong physique. Once he faces an opponent skilled in techniques and ranged attacks, he'll be defeated for sure. Exactly. Just wait until he faces Sun Hongyu from the Sun family. Let's see how arrogant he can be then. Sun Hongyu's Phantom Mirage steps and wind-chasing sword technique are no joke. In the fourth round of the competition, Jang Ye's opponent was none other than the Sun family's prodigy, Sun Hongyu, who was highly anticipated by the crowd. Sun Hongyu, a platinum 4th rank cultivator, was renowned for his elusive footwork and swift swordsmanship, making him quite famous among the younger generation in Jang City. He had a tall and slender figure, a handsome face, and carried a green-bladed long sword, exuding an air of elegance and grace. Sun Hongyu looked at Jang Ye, his eyes carrying scrutiny and a trace of imperceptible seriousness. Your strength is indeed impressive, but this is the end. My sword will show you what true speed is. Jang Ye remained calm. No need for words. Make your move and let me see just how fast your sword can be. Arrogant. Sun Hongyu snorted coldly, saying no more. His figure flickered as he stepped into a mysterious footwork, his entire body transforming into a series of afterimages. He rapidly circled around Jang Ye at high speed, dazzling the eyes and making it nearly impossible to pinpoint his true form. Phantom Mirage steps. A wave of exclamations erupted from the audience below. The Sun family's Phantom Mirage steps were renowned for their unpredictability and were extremely difficult to counter. Whoosh! 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 Just as everyone was marveling, dozens of sharp sword lights, like venomous snakes striking from their lairs, shot toward Jang Ye's vital points from all directions. Each sword light was as fast as lightning, with tricky angles, sealing off all possible escape routes for Jang Ye. Chasing wind sword technique. The moment Sun Hongyu made his move, he unleashed two major ultimate techniques simultaneously, clearly aiming for a swift victory, leaving Jang Ye no chance. Faced with the overwhelming shadows of swords, Jang Ye remained standing in place, neither dodging nor evading. Just as the sword tips were about to pierce his body, he moved. Buzz, the Asura sword was unsheathed for the first time. A dark red sword light erupted suddenly, like a blazing sun. No complex moves, no flashy techniques, only ultimate speed and power. Break! Jang Ye shouted lowly, casually swinging the Asura sword in his hand. Asterisk clang. Clang. Clang, asterisk, a series of sharp metallic clashes rang out. The dozens of fierce sword lights disintegrated completely the instant they touched the dark red sword aura, as if melting snow meeting the sun. Sun Hongyu's proud wind-chasing sword technique crumbled before Jang Ye as if it were nothing. Impossible. Sun Hongyu's pupils contracted sharply, and his face revealed a look of utter disbelief and horror. He wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. The dark red sword aura, having shattered his sword technique, continued its momentum and slashed toward his chest with even greater speed. Slash, blood sprayed through the air. Sun Hongyu let out a miserable scream as a bone-deep wound was carved into his chest. His entire body flew backward like a puppet with its strings cut, crashing heavily onto the edge of the arena. His robes were soaked in crimson as blood seeped through. Another move. Sun Hongyu, the kendo prodigy of Jiangqing's younger generation, defeated. The entire venue fell into dead silence once again. If some had thought it was mere luck when he defeated Lei Ao earlier, now, with 4 consecutive instant victories, it was enough to prove just how terrifying Jang Ye's strength truly was. Monster! This is definitely a monster. Too strong. Sun Hongyu couldn't even last a single move against him. I feel like this year's martial arts tournament champion might just be snatched away by this dark horse. Jang Ye sheathed his sword and stood upright, his gaze sweeping over the audience below, catching their expressions of shock, awe, or envy. The corner of his mouth curved into a faint smile. This is just the beginning. Jang Ye achieved 4 consecutive victories, each a swift and overwhelming triumph, his impressive record sweeping through the Jang City martial arts tournament like a hurricane. From being a controversial internet celebrity, he had suddenly become the most prominent figure of this year's tournament. Jang Ye! Jang Ye! Whenever he appears, the audience erupts into thunderous cheers. Those who once mocked him have now become his ardent fans. In the online live streaming rooms, discussions about Zhang Yi are overwhelming. Night God is awesome. Sweeping through everything, unstoppable. This is the true genius. Those so-called aristocratic heirs are nothing but worthless chickens and dogs compared to Night God. I declare that from today onwards, I am a die-hard fan of Night God. Of course, there were also many who felt dissatisfied and jealous of Zhang Yi's powerful rise, especially those aristocratic heirs who prided themselves as prodigies. They regarded Zhang Yi as a thorn in their side, a pain in their flesh, wishing they could immediately trample him underfoot to prove their own strength. In the 5th round of the competition, Zhang Yi's opponent was Yi Joshua, the young lady of the Yi family, one of the 4 major families in Jiangcheng. Yi Joshua was 18 years old, with a graceful figure and a gentle, charming appearance. Her light green silk dress further accentuated her snow-like skin and orchid-like temperament. She was not only a renowned beauty in Jiangcheng but also an outstanding member of the younger generation of the Yi family, with her cultivation reaching the peak of Platinum Tier 3. Her mastery of the Falling Blossom sword technique was extraordinary, elegant, and agile, with remarkable power. In the previous matches, Yi Joshua also demonstrated remarkable strength, advancing all the way to the 5th round. When the matchup list was announced, and Zhang Yi's opponent turned out to be Yi Joshua, the atmosphere in the martial arts square became somewhat intriguing. Wow! It's Goddess Yi Joshua. She's going up against that Zhang Yi. This is going to be exciting. On one side, we have a rising dark horse, and on the other, a renowned beauty and prodigy. I wonder who will come out on top. Humph. That Zhang Yi may be formidable, but Goddess Yi Joshua is no pushover. Her Falling Blossom sword technique is unpredictable. That guy might not be able to handle it. Exactly. And besides, Goddess Yi Joshua is so beautiful, that guy probably wouldn't have the heart to go all out, right? Ever heard of cherishing beauty? The audience was abuzz with discussion, and many admirers of Yi Joshua were brimming with confidence in her, even starting to imagine Zhang Yi bowing before Yi Joshua in admiration. The online livestream was equally boiling with excitement. Go, Goddess! Defeat that arrogant guy. Night God, go easy. Don't hurt my goddess. I think Night God will go easy on her. After all, heroes can't resist beauties. On the arena, Yi Joshua held a slender jade-green sword, her beautiful eyes fixed on Zhang Yi, with a hint of pride and scrutiny in her expression. Zhang Yi, your strength truly exceeded my expectations. Yi Joshua's delicate lips parted slightly, her voice crisp and pleasant, yet carrying a hint of aloofness that kept others at a distance. However, your winning streak ends here. I, Yi Joshua, am not someone those weaklings can compare to. She had absolute confidence in herself, believing that the opponents Zhang Yi had faced before were too weak and couldn't hold a candle to her. Is that so? Many people have said the same thing, but unfortunately, they all lost. Zhang Yi responded with a faint smile. Humph. Sharp-tongued. Yi Joshua's delicate face turned slightly cold, a trace of displeasure flashing in her eyes. In that case, let's settle this with our skills. Take this. Before the words had fully left her mouth, Yi Joshua's figure moved, darting toward Zhang Yi as gracefully as a fluttering butterfly. Falling blossoms. The jade sword in Yi Joshua's hand danced gracefully, creating dazzling sword flowers. The sword light flickered, resembling petals fluttering in the sky, beautiful yet deadly. Countless pale pink sword energies swept toward Zhang Yi from all directions. They appeared gentle, but hidden within was a lethal intent. Each strand of sword energy was aimed precisely at Zhang Yi's vital points. If struck, he would either be gravely injured or face certain death. The crowd below gasped in amazement, marveling at Yi Joshua's exquisite swordsmanship. What a beautiful sword technique! Truly worthy of Goddess Yi Joshua. This sword technique appears soft and boneless, but in reality, it is fraught with hidden dangers. Zhang Yi must be careful. Faced with the overwhelming rain of swords, Zhang Yi remained calm, not even drawing the Asura sword. He simply extended his right hand, forming his fingers into a sword, and casually pointed forward. Buzz. A platinum-colored finger beam, condensed to the extreme, shot out abruptly like lightning tearing through the void. This finger beam appeared ordinary, yet it contained a terrifying power capable of piercing through anything. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Where the blade pointed, those seemingly dazzling pale pink sword auras shattered and dissipated like paper, sweeping away all obstacles. Unstoppable. What? The proud expression on Yi Joshua's face instantly froze, replaced by an incredulous look of shock. Her proud Falling Blossom sword technique was so easily countered by the opponent? How could this be possible? The platinum-colored finger beam, after shattering Yi Joshua's sword move, was unstoppable, aiming straight at her brow with even greater speed. Yi Joshua felt a chilling killing intent envelop her, her whole body bristling with fear, and a trace of terror arose in her heart. She wanted to dodge, but found herself seemingly bound by an invisible force, unable to move an inch. The shadow of death loomed over her heart at that moment. Just as Yi Joshua despairingly thought she was doomed and closed her eyes, the sharp finger beam suddenly stopped less than an inch from her brow. The forceful wind brushed against her cheek, lifting a few strands of her hair. Yi Joshua slowly opened her beautiful eyes, staring at the finger so close to her in the face as calm as still water. Her heart was filled with mixed emotions, relief at surviving a near-death experience, as well as shame and unwillingness at her inferiority. Why didn't you strike? Yi Joshua's voice was hoarse, her heart a swirl of emotions. Zhang Yi withdrew his finger and said indifferently, "Girls shouldn't be fighting and killing for too long. I'll give you some dignity, step down yourself." His tone was calm, as if he were merely stating something trivial. Yi Joshua trembled slightly upon hearing this, her delicate face alternating between red and pale. She understood that the other party had shown mercy. If that finger had truly struck her just now, she might have already perished. Being so easily defeated and looked down upon by someone made this proud daughter of heaven feel an unprecedented sense of humiliation. At the same time, a trace of complex emotions arose in her heart toward Zhang Yi. This man, powerful and cold, did not seem to be someone who killed indiscriminately. I lost. Yi Joshua took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the unwillingness and shame in her heart. After a slight bow, she walked off the stage in a daze. The entire venue fell into silence once again. No one had expected that Yi Joshua, hailed as the #1 beauty and prodigy of Jang City, would lose so decisively and cleanly. Zhang Yi had once again proven his strength with his actions. Damn! Even goddess Yi Joshua lost. This Zhang Yi is just too monstrous. Haha, see? In front of the god of night, men and women are treated equally, no exceptions. This is the true demeanor of a strong person. Unmoved by beauty. Pursuing only pure victory. The livestream chat exploded once more. Those who had previously clamored for Zhang Yi to show mercy now wisely kept their mouths shut. Zhang Yi's strength had already surpassed their imagination. Ding! Asura system prompt, host, not bad. Ruthlessly crushing the flower without mercy. But, this chick is indeed quite pretty. Letting her go just like that, don't you think it's a bit of a waste? Killing in 10 points plus 2,500. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes at the system in his mind. There's too much to deal with already, he thought. The reason he had shown mercy was not just because the opponent was beautiful, but also because he didn't sense much killing intent or hostility from Yi Joshua. Giving her a dignified way to step down was enough to shatter her confidence. Besides, since she was a beauty, he naturally had no interest in completely annihilating her. Of course, if the other party refused to back down and insisted on fighting him to the end, he wouldn't mind completely shattering her Dao heart. After defeating Yi Joshua, Zhang Yi's path to advancement became even smoother. In the 6th round, his opponent was an exchange participant from a neighboring city. A platinum 4th-tier prodigy skilled in fierce and domineering blade techniques. However, in front of Zhang Yi, the blade techniques he prided himself on were like a child's play, easily broken with a single sword strike. Before he could even launch a verbal counterattack, he was kicked off the stage. Thus, Zhang Yi advanced to the finals with an undefeated record, almost all victories achieved in seconds. The entire Jang city was in an uproar. Everyone knew that the ultimate showdown of this martial arts tournament was about to take place, between Zhang Yi and another top prodigy who also maintained an undefeated record. Zhang Yi's opponent in the finals was none other than Chu Feng, the only son of the Chu family, hailed as the #1 among the younger generation in Jang City. At just 20 years old, Chu Feng had already reached the platinum 5th tier. With extraordinary talent and formidable strength, his mastery of the Thunder Spear was unparalleled, and his self-created top-tier spiritual martial technique, Thunder Punishment, was immensely powerful. In the previous matches, Chu Feng displayed overwhelming strength, with none of his opponents lasting more than 3 moves against him. On one side was a mysterious dark horse rising to prominence, and on the other, a renowned top prodigy of Jiang City. This needlepoint against Wheatstock Peak duel was undoubtedly the most anticipated grand finale of this martial arts tournament. Zhang Yi versus Chu Feng. This is definitely going to be a clash of titans. So excited. I wonder which of the two is stronger. It must be young Master Chu Feng. He's at Platinum Tier 5, a whole 3 minor levels higher than Zhang Yi. That's not necessarily true.
You all saw Jang Ye's previous performance unfathomable. Who knows if he's hiding his true strength? In the audience, the crowd was abuzz with discussion, filled with anticipation and speculation about the upcoming finals. Online, voting and debates about whether Zhang Yi or Chu Feng would claim the championship were also in full swing. In the contestants' rest area, Zhang Yi calmly closed his eyes to rest, completely ignoring the clamor from the outside world. In his mind, he was replaying Chu Feng's previous match footage. Platinum Tier 5, huh? Heh, I wonder how much of that is real. Zhang Yi's lips curled into a faint smile, his eyes glinting with a cold, icy light. Before breaking up with that woman Lu Ruyan, these two scumbags had been secretly fooling around together, openly and covertly targeting Zhang Yi during their school days. Chu Feng, oh Chu Feng, we meet again at last. This time, it's time to settle everything. Ding! Asura reminder, host, you're finally about to face that Chu kid. This guy looks a lot stronger than the ones before, should give Asura a chance to stretch a bit. The estimated killing intent value is quite promising. Bring it on! Zhang Yi responded indifferently, his gaze like an abyss, radiating endless determination. On the other side, Chu Feng was also keeping an eye on Zhang Yi. Dressed in a white martial robe, with a handsome face and sharp eyes like an eagle, he exuded a powerful confidence and an oppressive aura. Zhang Yi, I've finally waited for you. Chu Feng silently recited this name. In his heart, a look of solemnity and killing intent flashing in his eyes. He admitted that Zhang Yi had indeed become very strong after the second mutation of his spiritual martial arts, even exceeding his expectations. However, he had even greater confidence in himself. Because he, Chu Feng, was the undisputed number one among the younger generation of Jiang City. Anyone who dared to challenge his position would be mercilessly crushed by him. Zhang Yi, I will make you understand what true despair is. A cold glint flashed in Chu Feng's eyes as he thought to himself. The entire Jiang City held its breath, waiting for this peak showdown to unfold. The highly anticipated final match finally began on the last day of the Jang City Martial Arts Tournament. The central martial arena was packed to capacity, the crowd roaring with excitement, and the atmosphere had reached its peak. On the high platform, the city lord Yi Tianhao personally presided, accompanied by the high-ranking figures of Jiang City's major powers. Their expressions were solemn, their eyes sharp as they watched the scene below, clearly holding great expectations for this final match. Let us welcome the finalists. As the master of ceremonies' resounding voice echoed, two figures stepped out almost simultaneously from the contestants' passage and onto the massive arena. Zhang Yi was still dressed in his simple black martial arts attire, his expression calm and unruffled, as if he were not about to face the pinnacle battle to determine the strongest of Jiang City's younger generation, but merely an ordinary sparring match. On the other side, Chu Feng wore an elegant white brocade robe, spotless and pristine. His features were handsome, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, his posture upright like a pine tree, exuding a sharp and imposing aura. A confident and aloof smile played on his lips, his gaze as piercing as a hawk's, radiating the powerful presence of the undisputed leader among Jiang City's younger generation. As soon as the two appeared, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers and shouts. Night God! Night God! You're the strongest! Young Master Chu! Victory is yours! Crush him! The waves of support for both sides surged back and forth, almost threatening to blow the roof off the martial arts arena. Meanwhile, in the online livestream, the comments section refreshed like a waterfall, with various gift effects lighting up the screen. Finally, the moment we've been waiting for. A century-defining battle between rivals in love. Young Master Chu Feng is Platinum Tier 5, while Zhang Yi is only Platinum Tier 2, right? That gap is pretty big. What do you know? Idiot. The Night God has been one-shotting opponents all the way here. Have you ever seen him go all out? Rank isn't everything. Exactly. The Night God grows stronger against stronger opponents. Chu Feng might just crash and burn today. On the stage, City Lord Yi Tianhao stood up, his resonant voice echoing throughout the venue. The final match of this year's Jiang City Martial Arts Tournament, Zhang Yi vs Chu Feng. The rules remain the same, stop at the point of contact, and no deliberate maiming or taking of life. Now, I declare the match begins. The moment his words fell, a sharp glint flashed in Chu Feng's eyes. The thunder spear in his hand suddenly trembled, emitting a thunderous hum. Zhang Yi. This ends here. Chu Feng's voice was icy, carrying an undeniable dominance. I will make you understand that between us, there is no comparison. There exists an insurmountable chasm. Zhang Yi did not respond, his hands in his pockets, as a faint, almost imperceptible blood-red aura began to spread. Courting death.
Chu Feng roared angrily, stomping fiercely as his figure shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. The lightning spear in his hand transformed into a streak of silver lightning. The spear thrust out like a dragon, accompanied by a piercing whistle as it tore through the air, aiming straight for Jang Yi's chest. This strike was fast, precise, and ruthless, imbued with the terrifying power of a platinum 5th-tier expert. Jang Yi's gaze slightly tightened, advancing instead of retreating, as the Asura sword rang out of its sheath. The dark red blade shimmered with a strange, eerie light under the sunlight. Clang! The tip of the sword collided precisely with the tip of the spear, erupting in a piercing clash of metal, sparks flying everywhere. A powerful wave of energy swept outward with the two at its center, causing the flags at the edge of the arena to flutter and roar. Chu Feng felt an overwhelming force transmitted from the spear shaft, making his arm slightly numb, and he couldn't help but feel shocked. Jang Yi's strength was actually not inferior to his in the slightest. Interesting. Chu Feng sneered coldly, his spear technique shifting. The originally fierce and unstoppable thrust suddenly transformed into a flurry of spear shadows, enveloping Jang Yi's vital points like a torrential storm. Thunderclap 100 piercing strike. Each spear shadow carried the power of thunder, swift and fierce. Jang Yi's gaze remained calm as the Asura sword in his hand danced like the wind, its continuous sword light forming an impenetrable dark red curtain that blocked all incoming spear shadows. The sound of intense collisions echoed incessantly, as the two figures rapidly crossed paths on the arena. The flickering sword light and spear shadows moved at an extreme speed, leaving most of the audience below dazzled, able only to catch glimpses of two blurred silhouettes. So fast. So powerful. This is the true pinnacle showdown. Young Master Chu Feng's Thunder Spear technique truly lives up to its reputation. Every move carries the force of a thunderclap. Jang Yi is no less impressive. His swordsmanship may seem simple, but it always manages to perfectly neutralize Chu Feng's attacks. And why do I feel like he's completely at ease? On the high platform, City Lord Yi Tianhao's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. As a diamond-level expert, he could naturally discern the situation. On the field. Although Chu Feng's attacks were fierce and relentless, Jang Yi's defense was flawless, even showing faint signs of counterattacking. This kid has indeed been hiding his strength, Yi Tianhao thought to himself. On the arena, Chu Feng, who had been unable to break through for a long time, gradually grew solemn. He had initially thought that with his platinum 5th-tier cultivation, he could easily crush Jang Yi, but he hadn't expected the opponent to be so difficult to deal with. Jang Yi, forcing me to use this move is already something you can take pride in. Chu Feng suddenly stepped back, creating distance, and his aura surged dramatically. He raised the thunderclap spear high above his head, and dazzling lightning began to gather at the tip of the spear, crackling and exploding with a deafening sound. A destructive aura spread out. Martial skill, falling thunder heaven's punishment. The crowd below exclaimed in shock. This was Chu Feng's signature move, immensely powerful, and had once defeated countless formidable enemies with it. It's over. Chu Feng roared, slashing down fiercely with the spear in his hand. Boom! A dazzling thunder pillar as thick as a barrel, carrying the might of annihilation, descended from the sky, crashing fiercely toward Jang Yi. Wherever the thunder light passed, the air itself twisted. Facing this earth-shattering strike, Jang Yi's gaze was more focused than ever. He took a deep breath, and the spiritual energy within him surged wildly, pouring entirely into the Asura sword. Pajun! Jang Yi let out a low shout, and the dark red longsword in his hand transformed into a shocking crimson streak of blood, charging head-on without hesitation toward the terrifying lightning pillar. Boom! The blood-colored sword streak collided violently with the lightning pillar, erupting in a deafening roar. The entire arena trembled violently as a result. The frenzied energy shockwaves spread madly in all directions, forming visible ripples. If not for the protective formation around the arena, it would have long been reduced to dust. The light dissipated, and a figure staggered back several steps. Chu Feng's clothes were slightly disheveled, his face pale, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, and the hand holding the spear trembled slightly. Yet Jang Yi was completely unscathed. Even under this overwhelming force, not a thread of his clothing was damaged. His gaze remained as calm as still water, with a hint of amused interest. Chu Feng's pupils quaked. His pride, the heaven's punishment of falling thunder, had been directly blocked by Jang Yi. Impossible. How could you possibly withstand my heaven's punishment of falling thunder? Chu Feng roared in disbelief, unable to accept this reality. Jang Yi stretched lazily and sneered, maybe the big thunder ate too much, ran out of energy, and couldn't fire. Or are you saying that when you knelt before me and begged for mercy back then, you lost your nerve? Can't get it up anymore? You're courting death. Chu Feng was completely enraged. Indeed, what Jiang Yi said was true. Those targeted by the Eye of Asura would have a permanent debuff on their body, one that could neither heal nor be treated. His eyes turned blood red, an abnormal flush appeared on his face, and the aura around him surged once again, even faintly showing signs of breaking through Platinum Tier 5 and stepping into Tier 6. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow, keenly sensing that something was amiss. Ding! Asura reminder, host, be careful. This guy has taken drugs. It's a forbidden pill called the Frenzied Blood Pill, which greatly enhances strength in a short time. The side effects are severe, but it can boost his combat power by an entire level. I knew this guy's nature. Now the Chu family can't escape. Jiang Yi understood in his heart, a trace of disdain and coldness flashing in his eyes. Jiang Yi, die for me! Chu Feng roared, his figure transforming into a blood-colored afterimage, moving several times faster than before. The Thunder Spear. In his hand crackled with intertwining lightning and blood-red light, exuding a terrifyingly violent aura as he launched a frenzied attack on Jiang Yi. Facing Chu Feng, whose strength had skyrocketed after taking the drug, Jiang Yi made a move that left everyone dumbfounded. He actually put away the Asura sword. To deal with someone like you, I don't even need it. Jiang Yi's voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. He clenched his fists tightly, the joints crackling with explosive sounds. A pure and extreme physical power, like a primordial beast awakening, erupted from within him. What? He's going to use his body to clash head-on with Chu Feng? Is he crazy? At Platinum Level 5, with the enhancement of spiritual weapons, it's impossible to withstand it with just physical strength. Night God is courting death. The audience and the livestream chat exploded instantly, everyone believing Jiang Yi's move to be utterly baffling, akin to smashing an egg against a rock. However, in the next moment, they witnessed what true terror looked like. Facing Chu Feng's storm-like attacks, Jiang Yi neither dodged nor evaded, instead, he advanced boldly. In his eyes, a flash of blood-red light flickered and disappeared, and an aura of slaughter even purer and more domineering than the blood glow on Chu Feng surged skyward. With a low shout, Jiang Yi's right fist shot out like a cannonball, simple and direct, yet imbued with a terrifying force capable of shattering mountains and splitting rocks, fiercely smashing toward the tip of Chu Feng's incoming spear. Break for me! A trace of sinister delight flashed in Chu Feng's eyes. In his view, Jiang Yi's action was undoubtedly a path to self-destruction. This spear, infused with the power of the frenzied blood pill and his full strength, was something that even a body-refining martial artist of the same level wouldn't dare to clash against with bare fists. Foolish. Clang! The anticipated scene of Jiang Yi's fist being pierced did not occur. Instead, there was a blast louder and more piercing than any previous collision. Chu Feng felt an irresistible force surge from the tip of his spear. The thunderclap spear in his hand let out a mournful cry, its lightning bent and deformed by Jiang Yi's punch. The lightning and blood glow on the spear tip instantly dissipated. Poof! Chu Feng felt as if he had been struck by lightning. A large mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and the skin between his thumb and forefinger was split open, blood flowing freely. His entire body was uncontrollably sent flying backward. How is this possible? His mind went blank, his face filled with shock and disbelief. Jiang Yi's physical strength was so overwhelming? Even after taking drugs to enhance himself with spiritual weaponry, he was utterly no match? Ha! Jiang Yi's cold voice rang in Chu Feng's ears like a death knell. He took a single step forward, the ground cracking beneath him, and his figure instantly appeared before the airborne Chu Feng. Another punch was unleashed. This punch was as fast as lightning and as powerful as a thunderbolt. Chu Feng was utterly horrified, and in his panic, he tried to raise his deformed spear to block. But Jiang Yi's fist, though seemingly slower to act, reached him first, slamming ferociously into his chest. Crack! The clear sound of bones breaking echoed through the air. Chu Feng's chest cavity immediately caved in, a massive depression forming. His entire body was once again sent flying, blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth. This time, mixed in with the blood were fragments of his internal organs. Boom! He crashed heavily onto the edge of the arena, creating a shallow pit in the hard bluestone ground. His condition was wretched beyond words, his aura instantly plummeting to an abysmal low. The entire venue fell into dead silence. Not a sound could be heard. Everyone was stunned by the bloody and brutal scene before them. A one-hit kill. Another one-hit kill. No, this was no longer a simple one-hit kill. This was pure domination. A one-sided pummeling. After putting away the Asura sword, Jiang Yi relied solely on his iron fists to utterly crush Chu Feng,
who had enhanced himself with top-grade spiritual weaponry and experienced a massive boost in strength. It was as if he were beating a sandbag. Monster. An absolute monster. My heavens. Just how strong is his physical body? Is he even human? Chu Feng in front of him is practically like a baby. After a brief moment of dead silence, a tidal wave of exclamations and discussions erupted. Those who had previously favored Chu Feng were now utterly dumbfounded, unable to utter a single word. On the high platform, the city lord Yi Tianhao's pupils also contracted sharply, his face showing a look of astonishment. As a diamond-level expert, he could naturally discern the terrifying power contained in Zhang Ye's punch. This was absolutely not something a platinum-level warrior could possess. Could this kid be the heir to some ancient body refinement technique? Yi Tianhao's heart surged with turbulent waves. On the arena, Zhang Yi stepped closer to the fallen Chu Feng, his gaze cold and devoid of any mercy. Chu Feng, haven't you always thought yourself superior, treating me like an ant? Zhang Yi looked down at him condescendingly, his voice indifferent. How does it feel now? You. Chu Feng struggled to lift his head, his eyes filled with fear, venom, and unwillingness, as if facing the judgment of the apocalypse. His pride, his confidence, all the glory of being the #1 prodigy in Zhang City, at this moment, was shattered into pieces by Zhang Yi in the most direct and brutal way. I refuse to accept this. How could I possibly lose to someone like you, a worthless nobody? Chu Feng roared hysterically, unable to accept this cruel reality. Worthless? Zhang Yi's lips curled into a mocking smile. You were defeated by the very person you consider worthless. Young Master Chu, you lost. Ah! Zhang Yi. I'm going to kill you. Chu Feng looked like a madman, a trace of desperate madness flashing in his eyes. He suddenly bit the tip of his tongue, forcibly suppressing his injuries. Using the last ounce of his strength, he drew from his chest a crystal that shimmered with blue and white light, pulsating endlessly like a heart. The core of his life-bound spiritual weapon. Chu Feng is going to self-destruct his spiritual weapon core. Someone knowledgeable in the audience exclaimed in shock. The core of a life-bound spiritual weapon is the fundamental source of power for a spiritual warrior. Once detonated, its power is several times that of the warrior's full-force attack. However, the price is the complete destruction of their cultivation, and it may even cost their life. Chu Feng was ready to risk it all. Let's die together. Chu Feng's face twisted in ferocity as he frantically poured all his remaining spiritual power into the core of his spirit weapon. The crystal instantly radiated a dazzling light, emitting a terrifying energy fluctuation that made hearts tremble. In the next moment, it was about to explode. Ding! Asura reminder, host, this guy is going all out. If this thing blows up, the power is no joke. It won't hurt you, but you'll get splattered with chunks of flesh, disgusting to the extreme. Want to perish together? You're not qualified for that. Zhang Ye's gaze turned cold, exuding an unparalleled aura. Just as Chu Feng was about to detonate the Lingwu core, Zhang Yi moved. He did not choose to retreat or dodge but clenched his fist once again. Killing intent, converge. Zhang Yi muttered in a low voice in his heart. Ding! Killing intent is ready. Let's do this. A surge of pure and overwhelming killing intent instantly poured from the Asura sword into Zhang Yi's right fist. An invisible layer of blood-colored energy enveloped his fist, emanating a terrifying aura that made souls tremble. Shatter! Zhang Yi let out a thunderous roar, his right fist tearing through the void with a fierce and unstoppable momentum, smashing ruthlessly toward the spiritual weapon core in Chu Feng's hand that was about to explode. This punch carried the domineering killing intent of Asura, capable of annihilating everything, as if it could shake heaven and earth. Boom! A dull, drum-like explosion resounded, shaking the entire scene. Under the horrified gazes of everyone present, the core of Chu Feng's life-bound spiritual weapon, which was on the verge of detonating, was forcibly shattered by Zhang Yi's punch. The violet energy instantly spiraled out of control, backfiring onto Chu Feng. Poof! Chu Feng, as if struck by a massive hammer weighing thousands of pounds, spewed out a mouthful of blood in reverse. His body was flung backward, like a tattered sack, crashing heavily off the arena. His meridians were completely severed, his dantian shattered, leaving him utterly crippled. His eyes widened as he stared fixedly at the proud figure standing on the stage, his gaze filled with endless despair and venom. Finally, his head tilted, and he completely passed out. Ding! A massive amount of pure killing intent detected. Absorbing, congratulations to the host for gaining 28,888 points of killing intent. Awesome! This feels amazing. Although this guy named Chu is a waste, his cultivation isn't bad. Host, that punch of yours was absolutely stunning.
The system's notification sounded in Zhang Yi's mind, carrying a hint of excitement. Zhang Yi slowly withdrew his fist, gazing at the unconscious Chu Feng with calm and emotionless eyes. The victor becomes the king, the defeated becomes the outlaw. This is the cruel law of the martial world. The entire venue fell into dead silence once again, as everyone was utterly shocked by Zhang Yi's earth-shattering punch. Barehandedly smashing the self-destructing core of a life-bound spiritual weapon? Is this something a human could even do? After a long time, the city lord Yi Tianhao finally snapped out of his shock. A platinum 5-tier spirit warrior sacrificing their life to unleash their core spirit weapon should be enough to produce diamond-level destructive power, yet this kid shattered it with a single punch. Such a prodigious youth is no longer just a talent, he's a monster. A true freak of nature. He took a deep breath, stood up, and cast a complicated glance at Zhang Yi before saying loudly. In the finals of this martial arts tournament, contestant Chu Feng was found to have violated the rules by using the banned drug, Frenzy Blood Pill, in an attempt to enhance his strength. He even tried to detonate his core life-bound spiritual weapon, threatening the safety of the arena. How could such petty tricks escape the eyes of the organizers? Contestant Yi, on the other hand, faced absolute strength and mercilessly crushed all these dirty tactics. Truly courageous and commendable, worthy of praise. Now, I hereby announce, the ultimate champion of this Zhang City martial arts tournament is Zhang Yi. The Lord's voice was like a thunderclap, shaking the entire martial arts arena. After a brief silence, the martial arts arena instantly erupted with a tidal wave of cheers and shouts. What the heck? Chu Feng actually dared to cheat in this competition by using banned drugs. This is the end. The Chu family is probably finished for good. Night God is so awesome. Night God is invincible. One shot all the way, so exhilarating. The online live streaming room was completely boiling, the comments exploded instantly, and gifs filled the entire screen. Zhang Yi's name resounded throughout Zhang City and even began spreading to surrounding cities. Ding! Congratulations to the host, reputation points have significantly increased. Current reputation level, slightly famous, possessing high recognition in Jiangcheng and surrounding areas, beginning to attract initial attention from some major forces. Zhang Yi stood at the center of the arena, listening to the wave-like cheers in his ears, feeling the surging power within his body, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Champion's prize. Here I come. Contestant Zhang Yi. Yi Tianhao landed in front of Zhang Yi, his face full of kindness and concern, chuckling as he said, "Young man, join me for some tea and a chat. Let's discuss how we can continue to progress in Jiangcheng." With City Lord Yi Tianhao personally announcing the results, this year's Jiangcheng Martial Arts Tournament officially came to an end. Zhang Yi claimed the championship with an undisputed and overwhelming performance. His formidable strength and domineering combat style left an extremely deep impression on everyone. Especially the scene where he ultimately confronted the drug-enhanced Chu Feng barehanded and shattered his core life spirit weapon with a single punch, which has become a legendary moment relished by countless people. The Chu family, due to Chu Feng's defeat and the scandal of using forbidden drugs, saw their reputation plummet. The once proud members of the Chu family now hang their heads in shame. As for Chu Feng himself, his spirit weapon core was shattered, his dantian destroyed, and he was completely reduced to a cripple, meeting a tragic end. This is the price of reaping what one sows. The grand award ceremony was soon held at the Central Martial Arts Arena. As the champion of this year's martial arts tournament, Zhang Yi received the specially crafted trophy symbolizing championship honor and generous rewards from the hands of the city lord, Yi Tianhao, under the gaze of countless spectators. The rewards included 30 million Huaxia currency, a precious platinum-grade breakthrough pill, capable of helping platinum-level martial artists break through a minor realm without bottlenecks, an S-level martial skill manual titled Ruthless, and a special Zhang City Honor token issued by the City Lord's Mansion. These rewards were undeniably generous, especially the platinum-grade breakthrough pill and the S-level martial skill, which made countless participants green with envy. Congratulations, young Master Zhang Yi. Yi Tianhao personally handed the prizes to Zhang Yi, a gentle smile on his face and admiration in his tone. Your talent and strength are truly rare in Zhang City, perhaps once in a century. Keep these items well, and in the future, the City Lord will surely support you wholeheartedly. Thank you for your great kindness, City Lord. Zhang Yi accepted the token with composure, neither humble nor overbearing. These rewards made him very satisfied. There were plenty of boundary-breaking pills and techniques in the system store. He planned to save up some killing in 10 points to exchange for suitable Asura Sword cultivation skills, which would greatly benefit his future training. Most importantly, the money. 30 million in prize money.
After the awards ceremony ended, just as Zhang Yi was about to leave, the city lord Yi Tianhao stopped him. "Young friend Zhang Yi, there are a few distinguished guests who wish to meet you," Yi Tianhao said with a cheerful smile, a hint of mystery flashing in his eyes. Zhang Yi slightly raised an eyebrow, curious but still nodded in agreement. "All right." To be called an honored guest by the city lord Yi Tianhao and specifically requested to meet, the person's identity must be extraordinary. A moment later, inside an elegant reception room in the city lord's mansion, Zhang Yi followed Yi Tianhao inside and saw 3 women already seated in the room, each a stunning beauty of unparalleled charm. The first person on the left, dressed in a fiery red outfit, accentuates her curvaceous and striking figure. Her face is stunningly beautiful, with willow-like eyebrows extending to her temples, sharp eyes like an eagle's, exuding a heroic and commanding presence as she curiously sizes up Zhang Yi. The one in the middle is dressed in a light blue palace-style long dress, exuding a gentle and elegant temperament, like an orchid in a secluded valley. Her appearance is breathtakingly exquisite, her skin fairer than snow, and a faint, almost imperceptible smile graces her lips, making one feel as if bathed in the warmth of spring. The last one on the right is the most special. She is dressed in a mysterious black starry robe, resembling the dazzling stars in the night sky. Her figure is graceful, and her face is veiled with a thin layer of black gauze, revealing only a pair of captivating phoenix eyes. Her gaze flows with charm, exuding a lazy yet enchanting allure, as if capable of stealing one's very soul. "Young friend Zhang, let me introduce you," Yi Tianhao said with a beaming smile, his tone carrying a hint of pride. "These 3 are the recruitment mentors from the top 3 academies in Huaxia. Mentor Qin Yan from the War God Academy, Mentor Su Muxue from the Tian's Mansion, and Mentor Luo Li from the Star Pavilion." The names of the 3 major academies stirred a slight ripple in Zhang Yi's heart. The 3 major academies of Huaxia, located in the imperial capital, are the martial arts sanctuaries that countless young warriors dream of. The heritage and resources there are far beyond what a place like Jiangcheng can compare to. Unexpectedly, the 3 mentors personally came to Jiangcheng, and it was all for him. 3 mentors, this is the young friend Zhang Yi who shone brilliantly in this year's martial arts tournament, Yi Tianhao said with a smile, introducing both sides with a tone full of anticipation. "Student Zhang Yi, truly a hero in his youth," said Mentor Qin Yan from the War God Academy, speaking first with a clear and decisive voice. "I watched all your matches. Your combat talent is 1 in 10,000, your physical body is strong, and your will is resolute. You're a born warrior. On behalf of the War God Academy, I formally invite you to join. If you come, the Academy will provide you with S-level student treatment, allow you to choose from core techniques, and have senior experts from the Spirit Martial ranking personally guide you." Mentor Qin Yan openly extended an olive branch, offering conditions so generous that they were hard to resist. Sister Qin is still so impatient. Su Muxue, the mentor from Tian's Mansion, smiled gracefully, her voice soft and melodious, like a spring breeze, brushing one's face. "Student Zhang Yi, while the War God Academy is excellent, it overly emphasizes combat, which can be somewhat one-sided. Our Tian's Mansion values a balance of both civil and martial arts, wisdom and courage. Not only do we have top-notch cultivation resources, but also an ocean of ancient texts and secret manuals to help you comprehend the true essence of martial arts and strategize comprehensively. If you choose Tian's Mansion, I can make the decision to let you directly enter the inner mansion for cultivation and enjoy the privileges of a core disciple. Pills, spiritual tools, techniques, everything you need is available." Su Mushua's voice was as refreshing as a spring breeze, and the conditions she offered were equally enticing, pointing directly to deeper insights and resources for martial arts cultivation. He. Nearby, Mentor Luo Li, who was veiled in black gauze, let out a silvery laugh, her voice charming and alluring, stirring one's soul. "The 2 sisters are being far too serious. Little brother, isn't their world of fighting and burying oneself in old texts so dull?" Her eyes were enchanting, and her voice carried a soft, tempting tone. "Come to our Star Pavilion. Sister promises that every day will be full of joy and flavor at Star Pavilion. We don't forbid marriage, romance, or any worldly rules. We pursue inner freedom and true self. Moreover, our Star Pavilion holds mastery over the most wondrous elemental techniques, formations, talismans, alchemy, and artifact crafting, as well as secrets of many ancient relics. If you come, Sister can personally guide you." When mentioning personal guidance, Mentor Luo Li's tone was filled with endless allure. Zhang Yi silently listened to the 3 beautiful mentors trying to win him over, one after another, his expression remaining calm while his mind raced with thoughts. Ding! Asura reminder, host, these 3 women are no pushovers. The one from the War God Academy looks like she can fight, the one from the Tyrant's Mansion has a sly smile and deep schemes, and the one from the Star Pavilion, hee hee. Host, I think the Star Pavilion is a good choice. Mentor Luoli seems like she really knows how to teach. You rascal. Zhang Yi was speechless at the system. I'm here to learn and grow stronger, not to choose a consort. He pondered for a moment, slightly cupped his hands, and sincerely said to the three mentors and City Lord Yi Tianhao, thank you for your kindness, esteemed mentors, and thank you, City Lord, for your support. The three academies are all sacred places of martial arts that I have longed for. To be favored by the three mentors is an immense honor for me. However, this matter is of great importance, as it concerns the future path of my martial arts journey. I kindly ask the three mentors to grant me some time to consider. Within 3 days, I will surely provide an answer. Zhang Yi decisively chose to delay. He needed time to carefully weigh the pros and cons of each option and select the academy that suited him best. Upon hearing this, Qing Yan slightly furrowed her brows, seemingly displeased with Zhang Yi's hesitation, but she said nothing further. Su Mushua smiled and nodded. Classmate Zhang Yi has thought it through thoroughly, as it should be. We will stay in Jiang City for 3 more days and await good news. Mentor Luoli threw a flirtatious glance. Little brother, big sister is waiting for you, don't make big sister wait too long. City Lord Yi Tianhao also smiled and said, young friend Zhang, this is a rare opportunity. The 3 major academies are simultaneously extending an olive branch to you, a grand event unseen in Jiang City for nearly a century. How you choose is entirely up to you. During these 3 days, stay at the City Lord's mansion and take the opportunity to interact more with the 3 mentors. Yi Tianhao's voice carried a tone of determination. Xiao Yi, wait for me in the room to the left when you step out. I have something to discuss with you. Yi Tianhao said, his gaze sharp as a blade, seemingly hinting at something important. Zhang Yi nodded in response, thanked everyone once again, and then left the City Lord's office. His steps were firm, and his heart was filled with anticipation for the future. Meanwhile, Yun Feng, Elder Gua, and Zi Xiumu all emerged from another room, the atmosphere tense yet brimming with expectation. So, everyone, how is it? Elder Gua smiled faintly, his eyes glimmering with wisdom. This young man will surely overturn Huaxia. Luoli nodded, recalling Zhang Ye's extraordinary performance on the field. The corners of her mouth unconsciously curved into a smile, and her heart was filled with confidence in Zhang Ye's future. Following Yi Tianhao's instructions, Zhang Yi arrived at a rather spacious conference room to the left of the City Lord's office. The room was elegantly decorated, with a faint scent of sandalwood lingering in the air, clearly meticulously prepared, making it exceptionally comfortable. He deliberately kept himself behind, not merely for the visit of the 3 major academies. There must be an important matter to discuss, and it was likely not a light topic. He remained secretly vigilant in his heart. System, that guy Chu Feng contributed so much core killing intent value. Adding up all the bits and pieces from before, how much is there now? Zhang Yi asked in his heart, eagerly awaiting the system's response. Ding! Host, your current total killing intent value is 92,388 points. You're not far from the 100,000 milestone. Host, would you like to perform a spirit weapon upgrade? Alright, I happen to have some time. Let me first check the shop to see if there are any rare treasures suitable for upgrading the Asura Sword. Zhang Ye's heart stirred, determined to seize this opportunity. With a single thought, the system shop interface unfolded in his mind. The dazzling array of items left him overwhelmed, ranging from martial arts manuals to divine weapons, from pills and talismans to rare beasts, everything was available. Zhang Yi directly filtered for items related to sword spirit weapon upgrades and slaughter attributes. Soon, several items caught his attention. Just these 3 items. He calculated silently in his heart. A total of 45,000 killing intent points, though it hurt, the investment was absolutely worth it to enhance the power of the Asura Sword and prepare for the upcoming National Martial Arts Tournament. The National Martial Arts Tournament is the true den of dragons and tigers. Every participant is at least platinum level, and diamond level geniuses are commonplace, far beyond the scope of a small pawn like Zhangchang. Ding! Exchange successful. Nether Blood Crystal, 10,000-year Cold Iron Essence, and Asura Battle Intent Stone have been delivered to the system space. Hee hee, Asura is about to get stronger again, slashing people will be even smoother in the future. Zhang Yi ignored the system's chatter. With a thought, the 3 rare treasures appeared in his hands. He sat cross-legged, placing the Asura Sword horizontally on his lap, and carefully guided the energy of these treasures into the sword using the spiritual power within his body. The Sword of Asura seemed to sense the arrival of these supplements, emitting a faint hum.
The dark red patterns on the blade appeared to come alive, greedily absorbing the surging energy. The nether blood crystal transformed into a streak of blood and merged into the sword, intensifying its murderous aura. The Millennium Cold Iron essence brought a chilling coldness, making the blade even sharper. After the Shura battle while stone fused, a faint yet uplifting battle intent emanated from the sword, inspiring awe in those who beheld it. The entire process lasted for about half an hour. Jiangye's forehead was slightly damp with sweat, but he paid no mind, his heart filled with anticipation. When the last trace of energy was completely absorbed by the sword of Asura, the blade trembled violently and emitted a clear, resonant sword cry. The blood-red radiance flowed and flickered, becoming more solid and profound than before. Ding! The quality of the Asura sword has been upgraded. Current level, SSS grade. New trait unlocked, Fiendish Aura Protection, passive, consumes a small amount of killing intent to form a fiendish aura shield around the host, defending against attacks and causing mental intimidation to enemies. Oh, not bad, a new skill for survival and intimidation. Zhang Yi nodded in satisfaction, his eyes gleaming with resolute battle intent. At that moment, footsteps sounded from outside the door, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Lord City Master. Zhang Yi stood up to greet, secretly anticipating the discussion that was about to unfold. Yi Tianhao walked in first, followed by the composed director Yunfeng and the energetic Elder Guo. Finally came Zi Xiaomu, dressed in a light purple dress, looking somewhat preoccupied and awkward. So, how is it? Have you made up your mind? Yi Tianhao smiled as he took a seat, gesturing for the others to sit down as well, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness. This is a major matter. Give me more time to think it over. Zhang Yi poured tea for the group, his mind racing with countless thoughts. Once everyone was seated, Yi Tianhao's smile faded slightly, his expression turning serious, and the atmosphere instantly grew heavy. Xiao Jiang, I invited you here today not only to congratulate you on winning the championship but also to discuss several matters concerning Jiang City and even the future of the entire Huaxia. Zhang Yi understood and nodded. City Lord, please go ahead. Elder Guo has already given me a heads up. He knew the matter was coming and mentally prepared himself. The issue of Chu Feng's banned substances, along with the investigation into the Nether Clan that had been mentioned before, were likely today's main topics. Zhang Yi silently pondered, ready to face the challenges ahead. Yi Tianhao glanced at Yunfeng, who nodded in understanding. In a deep voice, he said, Zhang Yi, first of all, regarding Chu Feng's use of banned substances, after our overnight interrogation and investigation, the Chu family has already descended into chaos. The blood fury pill used by Chu Feng traces back to an extremely secretive underground organization. This organization not only traffics illegal drugs but is also suspected in multiple cases of human disappearances, employing cruel methods. The Chu family has deep ties with this organization, and the evidence is conclusive. The Spirit Martial Division and the government have joined forces and will soon take action against the Chu family. The skies over Jiang City are about to change. Elder Guai added, we suspect that this underground organization is being controlled by a deeper force, possibly even connected to the Nether Clan. As expected, it's related to the Nether Clan. Zhang Yi nodded with a deliberately serious expression. Yi Tianhao nodded solemnly, that's right, an evil but highly intelligent alien civilization is eyeing our world covetously, attempting to invade. Recently, we detected abnormal spatial fluctuations in the Black Forest area on the eastern outskirts of Jiangcheng. Preliminary judgment suggests that an unstable secret realm entrance has appeared there, most likely a spatial rift opened by the Nether Clan. If this rift stabilizes and expands, Jiangcheng will bear the brunt and face catastrophic destruction. The forbidden drug used by Chu Feng is very likely a means by which the Nether Clan infiltrates our world and corrupts our martial artists. The Chu family, a prominent clan in Jiangcheng, isn't a small family, is it? If things have come to this, it's likely that many of their high-ranking members have already been turned and become traitors. Zhang Yi's heart tightened, it was just as expected. Illegal drugs, the Nether Clan, an insider, this game is being played on a grand scale. So, what does the City Lord mean? We hope you can participate in the subsequent exploration and cleanup operations of this secret realm. Yi Tianhao looked at Zhang Yi, his eyes filled with anticipation. Your strength is evident to all of us. Of course, this is not mandatory, but the safety of the nation is everyone's responsibility. The younger generation will not hesitate to take on the duty, Zhang Yi answered decisively. To him, the Nether Clan was like walking points of killing intent, a package of experience delivered to his doorstep. How could he not take advantage of it? Yi Tianhao nodded in approval. Good. With your words, I can rest assured. The specific actions regarding the secret realm will be notified separately. Next, let's talk about the National Martial Arts Tournament. The National Martial Arts Tournament gathers the most outstanding young talents from across the country. With your strength, getting into one of the 3 major academies for advanced studies is a sure thing. However, the competition in the tournament far exceeds your imagination. Many long-established geniuses, and even platinum high-rank and diamond-level experts from the spirit martial rankings, will participate. This is not just a battle for honor but also a fight for resources. The better you perform, the more cultivation resources you will receive in the future. In order to support you, Jiangchang has decided to fully fund and provide you with the most comprehensive logistical support. The championship prize for this martial arts tournament, totaling 30 million huaxia currency, along with an additional 50 million from the Jiangcheng government, amounting to 80 million, has already been transferred to your account. Additionally, a standalone villa located in the central villa district of Jiangcheng has been allocated under your name as your residence in Jiangcheng. In terms of cultivation resources, we will provide you with the highest standard monthly supply, including various elixirs, access to training rooms, and more, ensuring you have no worries. Boom! Zhang Yi felt his mind buzz all of a sudden. Happiness came too suddenly. 80 million in cash. A standalone villa. Top-tier cultivation resources. This is what progress feels like. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. Ding. Detected intense emotional fluctuation in the host. Host, you've struck it rich. A villa. Ahem, many thanks to the city lord and all the seniors for your kindness. This junior will not disappoint and will bring glory to Jian City. Zhang Yi suppressed the wild joy in his heart, trying his best to maintain composure on the surface, but the slight trembling of the corners of his mouth still betrayed his current emotions. Yi Tianhao and the others, watching Zhang Yi's attempt to appear calm, all revealed knowing smiles. A young man is, after all, still a young man. After a detailed conversation, Yi Tianhao and the others got up to take their leave, mentioning that there was an evening banquet later for Zhang Yi and the mentors of the 3 major academies. Only Zhang Yi and the always silent Zi Xiaomu remained in the room. Xiaomu, what's wrong with you today? You've been quiet since earlier. Is something on your mind? Zhang Yi asked as he looked at her. Zi Xiaomu raised her head, a faint blush appearing on her fair cheeks. She pursed her lips, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately shook her head. No, nothing. Zhang Yi, you'll attend the banquet tonight, right? Of course, the city lord has already spoken. Zhang Yi nodded. Alright, I'll head back first. See you tonight. After saying this, Zi Xiaomu hurriedly left the room, leaving Zhang Yi completely puzzled. This big sister is so strange. Zhang Yi shook his head and began contemplating the evening banquet. For the Chinese, having a meal carries many meanings. It's never just about eating. Now that his full strength had been completely revealed to the public, countless forces from both the underworld and the legitimate world were eyeing him, all eager to test the waters at this banquet. And as for those 3 beautiful mentors, which academy should he choose? This was far more challenging than fighting. As night fell and the city lights came on, the banquet hall of the city lord's mansion was ablaze with lights and filled with the clinking of glasses. Zhang Yi stepped into the grand feast like a general entering the battlefield, drawing everyone's attention as if he were a dazzling star. This banquet, nominally held to celebrate Zhang Yi's achievements, was in fact a covert contest and probing among the various forces in Jiangcheng. Zhang Yi donned a custom-made suit, which, though slightly restrictive, highlighted his striking and heroic demeanor. The reflection in the mirror no longer seemed to be that of a naive youth, but rather a mature and composed man. Mentor Qin Yan was still dressed in her fiery red outfit, exuding a valiant and spirited aura, with delicate accessories adding a touch of feminine charm. Su Muxua, on the other hand, wore a moon-white Su embroidery cheongsam, her graceful figure appearing gentle and captivating under the lights. Mentor Luo Li was even more eye-catching, her deep purple evening gown as mysterious as the night sky, with her phoenix eyes beneath a veil of black gauze exuding a hint of allure. What truly made Zhang Yi's heart skip a beat, however, was Zi Xiaomu. Today, she shed her usual aloofness, her light purple princess dress outlining her elegance. Her braided hair was exquisitely styled, and her face was lightly adorned with makeup, resembling a freshly blooming flower, full of youthful shyness and anticipation. You're here. Zi Xiaomu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she lifted her skirt and ran over like the wind, her cheeks slightly flushed. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. Ding! Host, high energy alert ahead. Surrounded by beauty. Hold on. You must hold on. Don't forget our goal is the pinnacle of the world and accumulating more killing intent points. Zhang Yi's heart tightened slightly, his gaze subtly sweeping over the 3 mentors and Zi Xiaomu,
thinking to himself, this setup is indeed something. City Lord Yi Tianhao, Director Yun Feng, Elder Guo, and others stepped forward to exchange pleasantries with Zhang Yi, their words filled with hints of recruitment and subtle implications. Local tycoons, heads of prominent families, and business magnates in Zhang City also approached with wine glasses in hand, attempting to establish connections with this newly crowned top prodigy of Zhang City. Zhang Yi dealt with these overly enthusiastic dignitaries, feeling more exhausted than after a fight.
Student Zhang Yi.
Qin Yan approached with a glass of red wine, his gaze sharp.
Have you made up your mind?
The War God Academy is the place most suited for a natural warrior like you.
Mentor Qin must be joking. Student Zhang Yi possesses extraordinary talent. If he were to study diligently at my Tian's mansion,
his future achievements would undoubtedly be limitless, Su Mushue said, her voice gentle yet carrying an undeniable confidence.
Luoli directly pushed the two aside, her eyes seductive. Little brother, don't listen to them.
Come to your big sister, and I guarantee you'll experience what it truly means to be blissfully happy like a god. The three women competed fiercely, the atmosphere thick with tension.
Zhang Yi felt overwhelmed and could only laugh awkwardly. I deeply
appreciate the kindness of the three mentors. This matter is of great importance, so please allow me to carefully consider it further. Seeing the situation, Yi Tianhao smiled and mediated, ladies, please calm down. A wise bird chooses the best tree to perch on. Let's give Zhang
Xiaoyu some time.
Come, let's drink to this. Here's to the future of Jiangcheng, and to the prosperity of Chinese martial arts. Cheers! Everyone raised their glasses, and under Yi Tianhao's guidance, the atmosphere temporarily eased.
However, Zhang Yi could still sense the undercurrents surging beneath the surface.
Discreet glances were occasionally cast his way, filled with scrutiny, greed, and even a faint trace of hostility. Director Yun Feng leaned close to Zhang Yi and whispered, "Be careful, young man. You're the hotshot now, but also the target of many. Although the Chu family is about to fall, the waters in Jiangcheng run deep, and some forces lurking in the shadows are far from harmless. Especially that organization dealing in illegal drugs. They've lost their connection with the Chu family and will definitely try to make up for it, perhaps even seek revenge." Elder
Was said gravely. And then there's the Nether Clan. If spatial rifts really appear in Jiangcheng, those filthy things will infiltrate, and it'll be impossible to guard against them.
Zhang Ye's heart immediately became alert.
He understood that tonight's banquet was not just a celebration but also a battleground of hidden undercurrents.
You're showing too much of your edge right now, which makes you an easy target. Yi Tianhao's voice carried a hint of nervousness, so, choose an academy as soon as possible and go to the imperial capital for further studies. That is the true cradle of the strong, and it can also provide you with a certain degree of protection. In Jiangcheng, although we will do our best to keep you safe, there are ultimately too many places beyond our reach. Zhang Yi felt a slight warmth in his heart. These elders were indeed sincerely thinking of his well-being.
He nodded, I understand. Thank you for the reminder, esteemed elders.
It seems I underestimated the impact of winning the championship.
This is not just about honor and rewards, it also means being thrust into the spotlight.
He found an excuse to temporarily step away from the center of the crowd and approached the long table filled with various desserts. The pastries at the city lord's mansion are indeed exquisite, far tastier than those sold outside. He picked up a small matcha cake and was just about to pop it into his mouth when a gentle, slightly drunken voice sounded beside him.
Zhang Yi.
Zhang Yi turned his head and saw Zi Xiaomu holding a glass of juice, standing gracefully beside him. Her small face was tinged with an adorable blush from drinking a bit of alcohol, and her big, watery eyes looked at him as if she had something to say, yet seemed a little hesitant.
What's wrong, Xiaomu?
Zhang Yi asked, casually picking up another piece of tiramisu.
You don't have to call me big sis. I'm only 3 years older than you. Zi Xiaomu was a bit speechless. We've been through life and death together, haven't we? There's no need to be so formal. If I don't call you big sis, what should I call you? You're older than me.
Zhang Yi stuffed another egg tart into his mouth. Zi Xiaomu clenched her fists, took a deep breath, as if summoning immense courage, and her gaze became resolute.
Zhang Yi.
Just as Zi Xiaomu was about to reveal some crucial information, a crisp yet slightly petulant female voice interrupted.
It's you. I thought you looked familiar earlier. I can't believe it's really you. Zhang Yi. Why are you hiding here eating alone? Immediately after, another gentle and soothing voice followed, Sister, don't be rude. Zhang Yi, I hope you've been well.
Zhang Yi turned toward the voices and saw two stunningly beautiful young women approaching together. The one leading the group, around 17 or 18 years old, was dressed in a pale yellow dress.
She had a charming appearance.
with a hint of arrogance between her brows. She was precisely the one who had spoken earlier in a coquettish and domineering manner. Beside her was someone slightly older by a year or two, wearing a long dress in a soft blue hue. Her demeanor was gentle and graceful, her smile warm and inviting, yet a sharp glint flickered deep within her eyes. The Wan sisters. From the neighboring Yin city, one of the 4 major families, the Wan family's 2 young ladies, who are also the current young family heads. The elder sister, Wan Qing, and the younger sister, Wan Yu. They actually came too? Judging by the scene, it's evident that this competition has indeed had a significant impact on Jang City. Zi Xiaomu was interrupted, a trace of annoyance and vigilance flashing across her face. She unconsciously moved closer to Zhang Yi, nervously watching the 2 people in front of her. The originally lively atmosphere in the banquet hall became subtle due to the sudden interruption of these outsiders. Ding! Host. A major emotional vortex ahead. Detected strong gossip vibes and potential energy fluctuations of a love triangle. Please prepare to respond. If you're a man, take them all. Ahem, pretend I didn't say that. The system began its usual abstract rambling again. Goodness, is this about to turn into a love triangle showdown? Jiang Ye's mouth twitched, and suddenly the tiramisu in his hand didn't seem so appealing anymore. The appearance of the Wan sisters was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up ripples. Zi Xiaomu's previously mustered courage was interrupted. At this moment, her small face was tense, and her gaze at the Wan sisters was full of vigilance, like a little cat guarding its food. So, it's the 2 young ladies of the Wan family. Zhang Yi put down the pastry in his hand and greeted them with a lukewarm tone. Looking at Zi Xiaomu's expression and the twitching at the corner of her mouth, it felt like she was about to throw a punch any second. The younger sister, Wan Yu, sized up Zhang Yi from head to toe, then glanced at Zi Xiaomu beside him, a playful smile curling at the corner of her lips. Zhang Yi held the half-cold tiramisu, looking at the Wan sisters who had suddenly appeared and interrupted Zi Xiaomu's crucial statement. For a moment, he was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. What is this? Can't even have a snack in peace. Zhang Yi. We came all the way from Cloud City to congratulate you on winning the championship. Wan Yu's tone carried a hint of arrogance, but her eyes revealed more curiosity about the strong and a trace of unwillingness to admit defeat. Her elder sister, Wan Qing, had a much calmer demeanor. Dressed in a flowing light blue gown that accentuated her gentle elegance, she lightly tugged at her younger sister's sleeve and softly said, Xiaoyu, don't be rude. Then, when Qing turned to Zhang Yi, wearing a polite smile on her face, Zhang Yi, congratulations on winning the championship of the Jiangqing martial arts tournament. Truly young and promising, living up to your reputation. Her voice was gentle, but Zhang Yi could sense a hint of shrewdness and scrutiny hidden beneath that smile. The Wan family from Yunqing, it seems, hasn't come just to offer congratulations. Zi Xiaomu's previously mustered courage was interrupted, her pretty face turning bright red, filled with both embarrassment and vigilance toward these 2 unexpected guests. She subconsciously moved closer to Zhang Yi, as if to assert some kind of sovereignty. Miss Wan Qing, Miss Wan Yu, you've come a long way, it must have been tiring. Zi Xiaomu tried to make her voice sound calm, but the slight tremors still betrayed her displeasure. Zhang Yi is just a bit tired and came over to rest for a while. Oh? Tired? When you raised an eyebrow, her gaze sweeping back and forth between Zhang Yi and Zi Xiaomu, a playful smile curling at the corner of her lips. I suppose you're enjoying the company of a beauty so much that you've forgotten all about home? At these words, Zi Xiaomu's face turned even redder, like a ripe apple. Zhang Yi cleared his throat, stuffed the tiramisu in his hand into his mouth, and mumbled, Miss Wan, you're joking. It's an honor for Jiangqing to have you both visit from afar. The sudden appearance of the Wan family from Yunqing is definitely not without ulterior motives. Ding. Host. Sure a field warning. Sure a field warning. Current tension level, 3 stars. It is recommended that the host remain neutral, observe the situation, or directly display your commanding aura to let them know who the protagonist is. Oh ho, do you think this is the right time to speak? Zhang Yi, your performance at the Jiangqing Martial Arts Conference has reached our sisters in Yunqing. When Qing timely took over the conversation, her tone sincere. Especially that final punch of yours, it was truly earth-shattering. The elders of the Wan family are full of praise for you and specifically asked us to convey their regards to you. She paused, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Zhang Yi, although Yin City is not as prosperous as the imperial capital, when it comes to martial arts resources, our Wan family is confident that we are not inferior to any force in Jang City. If you are interested, the Wan family is always ready to welcome you, and the terms will be absolutely generous.
As soon as these words were spoken, not only Zixuemu but also Yi Tianhao, Yun Feng, and others who had been watching from a distance had their expressions subtly change. The Wen family was blatantly poaching talent in public. And they were targeting the most sought-after figure in Jiang City right now. Zixuemu couldn't help but speak up. Miss Wenqing, Zhang Yi is the genius of Jiangcheng, and naturally, Jiangcheng will provide him with the best training. There's no need to trouble the Wen family. Her tone carried obvious hostility, and her gaze toward Wenqing was filled with vigilance. This was no longer just a matter of personal feelings, it also concerned the reputation of Jiangcheng. When you let out a light snort and retorted without backing down, Miss Z, what you said is quite interesting. A wise bird chooses its tree, and a virtuous minister chooses their lord. With such talent, Zhang Yi should naturally choose the place where he can shine the brightest. Our Wen family in Cloud City may not excel in everything, but when it comes to nurturing young talents, we are incredibly experienced. She raised her chin slightly, with a hint of pride. My sister Wenqing is the outstanding figure of the younger generation in Cloud City. She's now almost half a step into the Platinum 5th tier in cultivation. Zhang Yi listened to their back and forth, only to feel his head spinning. Right now, he just wanted to quickly find a place to upgrade the Asura Sword again, and at the same time figure out how to spend those 80 million Huaxia coins and when the villa would be ready to move into. I appreciate your kindness. Zhang Yi chuckled, trying to smooth things over. As for future development, I still need to think it over carefully. Thinking it over is the right thing to do. Wenqing maintained her gentle smile, as if completely unaffected by the tense atmosphere. However, Zhang Yi, you should know that while Jiangcheng is nice, the pond is ultimately too shallow. With the fall of the Chu family, there will inevitably be turmoil within Jiangcheng, which won't be beneficial for your cultivation. She changed the subject, hinting at something. Our Yun City and Jiang City are neighbors, supporting each other. If you come to Yun City to develop, not only will the Wen family fully support you, but the cooperation between the two cities will also become closer. This would be beneficial for you and for both cities. These words were spoken with great skill, pointing out Jiang City's current concerns while elevating a personal choice to the level of cooperation between the two cities. Zixuemu gritted her teeth in frustration. This Wenqing was indeed formidable, just a few words, and she was already trying to lure Zhang Yi away. She was anxious. If Zhang Yi was really persuaded, what would she do? And what would happen to Jiangcheng? Zhang Yi would never leave Jiangcheng. Zixuemu mustered her courage and said loudly, with a hint of stubbornness. Jiangcheng nurtured him, and both the city lord and elder Gua have high hopes for him. He is not the kind of person who would be ungrateful. She turned to look at Zhang Yi, her eyes filled with trust and a faint trace of pleading. Zhang Yi looked at Zixuemu, who seemed so anxious she was about to cry, and felt a slight stir in his heart. This girl, usually so proud and aloof, turned out to stand by him at critical moments. A faint warmth surged in Zhang Yi's heart. He thought to himself that although the Wen family was powerful, he held deep ties to Jiangcheng and had Zixuemu's support. He was determined to make the Wen family understand who the real protagonist was. I, Zhang Yi, will not be easily shaken, he silently vowed, his gaze resolute as he prepared to face the challenges ahead. He was just about to say something to break the awkward atmosphere when suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance of the banquet hall. A guard from the city lord's mansion rushed in with a panicked expression, heading straight for Yi Tianhao. He whispered a few words into Yi Tianhao's ear. Yi Tianhao, who had been watching the young people's interactions with a faint smile, suddenly had his expression change drastically after hearing the guard's report. He stood up abruptly. What did you say? Yi Tianhao's voice carried a mix of disbelief and furious anger, as if tearing through the silence of the banquet hall. The entire banquet hall fell silent in an instant, and all eyes turned to the city lord. Director Yun Feng and Elder Guo also sensed that something was wrong and immediately stepped forward. City lord, what happened? Yun Feng asked in a deep voice, the atmosphere tense like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Yi Tianhao took a deep breath, his face ashen, his gaze sharp as lightning directed at Zhang Yi. His voice, hoarse with extreme anger, roared, Zhang Yi. Something has happened. The Chu family, those mad dogs, they've been driven to desperation. It seems they intend to target your family. Courting death. Zhang Yi muttered in a low voice, his tone like a cold wind cutting through the icy night sky, carrying an invisible aura of killing intent. The words seems they intend to target your family exploded like thunder over everyone's heads. In the Lingwu realm, there were established codes of martial ethics. One should bear the consequences of their own actions, and harm should not extend to family or friends. Zhang Yi seemed to say something, his voice so faint it was almost inaudible, yet the chilling killing intent within it made Zixuemu and the Wen family sisters closest to him involuntarily shiver.
An invisible storm seemed to gather around him, his gaze instantly turning blood red. The once warm air in the banquet hall suddenly dropped in temperature, sending a chill through everyone present. City Lord, the specifics. Zhang Ye's voice was hoarse, yet carried an undeniable authority. Yi Tianhao's face was ashen, the veins on his forehead bulging, clearly enraged to the extreme. He urgently said, "We just received intelligence that the Chu family's old residence in the west of the city has suddenly gone into lockdown, with a large number of the Chu family's core members and enforcers gathering there. Our people infiltrated to investigate and discovered that they seem to be holding a group of captives. Based on descriptions from the perimeter, it is highly likely that they are your parents and younger sister. They're crazy. This is digging their own grave." Director Yun Feng erupted in anger, slamming his fist onto the nearby table. The hard redwood surface cracked in response. Elder Guo's beard trembled with fury as he exclaimed, "The Chu family is at their wits' end, resorting to such despicable tactics to threaten us, even to retaliate against Zhang Yi. Utterly insane." Zi Xiaomu's face fell, not expecting the Chu family to pull such a move at this critical moment, clearly intending to tear all pretenses apart. She looked at Zhang Yi with concern. At this moment, Zhang Yi resembled a beast on the verge of rampage, exuding an aura that made hearts tremble. Instinctively, she reached out her hand, wanting to grab Zhang Yi's sleeve, but hesitated, afraid of disturbing him. The Wen sisters were also stunned by the sudden turn of events. Wen Yu opened her mouth to say something, but was stopped by a glance from her elder sister, Wen Cheng. Warm Qing's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and her gaze toward Zhang Yi carried a hint of gravity and sympathy. She could sense the almost tangible killing intent emanating from Zhang Yi, an intent that was far from feigned. Yi Tianhao turned to the three academy mentors with a trace of apology. "I deeply regret today's incident and apologize for disturbing your enjoyment. Such a vile character emerging from Jiangchang is due to my failure in discipline." Zhang Yi took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, though his rationality could not suppress the violent rage in his heart, the flames burning ever fiercer within his chest. His gaze shifted to the banquet hall, where the guests exchanged uncertain glances, their expressions varied. His voice suddenly rose, carrying an undeniable authority. "Today's matter is a personal feud between me, Zhang Yi, and the Chu family, as well as a public affair to rid Jiangcheng of its cancer. Those who do not wish to be implicated may leave now of their own accord. If anyone dares to secretly collude with the Chu family or attempts to take advantage of the situation, don't blame me, Zhang Yi, for being merciless with my sword." As his words fell, an invisible killing intent spread out from him as the center, causing the temperature in the entire banquet hall to seemingly drop by several degrees. Some representatives of forces who had initially intended to watch the drama unfold or fish in troubled waters instantly fell silent, as if struck by a chill. The location of the Chu family's old residence. Zhang Ye's voice was terrifyingly calm, but those who knew him well understood that this was the calm before the storm. West of the city, 37, Xinghua Road. Yi Tianhao immediately reported the address, then quickly added, "Zhang Yi, calm down. I've already issued orders to mobilize all available personnel from the City Guard and the Spirit Marshal Division to immediately surround the Chu family's old residence. We'll go together. The Chu family is bound to fight like a cornered beast this time. Since they dare to make a move, they must have something to rely on. We must be fully prepared." Director Yun Feng added. "No need." Zhang Yi slowly shook his head, the corner of his mouth curling into a bloodthirsty smile. "To kill a group of dying people, I alone am enough." Ding. "That's right, host, if you don't erupt at a time like this, are you saving your killing intent for the new year?" Detection shows the host's killing intent. Concentration has reached 99.99%, about to break through the critical point. The Asura sword is buzzing with excitement. Let the blood of the Chu family unseal it. For once, the system refrained from mocking and instead brimmed with incitement. Zhang Yi no longer hesitated. His eyes sparkled with fearless determination as he turned to look at Yi Tianhao, Yun Feng, and Elder Guo. Slightly bowing. "Three seniors, I'll apologize to you properly after this is done." His tone carried both resolve and fearlessness. After speaking, he didn't linger. His figure flickered and, like a phantom, darted out of the banquet hall, leaving behind only a faint afterimage and a chilling statement that echoed in everyone's ears: "The Chu family, every single one of them, must die." "Zhang Yi!" Zi Xiaomu exclaimed in shock, lifting her dress as she prepared to chase after him. Her heart was filled with worry and unease. "Xiaomu, don't go." Yi Tianhao grabbed her firmly, his gaze resolute. "Trust him. He'll be fine. But, there are at least 6 diamond-level elders in the Chu family. I'm worried." Xiaomu's voice trembled slightly. I've already given orders regarding the Chu family's old residence. It should be fully surrounded and under attack by now. Zhang Yi will be fine going there. Yi Tianhao's voice carried a strong sense of confidence. We're ready to set off immediately, which is the biggest help we can provide. He turned to Yun Feng, his gaze as sharp as a hawk's. Old Yun, advance the original plan. Make sure not a single one escapes. Elder Gua, you stay at the command center and coordinate all forces. Understood. Yun Feng and Elder Gua responded in unison, their expressions solemn, as a surge of battle intent ignited in their hearts. The other people in the banquet hall also snapped out of their shock at this moment, each as silent as cicadas in winter, with an air of tension permeating the room. The fury of Jiangcheng's #1 prodigy swept in like a violent storm. The Chu family this time has truly stirred up a hornet's nest, and it's the kind that could devour their entire family. When Qing looked in the direction where Zhang Yi had disappeared, her gaze complex. She whispered to Wen Yu beside her, Sister, did you see that? This is the true wrath of a strong person, willing to do anything for family. Let's go take a look too. When Qing made a decision, a trace of anticipation igniting in her heart. Perhaps we can be of some help. She wanted to witness firsthand how Zhang Yi would unleash his astonishing power. Jiangcheng, west of the city, Qinghe Road. The night was as dark as ink, and the old Chu family residence was brightly lit, yet it exuded an eerie stillness. Around the courtyard, shadows flickered. These were the Chu family's death guards and some collateral descendants. They patrolled with weapons in hand, their expressions tense, as if ready to face a bloody battle at any moment. Deep within the courtyard, in a spacious council hall, the lighting was dim, and the oppressive atmosphere was suffocating. The current head of the Chu family, Chu Tianxiong, a middle-aged man with a sinister face, sat in the main seat, his expression so dark it seemed water could drip from it. His mind was already in turmoil. Patriarch, do we really have to go this far? An elderly advisor with white hair couldn't help but speak, his tone tinged with unease, as if worried about the crisis the Chu family was facing. Taking hostages of family members is a grave violation of the martial ethics in the Lingwu realm. If word gets out, our Chu family will be doomed forever. Another elder nervously echoed. Chu Tianxiong slammed the table fiercely and roared, doomed forever? Does our Chu family still have a way out now? That little brat Zhang Yi crippled my son. The city lord's mansion and the Lingwu division are pressing us step by step, freezing our assets, and investigating our businesses. If we don't come up with a solution, our Chu family will be devoured alive by them. But one elder tried to argue, but was too frightened by Chu Tianxiong's crazed gaze to continue. No buts. Chu Tianxiong's eyes were as fierce as a wolf's. Doesn't Zhang Yi care about his family? Then I'll use his family to negotiate terms with him. As long as he is willing to stop and orders the city lord's mansion to cease their investigation of us, I will release the hostage. Otherwise, let his entire family be buried with my son. His voice was like thunder, intimidating everyone present. Another consecrator with a scar on his face sneered sinisterly, the family head is wise. That Zhang Yi is nothing but a young brat, arrogant just because he has some talent. As long as we seize his weakness, he won't dare to disobey. A sinister gleam flickered in his eyes. Are the people outside all arranged? Chu Tianxiong asked, his tone carrying a hint of urgency. Master, rest assured, all clan members and retainers of platinum rank and above have already assembled, along with 300 silver-ranked family guards occupying all key routes. Even if the city lord's mansion and the spirit marshal division launch a large-scale attack, we can hold out for a while. A steward-like figure bowed and replied, appearing very composed. Good. Very good. Chu Tianxiong's face revealed a sinister smile. Zhang Yi, I want to see what's more important, your life or your family's. At that moment, the door to the council hall was suddenly slammed open. A Chu family member stumbled in, practically crawling, his voice trembling with sobs, Master. It's bad. Zhang Yi has broken in. What? Chu Tianxiong and the 5 retainers stood up simultaneously, their faces filled with disbelief, as if struck by lightning. The confidence they had just displayed instantly turned into boundless panic. So fast? Even if the city lord's mansion and the Lingwu division acted quickly, there's no way they could have broken through the outer defenses this fast. And it's just Zhang Yi alone? Just him alone? Scar-faced enforcer asked sharply, his voice filled with deep unease. Why yes. Just him. The brothers outside, they can't stop him. He's like a demon, killing everyone he sees. He's almost at the central courtyard already. The disciple stammered in terror, his face deathly pale. Useless. Chu Tianxiong roared in fury, kicking the disciple to the ground.
A trace of panic flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by ruthless determination. Perfect timing. Saves us the trouble of looking for him. The 5 enforcers, come with me to meet this so-called #1 prodigy of Jang City. I'd like to see how he, all by himself, plans to storm the dragon's den and tiger's lair of my Chu family. His lips curved into a cold sneer, brimming with confidence. Patriarch, those hostages. The white-haired elder reminded cautiously, his tone laced with a hint of worry. Bring them. Bring all of them to the central courtyard. I want Zhang Yi to watch with his own eyes how his family dies because of his stupidity. Chu Tianxiong seemed to have descended into madness, his entire being exuding an aura of insanity. Yes. At this moment, Zhang Yi, wielding the Asura sword that gleamed with a sinister crimson light, was advancing step by step toward the central courtyard of the Chu family's ancestral home. Behind him lay a path paved with merciless slaughter, severed limbs, rivers of blood, and utter devastation. Those arrogant members of the Chu family and their guards, who usually acted high and mighty, were like clay chickens and pottery dogs before him, utterly powerless. His white ceremonial attire had long been stained red with blood, and specks of blood dotted his face, making his crimson eyes appear even more sinister. Ding! Killed a silver-level warrior of the Chu family, killing intent plus 50. Ding! Killed a platinum-tier warrior of the Chu family, killing intent plus 200. Ding! Host, your current appearance is just like Asura returning from hell. Absolutely stunning. Killing intent is skyrocketing. The system's voice echoed incessantly in his mind, but Zhang Yi paid no heed. At this moment, there was only one thought in his heart: kill. Kill everyone who had harmed his family, and anyone who dared to try. Dad, sister, little sister, you must be safe. Zhang Yi's speed grew faster and faster. The Asura sword in his hand seemed to come alive, and with every swing, it brought forth a storm of blood and carnage. The dark red patterns on the blade seemed to deepen as they absorbed enough blood, faintly glowing with a sinister crimson light. He could feel it, his family's presence was just ahead, not far away. Chu Tianxiong, get out here and meet your death. A roar, as cold and biting as the icy winds of the underworld, reverberated throughout the entire Chu family's ancestral estate. Zhang Yi's furious shout blasted through the courtyard like a thunderclap, shattering the courage of the remaining Chu family guards who still dared to resist. They looked at the blood-soaked youth wielding the demonic sword, as if they were witnessing a fiend crawling out of hell itself. All thoughts of resistance fled their minds. Trembling with terror, they abandoned their armor and weapons, scrambling to escape. Zhang Yi's gaze was icy cold as the Asura sword flew out of his hand, transforming into a streak of blood-red light that darted swiftly through the crowd. Whoosh, 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 wherever the sword light passed, heads soared into the air, and blood gushed out like a fountain. In the blink of an eye, the dozen or so Chu family guards attempting to flee were all dead. The Asura sword, carrying a strange crimson glow, whizzed back into Zhang Yi's hand. Blood droplets slid off the blade, leaving it spotless. Ding! Host! The Asura sword is very satisfied with your efficiency in slaughter. Friendly reminder, high alert ahead, the Chu family's main forces are appearing. Just as the system's voice faded, at the stone gate leading from the courtyard to the inner residence, Chu Tianxiong emerged. He was accompanied by 5 diamond-level enforcers and a group of panicked core members of the Chu family, surrounding 3 figures with their hands bound behind their backs and mouths gagged. They were none other than Zhang Yi's father, elder sister, and younger sister. The moment Jian Yunhai saw his son, he wasn't overwhelmed with excitement but consumed with anger. His gaze seemed to reprimand. Why did you come to save me? Son, do you not realize this is a matter of life and death? Zhang Yi. Chu Tianxiong's pupils contracted sharply as he caught sight of Zhang Yi. A wave of unease surged through his heart. The young man standing before him was far more terrifying than he had imagined. The palpable, almost tangible killing intent emanating from him made even a Diamond Tier 3 martial artist like Chu Tianxiong feel a chill deep in his soul. Not to mention the Chu family members lying in pools of blood around them, nearly all of them had been killed in a single strike, without even having the chance to scream. Let them go. Zhang Yi's voice was devoid of any emotion, his blood-red eyes locked onto Chu Tianxiong as if he were already looking at a dead man. Let them go? Ha ha ha. Chu Tianxiong burst into wild laughter, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Zhang Yi, who do you think you are? This is the Chu family. You crippled my son. Killed so many of my clansmen, and now you want me to release your family? Are you dreaming? Beside him, a burly man with a scar on his face, a Diamond Tier 3 enforcer, sneered, Kid. You clearly had a chance to live, but you chose to barge into hell. Today is the day you die. Chu Tianxiong,
I'll say it one more time, let them go. The Asura sword in Jang Ye's hand trembled slightly, its tip angled toward the ground. A drop of blood slid off the blade and landed on the bluestone slab with a faint splat, as if foretelling the impending storm of bloodshed. You want me to release them? Fine. A glint of triumph flashed in Chu Tianxiang's eyes. As expected, with loved ones as leverage, no matter how strong you are, you have to obey. You cripple your cultivation, kneel down and kowtow to atone for the sins against the deceased of our Chu family, and make the city lord's mansion and the Lingwu division cease all actions against our Chu family, that I might consider. Otherwise. Chu Tianxiang's face twisted with ferocity as he grabbed his younger sister Jiang Jilan, pressing a sharp dagger against her fair neck. I'll send your precious little sister on her way first. Jiang Jilan shuddered from the cold dagger, but she still stubbornly glared at Chu Tianxiang, her eyes showing not the slightest trace of fear. Xiaolan. Her sister Jiang Yunhua let out a mournful wail, tears streaming down her face. Jiang Yunhai's eyes were bloodshot, his body struggling violently, trying to break free from the restraints. Die. Jiang Ye's gaze turned ruthless in an instant, no longer hesitating, his figure vanished from the spot. Take action. Chu Tianxiang, already prepared, shouted sharply. The Scarred Enforcer and another Diamond Tier 3 Enforcer wielding dual hooks moved simultaneously, one from the left and the other from the right, rushing toward the spot where Jiang Yi had disappeared with fierce momentum. They were seasoned and coordinated, clearly aiming to severely wound Jiang Yi in a single strike. Overestimating yourselves. A cold voice from Jiang Yi echoed in the air. At the next moment, the Scarred Enforcer only saw a blur before his eyes. A blood-red sword light, traceless yet unimaginably fast, instantly pierced through his protective spiritual energy. Squelch, the pupils of the scar-faced Enforcer suddenly dilated. He lowered his head to look, only to see a hole the size of a bowl appear on his chest, with blood gushing out profusely. His vitality was rapidly dissipating. How is this possible? He struggled to utter a few words. His body swayed before crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless. Ding! Successfully executed a kill on a Diamond Tier 3 Enforcer of the Chu family. Killing intent plus 10,000. Host, you're unstoppable. A single strike for an instant kill. So this is what it looks like when the host goes all out with killing intent. I'm in love, absolutely in love. Another enshrined warrior wielding twin hooks was greatly shocked upon seeing this. He hadn't even seen clearly how Jiang Yi made his move, yet his companion was already dead. A strong sense of fear rose in his heart, and the thought of retreating emerged. But how could Jiang Yi give him the chance? Jiang Yi's figure appeared like a phantom behind the twin hook enshrined warrior. The Asura sword, accompanied by a piercing shriek as it tore through the air, slashed horizontally. The devotee only felt a chill at the back of his neck, and the next moment, the world spun around him. He saw his own body, now headless, as blood gushed out from the severed neck. Second one. Jiang Yi's voice was like a death knell. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Chu Tianxiang and the remaining 3 diamond-ranked devotees hadn't even had time to react, but 2 of their Diamond Tier 3 experts had already fallen. Devil! He's a devil! A core member of the Chu family collapsed to the ground in terror, his pants growing wet and warm. Chu Tianxiang also felt a chill in his heart. He finally understood what a terrifying existence he had provoked. Jiang Ye's strength had far exceeded his expectations. This was not just the number 1 prodigy of Jiangcheng, this was clearly a god of slaughter. Attack together. Kill him. Otherwise, we will all die. Chu Tianxiang roared hoarsely. He knew there was no longer any way out. The remaining 3 diamond-level enforcers included the white-haired elder who had previously spoken to Dissuade, at Diamond Tier 2, an emaciated, skeleton-like old woman at Diamond Tier 3, and finally, a medium-built, taciturn individual at Diamond Tier 4, the strongest among the Chu family's enforcers. The 3 people heard this and a trace of determination flashed in their eyes. They were all individuals whom the Chu family had invested great resources to train or recruit, sharing in the family's glory and downfall alike. The withered old woman let out a sharp scream, her hands swiftly forming seals as a large cloud of blood mist surged from her body. Her aura rapidly climbed, but her complexion grew even paler, as if her vitality was being drained. The white-haired old man also roared furiously, his muscles bulging and his physique expanding slightly. A giant axe shimmering with a cold light appeared in his hands, clearly indicating he had employed some kind of secret technique. The Diamond Rank 4 enshrined was the calmest. He took a deep breath, and a pitch-black spear appeared in his hand. The spear had flickered with a chilling cold light, and an unparalleled sharp spear intent locked onto Jiang Yi. Good timing. Jiang Yi's battle spirit surged, and instead of retreating, he advanced. The Asura sword let out an excited sword hum. At this moment, he only wanted slaughter.
To use the blood of the Chu family to cleanse their desecration of his family. Jang Ye's figure left an afterimage in place, while his true form had already transformed into several blood-colored shadows, attacking the three enshrined from different directions. Phantom? Petty tricks. The Diamond Rank 4 devotee snorted coldly, shaking the spear in his hand, transforming it into a flurry of spear shadows, striking each blood shadow with the precision of a serpent emerging from its lair. Puff, puff, puff. Several blood shadows were pierced by the spear shadows and dissipated into the air. Something's wrong. The devotee's expression changed drastically, his heart alert. These were merely illusions. Behind you. The icy voice, like the whisper of death, pressed directly against his ear. He was greatly alarmed, and almost instinctively turned around, thrusting his spear forward with force. Clang! A loud crash erupted, sparks flying everywhere as the Asura sword clashed violently with the pitch-black spear. The shockwave directly struck his grip, instantly, cracking it open, causing blood to gush out wildly. His body involuntarily staggered backward, leaving deep imprints on the bluestone slabs beneath his feet. What immense power! He was terrified in his heart. Clearly, it was only the strength of a platinum tier 3 or 4, so why was the power so terrifying? Ding! Host, friendly reminder, the Asura sword has automatically evolved due to the surge in killing intent. Congratulations on leveling up. Come and experience this immense power. Jang Ye forced back the strongest Diamond Rank 4 devotee with a single strike. His figure shifted, directly targeting the withered old woman whose aura had surged after performing a special ritual. The blood glow on the Asura sword intensified, and a blood-red sword aura over 10 meters long instantly appeared, carrying an overwhelming force as it slashed down fiercely. Ah! The withered old woman screamed, crossing her hands in front of her to shield herself. A massive blood-red shield formed from the surrounding blood mist. Boom! The sword aura collided with the shield, erupting in a deafening roar as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was splitting apart. The shield lasted less than a second before shattering like glass. The sword aura's momentum remained undiminished, slicing straight down from the old woman's head, cleaving her entire body in half. Blood and entrails splattered across the ground, creating a gruesome and horrific scene. Ding! Killed one Diamond Tier 3, enhanced by Nether Clan Secret Arts, Elder of the Chu family. Hostility value plus 12,000. Host, this move is becoming more and more impressive. Ruthless enough. I like it. Third Elder. The white-haired elder wielding a giant axe roared in grief, his eyes bloodshot. Having known the old woman for many years, he never expected her to die such a brutal death. You little beast. I'll fight you to the death, the white-haired elder bellowed in rage as he swung his giant axe with mountain-splitting, stone-crushing force directly at Jang Ye. Jang Ye snorted coldly, showing no intention to dodge. The Asura sword swept upward at an angle. Clang! Another thunderous crash echoed as sparks scattered everywhere. The white-haired elder instantly felt an overwhelming, unstoppable force transmitted through the axe handle, numbing his arms and causing the giant axe to fly out of his grip. Before he could react, a streak of blood-red light flashed by. The white-haired elder's head soared high into the air, his face still frozen in a look of shock and unwillingness. Ding! Killed one Diamond Tier 2, enhanced by Secret Arts, Elder of the Chu family. Hostility value plus 10,000. TSK, what a pushover. Host, you're on a roll now, aren't you? In the blink of an eye, for Diamond-level Elders had all met their end. Only the strongest Diamond Tier 4 Peak Elder, the family patriarch, and the injured spear-wielding Elder remained. The entire courtyard was thick with the stench of blood, the silence suffocating. The Diamond Rank 4 devotee held his spear, intending to get up, but found himself completely unable to move. Looking at Jang Ye, who resembled a god of slaughter, despair surged in his heart for the first time. Too powerful. This young man was simply not someone they could contend with. The Chu family was finished. Chu Tianxiong. Jang Ye slowly turned around, his gaze locking onto Chu Tianxiong like a blade. Now, it's your turn. Chu Tianxiong stared intently at Jang Ye, his heart pounding wildly, an unprecedented fear surging like a tide. The young man before him had exceeded his understanding. Diamond-level enforcers were like paper in front of him, killed cleanly and decisively, without the slightest hesitation. Jang Ye! Chu Tianxiong roared, his voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. Don't get cocky. I admit you're strong, but this is the Chu family. My Chu family has been established for 100 years, its foundation is beyond your imagination. He gritted his teeth fiercely, flipped his wrist, and a menacing battle blade flashing with blinding lightning appeared in his hand. The battle blade was dark purple throughout, its blade covered with strange patterns, and fine electric serpents slithered along the edge, emitting crackling explosive sounds.
Back in the day, I was also a prodigy of Jang City, wielding an SS-grade spirit weapon, the Thunderstorm Demon Blade. Chu Tianxiong roared, pouring all his spiritual energy into it with reckless abandon. In an instant, the lightning on the demon blade surged wildly, with electric serpents as thick as a child's arm spreading in all directions, as if the entire courtyard was enveloped by the power of raging thunder. The air was filled with an intense and scorching aura, and the bluestone slabs on the ground were shattered by lightning strikes. Ding! High energy detected ahead. SS-level spiritual weapon Thunderstorm Demon Blade, renowned for its ferocious lightning attacks. Host, be careful not to get electrocuted into grilled fish. Pay for my son's life. Chu Tianxiong, his fury reaching the heavens, looked like a madman as he gripped his blade with both hands and slashed fiercely at Zhang Yi. A terrifying thunder blade, tens of meters long, tore through the air with an aura of utter destruction, heading straight for Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's gaze slightly hardened, his figure shot forward like a spring, advancing instead of retreating. He faced the domineering thunder blade head-on. Although Chu Tianxiong was a despicable scoundrel, he was a peak-level Diamond Rank 4 expert. Paired with that SS-grade spiritual weapon, his power was astonishing. However, what Zhang Yi was most concerned about was his family being held hostage. He had to find an opportunity to get them out safely, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to fight with his full strength. Zhang Yi let out a cold snort, and the Asura sword erupted with a brilliant blood-red glow. Facing the terrifying thunder blade, he swung his sword in a fierce strike. A more condensed and purer blood-colored sword aura shot skyward, colliding head-on with the thunder blade. Boom! The deafening roar echoed throughout the entire Chu family estate, as a violent energy shockwave swept outward in all directions. Blood-red light and lightning intertwined and clashed, devouring each other, instantly triggering a world-shaking energy storm. Chu Tianxiong felt an overwhelming, unstoppable force surge from the hilt of the blade, instantly tearing his tiger's mouth, leaving it bloody. He staggered backward, leaving deep footprints, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. How is this possible? His full-strength strike was so easily deflected by him? Zhang Yi's figure stood proudly amidst the residual energy waves, his clothes fluttering in the wind, and battle intent burned like fire in his scarlet eyes. He glanced at his parents and younger sister, who were tightly restrained by the Chu family disciples. His killing intent grew stronger, but reason told him he must first ensure his family's safety. Perish! Zhang Yi's voice was icy cold, and his figure instantly blurred. Not good. Chu Tianxiong's heart sounded the alarm. He knew Zhang Yi's speed was incredibly fast and immediately swung the Thunderstorm Demon Blade, creating an impenetrable barrier of lightning. Thunder Light Inferno! Countless violent electric serpents burst out in all directions with him at the center, forming a true domain of lightning. However, Zhang Yi's target was not him. At the very moment Chu Tianxiong was fully focused on defense, Zhang Yi's figure instantly appeared behind the Chu family disciple who was holding his sister Jiang Jilan hostage. That disciple only felt a chill at the back of his neck, and then his consciousness plunged into eternal darkness. Splat! The Asura sword pierced through his heart. Shaolan! Zhang Yi shouted in a low voice, his left hand darting out like lightning to wrap around Zhang Xilan's waist. At the same time, he tapped his toes and swiftly retreated. Father! Sister! Zhang Yi's gaze was sharp as lightning, sweeping toward two other locations. Don't even think about it. In an instant, the previously injured and incapacitated diamond-level elder suddenly sprang up and charged, letting out an angry roar as his spear swept across. A massive fan-shaped blade of light surged toward Zhang Yi, Zhang Jilan, Zhang Yunhai, and Zhang Yunhua, attempting to annihilate them all at once. Looking for death. Zhang Yi's eyes flashed with a cold light. He shielded Zhang Xilan behind him, the killing intent within him burning wildly. Ding! Host, the System Mall is offering a limited-time discount. Spatial Targeted Teleportation Talisman, originally priced at 9,999 killing intent points, now only 8,888. One teleportation, peace of mind for the whole family. Bonus destination, Jiang City Spiritual Martial Bureau, Huahuaida's office. Buy it without regret, buy it without being deceived. Exchange. Zhang Yi said without hesitation. A faint, almost imperceptible white light surged from Zhang Yi's body, instantly enveloping Zhang Yunhai, Zhang Yunhua, and Zhang Jilan. Xiao Yi! Zhang Yunhai and Zhang Yunhua exclaimed simultaneously. You go first. Zhang Yi's voice was calm and resolute. Almost at the same time, the light blade attack was already within reach. Just as the raging light blade was about to engulf everything, a flash of white light appeared, and the three figures instantly vanished from the spot. Boom! The light blade struck fiercely into empty space, blasting a several-meter-deep pit into the ground, with rubble scattering everywhere.
The elder of the Chu family was stunned. "Where are they? Bastard!" Chu Tianxiong, who had regained his composure, immediately realized it was a space teleportation-type treasure. He glared angrily at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi slowly straightened up, a smile as cold as ice appearing on his face. With no more worries holding him back, he could finally unleash his full strength. "Chu Tianxiong, your greatest mistake was targeting my family." His aura began to surge rapidly, and a far more terrifying killing intent than before spread out as if it had taken physical form, making the air seem to freeze. The Asura sword emitted bursts of excited humming, and the dark red patterns on the blade seemed to come alive, greedily absorbing the killing intent emanating from Zhang Yi. "Now, we can settle the score properly." Zhang Yi took a step forward, and the ground cracked inch by inch. Chu Tianxiong and the elder looked at Zhang Yi, who seemed like a completely different person, and the ominous feeling in their hearts grew even stronger. He could sense that the Zhang Yi before him was now even more dangerous, hundreds of times more dangerous than before. "You've killed so many of my Chu family members, and you still dare to spout such arrogant words." The Chu family elder suppressed the unease in his heart, mobilized all his spiritual power to suppress his injuries, and roared as he raised his spear once again. The spiritual power within his body erupted without reservation, a green light flashing around him as he prepared to unleash his strongest attack. However, in an instant, the surrounding green light vanished, and a terrifying scene came into view. An indescribable 8-armed monstrous deity suddenly appeared before his eyes. The deity merely turned its head casually, and its indifferent gaze completely shattered his spirit. Chu Tianxiong had yet to understand what had happened when the green light around him dimmed, his eyes lost focus, and he collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, lifeless. How could this happen? Xu Feng had no time to think at this moment. Gripping the weapon spirit tightly in his hand, he unexpectedly took out a pill and swallowed it. In the next instant, lightning gathered all over his body, and his spiritual power surged like a tide, even causing his cultivation level to skyrocket by several tiers. He knew clearly that today, either Zhang Yi would die, or the Chu family would perish. Chu Tianxiong's body trembled violently, the blood vessels under his skin writhing like venomous snakes, as black patterns rapidly spread across his entire body. His eyes instantly turned crimson, with madness and ferocity intertwining within them. "Arg!" Chu Tianxiong let out a painful roar that sounded inhuman. His muscles swelled at a speed visible to the naked eye, veins bulged, and black blood seeped from his skin, emitting a nauseating stench. A terrifying aura far surpassing Diamond Rank 4 erupted from his body, violent, bloodthirsty, and filled with a desire for destruction. Ding! Warning! Warning! The target has used the banned drug blood of the underworld god, inferior version. Vitality is burning intensely, and strength has temporarily surged to near Diamond Tier 8. Side effects, loss of sanity, and death by body explosion in 30 minutes. Host, this guy is burning his life force. Finish him quickly. Even the system's voice carried a hint of astonishment. Chu Tianxiong was truly risking everything for mutual destruction. Zhang Yi frowned slightly. He could sense that Chu Tianxiong's current state was extremely bizarre. While his strength had skyrocketed, his life force was rapidly draining away. "Zhang Yi, I want you dead." Chu Tianxiong let out an indistinct roar, his once clear eyes now filled with pure madness and a desire for slaughter. The thunderstorm demon blade in his hand also seemed to be affected, as the lightning on the blade carried a trace of ominous blackness. Boom! The ground beneath Chu Tianxiong's feet suddenly exploded, and his figure transformed into a streak of black lightning. Moving several times faster than before, he instantly appeared in front of Zhang Yi, the thunderstorm demon blade in his hand slashing down with the force to tear everything apart. This strike was as fast as it could be, as ruthless as it could be. Zhang Yi's pupils contracted slightly, and as his figure swiftly retreated, the Asura sword was raised to block. Clang! A deafening clash of metal echoed through the skies, sparks flying everywhere. The violent force transmitted through the Asura sword made Zhang Yi's arm go numb. Both sides uncontrollably slid back dozens of meters, carving deep grooves into the hard bluestone slabs. What immense power! Zhang Yi was slightly startled. This forbidden drug was indeed domineering, capable of boosting Chu Tianxiong's strength to such a level in such a short time. Ding! Host, don't panic. This is just his final burst of strength, forcibly overdrawing his life force. The Asura sword is already itching for action. It's time to show your true skills. Asura possession, shall we activate it? Roar! Having landed a successful strike, Chu Tianxiong became even more frenzied, letting out beast-like roars. He gave Zhang Yi no chance to catch his breath, once again transforming into a streak of black lightning and charging forward. The thunderstorm demon blade danced like the wind in his hand, its black lightning blade sweeping toward Zhang Yi with an overwhelming aura of destruction. Want to die? I'll grant your wish. Zhang Yi's eyes turned sharp, deciding to hold nothing back. Shura descends. The killing intent within him surged like a floodgate opening, pouring madly into the Asura sword, while a mysterious power awakened from within his body. Buzz! The sword of Asura emitted a sword cry that pierced the clouds and shattered stones, with dark red light surging violently. Even deeper and more sinister patterns lit up on the blade. Behind Zhang Yi, a blurry blood-colored phantom slowly emerged, a monstrous god with 8 arms, a ferocious face, exuding an aura of dominating the world and slaughtering all beings. It was the shadow of Asura. With the appearance of the shadow of Asura, Zhang Yi's aura surged continuously, spreading a pressure far beyond the diamond level, faintly rivaling the drug-enhanced Chu Tianxiong. Ding! The host is stunningly handsome. Such an aura. Such overwhelming pressure. The system cheers for you. Zhang Yi's black hair danced wildly, his eyes crimson like blood, as if a true Asura from hell had descended upon the mortal world. Break! He gripped the sword with both hands and, facing the countless black lightning blades in the sky, suddenly swung it fiercely. A blood-red sword aura, refined to the extreme and carrying the supreme might of the Shura's shadow, surged forward like a blood-red rainbow tearing through the heavens and earth, mercilessly meeting Chu Tianxiong's attack. Boom! The blood-red sword aura collided with the black thunder blade once again, and this time, the momentum was so overwhelming it left people breathless. The entire Chu family's old residence seemed to tremble violently under the force, on the verge of collapse at any moment. The raging energy shockwave swept outward, instantly reducing the surrounding buildings to dust, utterly defenseless. However, Chu Tianxiong's black thunder blade crumbled instantly upon contact with the blood-red sword aura, like snow meeting the sun, completely disintegrating. The blood-red sword aura, unstoppable as a breaking bamboo, shattered all the black thunder blades and continued its momentum, charging straight at Chu Tianxiong. No, impossible. Chu Tianxiong's eyes turned blood-red, a trace of incredulous panic flashing through them. He could feel that the power contained in Zhang Yi's sword had surpassed his comprehension. Desperately, he frantically raised the thunderstorm demon blade to block. Clang! The blood-colored sword energy fiercely struck the thunderstorm demon blade. With a crisp cracking sound, the SS-grade spiritual weapon, the Thunderstorm Demon blade, was forcibly slashed by the Asura sword, leaving a striking fissure. The lightning on the blade instantly dimmed, as if it had lost its vitality. Ugh! Chu Tianxiong suffered a backlash, spitting out a large mouthful of black blood. His body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, violently crashing into a courtyard wall behind him, which collapsed and buried him in the rubble. Cough, cough. Amid the pile of rubble, Chu Tianxiong struggled to prop up his upper body. Covered in blood, his breath was weak, and the black patterns beneath his skin began to fade, clearly indicating the rapid dissipation of the forbidden drug's power. He looked at Zhang Yi, who was approaching step by step, despair and madness intertwined in his eyes. Zhang Yi, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Chu Tianxiong's face twisted, a trace of determination flashing in his eyes. He suddenly struck his chest, channeling all his remaining spiritual power and life force into the Thunderstorm Demon Blade, which was already showing cracks. Thunderstorm Demon Blade, born of my essence. Today, with the blood of the Chu family, I sacrifice this blade. Thunderburst Burial. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Thunderstorm Demon Blade emitted a mournful wail as cracks rapidly spread across its surface. Unstable, destructive energy surged wildly from within the blade, on the verge of a complete explosion. Like Chu Feng, he also intended to sacrifice his life-bound spiritual weapon, unleashing his final move, self-detonation. The self-detonation of an SS-grade spiritual weapon carried enough power to level everything within several miles. Chu Tianxiong was determined to perish together. Ding! Host, be careful. This guy is about to self-destruct. An SS-level spiritual weapon self-destruction is no small matter. It is recommended to immediately purchase the Diamond Body Protection Talisman. Zhang Yi's eyes narrowed as he naturally sensed the destructive aura. Just as he was preparing to defend with all his might, even considering whether to temporarily retreat. Jia, what a spectacular performance. Master of the Chu family, your life, and that fine blade of yours, cannot be wasted like this. A cold and eerie voice, like the cry of a night owl, suddenly echoed from mid-air without warning. Immediately after, a dense black mist appeared out of thin air, quickly condensing into a bizarre figure cloaked in black, holding a staff topped with a skull. The figure was gaunt like a corpse, with an extremely pale face.
visible beneath the cloak, and eyes glowing with a ghostly green light, exuding a chilling aura of death. His presence instantly enveloped the entire scene, and the invisible pressure made even Jiang Yi feel a twinge of unease. He extended his withered claw-like hand and lightly tapped the self-destructing thunderstorm demon blade. A bizarre scene unfolded. The previously raging and about to explode thunderstorm demon blade instantly calmed down. The cracks on the blade began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the dissipating energy was forcibly suppressed and drawn back by an invisible force. Who are you? Jiang Yi's pupils contracted sharply, his vigilance reaching its peak. The newcomer not only effortlessly stopped the self-destruction of an SS-class spirit weapon but also exuded an aura far more terrifying than any opponent he had faced before. Are you from the Nether Clan? Jiang Yi's eyes fell on the skull atop the man's staff and the familiar chilling aura of death emanating from him, and he instantly realized something. Who would have thought that in a small place like Jiang City, someone would actually recognize the Nether Clan? The man in the black robe let out a piercing laugh, his ghostly green gaze shifting toward Jiang Yi. You must be Jiang Yi, right? Killing so many worthless pawns and even forcing Chu Tianxiong to use the blood of the underworld god I bestowed upon him. Interesting. Heh, it seems that everything that happened before was orchestrated by you behind the scenes. Jiang Yi's eyes were icy cold, and the Asura sword pointed directly at the man in the black robe. Just mere ants, easily driven by temptation. The man in the black robe said indifferently. Chu Tianxiong, that pawn, had some use initially, but now it seems he's almost completely useless. Still, being able to lure out a big fish like you makes it all worthwhile. He paused, greedily sizing up Jiang Yi and the Asura sword with his ghostly green eyes. The murderous aura on you, and the sword in your hand. They are both excellent offerings. Boy, submit to me, offer your loyalty and soul, and I can grant you eternal life and limitless power. Ding! Reminder to the host, this guy just wants to turn you into a specimen. A shaman of the Nether Clan, estimated strength around Diamond Tier 9, could be a bit tricky to deal with. Immortality? Power? Jiang Yi sneered. With your neither human nor ghost appearance? You'd better take care of yourself first so the wind doesn't blow you apart. Such a sharp tongue. The face of the Nether tribe shaman darkened, and a terrifying pressure bore down on Jiang Yi. The Nether tribe does not negotiate or take a step back. Obediently become my sacrifice. Before the words had finished, the skull staff in his hand suddenly struck the ground. Boom! Countless black runes instantly appeared on the ground, spreading rapidly like living creatures. They formed a massive, eerie magic array, trapping Jiang Yi within. Immediately, dense black mist surged out from the magic array, accompanied by waves of ghostly wails and howls. One by one, skeleton soldiers formed from black energy, wielding bone knives and bone shields, crawled out of the magic array. They were densely packed, numbering in the hundreds. Jiang Yi's gaze turned sharp, and the Asura sword erupted with a surge of blood-red light. Undead attack? Perfect, it's hungry. Ding! Could it be that I can finally have a hearty meal? At this critical moment, Jiang Yi burst into laughter, his voice thundering and shaking the surroundings. Come on! Let me see how strong you really are. The Asura sword in his hand swung like lightning, its blade slicing through the air, heading straight for the skeleton soldiers. Arrogant fool! The shaman of the Nether tribe roared, attempting to command the skeleton soldiers to launch an attack. However, Jiang Yi's sword momentum was like a rainbow, instantly slicing several skeleton soldiers in half. Black mist exploded in the air, as if cheering for his ferocity. This is not enough. Jiang Yi's eyes burned with intensity as he instantly mobilized all his spiritual power. The Asura sword once again unleashed an even more scorching blood-red light, devouring everything around it like flames. Attack with everything you've got, he roared furiously. The atmosphere around him shifted in an instant. The skeleton soldiers could no longer approach him, instead being forced back by the sword's radiance, collapsing and dissipating one after another. This is me, Jiang Yi. He strode forward, his sword momentum surging, continuing to charge toward the Nether tribe shaman. You think you can control my soul? How naive. Jiang Yi's voice was like a blade tearing through the darkness, causing the Nether tribe shaman's face to change drastically. Why you? Who exactly are you? He retreated in terror, realizing this battle was far from as simple as he had imagined. Jia, boy, today you will savor the undead feast I have prepared for you. The shaman of the Nether tribe let out a piercing laugh, waving the skull staff in his hand once more. The skeletal soldiers crawling out of the magic array suddenly had ghostly green flames ignite in their hollow eye sockets. Their movements became swifter as they roared and lunged at Jiang Yi, surging forward like a tidal wave. Just a bunch of bones, and you dare act recklessly before an Asura?
Zhang Ye's eyes burned with killing intent as the shadow of the Asura solidified once again. With a flicker of his figure, he was like a tiger among sheep. The Asura sword transformed into streaks of blood-red light, slashing madly through the ranks of the skeletal soldiers. Crack! Crack! Those seemingly tough skeleton soldiers were as fragile as decayed wood before the razor-sharp Asura sword, shattering effortlessly. Wherever the sword's light reached, shattered bones flew, and ghostly flames extinguished. Every strike from Zhang Yi was clean and decisive, imbued with an unparalleled will to kill. He was like a tireless killing machine, leaving swaths of fallen skeleton soldiers in his wake. Ding! Killed netherized skeleton soldier, killing intent value plus 1,500. Host, these small minions give too little experience, why not go straight for the boss? The Nether tribe shaman saw Zhang Yi's ferocity and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Although these skeleton soldiers were merely cannon fodder he casually summoned, each possessed strength close to platinum level. Ordinary diamond level warriors would be overwhelmed among them, yet Zhang Yi was killing them with such ease and leisure. Interesting, it seems your strength is even greater than I estimated. The Nether tribe shaman's voice grew heavier. However, my methods are far from limited to this. He suddenly opened his mouth and spewed out a dense black mist, which coalesced midair into several ferocious black giant serpents. The serpents were over 10 meters long, covered in pitch-black scales, their crimson snake eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. They opened their gaping maws, emitting a foul poisonous mist, and lunged toward Zhang Yi to devour him. Nether Serpent Soul Devour. These nether serpents moved with incredible speed and sharp angles, coordinating with the fearless skeleton soldiers on the ground to instantly create trouble for Zhang Yi. Sword Dance. Zhang Yi roared, and the Asura sword in his hand spun into an impenetrable crimson curtain of blades, shredding the approaching nether serpents and skeleton soldiers to pieces. However, the shattered nether serpents and skeleton soldiers quickly reformed within the black mist, seemingly endless. Kihihi, it's useless. Within my undead domain, they are immortal, the nether shaman gloated triumphantly. At this moment, two powerful auras shot across the distant sky like meteors. Cease your arrogance! A thunderous shout erupted like a clap of thunder. The land of Zhongcheng does not allow your insolence. Another steady voice followed closely. Two figures instantly appeared above the central courtyard. It was none other than the timely arrival of City Lord Yi Tianhao and the director of the Lingwu Division, Yun Feng. The two arrived and saw Zhang Yi trapped in a bizarre black magic array, fiercely battling countless skeleton soldiers and several underworld serpents. A strange figure cloaked in black stood outside the array, controlling everything. The Underworld Clan? Yi Tianhao and Yun Feng's expressions changed simultaneously, their eyes flashing with shock and gravity. As high-ranking officials of Zhang City, they naturally knew some secrets about the Underworld Clan. This race was both eerie and powerful, possessing advanced civilization and intelligence, and was humanity's natural enemy. City Lord Yi, Director Yun, you're just in time. Zhang Ye's spirits lifted upon seeing reinforcements. This guy is another tribe shaman, with strength at least at diamond rank 8 or 9. A diamond rank 8 nether tribe shaman. Yi Tianhao and Yunfeng exchanged a glance, a heavy seriousness flashing in their eyes. Oof, two more coming to court death. The nether tribe shaman glanced at Yi Tianhao and Yunfeng with a trace of disdain in his eyes, but inwardly he remained vigilant. Yi Tianhao, at the peak of diamond rank 7, wields the unparalleled and domineering Haoyang Divine Fist. Yunfeng, also at the peak of diamond rank 6, has mastered the Qingyun sword technique to perfection. These two joining forces, along with the mysteriously powerful Zhang Yi, make it so that even as a diamond rank 9 shaman, he dares not underestimate them. Old Yi, leave this dark clan demon to me and Zhang Yi, while you deal with the remnants of the Chu family. Also, check if Chu Tianxiang is still alive. Yun Feng said decisively. No, Chu Tianxiang is likely beyond saving, Zhang Yi said solemnly. This guy previously used banned drugs, and now he's controlled by the shaman. He's most likely already a puppet. He pointed to Chu Tianxiang, who was barely breathing amidst the nearby ruins, yet shrouded in a black mist. Then let's join forces to take down this demon. Yi Tianhao no longer hesitated, a blazing golden light erupting from his body. He was like a radiant sun, exuding an aura of ultimate strength and purity, the nemesis of the Nether Clan's malevolence. Radiant sun in the sky. Yi Tianhao roared angrily. Accompanying his shout, he unleashed a punch that instantly transformed into a massive golden fist shadow, carrying the power to purify everything. It charged straight at the Nether Clan shaman's face with unstoppable momentum. Azure cloud transforms into a rainbow. Yun Feng refused to back down, shaking his long sword, which transformed into a cyan sword rainbow tens of meters long. It tore through the air, slashing toward the waist and ribs of the Nether tribe shaman like lightning. The sword's radiance flickered, as if it intended to rend the darkness apart. Jiang Yi seized the opportunity, roaring furiously. The blood glow of the Asura sword intensified, condensing into an even sharper Asura slash. With the oppressive force of the Asura shadow, it aimed directly at the head of the Nether tribe shaman. The sword's momentum surged like a rainbow, swallowing the vast expanse. A group of ants dares to challenge the children of the Nether god? The Nether tribe shaman's face twisted with madness. Confronted by the thunderous combined attack of the three, a sinister smile flashed in his eyes. He let out a piercing shriek, and the skeletal staff in his hand slammed into the ground, instantly unleashing a deafening roar. Nether domain descends. Lament of 10,000 souls. Boom! Centered around the skull staff, an eruption of sinister black energy occurred instantly. Black mist churned, eerie winds howled, and countless twisted wraiths emerged within the mist, letting out piercing shrieks, as if summoning from the depths of hell. The wraiths formed invisible sound waves and mental shocks, sweeping toward Jiang Yi and the other two. The magic array on the ground expanded accordingly. With countless skeletal arms reaching out from beneath the earth, grabbing at the trio's ankles, as if trying to drag them into an endless abyss. Bang! 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 Yi Tianhao's Haoyang fist imprint struck the black mist, exploding into a burst of golden light, but it was like a clay ox entering the sea. Instantly swallowed by the dense black mist. Yunfeng's azure cloud sword arc slashed into the mist, tearing open a gap, but it was quickly entangled by countless wraiths, greatly diminishing its power. Jiang Yi's Asura slash was the most ferocious, directly carving out a vacuum zone amidst the wraiths and black mist ahead, but the subsequent black mist and wraiths immediately filled the gap, seemingly endless. Kihihi, within my nether domain, your powers will all be suppressed, and my undead army will be inexhaustible. The voice of the Nether shaman echoed within the black mist, full of arrogance and glee. Although the three were temporarily trapped, their formidable strength made it difficult for the domain to overwhelm them for the time being, leading to a temporary stalemate in the battle. The face of the Nether tribe shaman gradually darkened. He hadn't expected these three to be so troublesome. Ding! Host, this barrier is quite peculiar. It can continuously devour spiritual energy. Although your killing aura can protect you and slow down the consumption, the battle with Chu Tianxiong earlier already drained you significantly. While you did make a breakthrough to the peak of Platinum Tier 4 during the previous fight, prolonged combat is not in our favor. Would you like to activate the first tier martial skill of the Asura Sword's Enlightenment, Blood Sea Frenzy Slash, and strike him with a devastating blow? Jiang Yi's heart tightened. Indeed, this was the first true skill to be used since the Asura Sword's second awakening. All previous battles had relied solely on basic attacks enhanced by the killing aura, which already demonstrated formidable power. Alright, gather the killing aura and prepare for a charged strike. Jiang Yi sneered coldly, standing with his sword in both hands. The patterns on the blade erupted with a blood-red glow, and the crimson killing aura frantically converged around him. The Asura phantom behind him grew increasingly solid, and the killing intent and pressure released by the eight-armed demon god forced the surrounding evil spirits to retreat in fear. What? The Nether tribe shaman felt an instinctive sense of oppression and fear, as if it came from the depths of his soul, causing his heart to tighten involuntarily. Slash! Jiang Yi commanded, and instantly the sword's momentum surged like a rainbow. Boom! There was no dazzling flash of light, only the humming sound of air being compressed in an instant. What followed was the surrounding evil spirits and monstrous gods disintegrating into ashes and vanishing into nothingness. Ugh! The shaman of the Nether tribe trembled all over, as if struck by lightning, blue blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. It was evident that he had suffered a backlash from his own formation. At the moment Jiang Yi broke the barrier, he activated the Eye of Asura, delivering a mental shock to the shaman and completely shattering the spiritual energy he needed to reopen a secondary barrier. Jiang Yi! The Nether tribe shaman was shocked to his core. This young human, his killing intent, and that spirit sword weapon had a tremendous restraining effect on the undead he summoned. He hadn't expected that his domain could be shattered with a single strike. No, now that he was injured, if this continued and his nether energy was exhausted, he might truly fall here. Looks like I have no choice but to use that move. A trace of ruthlessness and unwillingness flashed in the eyes of the shaman of the Nether tribe as he suddenly let out a sharp whistle. In the distant ruins, Chu Tianxiong, who had been entangled in black energy and barely clinging to life, suddenly trembled violently. The last trace of clarity in his eyes was completely replaced by madness. The residual power of the forbidden drug in his body, combined with the nether energy injected by the shaman of the Nether tribe, was fully detonated at this moment. Boom! An extremely violent and destructive energy erupted from Chu Tianxiang's body. His body swelled like a balloon inflated to its limit, expanding in an instant and striking terror into all who saw it. Not good. He's going to detonate Chu Tianxiang. Yi Tianhao's face changed drastically, and alarm bells rang in his mind. Jia, enjoy the final gift I've prepared for you all. The shaman of the Nether tribe let out a sinister laugh, his figure quickly merging into the black mist and fleeing into the distance, leaving behind endless darkness and despair. At the same time, violent tremors suddenly erupted from beneath the old Chu family residence, as an even more massive explosive energy began to brew. Chu Feng really intends to go down with everyone, huh? He actually planted explosives beneath his own family's old residence. Yun Feng exclaimed, his eyes flickering with unease. Quick! Stop the explosion from spreading! Zhang Yi decisively ordered, and the atmosphere instantly became extremely tense. At this moment, Zi Xiaomu finally arrived at the perimeter with a large reinforcement team. An invisible sense of crisis ignited in her heart, as if she could perceive the surging energy within the Chu family's old residence. The ground faintly transmitted violent tremors, and her heart instantly leapt to her throat. Zhang Yi. Her voice carried a trace of trembling. Chu Tianxiang's body transformed into a black sun, condensed with endless venomous hatred and destructive energy. This was not a simple spiritual power explosion, but a desperate detonation mixed with forbidden drugs, nether force, residual energy from SS-grade spiritual weapons, and the lifelong essence blood of a diamond-level powerhouse. Immediately afterward, as if a prelaid fuse had been ignited, violent tremors continuously erupted from all directions beneath the Chu family's old residence. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A chain reaction occurred. The ground cracked, and scorching flames erupted from beneath, instantly blasting the already crumbling pavilions and towers into the air before tearing them to shreds. Not good. It's a chain explosion. The Chu family buried high explosives underground. Yun Feng's face turned deathly pale in an instant, a surge of indescribable fear rising in his heart. This was no simple self-destruction, but a long-planned, insane scheme to completely erase several miles from the map of Jiangchang. The shockwave of the explosion was like the invisible palm of a giant beast, carrying scorching heat waves, rubble, and smoke, spreading wildly in all directions. Outside the Chu family's old residence, the Linggu Division's action team and the city garrison, who had long been on high alert, instantly felt this earth-shattering force. Activate the maximum power defense barrier. Hurry! All personnel, fall back. Establish a second line of defense. The shockwave must not spread to the residential area. The commanding captains at all positions roared hoarsely, their armor radiating brilliantly as thick light shields constructed from spiritual energy rose at the front of their teams. However, when the first wave of impact arrived, dozens of spiritual warriors in the front row were still struck as if by a heavy hammer, simultaneously spitting out blood as the ground beneath their feet shattered inch by inch. Zi Xiaomu stood beside the command vehicle, her eyes, which always carried a hint of pride, playfulness, and confidence, now filled with nothing but endless emptiness and fear. Her gaze was fixed on the core of the explosion, the area completely engulfed by white light and black mist. Zhang Yi. Lord Yi of the city. Director Yun. They're still inside. No, that's impossible. He's so strong, and he has the Asura sword. He promised, and I still owe him a favor, owe him a meal. He won't be in trouble. Zi Xiaomu's body trembled slightly, her mind blank, all her reason and composure burned away at this moment. Zhang Yi. She let out a heart-wrenching scream, her entire body shrouded in fierce flames, recklessly charging toward the site of the explosion. Team Purple. Calm down. Stop her, quickly. Several quick-witted squad leaders nearby turned pale with alarm. In an instant, they lunged forward and tightly held onto her waist and arms. Let me go. Let me go. I have to find him. Zi Xiaomu struggled frantically, tears streaming down like a flood, her voice filled with despair and pleading. The flame spiritual power within her burst out uncontrollably, the high temperature causing the captains restraining her to grimace in pain, yet they still dared not loosen their grip. They knew that if Zi Xiaomu rushed in her current state, it would undoubtedly be a death sentence. He won't die. He definitely won't die. Zi Xiaomu's strength gradually drained away in her struggle, and she finally collapsed weakly to the ground, muttering this sentence over and over unconsciously, as if it were a self-hypnotizing mantra. She gazed at the hellish sea of flames, a crazy thought surging in her heart. If he really is gone, what should I do? The core of the explosion. Time seemed to slow down countless times. At the moment Chu Tianxiang detonated himself, Zhang Yi, Yi Tianhao, and Yun Feng's reactions reached their peak. Defend! Yi Tianhao's hair and beard stood on end, without the slightest hesitation, he pushed his lifelong cultivation to its peak. Domain of Haoyang. Stabilize. His entire being transformed into a blazing sun, with intense golden light forming a massive hemispherical shield, like a sacred ancient bell, firmly enclosing the three of them within. The supremely rigid and Yang Haoyang divine power frantically dissolved and purified the most corrosive Dark Clan's evil energy from the explosion. Azure Cloud Sword Domain. Rise. Yunfeng pointed his long sword to the sky, and countless streams of azure sword energy surged upward, forming a massive, high-speed rotating tornado around the defensive barrier of him and Yi Tianhao. Whether it was rubble or energy impacts, the moment they were drawn in, they were torn apart and guided by the endless sword energy, roaring as they were discharged into the sky. Standing at the very center, Jiang Yi bore an unprecedented impact. Shura Bodyguard. Without hesitation, he fully restrained the surging killing intent within him. The shadow of the eight-armed Shura. Behind him instantly solidified, with its 8 arms crossing in front to form an indestructible, domineering blood-red barrier. Boom! The devastating torrent of energy fiercely struck the triple-layered defense. Yi Tianhao's golden shield emitted a series of anguished wails under the unbearable pressure, its surface dimming visibly, cracks spreading all over it, resembling an insect on the brink of death. Yunfeng's sword aura whirlwind instantly dissipated by half, countless sword energies extinguished in an instant. His face turned pale and weak, clearly drained. Only Jiang Yi's Azura barrier, upon contact with the explosive energy, not only did not collapse but instead unleashed a greedy suction force. Ding! High concentration mixed energy detected. Contains abundant life essence and resentment. The Azura sword finds it quite appetizing. Beginning devouring and conversion. On the blood-colored barrier, sinister patterns lit up one after another, like a ravenous beast opening its maw. It forcibly devoured a portion of the violent explosive energy and swiftly converted it into the purest killing intent value, feeding it back to Jiang Yi. Killing intent value plus 15,000. Killing intent value plus 18,000. Hold on, below are high explosive chain bombs. Old Yi. If the two of us old bones really fall here, make sure to get Jiang Yi out. No problem. Kid, if the two of us really can't hold on, getting you out is no issue. Just remember to burn some paper and pour a cup of wine for us during the holidays. Is this really the time for jokes? Don't worry, not a single one will be left behind. Jiang Yi braced against the pressure of the explosion, yet the corners of his mouth curved into a faint smile. These two old guys were truly reliable at critical moments. Even now, they were thinking about him. It seemed he not only needed to improve himself but also had to consider Jiang City and them. If it weren't for Yi Tianhao and Yunfeng sharing at least 60% of the damage, relying solely on himself would have left him in a dire state. The explosion came quickly and dissipated just as fast. When the last trace of energy ripple faded away, the Chu family's old residence had completely transformed into a massive crater, tens of meters deep, still emitting black smoke and flames. The surrounding defensive barriers were on the verge of collapse, and the spirit warriors involved in the defense were sprawled all over, with injured people everywhere. The scene was utterly silent. Everyone stared blankly at the crater, their hearts filled with fear and sorrow. It was over. Such a terrifying explosion, there was absolutely no chance of survival, even for a high-level diamond tier expert at the center. Zi Xiaomu's eyes had completely lost their light, resembling a beautiful doll devoid of a soul. At that moment, cough, cough, cough. A series of coughs, though faint, clearly reached everyone's ears. At the center of the sinkhole, scattered rocks were pushed aside, and 3 slightly disheveled figures, supporting each other, emerged step by step from the dust and smoke. Leading the way was Yi Tianhao, whose entire body glimmered with a faint golden light. Supporting him was Yunfeng, whose clothes were torn but whose gaze remained sharp. At the rear, though his breathing was somewhat uneven, his posture was still upright, it was Jiang Yi. His black hair fluttered in the hot wind, and his scarlet eyes had returned to their usual depth. Though his suit had several tiers, it carried a unique charm. They survived. They actually survived. After a brief silence, the perimeter erupted in thunderous cheers. Zi Xiaomu stared blankly at that familiar figure, as if the entire world had regained its color. She even forgot to breathe, and tears uncontrollably streamed down her face once again. The next second, she broke free from her teammate's support and, like a purple arrow released from a bowstring, dashed madly toward the edge of the sinkhole. Under countless astonished gazes, Zi Xiaomu threw herself into Jiang Yi's arms, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist as if trying to merge herself into his body. Woo woo woo. She wanted to say something, but the overwhelming emotional surge left her sobbing uncontrollably.
Her throat could only produce intermittent whimpers, and her scorching tears instantly soaked the front of Jiang Yi's shirt. Feeling the soft, trembling body in his arms, Jiang Yi froze for a moment before raising his hand and awkwardly patting her back gently. He could sense that this usually imposing and stoic proud lady was genuinely terrified. "It's okay now." Jiang Yi's voice was soft, yet carried a calming strength. "See, I'm perfectly fine, aren't I?" Yi Tianhao and Yun Feng exchanged a glance, then turned around in perfect sync. One began to command the rescue efforts with hands on his hips, while the other inspected his sword, worried it might have been damaged in the explosion. Ding! Host, congratulations on triggering the hidden storyline, battle-damaged version of a deep embrace. The system has detected that the girl in your arms has a heart rate exceeding 150, and her emotional value is maxed out. It is recommended that the host strike while the iron is hot and say something cheesy, like, "Your tears are the hottest metal on my chest." Jiang Yi, get lost. Hurry! Come with me to the Lingwu Division office. I don't know how my dad, my sisters, and my little sister are doing. Jiang Yi hadn't even caught his breath before pulling the still-sobbing Zi Xiaomu away. The aftermath of the explosion still rages, but the most dangerous moment has passed. The piercing sound of alarms, the sirens of ambulances, and the roar of heavy machinery intertwined, shattering the midnight tranquility of Zhang City. Countless beams of light swept across the ruins of the Chu family, as rescue and firefighting efforts proceeded in an orderly manner. Zi Xiaomu held Jiang Yi tightly, as if letting go would cause the person before her to vanish. Her sobbing gradually subsided, but the convulsions in her body did not stop. The surrounding rescue personnel and colleagues from the Lingwu division cast glances that were curious, understanding, or envious, creating a subtle atmosphere at the scene. Jiang Yi felt helpless. Zi Xiaomu's hand was gripping him tightly, refusing to let go. Was he supposed to push her away in front of so many people? Ding! Host, based on this system's analysis of human emotional programs, you should gently stroke her hair at this moment and whisper in her ear, "Don't be afraid. It's okay now, good girl." This can effectively enhance goodwill and elevate it to another level. Are you moonlighting as a matchmaker or something? Jiang Yi complained inwardly. Ahem. He cleared his throat lightly, then looked down at Zi Xiaomu in his arms and said, "That's enough, isn't it? So many people are watching, it's not a good look. If you don't let go, others might think I made you cry. How am I supposed to explain our relationship to my dad later?" Zi Xiaomu's face instantly turned red to the tips of her ears upon hearing this. She abruptly sprang out of Jiang Yi's embrace, took 2 steps back, and glared at him in shame and anger. The worry, fear, and lingering dread from earlier all transformed into a surge of unexplainable fury at this moment. She wanted to lash out at him, to question why she had ended up in such a perilous situation, but when her gaze fell upon his dust-covered yet still calm face, the words caught in her throat, unable to come out. In the end, all her emotions condensed into a single, nasally chiding remark, You bastard." After speaking, she turned her head away, not wanting him to see her tear-swollen eyes. The Chu family, once one of the 4 prominent families of Jiangcheng, had been razed to the ground overnight. Such an earth-shattering event cannot be concealed. The online world of Jiangcheng has completely exploded. #Jiangcheng Midnight Shocking Explosion #. Suspected terrorist attack on the Chu family's old mansion #. Diamond level strongman falls #. Illegal drugs and greed #. One glaring headline after another instantly dominated the local social media trending list and spread nationwide at a terrifying speed. Countless videos and photos circulated from various angles. Although most were blurry, the towering flames and mushroom cloud-like smoke were enough to tell the whole story. Damn! I was sleeping soundly, and the bed started shaking like an earthquake. Location, west of the city. Anyone else feel the same? East of the city here, the window glass shattered. What on earth happened? Insider news. I heard the old Chu family residence exploded. The new city mansion has also been completely sealed off. Both the Spirit Marshal Division and the City Guard have been deployed. Don't spread rumors upstairs. My third uncle's second aunt's son's classmate works at the Spirit Marshal Division, and he said it's about illegal drugs. Both the underworld and the authorities couldn't suppress it anymore. As for the explosion, those who know. Breaking news. City Lord Yi and Director Yun are both safe and sound. Someone just captured footage of them walking out from the ruins. They even caught Jiang Yi, the martial arts champion of Zhang City. Holy crap! That's incredible. Even my suburban district was affected, and yet platinum-level Jiang Yi survived this? The online discourse shifted rapidly, with various versions, live stream clips, and recorded footage emerging one after another.
The unprecedented buzz spread to every corner of Jang City. Zhang Yi had no time to deal with the storm brewing online. He grabbed the wrist of Zi Xiaomu, who was still sulking, and headed toward the command center of the Lingwu Division. Lingwu Division, inside Gui Genoa's office. The atmosphere was as tense as iron. Elder Guo personally poured hot tea for Zhang Yi, Yi Tianhao, and Yun Feng. Yi and Yun both carried injuries, their faces pale, but their spirits were unusually high. Zhang Yi's father, Zhang Weiguo, his elder sister, Zhang Ling, and his younger sister, Zhang Yu, were all present. Seeing Zhang Yi walk in safe and sound, the family finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Yunhai patted his son on the shoulder without saying a word, but the concern and pride in his eyes were evident. He then took the elder and younger sisters and followed the secretary to the lounge to rest and freshen up. I already know the details. Elder Gua handed a cup of tea to Zhang Yi, his voice deep and thunderous. A shaman of the Nether tribe, Diamond rank 9, this is no simple family vendetta. This is a premeditated infiltration and attack targeting our Zhang city. Yi Tianhao slammed the table fiercely, causing the teacups to jump. That's right. Old Gua, those sinister beings of the Nether Clan are truly bizarre. Not only can they summon undead monsters, but they can also activate a domain to suppress us. If it weren't for that earth-shattering sword strike from young friend Zhang Yi, breaking his domain, the three of us might not have made it out of there today. That sword strike was indeed extraordinary, Yun Feng added with lingering fear. I've never seen such a domineering and fierce sword intent, as if it was born to vanquish evil spirits. Moreover, before escaping, he detonated Chu Tianxiong, along with the explosives buried beneath the Chu family estate. His intentions are truly malicious. It's clear he wanted to destroy Jiangcheng. All eyes were focused on Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi took a sip of hot tea, moistening his somewhat dry throat, before speaking. His tone was calm, yet every word carried immense weight. That is not the end, but merely a beginning. We still know nothing about the current information and related circumstances of the Nether Clan. They are a race that feeds on death and soul energy, possessing a high degree of intelligence and civilization, and harboring immense hostility toward all life forms. That shaman was merely a pawn sent ahead. A pawn? Elder Gua's eyes narrowed, as if he had realized something. Yes, a pawn, Zhang Yi affirmed. He mentioned the blood of the underworld god and even said that Chu Tianxiong, this pawn, lured out a big fish like me. This indicates that they had their eyes on Jiangcheng long ago, or rather, on something in Jiangcheng. The Chu family's downfall was just one part of their plan, and it might even have been an unintended consequence. Their real target is Jiangcheng and all of us Jiangcheng people. Zhang Yi's words made all the high-ranking officials present feel a chill down their spines. A Diamond 9th rank shaman turned out to be just a pawn for scouting? How terrifying must the true power of the Nether Clan be? Zhang Yi. Elder Gua's voice became extremely serious. Are you saying that Zhang City is destined to face a catastrophe in the future? Not in the future. Zhang Yi shook his head, correcting him, his gaze sharp and imposing, exuding an unassailable authority. The catastrophe has already begun. From the moment Chu Feng colluded with the Nether Clan, the shadow of war has loomed over Zhang City. Tonight's explosion is merely the first horn. Ding! Host, this is like poking a hole in the sky, then telling the landlord the roof is leaking, and reminding him to prepare for the collapse of the entire building. The system gives your crisis warning a score of 99 out of 100, deducting 1 point to keep you humble. Zhang Yi ignored the system's complaints and continued, I suggest immediately raising Jiangcheng's alert level to the highest. Secondly, thoroughly investigate all families and forces within the city, especially those closely associated with the Chu family, to see if there are any infiltrated pawns. Finally, report the intelligence on the Nether Clan to the military and central authorities. Jiangcheng needs reinforcements. His thoughts were clear and well organized, completely unlike a young man who had just experienced a life and death battle. Yi Tianhao and Yun Feng nodded heavily in agreement. They fully endorsed Zhang Yi's perspective and secretly admired the decisiveness and wisdom of this young man. Elder Guo pondered for a long time, then slowly stood up. His aged eyes sparkled with a resolute light, as if he could see the future of Jiangcheng. All right, we'll do as you say. Pass on my orders. From this moment on, Jiangcheng is to enter level 1 combat readiness. All personnel on leave must return to duty immediately. Seal off all entry and exit routes to the city and conduct the strictest inspections. City Lord Yi, Director Yun, you are responsible for reorganizing city defenses and conducting internal investigations. Better to kill by mistake than to let a single one slip through. Xiao Mu, you are responsible for intelligence gathering and communication. I want to see a list of all suspicious individuals before dawn. Yes.
The prelude to this storm has already begun. Zhang Ye's command is like that of a general on the battlefield, vowing to defend the future of Jiangchang. For minor issues, hold a big meeting. For major issues, hold a small meeting. After the pre-battle meeting concluded, Yi Tianhao and Yun Feng hurriedly left, quickly immersing themselves in the tense work of defense and investigation. In the office, the atmosphere finally eased a little. Mr. Guo and Jiang Yi walked into the lounge. Mr. Guo said with both gratitude and relief, "Mr. Jiang, you have raised a fine son. Jiangchang owes him a life." Jiang Yunhai felt a bit embarrassed. Facing such a high-ranking leader to express thanks, he could only smile awkwardly and pat Jiang Yi on the back, his eyes brimming with pride. "Brother!" Jiang Jilan, who had been quietly standing to the side, finally couldn't hold back. She dashed forward like an arrow and clung to Jiang Yi like a koala, her big eyes blinking as she sized him up from head to toe. "Are you okay? Are you hurt? Let me see. Let me see." She pinched Jiang Yi's arm and poked his chest. After confirming that he was truly unharmed, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm fine, perfectly fine," Jiang Yi said with a helpless smile, casually ruffling his sister's hair. His elder sister, Jiang Yunhua, also walked over. She was much more composed than her younger sister, but the concern in her eyes was no less evident. "Good to have you back." For simple words, carrying countless emotions. The family was filled with joy, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. Meanwhile, standing aside, Zi Xiaomu seemed a bit at a loss. Leaving didn't feel right, staying didn't feel right either. The mix of embarrassment and anger from earlier hadn't subsided, and now being left out again, she felt inexplicably sour inside. At this moment, the mischievous Jiang Jilan suddenly turned her gaze toward her, blinking slyly. "Ah, this pretty sister must be Sister Zi Xiaomu, right?" Jiang Jilan jumped down from Jiang Yi and cheerfully approached Zi Xiaomu, asking with a grin. Yes, I am." Zi Xiaomu was caught off guard by this sudden enthusiasm. "I often hear my brother mention you." Jiang Jilan tilted her head, her face full of innocent charm. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. He had been so busy these past few days that he hadn't had time to spend with his family. When did he ever talk about her often? What nonsense was this girl spouting again? Hearing this, Zi Xiaomu's little bit of annoyance instantly vanished, her ears slightly reddened. She asked with some anticipation, "Really? What did he say about me?" "He said." Jiang Jilan deliberately dragged out her words, building up the suspense, before teasingly saying, "He said, Miss Zi Xiaomu, oh no. Captain Zi Xiaomu is an exceptionally outstanding spiritual warrior. Great figure, beautiful, smart, but with a big appetite. She eats a lot." Hey, Jiang Yi was both amused and exasperated. Was this sister really his biological sibling? She seemed to exist just to undermine him. Zi Xiaomu's face visibly changed color, shifting from a slight blush to a livid blue, and then to a flushed red, rivaling a chameleon. "Fine. Jiang Yi. So in your eyes, I'm just a gluttonous rice bucket? Ding. Warning. Warning. Target individual Zi Xiaomu's favorability has plummeted. Anger levels are skyrocketing. Host, your sister's backstab just now is textbook level. The system recommends you immediately activate the Survival Instinct Max mode, or face the consequences at your own risk." "Shaolan. Don't talk nonsense." Jiang Yunhua quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "Sorry about that, this little girl is just mischievous. There's nothing going on." "Oh." Jiang Jilan dragged out the sound with annoying expression, then turned to Zi Xiaomu with a serious and gossipy look. "But, sis, just now outside the ruins, you were hugging my brother and crying so sadly. The live stream online has already spread it everywhere. Do you like my brother?" Boom! This question was like a heavy bomb exploding in Zi Xiaomu's mind. Her cheeks instantly turned so red they seemed about to drip blood, her heart pounded like a drum, her mind went blank, and she couldn't even manage to speak. Zi Xiaomu choked for a long time, unable to say a single word, and could only look at Jiang Yi with pleading eyes. Jiang Yi rubbed his forehead. This little sister of his was practically a terminally curious gossip queen. He stepped forward and lightly knocked Jiang Jilan on the forehead. "Stay out of adults' business, kid." Jiang Yi's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. "I have a partnership with Captain Xiaomu. She just lost control of her emotions because she was worried about her comrade. This is camaraderie, so stop making a fuss." These words not only resolved Zi Xiaomu's predicament but also prevented the situation from becoming more awkward. Zi Xiaomu looked at Jiang Yi's profile, her emotions a complex mix. He neither denied nor admitted it but instead used a high-sounding excuse to casually define the matter as camaraderie. A bit lost, yet somewhat relieved. The camaraderie he spoke of was like a bucket of cold water poured over her heart, instantly extinguishing the flame that had just ignited. Yet it also felt like a step down, allowing her to calm herself and avoid losing face in front of everyone. Exactly. Xiaolan, stop making trouble. Zhang Yunhai's father immediately stepped in to stop her, forcefully pulling his sister away. Zhang Jilan stuck out her tongue and made a funny face, but she didn't continue to press further. She understood that while her brother was usually gentle, once he showed his authority, it was as imposing as a mountain. Ding! The host handled the situation well, successfully resolving an A-level emotional crisis. Steel straight man, the effect is remarkable. However, the system kindly reminds you, this approach addresses the symptoms but not the root cause. And it may lead to a prolonged stagnation in goodwill, or even result in an emotional stalemate of being more than friends but less than lovers. Zhang Yi shook his head helplessly, looked at Elder Guo, and said, Elder Guo, I'll leave my family in your care. I need to go back and rest, tonight has been too exhausting. Go on, Elder Guo waved his hand and said, this place is absolutely safe. You're now the pillar of Jiancheng, so you need to take good care of yourself and recharge. Zhang Yi nodded, turned to Zi Xiaomu, and said, you should go back and rest early too. There's a lot to do ahead. With that, he turned and walked out decisively, without any hesitation. Zi Xiaomu watched his back, wanting to say something, but in the end, it turned into an almost inaudible sigh. This guy sometimes made people grit their teeth in frustration, yet other times seemed incredibly reliable. However, he always seemed to be separated by an invisible barrier, making it impossible to get close. Just as Zhang Yi was about to step out of the office door, Old Guo's voice suddenly rang out, wait. His expression instantly turned grave, and the specialized communicator on his wrist flashed an urgent red alert. Old Guo quickly glanced at the information on the screen, his face looking even grimmer than when they had been discussing the Nether Clan. Zhang Yi, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave for now, he said hoarsely. What happened? Zhang Yi's heart tightened, a sense of foreboding rising within him. This sudden conflict was definitely not from the Nether Clan or the remnants of the Chu family. Elder Gu took a deep breath and spoke each word deliberately. The Central Lingwu Group reports that the Special Investigation Team has departed on the fastest airship and will arrive by dawn. He paused, his gaze complicated, and continued, they have two purposes for coming. First, to investigate the truth behind the Chu family's destruction and the Jiang city explosion. Second, Elder Gu stared directly at Zhang Yi, his expression solemn, they intend to audit and evaluate both you and Lingwu. Zhang Yi stopped at the doorway, his back to everyone, without immediately turning around. His voice, as cold as a blade, pierced straight to the heart. Elder Gu, what do you mean? The voice sounded calm, as if inquiring about tonight's supper, but those who knew him well, like Zi Xiaomu, could sense the impending storm from this excessive calmness. Elder Gu looked at the communicator on his wrist, its red alert flashing. A virtual light screen projected from the display, revealing a sternly worded official document. He rubbed his temples, the wrinkles on his face seeming to deepen further, and his voice was filled with exhaustion and suppressed anger, a direct order from the Central Lingwu Group. The news spread faster than I anticipated. The Special Investigation Team from the Imperial Capital is personally coming to investigate. They are expected to arrive at Jiang City Airport at 4 a.m. Special Investigation Team? Zhang Yunhai's heart tightened as he listened from the side. Although he was not a spiritual warrior, he understood the weight of this title. Such a team was usually deployed only in the face of major incidents or significant crises. Zhang Yi finally turned around, his gaze sharp as a blade, locking onto Elder Guo. A cold smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, there's no escaping it anyway. Elder Guo sighed and turned the virtual light screen toward Zhang Yi. Every word on it cut like a cold blade. First, thoroughly investigate the annihilation of the Chu family. A family with a century-old legacy and at least diamond-level heritage was wiped out overnight. There must be a massive conspiracy behind this, and there are even suspicions that the Jiangcheng Spiritual Martial Bureau has internal issues, orchestrating this to eliminate dissent under the guise of justice. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed. Zi Xiaomu trembled with rage. This was an utter humiliation. They had fought tooth and nail here, nearly losing their lives, only to be treated as suspects under investigation? The corners of Zhang Ye's mouth carried a faint, almost imperceptible cold smile as he continued reading the document. Elder Guo's voice grew heavier. Second, and most crucially, the investigation team has explicitly requested a comprehensive evaluation of your abilities and a background check, Zhang Yi.
The document states that a young spiritual martial artist who has just turned 18, even if their strength has greatly increased due to a second spiritual awakening, how could they possibly, in such a short time, use platinum-level combat power to shake the battlefield of diamond-level experts? Their growth trajectory completely defies cultivation logic. They suspect you might be involved with a forbidden organization, or even the Nether Clan, or perhaps you're a spy sent by another country. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly rang out, ding. The system has detected a strong aura of sour grapes and petty sabotage rapidly approaching. Concentration, 99.9%. Host, please be prepared. Jiang Yi ignored the system's playful interruption, his expression remaining unchanged. Jiang Xilan, however, grew anxious. She rushed in front of Elder Guo, puffing up with indignation and shouting, "How can they say that about my brother? My brother is a hero. They're just jealous of him because they lack the ability themselves." Zhang Yunhai and Zhang Yunhua also looked at Jiang Yi with worried expressions. This was what they feared the most. Jiang Ye's rise had been too rapid and too incredible, inevitably attracting external envy and suspicion. Scoundrels! A furious roar rang out, not from Jiang Yi, but from Yi Tianhao, who had just returned. He had originally come back to retrieve a city defense map, but happened to overhear this conversation. His face turned red with anger, and the wounds on his face were nearly splitting open. "I was fighting to the death on the front lines against those Nether Clan monsters, and young friend Jiang Yi turned the tide with a single sword, saving all our lives. Those high-ranking officials in the imperial capital, sitting in their offices sipping tea, what the hell do they know? On what grounds are they scrutinizing the hero of Jiang City?" Yi Tianhao was burning with rage, slamming his palm on the table. The sturdy metal tabletop actually bore a shallow handprint from the impact. "Old Yi, calm down," Elder Guo advised, though he himself was already at his limit, ready to explode at any moment. "I can't calm down. Yi." Tianhao pointed toward the door, shouting angrily, "The entire city is under lockdown right now, and the soldiers are working tirelessly, day and night, to eliminate threats, all to prepare for the Nether Clan's next attack. At a time like this, instead of sending reinforcements or supplies, they send people to create trouble and internal strife. What does this mean? Do they want Jiang City to collapse without a fight?" The atmosphere in the office was suffocating to the extreme. Everyone understood that the nature of this matter had changed. It was no longer a simple confrontation with the Nether Clan but had become entangled with complex internal struggles. The rise of Jiangchang and the sudden emergence of Jiang Yi had clearly touched some nerves. Perhaps certain established forces felt threatened, or maybe some people wanted to seize the opportunity to take the prize of Jiangchang for themselves. Jiang Yi looked at his worried family, then at the indignant Yi Tianhao and the solemn-faced Elder Guo. Suddenly, he smiled. "Is it really such a big deal? No need to get upset, okay." He walked over to the sofa, sat down, and poured himself another cup of tea, as if discussing something completely unrelated to him. "Let them investigate if they want to. If they want to evaluate, let them evaluate." Jiang Yi blew on the steaming tea and said leisurely, "My cultivation is solid, feel free to verify. My battle achievements are also listed on the rankings. If you're not convinced, come fight. We need to make these people respect us. We can't waste energy on internal strife, we must let them know, tell them. It's their good fortune that I'm on the same side as you." Excerpt from Destruction Mushrooms quotes. His calm and unruffled attitude left everyone momentarily stunned. "Brother, why aren't you anxious at all?" Zhang Jilan leaned closer, her face full of confusion. Jiang Yi set down his teacup, looked at his sister, his gaze deep and bright. What good would being anxious do? Would it stop the investigation team from coming, or make the Nether Clan leave on their own? He paused, his eyes sweeping over everyone present, his tone calm yet carrying an undeniable authority. "The threat of the Nether Clan is real. The city beneath our feet could turn into a living hell at any moment, and that is also true. In that case, our time and energy should be devoted to truly meaningful matters. As for those who want to stir up trouble..." Jiang Ye's lips curved slightly, revealing a cold smirk. "Ha! I just fear they don't have the teeth to bite into this tough bone that is Jiangchang." Ding! "Host. The way you pulled this off, the system is willing to call it unmoved by the collapse of Mount Tai, sipping tea first. This time, the killing intent is enough for Asura to undergo its first qualitative upgrade. Let these officials see your power. Just wait and see." At 4 in the morning, the night was at its darkest, and the chill was at its heaviest. At Jiangcheng International Airport, all civilian flights had long ceased, yet the place was brightly lit, and the atmosphere was tense. A floating ship, entirely dark silver in color and shaped like an unsheathed sharp sword, silently tore through the clouds and slowly descended onto a dedicated helipad. On the hull, an emblem composed of a sword and shield reflected a cold metallic sheen under the lights, the emblem of the Central Lingwu Corporation. The hatch opened, and 3 figures, surrounded by a squad of fully armed silver-armored guards, descended the gangway. Leading them was an elderly man of about 60, dressed in a neatly pressed black Zhongshan suit, his hair meticulously combed, and his gaze sharp as an eagle's. His name is Wei Lin, the third-ranking figure in the Central Lingwu Group, a peak-level 7th-rank king-class powerhouse, known for his tough methods and impartiality. To his left stood a burly man as towering as an iron tower, dressed in a specially made combat suit, his body covered in bulging muscles, exuding a wild and violent aura. His name is Long Ao, a peak-level 3rd-rank king-class powerhouse, the sharpest spear of the council, who has always looked down on local forces outside the imperial capital. On the right was a woman of about 30 years old, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, holding a tablet terminal, her expression cold and arrogant. Her name is Lin Shulin, the group's top data analyst who believes data is above all else and scoffs at so-called intuition and experience. Elder Gua, along with Yi Tianhao, Yun Feng, and Zi Xiaomu, had been waiting here for some time. 2 special envoys. And Secretary Lin, thank you for your hard work on the journey. Elder Gua stepped forward, greeting them with neither arrogance nor servility. Wei Lin merely nodded lightly, his gaze sweeping past him to observe the city guards and Spirit Marshal Division members standing ready around the airport. His brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. Director Gua, the spectacle in Jiangcheng is quite something. His tone revealed neither joy nor anger, but carried a sense of condescending scrutiny. Long Ao sneered outright, making no effort to hide his disdain, making it look like preparing for war, and all for a family that was wiped out. The efficiency of the local authorities is truly eye-opening. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Tianhao and Yun Feng's expressions instantly darkened. Director Long, your words are mistaken. Yi Tianhao suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, behind the destruction of the Chu family is a diamond 9th level shaman of the Nether tribe. We fought a bloody battle last night and barely managed to drive them back. Jiangcheng is now facing a war of alien invasion, not a simple internal family conflict or other public security management incidents. The Nether Clan? Lin Shulin adjusted her glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold stream of data. She quickly operated on the terminal a few times and said coldly, according to the records in the central database, the Nether Clan, as an alien species from outer regions, has been sighted and reported active in various places, but the last major confirmed event involving them was 10 years ago. Your report relies solely on the words of an enemy claiming to be a shaman, with a severely insufficient chain of evidence. From a probabilistic perspective, it is more likely to be an illusion created by a spiritual-type Lingwu practitioner, or a deliberate mystification by a forbidden organization aiming to incite internal chaos. Her words were like a heavy hammer, directly negating the intelligence obtained by Jiangcheng at the cost of blood and lives. Yun Feng, enraged, was about to retort but was stopped by Elder Gua's gaze. Elder Gua's heart tightened, knowing that reasoning with these people was utterly futile. They came with inherent biases, and any explanation would be seen as an excuse to shirk responsibility. The truth will naturally come to light after the investigation. Wei Lin's voice thundered, carrying an undeniable authority. From now on, all defense and investigation work in Jiangcheng will be fully taken over by the Special Investigation Team. The Jiangcheng Lingwu Division and the Jiangcheng government must cooperate unconditionally. He paused, his gaze sharp as a sword, directly targeting Elder Gua. Also, where is that person named Zhang Yi? The document states that he is the central figure in this incident. Have him come see me immediately. Elder Gua's heart sank. What was bound to come had finally arrived. Director Wei, Zhang Yi fought a fierce battle last night and is utterly exhausted. He is currently resting. Resting? Long Ao sneered, his voice like a storm. How delicate. We rushed here overnight from the imperial capital, and yet he, a person involved in the matter, dares to rest? Tell him to get over here immediately. I want to see who it is that can turn a century-old family upside down. The violent aura pressed down on Elder Guo and the others without restraint, suffocating them. At that moment, a lazy voice came from not far away, breaking the tense atmosphere. Who's looking for me? Early in the morning, can't a person get some sleep? Everyone turned toward the sound and saw Zhang Yi lazily walking out, yawning and munching on a bun, completely ignoring the tense atmosphere around him. He walked straight up to Long Ao, tilted his head, and gave him a once-over before speaking in a serious tone. Hey, old man, why are you yelling so early in the morning? With a voice that loud, are you trying to scare the Nether Clan to death? The entire tarmac fell eerily silent, with only the faint hum of the airship engines cooling down.
Yi Tianhao and Yun Feng's eyes twitched, they wanted to laugh but didn't dare, holding it in with great difficulty. Elder Guo closed his eyes, pretending not to know him. Zi Xiaomu held her forehead, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into. This guy never knows how to speak appropriately for the occasion. Long Ao's face instantly darkened to the extreme, exuding a murderous aura like a red-hot iron plunged into ice water. Uncle? He is Long Ao, a formidable warrior who reached the peak of King Tier Level 3 at the mere age of 36, and is respectfully addressed as Master Lei wherever he goes. Today, he was actually called uncle to his face by a brat? What's even more infuriating is that the phrase shouting the Nether Clan to death has nailed him to the pillar of shame, as if mocking him for being all noise and lacking real skill. Kid, you're courting death. The dragon roared furiously, and the king-level pressure swept toward Jiang Yi like a raging storm, instantly stirring up the surrounding dust and forming small whirlwinds. The air seemed to become viscous. Ordinary platinum-level spirit warriors would probably struggle to even stand under such pressure. However, Jiang Yi stood firmly like a nail, unwavering in place. Apart from the slight fluttering of his clothes, not even his facial expression shifted. He even had the leisure to dig at his ear and impatiently said, "See, starting to roar again. Can't even take a bit of criticism. You." Long Ao was so furious that smoke seemed to rise from his 7 orifices. Spiritual power surged wildly within him. Green lightning patterns appeared on his arm, and the shadow of a giant axe flickered behind him, as if ready to strike at any moment. "Enough!" Wei Lin shouted coldly, stopping the rampaging Long Ao. He cast a deep glance at Jiang Yi, a trace of astonishment flashing in his eyes. To be able to so easily ignore Long Ao's oppressive aura, this kid does indeed have some skill. But this did not change his opinion. Instead, it made him even more vigilant. The more extraordinary someone is, the bigger the potential problem. "You are Jiang Yi?" Wei Lin's tone was icy, carrying a hint of interrogation. "If Jiangcheng doesn't have a second person named Jiang Yi, then it should be me." Jiang Yi shrugged, completely nonchalant. Wei Lin ignored his slick talk and went straight to the point. "We are the Central Special Investigation Team, and we are officially notifying you that from this moment on, you are classified as an S-level key observation target in this case. Until you clear all suspicions, you must stay in the area we designate, undergo uninterrupted 24-hour surveillance, and cooperate with our inquiries and assessments at all times. Do you understand?" These words were almost equivalent to house arrest, but a trace of disdain flashed in Jiang Yi's eyes, and the spark of challenge had already been ignited. "Don't understand." Jiang Yi shook his head, answering decisively and straightforwardly. "What?" Wei Lin's brows furrowed. He hadn't expected Jiang Yi to dare refuse him outright. Jiang Yi looked at him, the lazy smile on his face gradually fading, replaced by a kind of unsettling calm. "First, I am not your prisoner. I am a citizen of Jiangcheng and a collaborator with the Lingwu Division. You have no authority to restrict my personal freedom. Second, your so-called evaluation, in my opinion, is a joke. Although the shaman of the Nether Clan escaped, the large batch of specially made forbidden drugs we uncovered, what they're made of and their aura, should be obvious to someone of your level at a glance. Under the ruins of the Chu family lies enough explosives to level half a city district. The combat footage from last night is also available. It was me, along with seniors Yun and Yi, who exerted all our efforts to suppress and prevent the explosion from spreading. Whatever there was, we thoroughly investigated everything last night. Whatever needs to be handed over, we handed over. If it's not enough, we'll keep investigating. The evidence is right in front of you, and the cause and analysis of the incident have already been written in the report. What else needs to be evaluated? Are you evaluating whether your intelligence is sufficient? Ding! Detected that the host is activating hardcore mode. Taunt skill activated. Target, all members of the Special Investigation Team. Effect, group taunt, killing intent plus 10,000. System alert, high energy ahead. Non-combat personnel, please evacuate immediately. This is not a drill. Repeat. This is not a drill. Jiang Yi's words were like a resounding slap, fiercely landing on the faces of the 3 members of the investigation team. For the first time, Lin Shulin's cold face showed a hint of stiffness. She adjusted her glasses and sternly said, "Outrageous. Are you questioning the authority of our central Lingwu group? Those so-called pieces of evidence could very well be fabricated. Until we've analyzed them with our precision instruments and data modeling, everything is just your one-sided claim." Long Ao laughed in fury. "Good. What an arrogant brat. Evaluation? Today, I'll show you what a real evaluation means." Before the words had even finished, he suddenly stepped forward, the ground cracked, and his lightning-imbued fist, like a cannonball fired from a barrel,
blasted straight toward Jiang Yi's face. He didn't use spiritual weapons, but relying solely on the physical strength of a king-level powerhouse, this punch was enough to shatter mountains and split rocks. He intended to teach this ignorant brat a lesson he'd never forget. This punch was as fast as lightning, and apart from a few people like Elder Gua, almost no one present could see his movements clearly. Zishamu's heart instantly leaped to her throat, and she cried out in alarm, "Jiang Yi, watch out!" However, Jiang Yi's reaction was beyond everyone's expectations. Faced with this thunderous punch, he neither dodged nor blocked. Instead, he raised his own fist and met it lightly. His movements appeared very slow, even somewhat casual, forming a stark contrast to Long Ao's ferocious offensive. Overestimating yourself. A trace of cruelty flashed in Long Ao's eyes. Using bare fists to clash with my king-level physique? Simply courting death. Bang! A dull, drum-like thunderous sound exploded on the helipad. Two fists, disproportionate in size, collided solidly with one another. The anticipated scene of Jiang Yi's bones breaking, tendons snapping, and him being sent flying backward did not occur. A ring-shaped shockwave, visible to the naked eye, burst out violently from the point where their fists met. Cracks spread across the ground like a spiderweb, while the surrounding silver-armored guards were forced to retreat repeatedly by the impact, their blood and energy surging tumultuously. The sneer on Long Ao's face froze. He only felt as if his fist had struck an ancient, unyielding divine mountain. An indescribable, vast and majestic force surged back from the opponent's seemingly unimposing fist. That force was pure, concentrated, and overwhelmingly domineering. Snap! A crisp sound of bone cracking echoed. Long Ao let out a muffled groan, his body uncontrollably stumbling backward 7 or 8 steps before barely managing to steady himself. The fist that could easily crush steel was now twisted at an unnatural angle, with the bones in his knuckles clearly fractured. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi remained standing exactly where he was, utterly motionless. He withdrew his fist, shook his hand lightly as if brushing off some dust, then glanced at Long Ao, whose face had turned deathly pale and was filled with disbelief, tilting his head slightly. "Second-tier king? Is that all?" Jiang Yi smiled without saying a word. Last night, he hadn't rested well, pouring all his killing intent and the celestial herbs exchanged. From the shop into a full-force sprint to enhance his cultivation, along with the first qualitative upgrade of the Asura Sword. Now his cultivation level was at the peak of Platinum 9th tier, just half a step away from the Diamond tier. However, Jiang Yi's actual comprehensive strength was estimated to be comparable to 4th or 5th tier king level. The entire venue fell into dead silence. Everyone seemed to be frozen in place, staring blankly at the scene before them. Yi Tianhao and Yun Feng's mouths were wide open, enough to fit an egg. They were utterly shocked. Jiang Yi's strength far exceeded their imagination. With just one punch, relying solely on physical strength, he broke the fist of Long Ao, a second-tier king-level expert. This was simply monstrous, like an ancient beast disguised in human skin. Zishamu covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes sparkling with amazement. Her earlier worry instantly transformed into unparalleled shock and pride. This guy always manages to push the boundaries of your understanding just when you think he's already strong enough. Wei Lin and Lin Shulin's expressions completely changed as well. Previously, they had only regarded Jiang Yi as a troublesome issue to deal with, but now, they had to reassess this young man. A second awakening of spiritual martial power to such a degree, granting such a boost to physical strength. If other nations truly had such hidden experts, there's no way they could keep them under wraps. Wei Lin's gaze calmly fixed on Jiang Yi, the suspicion and doubt in his heart gradually halved. Such a prodigy, once he matures, even the upper echelons will likely be on edge. If this truly is a coincidence, with the high intensity of the second awakening of his spiritual weapon, perhaps Xia has indeed produced a black dragon. Long Ao glared angrily at Jiang Yi, preparing to unleash his spiritual weapon, but was stopped by a single look from Wei Lin. After all, this was Jiangqing's territory, and high-level spiritual weapon users were present, clearly supporting Jiang Yi. They were here merely to investigate the truth of the matter. If things escalated, no one would be able to explain themselves to those above. Lin Shulin frantically recorded data on her tablet, her eyes beneath the lenses flashing with fervor and confusion. Impossible. According to the data, the bone density and muscle strength of a platinum-level human absolutely cannot withstand a direct impact from a king-level force. This is impossible. Exactly. Jiang Yi heard her muttering and sneered coldly. Put away your bureaucratic airs and ridiculous sense of superiority. I don't fear whatever big shots you have backing you or whatever your intentions are. Now, listen to me finish. His voice was not loud, yet carried an unmatched sense of authority,
sending a shock through everyone present. First, the threat of the Nether Clan is real. They are not a heretical rebel group, but a powerful alien race capable of threatening the entirety of human civilization. That Diamond 9th level shaman from last night was just the vanguard. Jang City is now the front line of the war, and at any moment, more devastating battles could erupt. Second, Jiang Yi. I have neither the time nor the interest to play along with your investigation and evaluation procedures. My family is here, my friends are here, and this city is my home. Whoever wants to destroy it, I'll destroy them first, whether they're from the Nether Clan or something else. Third, and the final point. Jiang Yi's gaze was as sharp as a blade, piercingly intense, as if it could see through one's soul. You can continue using your ridiculous standards to scrutinize me, waste time, and drain your strength, until the Nether Clan army flattens Jang City and buries your investigation reports and corpses in the ruins. Or, you can hand over the power in your hands to those who truly understand this war and can truly win it. You can provide logistics, intelligence, and resource support, then stand aside and watch carefully, learn carefully. Jiang Yi's voice was like thunder, shaking everyone to the core. The high-ranking officials, living in comfort, nestled in the worry-free rear, have grown rusty from enjoying their privileges. Now take a good look at how this war should really be fought. He paused, swept his gaze around, and finally locked eyes with Wei Lin, speaking word by word. Zhangcheng does not need meddling officials. Zhangcheng needs warriors. My words are finished. You choose for yourselves. As soon as the words fell, the entire helipad became so quiet that one could hear the sound of a heartbeat. Jiang Yi's statement was no longer a provocation but a blatant warning. In front of everyone, he forced the Central Special Investigation Team to make a choice, either cooperate, die, or wait for death. Wei Lin's expression remained as calm as water, seemingly unprovoked by Jiang Yi's attitude and words. Having wielded great power for many years, he was accustomed to all kinds of people, and this young man surprisingly possessed the unyielding spirit of the soldiers from back in the day. Ding! Host! Awesome! The system is at a loss for words. This move is the ultimate evolution of, when a general is in the field, the emperor's orders may be disregarded. Right at this moment, when tensions were high and conflict seemed imminent. Woo woo woo. The piercing air raid alarm, representing the highest threat level, suddenly echoed throughout Zhangcheng without warning. A sharp red beam shot up into the sky from the direction of the eastern part of the city, standing out starkly and despairingly against the pitch-black night. Old Gua's face instantly turned deathly pale. That's it. The underground military network hub in the eastern part of the city. It's one of the core nodes of Zhangcheng's defense system. It's heavily guarded. How could this be possible? Almost at the same time, Zi Xiaomu's communicator started ringing frantically, and a subordinate's terrified voice came through. Captain, something's wrong. The eastern hub is under attack. It's not humans. It's monsters. A lot of monsters crawling out from underground. They're directly devouring the defense facilities. The defensive line is about to collapse. Wei Lin, Lin Shulin, and Long Ao's faces all changed drastically at the same time. They never expected that the slap in the face would come so quickly and so loudly. Jiang Yi had just finished talking about the matters of the Nether Clan, and the next second, the alarm sounded. Coincidence? Even if it were a coincidence, it wouldn't matter. The current battle situation right before their eyes delivered a harsh slap to their faces. Jiang Yi slowly turned his head, looking toward the ominous red glow in the eastern part of the city, his gaze cold as frost. The time to choose has come. Before his words had even faded, his figure transformed into a streak of light, shooting straight into the sky and racing toward the east of the city, like a meteor tearing through the night, carrying fearless determination and fury. Left behind were the three members of the investigation team, exchanging glances with grim expressions, their hearts filled with silent anxiety. East of the city, the underground military network hub. This is one of Zhangcheng's most important infrastructures, akin to the heart of a city, channeling vast amounts of energy through intricate pipelines to every corner of the city, sustaining the operation of defense shields, weapon systems, and residents' daily lives. At this moment, this heart is under an unprecedented attack. The sturdy ally gate has been torn open by a brute force, with piercing alarm sounds and explosions echoing incessantly, like the whispers of death. The originally bright underground passage was now illuminated by flickering emergency red lights, casting a hellish scene that sent shivers down the spine. Dozens of elite warriors from the Spirit Martial Division and city guards were forming a battle formation, struggling to fend off the tide-like onslaught of enemies. These enemies could hardly be called human. Their twisted forms and terrifying appearances resembled messengers of hell, bringing despair and destruction in their wake. Some appeared as massive stitched abominations made from countless corpses, wielding pale bone arms. Others were entirely pitch black, like shadowy crawlers writhing in the darkness. Some moved rapidly along walls and ceilings, seeking defensive blind spots, while farther away floated spectral entities chanting obscure incantations, releasing green soul arrows. All of these were undead creatures of the Nether Clan.
Hold the line. We absolutely cannot let them get near the core reactor.
A diamond-ranked squad leader of the Spirit Martial Division roared, wielding a flaming longsword that unleashed waves
of fire, incinerating a charging stitched abomination into charcoal.
But the monsters were simply too numerous, seemingly endless, crawling out continuously from a massive, corroded pit. Deep within the pit, a crude altar constructed from bones and emitting an eerie green glow could be faintly seen.
Clearly, the explosion
caused by the Chu family in the western part of the city last night was merely a diversion.
He had already infiltrated the area and secretly
established a teleportation base near Jang City's critical underground defense facilities.
Stir up trouble in the west, and the flames spread to the east.
With most of the forces concentrated in the west, there was no time to redeploy for defense, creating an exploitable opportunity.
Captain, it's no use.
The eastern pipeline has been breached.
Those damned things are siphoning the energy. Our defensive shields are weakening.
A team member shouted in despair. Several shadow stalkers had already latched onto the thick pipeline, their mouths filled with razor-sharp teeth clamping down like leeches.
The blue energy flowing through the pipeline was being drained at a visibly alarming rate. This is cutting off the lifeline. If the central energy is completely drained or the core reactor is destroyed, the entire defense system of Jang City will collapse entirely.
At that point, Jang City would become an unprotected city, left at the mercy of disaster beasts or the Nether Clan.
Just as despair began to take hold among the crowd, a thunderous roar echoed from the entrance of the passage. A bunch of scum, how dare you act so brazenly? Everyone turned to look and saw Long Ao's towering figure charging in like a moving iron tower, striding
forward with great momentum. His injured hand was now enveloped in a thick layer of lightning energy. At the king-level realm, a
mere broken bone injury naturally healed quickly.
Behind him were Wei Lin, Lin Shulin, and a squad of elite silver armored guards.
It's reinforcements from the imperial capital.
Great! We're saved! Seeing the ferocious king-level aura emanating from Long Ao, the morale of the defensive line, which had been on the verge of collapse, was instantly revitalized.
A bunch of filthy vermin. Die for me. Long Ao, filled with pent-up rage, finally found an outlet to vent
the humiliation he had suffered earlier in front of Jiang Yi. He was determined to reclaim here 100-fold, 1,000-fold. With a furious roar, the massive phantom of a lightning battle axe behind him instantly solidified, and he grabbed it in his hand.
Thunder shakes the 9 heavens. Long Ao leaped
high into the air, the giant axe in his hand carrying the weight of 10,000 thunders as it slashed fiercely into the densest cluster of monsters.
Boom! Blinding electric light
illuminated the entire underground space in an instant, and violent lightning serpents shot out in all directions, instantly reducing dozens of undead monsters to dust.
The ground
was cleaved open, leaving a charred trench several meters deep, and the air was thick with the pungent smell of ozone.
The might of a king-level powerhouse was on full display. So strong.
The warriors of the Spirit Martial Division were left dumbfounded.
With a single strike, a large area was cleared. Long Ao, feeling slightly relieved of his
pent-up frustration, hoisted the lightning axe over his shoulder and turned to Lin Shulin and Wei Lin behind him, declaring arrogantly, "Did you see that? These so-called monsters
are nothing more than a rabble."
Lin Shulin adjusted her glasses, her tablet rapidly refreshing with data. Target life signals have disappeared on a large scale.
Threat level controllable.
Preliminary analysis indicates a significant energy level disparity compared to the undead summoned by the Diamond 9th tier shaman mentioned in the report. These small fry are merely numerous. It's just that last night's explosion in the western part of the city caused a significant redeployment of personnel, leaving us unable to respond in time. Wei Lin's expression remained as calm as still water. He nodded and was about to issue the order for a full-scale sweep.
However, at that very moment, human stronghold, you truly are as arrogant as ever.
A chilling voice, as if it came from the depths of the underworld, echoed from the depths of the pit. As the voice emerged, countless shattered bones on the ground began to twitch, and a blinding green light suddenly flashed. A deathly aura, far more terrifying than all the previous monsters combined, surged skyward. A massive hand, entirely composed of blackened, withered bones, suddenly reached out and grabbed the central core pipeline.
Boom! The entire core shook violently.
A towering creature, 5 meters tall, its entire body clad in pitch-black bone armor, wielding a giant scythe engulfed in ghastly green soul flames, slowly crawled out of the pit.
Its head was a massive
goat skull, with hollow eye sockets that housed 2 flickering ghostly green flames.
Its aura had unmistakably reached the 9th tier of the king level. A being of the Nether Clan, the Bone Monarch. Skeleton Monarch.
The towering 2-meter-tall pitch-black skeleton of the Nether Clan had completely crawled out of the ground. Unlike the chaotic and disorganized undead soldiers from before, every movement it made exuded an aura of supreme dominance and deathly stillness.
The 2 ghostly green flames flickering in its hollow eye
sockets swept across the scene, and everyone it gazed upon felt as if their very soul was about to freeze and be torn away.
A 9th tier king level being. This suffocating pressure was far more overwhelming and pure than Wei Lin's 7th tier king level aura, carrying with it a sense of decay and malevolence from the abyss of death.
A mere heretical undead dares to call itself a king.
Long Ao's heart burned with fury and humiliation, finding the perfect outlet at this moment. The frustration of being defeated by Jang Ye's punch desperately needed a resounding victory to wash it away.
In his eyes, though this creature's aura was terrifying, it was ultimately an evil entity, and the lightning techniques he cultivated were the bane of all such malevolent beings.
Long Ao. Do not underestimate the enemy,
Wei Lin warned in a deep voice, already sensing the power that far surpassed his own.
But Long Ao was no longer listening.
He needed to prove himself, to prove that the powerhouses of the imperial capital were leagues above the local forces of Jiangchang.
Let me show you whether this axe of mine can smash your skeleton frame into dust. Long Ao roared, unleashing all the lightning spiritual energy within him without reservation, dyeing his entire body in a dazzling blue-purple hue.
The thunder giant axe spirit weapon behind him shone brilliantly, as if summoning divine lightning from the heavens.
The entire underground space was filled with the crackling sound of electric arcs. Martial skill, Thunder Dragon Strike. Long Ao raised the battle axe high above his head, gathering all the lightning into the blade.
Finally, it transformed into a roaring thunder dragon, baring its fangs and claws as it lunged ferociously at the skeleton monarch.
This strike was one of his trump card
techniques, capable of severely injuring a king-level opponent of the same tier.
He was confident that even if it couldn't kill the Bone King, it would at least cripple it.
Facing this earth-shattering strike, the ghostly fire in the skeletal monarch's eyes merely flickered slightly, revealing a trace of disdain.
It didn't even move, simply
raising its massive black skeletal hand, the one not holding the bone scythe, slowly.
Noisy insect.
The chilling mental wave reverberated directly in everyone's minds.
The skeletal monarch spread its 5 fingers, and a miniature,
continuously rotating ghostly green vortex appeared in its palm. The roaring thunder dragon plunged headfirst into the vortex, yet it failed to stir even the slightest ripple, as if a clay ox had entered the sea, vanishing instantly without a trace. All the lightning, all the power, was effortlessly devoured by that tiny vortex.
What? Long Ao's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets.
He could feel that the connection between himself and his spirit weapon had been forcibly severed in an instant by a tyrannical force.
After devouring his attack, the vortex
in the skeletal monarch's palm suddenly expanded, and a thicker, more ferocious dark purple lightning bolt, infused with a dense aura of death, violently reflected back.
The speed was so fast that Long Ao had no time to react. Thud! Long Ao was struck squarely in the chest by his own attack.
His specially designed combat suit instantly exploded, and his entire body was sent flying backward, crashing through 2 load-bearing pillars before being deeply embedded into the alloy
wall.
His chest was charred black, and large amounts of fresh blood mixed with fragments of internal organs gushed out in torrents.
His breath weakened to the extreme in an instant. A one-hit kill.
No, it was an even more humiliating, rebound kill. The entire venue fell into dead silence. The hope that had just ignited among the warriors on Jiangqing's side was instantly doused with a bucket of ice water, chilling them
from head to toe. That was a king-level powerhouse. A figure renowned even in the imperial capital, and yet, couldn't withstand even a single move from the opponent? Data. The data model has collapsed. The Lingwu energy has exceeded the threshold. This is impossible.
Lin Shulin clutched the wall, her face pale, as the streams of data on her tablet terminal turned into glaring red gibberish. Her once proud data analysis had become nothing more than laughable nonsense in the face of this absolute power. She suddenly raised her head, a glint of mad determination flashing in her eyes behind her gold-rimmed glasses. She was one of the top data analysts in the group, and her Lingwu was also a unique
S-Class Mental Type, Mental Skynet. Initiate Mental Invasion. Analyze the target score. Lin Shulin's pupils instantly lost focus, transforming into two waterfalls composed of countless data runes. An invisible, overwhelming mental force surged like a storm, transforming into an all-encompassing net that silently enveloped the soul. Ghost Fire of the Bone King. Lin Shulin thought to herself, this time, I will analyze this monster from its very core and find its weakness. However, the moment her mental force touched those two ghost fires, she felt a cold and violent will, as if from the depths of the nine nether abyss, surge forth like a raging tide, completely shattering her defenses. You insignificant ant, how dare you pry into the king? That voice roared like thunder, making her entire body tremble. Ah! Lin Shulin let out a piercing scream as blood gushed from her 7 orifices. Her entire body went limp and collapsed to the ground, the backlash from her mental power causing her almost to faint on the spot. The Skeleton King didn't even bother to spare her another glance. In its eyes, the resistance of these humans was like the futile struggle of ants, ridiculous and powerless. Secretary Lin. At that moment, as a wisp of death energy was about to engulf the unconscious Lin Shulin, a fiery red figure flashed by like lightning, swiftly scooping her up and carrying her away from the spot. It was none other than Zi Xiaomu. Blazing Cloud Shield. Without hesitation, Zi Xiaomu shielded Lin Shulin behind her. The Platinum Tier 7th level spiritual energy surged wildly, and a fiery sparrow spread its wings, forming an indestructible flame shield in front of her. Sizzle, the death energy collided with the flame shield, emitting a harsh, corrosive sound, as if tearing through the very fabric of space. Zi Xiaomu felt an extremely chilling force penetrate her defenses, causing her body to tremble. Her delicate face turned a shade paler, but she refused to back down, the fire of battle igniting in her heart. If it weren't for her blazing fire lark spirit weapon's natural restraining effect on this undead attribute, this strike would likely have severely injured her. Young lady, step back quickly. Finally, Wei Lin, who had remained silent and motionless, made his move. At this moment, he finally realized that Zhang Ye's words were not an exaggeration, this was no joke. With a single step forward, a chilling frost surged skyward, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet as if entering a frozen world. The moisture in the air condensed into ice crystals, and a thick layer of frost covered the ground. Roar! A thunderous tiger's roar echoed throughout the underground space. A massive tiger phantom, over 10 meters long, pure white in color, with an ice crystal king pattern on its forehead, suddenly appeared, standing protectively in front of everyone. SS-class spirit weapon Ice Hull Demon Tiger. Finally, a toy that's somewhat decent. The two ghostly flames in the skeletal monarch's eyes focused for the first time on Wei Lin and his spirit weapon. Wei Lin's expression was solemn, fully aware that despite being two minor realms apart from his opponent, the gap at the king-level tier was still an insurmountable chasm. Yet, he had no retreat. He was not only fighting for himself but also for the honor of the Great Xia Kingdom and the Central Spirit Weapon Corporation. Ice Howl, Annihilation Array. Wei Lin's hands rapidly formed seals as the Ice Hull Demon Tiger let out a sky-shaking roar. Countless icy crystal blades erupted from its body, sweeping toward the skeletal monarch like a blizzard. At the same time, frost spread rapidly across the ground, transforming into icy chains that coiled around the skeletal monarch's feet. Control and attack were launched in an instant. Useless trick. The massive bone scythe in the skeletal overlord's hand finally moved. It didn't perform any elaborate techniques, merely swung forward in a simple motion. A pitch-black crescent slash swiftly tore through the space ahead. Wherever it passed, sharp ice blades and sturdy frost chains were effortlessly sliced apart, shattered, and obliterated as if they were made of paper. That inky slash seemed capable of severing all things in existence, leaving behind black fissures in the space that could not heal. The frost-howling demon tiger let out a mournful cry, its massive body bearing wounds so deep that bone was visible. Black deathly energy clung to it like a parasitic curse, relentlessly corroding its form. Wei Lin, too, was struck as if by lightning, staggering back a step as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. With just one strike, the disparity in power was clear. The skeletal overlord appeared to lose its patience. It raised the bone scythe high, the ghostly green soul flames on the blade roaring fiercely. As destructive, terrifying energy began to gather. It intended to deliver a single blow to send these bothersome insects before it, along with this underground nexus, into the embrace of death. The shadow of death loomed over everyone's hearts. Despair and bitterness flashed in Wei Lin's eyes. He had never imagined that after a lifetime of dominance, he would meet such a humiliating end at the hands of an alien monstrosity. He even felt a bit regretful. If he had listened to old Guo and that young man earlier, reported to the central authorities, and prepared for the worst, why would he have fallen into this desperate situation? It's over. Just as the devastating bone scythe was about to strike, everyone closed their eyes, awaiting death. Hey, I say. A lazy voice suddenly echoed through the silent passage, clearly reaching everyone's ears. I just got here, and you're already about to be wiped out? That makes me look really bad. Clang! A piercingly clear sword hum, like celestial music from the heavens, suddenly suppressed all explosions and wails. A dark red sword light, indescribable, and seemingly imbued with endless intent of slaughter, struck with precision upon the massive bone scythe of the skeletal king. The anticipated, earth-shattering collision did not occur. The bone scythe, condensed with destructive energy, had its soul flames extinguished instantly upon contact with the dark red sword light, as if encountering its nemesis. On the indestructible scythe blade, a faint crack unexpectedly appeared. For the first time in millennia, the skeletal king's unchanging movements stiffened. It could feel an unparalleled, supreme will of slaughter, transcending death itself, madly eroding its essence through the contact of their weapons. The crowd looked up in shock, only to see at the entrance of the passage, Zhang Yi with one hand in his pocket and the other holding a dark red longsword of ancient design, its blade flowing with eerie patterns. The sword's tip casually pressed against the massive bone scythe. He glanced at the stunned skeletal king, then at Wei Lin and Long Ao, who had narrowly escaped death and were frozen in shock, and grinned. Don't get me wrong, I'm not here to save you. I just thought, a 9th-rank king-level medal this big, it'd be such a waste if it ran off. The entire underground hub instantly plunged into a suffocating silence. Time seemed to pause at this moment, as all eyes were fixed on the young figure who, with one hand in his pocket and the other holding a sword, effortlessly blocked a full-force strike from a 9th-rank king. The massive bone scythe, ablaze with soul flames, stood in stark contrast to the slender black longsword etched with dark red patterns. One side wielded earth-shaking brute force, while the other displayed exquisite skill that turned the tide with minimal effort. In the eye sockets of the Bone King, the ghostly flames flickered violently, revealing a look of shock for the first time. It could clearly sense that the death origin power contained within its bone scythe was being rapidly dissolved and devoured by the opponent's sword. That sword seemed as if it was born solely to hunt it down. Impossible. What is this power? The Bone King emitted a dry mental wave, attempting to pull back the bone scythe, only to find an irresistible suction force emanating from the black sword, firmly binding its weapon in place. Want to know? Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile curling at the corner of his lips. Take a guess. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he flicked his wrist. The Asura sword let out an excited hum, the dark red patterns on its blade suddenly flaring to life. A domineering and unparalleled devouring force erupted violently. Snap! A crisp shattering sound cracked through the air like thunder. The colossal bone scythe of the skeleton king, which exuded an overwhelming aura, began to fracture. Inch by inch from the point of contact with the Asura sword, it disintegrated into the purest death energy, which was completely absorbed by the black long sword. Ding! The Asura sword has devoured high-concentration death essence. Killing intent plus 100,000. Sword spirit Asura excitement level plus 5%. Passive unlocked, Nemesis of the Undead. Nemesis of the Undead deals 150% additional damage to all undead, necromantic, and ghostly targets, with a 10% chance to directly annihilate their soul core. Awesome! Zhang Yi secretly exclaimed in his heart. The Skeleton King truly was a super experienced treasure trove. Roar! With its weapon destroyed and its essence damaged, the Skeleton King let out a roar of both fury and shock. It abruptly released the remaining half of the scythe handle, and its massive bone palm, ablaze with eerie green ghostfire, slammed down fiercely toward Zhang Yi's head. This strike carried the full power of its 9th-tier kingly might, vowing to crush this insignificant human who dared to challenge it into pulp. Facing this overwhelming strike, Zhang Yi didn't even lift an eyelid. Too slow. He softly uttered 3 words, leaving a faint afterimage at his original spot before vanishing in an instant. Boom! The skeletal monarch's massive palm slammed fiercely onto the ground, causing the entire underground hub to shake violently. The impact created a terrifying crater on the ground. Yet, it hit nothing. Are you looking for me? Zhang Yi's voice sounded like a phantom behind the skeletal monarch. The skeleton monarch spun around abruptly, only to be met with a blood-red sword light of unparalleled speed. Sever! This strike carried no earth-shattering momentum, only a purity of speed and sharpness taken to the extreme. As the sword light swept past, it seemed as though even time itself had been cleaved open. Squelch! The pitch-black bone armor of the Skeleton King, which was as hard as the toughest alloy, crumbled like tofu before the Asura sword. A deep sword. Mark, visible down to the bone, stretched from its left shoulder all the way to its right waist, almost slicing its massive body diagonally into two. The black aura of death gushed out of the wound like air escaping a punctured balloon, only to be instantly shredded and purified by the sword energy that followed. Roar! The Skeleton King let out a painful howl, the ghostly flames on its body flickering violently, its aura significantly weakened. It couldn't comprehend how a human who seemed far from reaching the king level could unleash such terrifying destructive power. This completely defied the rules of energy hierarchy. This scene utterly overturned the understanding of everyone present. Yi Tianhao and Yun Feng arrived, followed by an elder whose aura had also reached the king-level elder Zhou Tai, who had just emerged from seclusion. They had come prepared to fight to the death, only to witness such a fantastical scene. Old Gua, are you sure the information you gave me is correct? This is Zhang Yi? Yi Tianhao rubbed his eyes hard, watching the young man chasing and slashing at a 9th-rank king-level monster, feeling as if he were dreaming. Elder Zhou's weathered face was also filled with shock. He could sense Zhang Yi's aura, which was indeed at the peak of platinum level, just a step away from diamond level. However, the combat power he displayed was simply beyond what could be described as platinum level. This kid was practically a monster in human skin. What are you doing? Lin Shulin, supported by Zi Xiaomu, stared blankly at everything in front of her, repeatedly muttering the same question. The data is wrong, all wrong. Her theoretical framework was shattered to pieces in the face of Jiang Ye's illogical existence. The most shocked of all were Wei Lin and Long Ao. Long Ao was embedded in the wall, his mouth wide open, the intense pain almost blurring his consciousness as his body began to go numb. Earlier, he had been clamoring to evaluate Zhang Yi, but in the end, he was countered and defeated in one move by this monster. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was gleefully toying with him. The blow to his face was no longer a matter of pain, but a question of whether his face was even still there. At this moment, he realized for the first time how insignificant his ridiculous pride was in the face of absolute strength. Wei Lin's gaze was so complex it was suffocating: astonishment, shock, relief, and a trace of desolation. He recalled what Zhang Yi had said at the airport. Zhangchang needs warriors. Yes. These people sitting in high positions in the imperial capital have gone too long without experiencing such life-and-death battles. They are accustomed to measuring everything with data, rules, and status, but they have forgotten that true combat has never been about reason. This young man is no ordinary talent. No, he is not some black dragon awakened by coincidence. He himself is a fierce dragon crossing the river, capable of stirring up storms and chaos. The doubts and suspicions in Wei Lin's heart had long dissipated, replaced by a deep sense of reverence and anticipation. Stop daydreaming, step back a bit, or you'll get blood splattered on you. Zhang Ye's voice, like a bolt of lightning, interrupted everyone's thoughts. He stood with his sword, his gaze like a torch, staring directly at the scarred and weakened Skeleton King. There was no trace of pity in his eyes, only the coldness of a hunter toward his prey. Your bones are tough. Perfect, my sword has been hungry for a long time. The Skeleton King felt an unprecedented sense of mortal danger, and its broken frame began to tremble slightly. No longer intent on fighting, its massive body suddenly sank, attempting to retreat back into the deep pit connecting to the underworld. Trying to run? Zhang Yi sneered coldly. Did you get my permission? He held the sword in one hand, while his other hand clenched tightly and pointed in the direction of the Skeleton King. Shura domain. Buzz. An invisible wave spread out instantly from Zhang Yi as the center. The entire underground hub scenery suddenly transformed in everyone's eyes. The surrounding environment seemed to be covered with a dark red filter, the ground was filled with broken weapons, and the air was thick with the scent of blood and the aura of slaughter. A colossal phantom of a monstrous deity, towering 10 zhang high with 8 arms, slowly emerged behind Zhang Yi, coldly gazing at the sole enemy within this domain. In this domain, Zhang Yi was the sole ruler. The massive body of the Skeleton King seemed to be trapped in a quagmire, making every inch of movement incredibly arduous. The kingly aura emanating from its body was firmly suppressed by the Shura field domain. Even the manipulation of death energy became sluggish. This is a domain? Wei Lin exclaimed in shock. The embryonic form of a domain that only a king-level powerhouse could initially grasp was actually displayed in such a complete and terrifying manner by a mere platinum-level kid? Now, no one will disturb us. Zhang Yi stepped toward the immobilized Skeleton King, the Asura sword in his hand emitting a longing hum. It's time to depart. He raised the Asura sword high, and the massive phantom of the Asura demon god on the blade simultaneously lifted the 8 divine weapons in its hands.
This move is for the unjust souls of Jiangcheng who have passed away. Secret technique, 8 slashes. 8 terrifying slashes, each containing the power of different laws, merged into one at this moment. The sword light transformed into an indescribable, world-ending radiance that seemed capable of severing heaven and earth entirely, descending upon the Skeleton King. When the world-ending sword light, infused with the power of 8 forces, illuminated the scene, the spacetime of the entire Asura battlefield seemed to freeze. The ghostly fire in the eye sockets of the Skeleton King contracted violently at this moment, no longer showing fear but a despair stemming from the instinct of life itself. Its massive body seemed as insignificant as dust before the sword's radiance. Opening its giant mouth, it appeared to want to let out a final roar, but any sound was swallowed by the dazzling brilliance. There was no earth-shattering explosion, nor a world-destroying shockwave. The sword's radiance descended, silent and soundless. When the light dissipated, the Asura field domain gradually faded, and the surrounding scene reverted to the dilapidated underground hub. And in the original spot, what remains? That arrogant, invincible 9th-rank king who had crushed the Imperial Capital's special investigation team into disarray has completely vanished from this world. Not even a speck of ashes remains, as if it had never appeared. Only the Asura sword in Zhang Yi's hand, with its dark red patterns on the blade appearing even more eerie and profound, is emitting a series of satisfied, low hums. Ding! Successfully killed Skeletal Monarch, King Tier Level 9 Lord Tier Netherhead. Triggered over-level kill, perfect hunt, and multiple other judgments. Obtained killing intent value, 200,000. Ding! The Asura sword has devoured a massive amount of soul essence, level up. Current level, LV5. Unlocked new sword skill, Requiem of Souls. Ding! Host absorbed combat feedback energy, breakthrough achieved. Current cultivation level, Diamond Tier Level 1. Diamond Tier. The second qualitative transformation for a spirit warrior. A series of system notification sounds frantically flashed through Zhang Yi's mind. A surge of spiritual energy, far more immense and pure than before, exploded within his body, washing over his limbs and bones. The bottleneck that had been stuck at the peak of Platinum 9th tier was effortlessly broken through under the impact of this vast energy. Feeling the surging new power within him, Zhang Yi let out a comfortable breath. This time, it was truly a huge gain. Meanwhile, the others present were still immersed in the endless shock brought by that earth-shattering sword strike, unable to recover for a long time. Silence. Everyone seemed to be frozen in place, staring blankly at the young man standing in the center with a sword, his aura rising steadily. A platinum-level peak, single-handedly taking down a 9th-tier king? This can no longer be described as genius or prodigy. A miracle? He is the miracle itself. A myth. A legend. Ha 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 ha. The first to break the silence was Yi Tianhao. He started with a low chuckle, which quickly turned into hearty, unrestrained laughter, to the point where tears were almost streaming down his face. He stepped forward, his large fan-like hand slapping heavily on Zhang Yi's shoulder, and said cheerfully, "Good lad. You really gave Jiangcheng a huge surprise." Yun Feng and Old Zhou also came over with excited expressions, their eyes full of admiration and awe as they looked at Zhang Yi. Indeed, the strength and methods Zhang Yi displayed today had already earned the heartfelt respect of these 3 pillars of Jiangcheng. On the other side, however, the atmosphere seemed a bit awkward. Zi Xiaomu supported the pale-faced Lin Shulin, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder. She looked at Zhang Yi's back and felt that this guy was full of mysteries, yet he made people feel incredibly reliable and at ease. She was about to turn 30, still unmarried, without a boyfriend. Why, did today's events stir her heart? Meanwhile, Wei Lin and Long Ao stood in place, their expressions complicated. Finally, Wei Lin took a deep breath and, with heavy steps, walked up to Zhang Yi. He no longer had the previous air of authority and scrutiny, replaced instead by a sense of solemnity and equality. "Comrade Zhang Yi." Wei Lin's form of address had changed. "On behalf of the Central Lingwu Group, and also on behalf of myself, I extend the sincerest apologies to you, and to all the warriors who fought valiantly to protect Jiangcheng, for our previous recklessness, prejudice, and foolishness." As he spoke, he bowed deeply to Zhang Yi. This bow left Yi Tianhao and the others stunned. This was a top-tier figure from the Central Lingwu Group, a 7th-rank king-level expert, yet he was showing such great respect to a young man. Zhang Yi calmly accepted the gesture, knowing it was respect earned through his strength. "There's no need for an apology." Zhang Yi waved his hand, his tone indifferent. "I just want to know, do you still think evaluation and investigation are necessary now?" Wei Lin lowered his head and said with a bitter smile, "We were being narrow-minded. Facts speak louder than words. The crisis Jiangcheng is facing is far more severe than we imagined, and it goes far beyond that.
You are far stronger than we ever imagined. Long Ao, in the corner, struggled to crawl out from the rubble. He was covered in wounds, in a sorry state, but the arrogance and disdain in his eyes had completely vanished, leaving only deep frustration and a trace of reluctant submission. He walked up to Zhang Yi, lowered his head, and hoarsely forced out a few words from his throat. Kid, today I, Long Ao, owe you my life. After speaking, it was as if he had used up all his strength. He leaned against the wall and began to breathe heavily. To make someone as proud and arrogant as him bow his head and admit his mistakes is more painful than killing him. Zhang Yi glanced at him and said nothing more. For someone like this, crushing his pride is the best lesson. Alright, let's put catching up and apologizing aside for now. Zhang Yi's expression turned serious again as he pointed to the massive pit still emanating an ominous aura. That big guy may be dead, but this hole remains. This proves that the one-way portal from the underworld to our realm has stabilized. This is just the first wave, perhaps even just the commander of an advance team. The war has only just begun. Zhang Yi's words were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the joy that had just risen among the crowd. Indeed, they had only won a single battle, the real war was just beginning, and the shadow was quietly descending. Wei Lin's expression grew solemn, and he immediately said, I will report the situation here to the Supreme Council of the Imperial Capital without any omissions. Request the highest level of war mobilization order. The defense level of Jiangcheng must be elevated to national defense level. Report? Zhang Yi sneered, his gaze sharp as a blade. By the time your report is submitted, and those bureaucrats hold layer upon layer of meetings, discussions, analyses, risk assessments, and allocate resources, Jiangcheng will have already been torn to shreds. He stared at Wei Lin, his tone firm and every word resonating. Jiangcheng doesn't need bureaucratic officials pointing fingers right now, nor does it need slow-moving procedures. Jiangcheng needs warriors. Needs efficiency. Needs absolute command authority. Wei Lin's pupils contracted, and he understood Zhang Yi's intentions. This is about power. He planned to use Jiangcheng as a base to establish a war command center that was independent of the cumbersome central system, the most efficient and direct one. This idea was too bold. It was simply unheard of. But looking at the young man in front of him who had just won a victory, and his unwavering gaze, Wei Lin found himself speechless. Because Zhang Yi had proven with facts that his method was the true solution. After a long silence, Wei Lin seemed to have made a major decision. He took out a communication device of peculiar design, made from an unknown metal, from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Yi. This is my highest authority communicator, codenamed Sirius. It can bypass all intermediate levels and directly communicate with the Central Supreme Combat Command Room and the commanders of all major war zones. He gazed at Zhang Yi, his eyes extremely serious. From now on, all military affairs in the Jiangcheng war zone will be under your full control. The Special Investigation Team will be converted into a liaison and logistics support group, unconditionally cooperating with all your orders. I, Wei Lin, guarantee with my personal honor and position. I'll handle negotiations with the imperial capital. At this moment, a new order quietly established itself upon the ruins of the old. Zhang Yi took the communicator, feeling the cold metallic texture, and understood that from this moment on, he bore the fate of the entire city on his shoulders, perhaps even the future of the entire Great Xia. He turned around and looked at everyone behind him, an excited Yi Tianhao and Yun Feng, the admiring elder Zhou, the complex gaze of Zi Xiaomu, and the Jiangcheng warriors who had survived the calamity and were now looking at him with eyes full of reverence. Finally, his gaze fell upon the abyssal entrance that still exuded an aura of death. War, is it? Zhang Yi gripped the Asura sword tightly, its blade pointing straight at the abyss. Then come on. Let these otherworldly scum see that those who offend my great Xia shall be punished, no matter how far. Zhang Yi stared at the shattered void before him, the killing intent in his heart gradually solidifying, his mental vision becoming clearer. Now! Countless spatial rifts outside the city had already opened, and tens of thousands of undead legions and disaster beasts were ready to strike. It's too late. They're here. His voice was clear and resolute, echoing across the chaotic battlefield. Now, follow my command. Long Ao. Lin Shulin. And all members of the Central Special Task Force, heed my order. Wei Lin's voice was sonorous and commanding, carrying an undeniable authority. From this moment on, the Jiangcheng war zone is under the highest state of emergency. In the name of the head of the Central Special Investigation Task Force, I hereby grant Mr. Zhang Yi the highest temporary wartime command authority. Everyone, including myself, must unconditionally obey all his orders. Those who disobey will be charged with treason. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire audience was stunned. Long Ao widened his eyes, as if he couldn't believe his ears. In this situation, Commander, you're actually letting a young rookie take command? His strength may be formidable, but what about his combat command experience? However, Long Ao said nothing, gritted his teeth, and decided to obey the order. Wei Lin's gaze was unusually resolute as he looked at Zhang Ye's back. It was both a gamble and a form of trust. He was betting on the future of Xia, relying on his instinctive judgment of this monstrous genius. Zhang Yi still did not turn around, as if he had anticipated this outcome long ago. He raised his hand and extended 3 fingers. First, Captain Wei, take your men and Long Ao, and head outside the city to confront the approaching beast horde and undead army. There's no need to fight desperately, just maneuver among them and draw their attention. Second, all members of the Jang City Spirit Martial Division and City Guard Army, immediately abandon static defense and switch to active combat, rapidly contracting the defensive line. Your task is to stretch the battlefront. Use every possible means to delay the advance of those miscellaneous troops and buy us time. Zhang Ye's voice was as thunderous as it was unyielding. Third, Elder Gua. Senior Yi. Senior Yun. He suddenly raised his tone, shocking everyone present. Immediately activate Jiangqing's highest-level communication protocol and contact all allied cities in the vicinity. Inform them that Jiangqing is facing an unprecedented invasion by foreign races. This is not a drill. His voice was firm and powerful. We need support. Everyone who can fight, every single one counts. If we fall, they won't escape either. They must all come. Each command was like a sharp sword, instantly bringing clarity to the previously chaotic situation. And what about you? Long Ao gritted his teeth and asked unwillingly. Zhang Yi finally turned his head, the corner of his mouth curving into a cold arc. I'm going to wipe out its base. His gaze pierced through the corpse of the Skeleton King, locking firmly onto the hollow below, from which undead creatures continuously emerged, glowing with an eerie green light. Capture the leader first to subdue the followers, strike the snake at its vital point. As long as that teleportation point is destroyed, this undead army will be unable to form an encirclement. Ding! Detected that the host is activating the battlefield commander mode. Aura of dominance activated. Target, all allied units present. Effects, morale plus 100%, chaos minus 90%. Command execution plus 200%. Killing intent value, plus 10,000. System notification, city destroying level crisis detected. System shop has opened the wartime special supply section. Host, is your killing intent value ready? It's time for a bloody wave of primitive accumulation. Zhang Yi ignored the system's sarcasm, he knew there was little time left. Move out. At his command, everyone sprang into action like tightly wound springs. Wei Lin took a deep breath and said in a deep voice to Long Ao and Lin Shulin, execute the order. He charged out first, his body emanating a vast and profound spiritual energy as deep as the ocean. The invisible domain he unleashed instantly slowed the movements of the skeletons for a moment. Long Ao's face alternated between pale and livid before he finally let out an unwilling roar. All his pent-up frustration and fury transformed into battle. Intent. He wasn't fighting for Zhang Yi, but for Xia, for his own dignity. The raging thunder gathered once more, turning into chains that shot forward. Lin Shulin quickly moved to the rear. Streams of data refreshed like a waterfall on her tablet as she issued commands one after another, directing the silver-armored guards to form a battle formation, precisely sealing off all weak and critical defense points within the city. Elder Guo and the others did not hesitate, immediately using internal channels to send out the most urgent distress signal. Meanwhile, in the lounge of the city lord's mansion, 3 mentors with unfathomable auras were solemnly watching the deathly aura rising skyward in the distance. Something big has happened. The 3 charming and graceful female mentors' expressions turned serious, their brows furrowed. Stop wasting time. The usually laid-back and carefree mentor Luo Li was now stern and focused. Our mission in Jiang City was to observe that kid Zhang Yi, but now it's about defending the borders of Great Xia. Move out. 3 streaks of light shot into the sky, resolutely joining the battlefield. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away in Yun City, a high-level meeting was taking place in the city lord's mansion. The Yun sisters, Yun Cheng and Yun Yu, were prominently present. Suddenly, an intelligence officer rushed in with a panicked expression, handing over intelligence marked with the highest level of urgency. The city lord opened it, his face changing drastically as he stood up abruptly. Relay my orders. All platinum level and above spirit warriors in Cloud City are to gather immediately at the South Gate Square. All airships, replenish with the highest grade energy and ammunition. Target River City.
Grandfather. Yun Chang and Yun Yu stood up in shock. River City is in crisis. The main forces of the alien race have launched a surprise attack. It's the Nether Clan. The voice of the Cloud City Lord was as heavy as a mountain. The principle of when the lips are gone, the teeth feel the cold doesn't need me to explain further, does it? Notify all the families. Anyone who dares to slack off this time, after the war, the Yun family will be the first to settle accounts with them. Additionally, his gaze resolutely turned to his two granddaughters. Xiao Chang, Xiao Yu, you two should go as well. You've mentioned that boy Jiang Yi to me before. No, follow the warriors of Jiang City and see for yourselves what true combat is. What war really means. Yes. The two sisters exchanged a glance, their beautiful eyes igniting with blazing battle intent, as if declaring that a fearless struggle was about to begin. The cities surrounding Jiangcheng, such as Yuncheng, Linhai City, Qingshan City, and Mo City, all responded in the same way upon receiving the distress signal. Although there were daily frictions, at this critical moment concerning the survival of humanity, all grievances were cast aside. United as one, the powerful warriors surged toward Jiangcheng like a tide. The massive floating ships spread their wings like giant birds, slicing through the tranquility of the night sky, resembling sharp arrows aimed directly at the city at the eye of the storm Jiangcheng. At this moment, the battle for the survival of Jiangcheng was about to erupt, and the catastrophe that would engulf the entire Eastern War Zone was fully ignited by Jiang Yi's series of commands. Countless warriors, like blazing flames, converged into an unstoppable force. As for Jiang Yi, he was like a ghost in the darkness, moving against the current, resolutely plunging into the abyss radiating endless death and evil. Behind him were the warriors pouring out in full force, and ahead lay the abyss capable of devouring everything. At this moment, he had only one belief in his heart, Asura's sword. This time, feast to your heart's content. Boom! At the moment Jiang Yi issued the command, a dark, oppressive tide suddenly appeared on the horizon beyond Jiangcheng. It was not a tsunami, but a death legion composed of billions of bones and decayed flesh. The dust it stirred up blotted out the sky, sending chills down one's spine. At the forefront were massive stitched beasts and skeletal giants with heavy strides. They resembled moving battering rams, each step causing the earth to tremble. In the sky, countless gargoyles and wraiths gathered into an ominous cloud, emitting piercing shrieks as if sounding the horn for the impending bloodbath. Everyone, prepare to face the enemy. Wei Lin's roar shook the entire battlefield. He was no longer the reserve special envoy commander but had transformed into a blood-soaked war god, unleashing boundless courage and strength. Deep blue spiritual energy surged forth like a raging tide, forming a massive domain. Within the domain, the air became as viscous as water, and all lower-level undead were instantly slowed, as if trapped in a quagmire. Thunder prison, chains of the frenzied dragon. Long Ao's roar contained endless frustration and anger, stirring up the unwillingness and pride in his heart, all of which now transformed into destructive thunder. He would never back down, for behind him lay the land of Disya. Brilliant golden lightning exploded around him. This was no longer a test but had turned into hundreds and thousands of wildly dancing lightning chains, resembling an inescapable net, sweeping toward the densest part of the undead army. Zzzzzzzzz. As the lightning struck, countless skeleton soldiers were instantly reduced to charcoal, and zombies were turned to ashes. A thunder dragon roared, tearing apart a stitched-together behemoth ahead, as foul-smelling entrails and chunks of flesh rained down. It's been so many years since I've had such a satisfying fight. Wei Lin glanced at him, his eyes full of approval. Life has been too comfortable. Long Ao responded simply, gritting his teeth and channeling his spiritual power once more. Though lightning is domineering, facing the endless sea of undead corpses, its consumption is equally immense. On the other side, the defense line of Jiangcheng had entered a fever pitch. Hold the line. Damn it, hold the line for me. Yi Tianhao, covered in blood, swung his fists, shattering rows of skeletons climbing the city walls into pieces. Every strike of his radiated fearless determination. The city guard soldiers around him forged an indestructible iron defense line with their flesh and blood. Healing team. Quickly. Old Li's arm is broken. Ammo. The energy crystal of the floating cannon is almost depleted. The defense line in West Zone 3 has been breached. Requesting support. There's a diamond-class disaster beast that has broken in. The communication channel was filled with roars, explosions, and desperate cries for help. Yunfeng transformed into a streak of cyan light, darting swiftly across the battlefront. Each flash of his Qingyun sword precisely pierced the eye socket or heart of an elite undead. His mission was to hunt down the targets that posed the greatest threat to ordinary soldiers.
Elder Joe stood in the City Defense Command Center, his eyes tightly closed, with his immense mental power spreading like invisible tendrils, covering the entire Jang City. South District, 7th Squad, turn left 30 meters, there's a team of stealthy abyss demons. East District Tower, snipers. Watch the ghosts at your 9 o'clock in the sky and focus fire. City Lord Yi. Behind you to the right, something is about to emerge from underground. He was like the most efficient battlefield radar, gathering and analyzing all information before delivering the simplest and most concise commands to every combat unit. Just as the Jianqing defense line was on the verge of collapse, a deep engine roar suddenly echoed from the sky. What is that? A warrior locked in fierce battle instinctively looked up. In the eastern sky, dozens of silver-white floating warships, bearing the Yun City emblem, pierced through the dark clouds formed by the undead like sharp swords, appearing above the battlefield. The hive-like launch ports beneath the warships opened, unleashing countless rune-engraved shells glowing with spiritual light, raining down like a meteor shower. Boom! 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 The ground was instantly blasted into a massive blank area, and thousands of undead were reduced to dust in the scorching explosion. It's the reinforcements from Cloud City. The reinforcements from Cloud City have arrived. We're saved. Ha ha ha. A desperate battlefield suddenly erupted with earth-shaking cheers. On the bridge of the Cloud City cruiser, the sisters Yun Cheng and Yun Yu watched the hellish battlefield below with solemn expressions. Yun Cheng clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles turning white, her voice trembling. If we had been half an hour late, Jang City would have been in real danger. Sis, look. Yun Yu pointed to the center of the battlefield, at the massive void exuding an aura of evil. Jiang Yi went down there? Yun Cheng's heart tightened abruptly as the ground before her was torn open by some powerful force, revealing the underground defense core's pipelines, fraught with danger. She stared at the bottomless chasm, the terrifying aura seemingly capable of freezing one's soul. Jiang Yi had actually charged alone into the enemy's lair? Not just Yun City, but Linhai City, Xingshan City. Reinforcements from all directions were rushing in, their overwhelming presence flooding the battlefield like a tide, greatly alleviating the pressure on Jiang City. At the same time, 3 streaks of light shot skyward from within Jiang City, plunging resolutely into the fiercest area of the battle. These little darlings are quite enthusiastic, aren't they? Luoli shed her usual laziness, lightly tapping her fingertips as vibrant blood-red roses quietly bloomed amidst the undead army. They appeared beautiful, but the moment the petals unfurled, they transformed into the sharpest blades, shredding all the surrounding undead to pieces. The other 2 mentors, Su Mushue, controlled the pervasive frost, turning a vast area into an icy hell, while Qin Yan summoned golden flame chains, precisely binding the formidable platinum-level and diamond-level disaster beasts, creating opportunities for others to strike them down. Luo Li, do you feel it? Su Mushue frowned slightly. The monsters emerging from that cave are slowing down. While reaping lives, Luo Li split a thread of her consciousness to sense the abyssal cave entrance, a meaningful curve appearing at the corner of her lips. It seems our little one has already started causing chaos inside. Beneath the abyss, Jiang Yi's body plummeted rapidly in the darkness, the sound of whistling wind and countless wailing souls filling his ears. The aura of death and decay grew increasingly intense. This was no longer mere energy but an entirely different set of world rules, eroding reality. Finally, his feet touched the ground, stepping onto a surface paved with white bones and black crystals. This was a massive underground cavern, spacious enough to accommodate a small town. The ceiling was embedded with crystals emitting a faint green glow, casting an eerie green light throughout. In front of him stood a gigantic teleportation platform, densely packed with newly transported undead creatures. Skeleton mages, crypt lords, flesh golems, there were at least thousands of them. They seemed yet to comprehend why a living being had suddenly fallen from above. All the undead turned their heads in unison, their hollow eye sockets flickering with soul flames, locking onto Jiang Yi with an unwavering gaze. Tisk! Jiang Yi twisted his neck, the joints cracking with sharp pops. He slowly raised the Asura sword in his hand, its dark red blade humming excitedly as it sensed the massive feast around it. Time to eat. Ding! Killing intent radar locked. High-density inferior soul energy detected ahead, 3,458. Superior soul energy, 217. Estimated to be fully convertible into killing intent value. Friendly reminder, host, your current actions are akin to throwing a starving prehistoric shark into a tuna-filled fish farm. Please mind your manners. Roar! A flesh golem closest to him swung its massive iron hook and charged at Jiang Yi first. Jiang Yi's figure instantly vanished from his original spot. Asura. Domain, Blood Shadow Killing Formation.
In the next moment, his figure appeared in the center of the undead phalanx, like 1,000 incarnations of the god of death. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only streaks of dark red sword light, swift to the extreme, radiating layer by layer with him at the center. Wherever the sword light reached, time seemed to be frozen. All the undead were immobilized in place, whether they were low-level skeleton soldiers or platinum-tier crypt lords, maintaining their charging or spellcasting postures. 1 second later, crack! A crisp shattering sound echoed, followed by a chain reaction like a landslide in tsunami. The bodies of thousands of undead silently split apart from head to toe, disintegrating into fine dust. No blood, no wails, only a deathly silence of annihilation. The entire plaza was instantly cleared. Ding! Killed skeleton soldier, 1245, gained killing intent points plus 12450. Ding! Killed undead corpse, 891, gained killing intent points plus 17820. Ding! Killed crypt lord, 29, gained killing intent points plus 120000. A series of system notifications flooded the screen like a waterfall. Zhang Ye's killing intent points balance skyrocketed at a terrifying speed. Holding his sword, he stood at the center of the empty altar, the dark red glow on the Asura sword becoming increasingly eerie. He could feel the hungry souls within the sword cheering and exulting. After clearing out these minions, Zhang Ye's gaze fixed on the end of the space. There, a larger and more stable spatial gate stood towering. In front of the gate stood a high lich, dressed in a luxurious black robe, holding a white bone staff, with purple soul flames burning in its eye sockets. It was slowly rising, standing up from its throne. Its gaze pierced through the endless darkness, meeting Zhang Ye's eyes in midair. Lowly living being, who gave you the courage to step through the gates of the underworld? The voice of the necromancer was like countless vengeful spirits screaming, piercing directly into Zhang Ye's mind. Zhang Ye smiled faintly, his cold and ruthless gaze fixed ahead as he pointed the tip of the Asura sword at the Lich, already reduced to a skeleton, and still spouting nonsense. Come on, arrogant ant. The High Lich was completely enraged by Zhang Ye's attitude. It was not a mere skeletal king, but an underworld noble with advanced intelligence and profound magical mastery. In its perception, the creatures of the living world were nothing more than future livestock to be domesticated and raw materials for souls. A lowly creature dares to be so presumptuous in its presence. You will pay the price for your ignorance with your soul being eternally scorched. Feel the despair from the abyss of souls. Soul stripping. The Lich raised the bone staff in its hand high, and the purple gem at the top of the staff suddenly lit up. An invisible, extremely chilling and eerie force instantly crossed hundreds of meters, directly acting upon Zhang Ye. This was neither a physical attack nor an energy impact, but a vicious curse targeting the essence of the soul. An ordinary platinum-level spirit warrior, or even a novice king, would have their soul torn from their body under this strike, becoming the Lich's trophy. Zhang Ye's body trembled violently, feeling as though his consciousness was about to be dragged away by a massive suction force. Everything before his eyes began to blur and distort. A piercing pain, like needles stabbing, surged through his brain. The Lich let out a soft sound of surprise. In its perception, the opponent's soul was like a rock rooted in a bottomless abyss. Though shaken, it showed no signs of being stripped away. Interesting. The strength of your soul far exceeds your life level. A trace of greed seeped into the Lich's tone. Such a delicious soul would be the perfect material for my ascension to Lich Lord. It increased the output of its magic, and the purple light grew even stronger. Zhang Ye clenched his teeth tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. Just as his consciousness was about to be pulled away, the spiritual energy within him, which had just advanced to the diamond level, roared into motion. Like a blazing sun, it rose within the sea of his spiritual consciousness. Pure and vast spiritual power formed an indestructible barrier, firmly blocking the cold pulling force outside. Get out of here! Zhang Ye let out a low roar, and diamond-level spiritual power suddenly counterattacked. Poof! In the distance, the Lich's figure flickered, and the purple soul fire in its eye sockets dimmed for a moment. It looked at Zhang Ye in disbelief. Its soul magic had actually been forcibly repelled by the opponent using pure energy? What kind of monster was this? How could a mere insect possess energy of such quality? Just as the Lich was in shock, Zhang Ye moved. It's my turn! His figure transformed into a straight black line, rushing swiftly toward the Lich. The speed was so fast that it pulled a long sonic boom cloud through the air. Foolish warrior! Do you think getting close will make a difference? The Lich sneered, lightly tapping the staff in front of him. Wall of the Dead. Boom! The ground instantly tore apart, countless ghastly white arms and skeletons burst forth like a tide, stacking, compressing, and merging at an astonishing speed.
Finally, a
massive bone wall over 10 meters high and several meters thick formed in front of the Lich. Human faces emerged on the wall, wailing in agony, exuding intense negative energy. Jang Ye's speed did not decrease in the slightest as he charged straight ahead. Break! He threw a punch, without any embellishment, pouring all his newly ascended strength unreservedly into his right fist. Boom! A deep, thunderous crash echoed like a battering ram striking a city gate. From the point of impact, cracks spread wildly across the wall of the dead like a spiderweb. Then, under the Lich's horrified gaze, the entire wall exploded with a deafening roar. Countless fragments of bone, imbued with immense kinetic energy, shot out in all directions like cannonballs, leaving deep craters in the hardened ground and cave walls. Amid the swirling dust, Jang Ye's figure emerged like a cannonball, unscathed, passing through the shattered remains of the bone wall. In an instant, he appeared before the Lich, the Asura sword descending with a sharpness that could cleave through anything. The soul fire in the Lich's eyes flickered violently. It finally realized that it had gravely underestimated this young man before it. This guy was no mere ant, he was a primordial beast cloaked in human skin. Flash! Just as the sword's edge was about to make contact, the Lich's figure vanished instantly from its original spot and reappeared 100 meters away. Even so, the fierce sword wind still left a bottomless chasm where it had been standing. Quick reflexes, Jang Ye steadied his stance, his gaze growing colder. This nether fiend was far more troublesome than the Bone King from before. The Bone King was powerful but had a single-track approach, whereas this Lich unleashed an endless array of bizarre spells, as slippery as an eel. Ding! Target detected, Soul Abyss Nether Fiend, King Tier 9th rank, Special Unit. Ability Analysis, Mastery of Soul Magic, Advanced Necromantic Summoning, Spatial Movement, Negative Energy Curse. System Suggestion: the core of this unit is the Soul Core residing in the staff's gemstone, and conventional physical attacks have limited damage on its main body. Recommendation: the host should prioritize destroying its soul core or use a soul-targeting destructive strike. Wartime Special Supply Zone has been refreshed. Detected that the host possesses a large amount of killing intent value. Would you like to exchange for a one-time ultimate weapon? Soul-piercing spear, price 800,000 killing aura points. Instantly condenses a portion of the host's mental power and killing aura to form a spear that ignores physical defenses and directly strikes the essence of the soul with guaranteed accuracy. A must-have for home travel, robbery, no, for slaying demons and eliminating evil. Jang Ye's gaze swept across the system panel, and he instantly made a decision in his heart. Redeem. 800,000 killing aura points, nearly half of his earnings from clearing the field earlier, could be considered a massive loss. But now was not the time to feel distressed. The longer he delayed, the more dangerous the battle outside would become. He had to finish this quickly. Ding! Soul-breaking spear has been redeemed. It has been stored in the skill bar and can be activated at any time. Living being, you have successfully piqued my interest. The distant Lich, Soul Abyss Nether Fiend, calmed its earlier shock. The staff in its hand was raised once more, and the death energy in the entire underground space began converging toward it. Since you enjoy close combat, I shall grant you a battle that will never end. Rise, my most loyal guardian. Skeletal Titan. As it chanted, the massive spatial gate behind it fluctuated violently. Two enormous hands, pieced together from countless bones, suddenly stretched out from within the gate. Following that, a terrifying giant over 30 meters tall slowly squeezed out of the spatial gate. It was not a creature of flesh and blood but a war behemoth entirely constructed from elite bones of platinum level and above. In its eye sockets burned two ghostly blue flames, and each step it took caused the entire underground space to tremble violently. This was the true trump card. The sea of undead earlier was nothing more than cannon fodder. The oppressive aura emanating from the Bone Titan was already infinitely close to the pinnacle of a king's power. Go, crush him. The warden pointed his staff at Jang Ye. The Bone Titan let out a silent roar, took massive strides, and charged toward Jang Ye. Its colossal feet landed with each step like meteors crashing to the ground. Faced with this world-destroying pressure, Jang Ye advanced instead of retreating. Good timing. This was exactly the opportunity he had been waiting for. A massive, slow-moving target, perfect for creating an opening to unleash the soul-piercing spear. Asura Path, Myriad Forms. Jang Ye's spiritual power surged into the Asura sword like a tidal wave, his entire being seemingly merging with the blade, transforming into a dark red tornado. Without hesitation, he charged head-on toward the massive fist of the skeletal titan, which loomed like a mountain. Boom!
The collision between the sword storm and the skeletal giant's fist instantly unleashed a terrifying energy shockwave. The impact was like a raging tide, tearing up the ground as fragments of stone flew like rain, shooting straight into the sky. The fist of the skeletal titan, composed of countless hard bones, was forcibly blasted into a massive hole, with bone fragments scattering in all directions, creating an incredibly terrifying scene. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was sent flying backward by the recoil force, tumbling over a dozen times in midair before stabilizing himself. His blood surged, and the intense shock was almost unbearable. So hard. At this moment, the Soul Abyss Nether Fiend, who had been watching the battle, had a flash of purple light in its eyes and seized the instant when Zhang Yi's old strength was exhausted, and new strength had yet to arise. Now! Soul Cage. A massive cube composed of countless purple runes instantly took shape, trapping Zhang Yi firmly within. Ha ha ha! Foolish warrior! You have ultimately fallen into my trap. The warden let out a triumphant laugh. Now, savor the agony of your soul being torn apart. Trapped within the cage, Zhang Yi revealed a faint smile. He was waiting for this very opportunity. The warden thought he had succeeded, at the very moment his guard was most relaxed. The one who should taste pain is you. Zhang Yi's gaze instantly turned as sharp as a blade, ignoring the runes around him that were constricting and crushing his soul, as he mobilized all his mental strength and the skill he had just redeemed. Soul-piercing spear. A semi-transparent short spear, formed purely from killing intent and spiritual energy, exuding an aura of destruction, silently took shape before him. It carried no astonishing momentum, yet embodied the law-level concepts of inevitability and fatality. What? The smile on the warden's face froze instantly, as a sense of mortal danger enveloped his entire being. It wanted to teleport, but found that the surrounding space had been locked by an invisible force. That spear was not targeting its physical body, but the soul core hidden within the staff's gem. No! The warden let out a desperate scream. Whoosh! The soul-piercing spear transformed into a stream of light invisible to the naked eye, ignoring the distance of space, bypassing the bone titan's obstruction, and even disregarding the layers of magical shields in front of the warden. The next second, it precisely pierced the purple gem at the tip of its staff. Snap! A faint cracking sound echoed. A crack appeared on the purple gem, spreading rapidly like a plague and covering the entire gem. The Soul Abyss Nether Fiend trembled violently, the purple soul flames in its eye sockets flickering madly like a dying candle in the wind, until they finally extinguished completely. I refuse to accept this. It emitted one final faint divine thought, and then its entire body, along with the ornate robe, turned to ashes and dissipated into the air. Boom! The skeletal titan, now devoid of the warden's control, also collapsed with a thunderous crash, transforming into a lifeless heap of massive bones scattered across the ground. The soul cage that had trapped Zhang Yi also vanished into thin air. Zhang Yi gasped for breath. Activating the soul-breaking spear had consumed a tremendous amount of energy, but as he looked at the white bone staff on the ground that had lost its luster, he knew deep down it was worth it. However, he hadn't even had a chance to catch his breath. The massive spatial gate, now free from the suppression of the Nether Fiend, suddenly began to expand violently. The once stable portal became extremely distorted, with chaotic spatial turbulence and a terrifying aura of death surging out madly. The entire underground space began to shake violently and collapse. Not good. Zhang Yi's expression changed. This guy's death has triggered the portal. This portal isn't going to close, it's completely out of control, pulling even bigger and more terrifying things from the netherworld. He suddenly looked up. There was only one path to take: return the way he came. Zhang Yi infused spiritual power into his feet, stomped the ground fiercely, and shot toward the cave entrance like a rocket. Above Zhang City, the flames of war dyed the night sky a glaring blood red, as if heralding the impending catastrophe. The arrival of reinforcements temporarily stabilized the front lines, but a lingering shadow of unease hung over everyone's hearts. The massive abyss-like hole emanated an ominous aura. What's the situation? On the Yun City airship, City Lord Yun asked gravely through the communicator to Elder Zhou, who was stationed at the command center. Not optimistic. Elder Zhou's weary and heavy voice tightened everyone's nerves. Although the undead assault on the perimeter has been contained, the core energy reaction at that hole has not weakened. On the contrary, it is surging at an abnormal rate. Where is young friend Zhang Yi? How is he? There's still no news. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, causing everyone's hearts to sink. In the temporary medical station at the rear, Zi Xiaomu was bandaging the wound of a warrior who had lost an arm. Her slightly trembling fingertips and eyes filled with worry betrayed her anxiety. That guy, he absolutely must be okay. High above the battlefield, the three mentors, including Luoli, hovered with grave expressions, their faces more serious than ever. Mentor Su Mushue, who controlled frost, looked pale. This energy fluctuation has already surpassed the realm of a king level. Something major is likely to emerge underground. Luoli tightly pressed her red lips together, understanding Jiang Ye's extraordinary nature, but in the current situation, it was no longer something that individual bravery could resolve. This felt more like the prelude to a world-class catastrophe. At that moment, a sudden mutation occurred. Boom, rumble, rumble. The entire Jiang city and the surrounding battlefield began to shake violently, as if an 18-magnitude earthquake had struck. What's going on? The ground is splitting open. Under the horrified gazes of everyone, a massive ravine spread like black lightning from the center of the abyssal opening. The sturdy city walls fractured with mournful groans, and towering buildings collapsed like stacks of blocks. A terrifying force tore out from underground, followed by an eruption of dark green death energy, 100 times denser than before, shooting skyward like a volcanic explosion, forming a colossal energy pillar that pierced the heavens. Countless undead creatures engaged in battle roared excitedly under the surge of this energy, their size and strength swelling dramatically. Meanwhile, human warriors felt as if they had fallen into an icy abyss, their spiritual energy circulation becoming sluggish and obscure. What the hell is that? A spirit warrior screamed in terror, pointing at the center of the energy pillar, his voice breaking. Amidst the swirling energy pillar, a colossal entity slowly rose from the depths of the earth. An indescribably horrifying behemoth, it resembled a moving mountain pieced together from countless twisted flesh, ghastly white bones, and wailing souls. Its body was covered in bony spikes, with cannon-like orifices oozing green pus, and atop it was a massive skull formed from tens of thousands of smaller skulls, its eye sockets burning with black suns that devoured all light. The Netherworld Siege Beast, source of calamity. This was no longer a living creature, but a war machine created solely for the purpose of world annihilation. All airborne warships, open fire. Aim at that thing and hit it with everything you've got. City Lord Yun roared hysterically. Dozens of floating battleships immediately turned their cannons, with the main guns charged to their limits. Fire. In an instant, dozens of dazzling energy beams struck the source of calamity, accompanied by deafening explosions that stirred up towering clouds of dust. We hit it. However, as the dust settled, not even a scratch was visible on the source of calamity. Those city-destroying attacks only caused its flowing green pus to bubble slightly. The skull of 10,000 bones atop the giant beast slowly turned, its black hole-like eye sockets locking onto the floating fleet in the sky. The next second, cannon-like apertures suddenly lit up with blinding green light. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Hundreds of dark green beams, carrying intensely corrosive energy, streaked through the sky like vengeful vipers, heading straight for the fleet at speeds several times faster than the main cannon of the airship. Dodge! Quickly, dodge! The radar on the airship emitted a piercing alarm, as if warning of the impending disaster. But it was all too late. Boom! A battleship from Linhai City was fiercely struck by several ferocious beams of light. Its sturdy energy shield, as fragile as paper, collapsed instantly. Immediately afterward, the entire battleship rapidly melted under the terrifying corrosion, turning into a pool of black smoke emitting molten iron, plummeting from the sky. The thousands of warriors inside didn't even have the chance to scream before being consumed into nothingness. This was merely the beginning. One battleship after another exploded, melted, and fell from the sky like ignited firecrackers. The steel torrent that once gave the soldiers and civilians of Jiangcheng infinite hope was utterly fragile and powerless before this giant beast. On the ground, Wei Lin, Yi Tianhao, and others launched a frenzied attack against the giant beast. The king-level domain and the raging axelight were like mud cows entering the sea, unable to stir even the slightest ripple. Despair, and unprecedented despair, enveloped everyone's hearts. How can we even fight this? This is simply not a battle on the same level. At that moment, a battered figure, accompanied by a towering energy pillar, was ejected from the ground. It was Jiang Yi. His body was covered in dust, his breath slightly disordered, but his sharp eyes remained as piercing as a blade. As soon as he appeared, he saw the brutal battle in the sky and the giant beast on the ground exuding an aura of doom. Damn! Even someone like Jiang Yi couldn't help but curse. He had gone through so much trouble to eliminate a nether demon, only to release an even more outrageous existence? Ding! Detected world-ending target source of calamity. Comprehensive strength assessment, half-step peak tier. Warning! Warning! This entity possesses rule-level absolute defense. Conventional attacks are ineffective. System Mall, Wartime Special Supply, Zone, Emergency Update. Heaven's Wrath, Shura Divine Thunder, price, 5 million killing aura points. Summon the chaotic divine thunder from beyond the 9 heavens to deliver a law-level destructive strike on a designated target. Ignores all conventional defenses. Note, the power of this skill is immense. Activation requires a 10-second charge time and may cause unpredictable collateral damage to the surrounding area. Please use with caution, host. Current killing aura points balance, 880,000. Redeem? Zhang Yi looked at the astronomical numbers on the system panel, then glanced at the giant beast that had already begun to turn its cannon, preparing for indiscriminate bombardment of Jiangqing's urban area. A trace of mad determination flashed in his eyes. Redeem! Everyone, listen up. Zhang Yi's voice, amplified through spiritual energy vibrations, spread clearly across the entire battlefield. Hold it off for 10 seconds. Just 10 seconds. This voice was like a beacon of light in the endless darkness, illuminating all the despairing hearts. Everyone instinctively looked at the young man floating in midair. It's him. It's Zhang Yi, the one who created miracles. Everyone covered Zhang Yi. Wei Lin was the first to react. He roared, pushing his king's domain to the extreme, transforming it into a deep blue barrier that stood between the giant beast and Zhang Yi. For Jiangchang, Yi Tianhao roared, charging forward once again. Yun family fleet. All units. Abandon defense, launch a saturation attack. Buy time for Lord Zhang Yi. Yun Cheng decisively issued the order from the airship. The remaining dozen or so floating ships aimed all their cannons at the source of the calamity, unleashing their final, frenzied barrage. Long Ao, Yun Feng, the 3 mentors, and all the surviving warriors, at this moment, cast aside thoughts of life and death, transforming their last strength into streaks of light, hurling themselves toward that invincible mountain. They knew their attacks were futile. But they were determined to use their blood and lives to fight for Jiangcheng, for Zhang Yi, and for that one and only hope, to win those precious 10 seconds. Roar! The source of calamity seemed to sense the threat. It abandoned its assault on the city, and all its cannons turned toward Zhang Yi. Boom! Wei Lin's domain barrier was instantly covered in cracks under the first wave of concentrated fire. Poof! He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face deathly pale, yet he still held on firmly. At that moment, Zhang Yi moved. He slowly raised the Asura sword in his hand, the tip pointing straight at the heavens. The sky, winds and clouds shifted dramatically. The sky, originally dyed dark green by the energy of death, was torn apart by an even more terrifying force. A massive vortex, composed of countless golden and purple lightning bolts, slowly took shape above the firmament. A destructive aura, enough to make even gods tremble, spread out from the center of the vortex. All things bowed in submission under this aura. The giant beast's movement stalled for a moment, and for the first time, an emotion called fear appeared on its face, which was made up of countless skulls. 10 seconds have passed. In Zhang Yi's eyes, there was an unfeeling coldness. He gazed down at the giant beast beneath him, like a deity judging the sins of the world. The sword in his hand slowly descended, and the air was filled with an oppressive aura. Heaven's punishment. The thunder vortex above the 9 heavens instantly contracted to its limit, transforming into an unviewable chaotic divine lightning. Blending gold and purple, as if it contained the power of heaven and earth. It descended silently, without making a single sound. What the heck? What the heck? What did I just see? Is there still a scene where a beauty insults a handsome guy? Time seemed to freeze at this moment, and space appeared to be completely erased. Everyone's gaze was drawn to the lightning that pierced through the heavens and earth, their hearts filled with shock and awe. When the light dissipated, the place that had been the source of calamity turned into an empty void. In its place was a massive, bottomless, glass-like crater with a diameter of several kilometers. Its edges were smooth as a mirror, resembling the entrance to hell. The terrifying beast, which was half a step into the divine realm, along with the ground beneath it, was completely obliterated in this strike, reduced to dust. In the sky, Zhang Yi's figure swayed slightly, his face pale as paper. The spiritual energy within him had been almost completely drained, as if he had just endured an incredibly brutal battle. He lowered his head, gazing at the bottomless pit that seemed to connect to the core of the earth. The surrounding warriors, survivors of the calamity, looked at him with eyes filled with awe and reverence, gazing up at him as if they were beholding a deity. Has the war ended? Zhang Yi tightened his grip on the dimly glowing Asura sword, yet he understood in his heart, no, this was only the beginning. He could feel that at the very bottom of the pit blasted open by divine lightning, the spatial barrier between the underworld and the real world, though heavily damaged, had not been completely sealed. A more stable and more dangerous passage is slowly taking shape above the ruins.
The prelude to the battle has just begun.